Our story kicks off with a brutal betrayal against Suho. Our hero, a master swordsman, collapsed to his knees before those he once called comrades. His body trembled violently, his arms discolored and poisoned. He coughed violently, his breath shallow and ragged, and it quickly dawned on him. This was no ordinary poison. It was something far deadlier, potentially fatal. Standing before him were two of his teammates, and instead of offering aid, they merely laughed. They actually reveled in his suffering. One of them, a warrior, sneered, claiming Suho should have joined their plan. But Suho had chosen a different path. He had stayed true to his public servant duties, stubbornly clinging to his morals, rather than succumbing to corruption. This team had just conquered one of the notorious 5 disaster gates, a source of terrifying monster outbreaks. But now, these villains wanted to leave the gate open. They refused to finish the job. They wanted to ensure the monsters weren't entirely eradicated, allowing them to return endlessly. Because as long as the threat persisted, so did their jobs, their influence, and their status. If the monsters vanished, their spotlight would vanish, and with it, their power. Suho remembered all the time he'd spent with them, battling side by side through deadly fights, entrusting them with his very life. Yet now, here they stood, watching him die, devoid of any remorse. They rationalized their actions, claiming Suho was the sole dissenter against their plan. Everyone else had agreed. Then the archer stepped forward, casually extending his hand, offering Suho a second chance. He stated that if Suho joined their ranks, they'd spare his life. But Suho was no fool. How could he ever trust those who had just poisoned him and merely watched him suffer? What's more, he could already feel it. His body had been pushed past its breaking point. The poison had spread far too wide. There was no turning back from this fate. His survival was utterly impossible. But even if he couldn't live on, he could still accomplish one thing: drag at least one traitor down to hell with him. With that resolve, Suho began to muster every last ounce of his remaining energy. A powerful aura erupted from his very being, fierce and utterly overwhelming. A couple from a group was instantly paralyzed with fear, stumbling back in terror. But the woman in the group, even more terrified than the rest, tried to calm everyone down, insisting they shouldn't panic. The archer, clearly on the verge of losing control of his bladder, knew this was bad. And then Suho moved. In a single, blindingly swift motion, he charged forward. His blade slashed clean through the warrior's arm, and in the very next second, he beheaded the dark mage woman with deadly precision. The archer barely managed to retreat, dragging the healer along with him. Their smug expressions, once full of arrogance, had completely vanished in an instant. They were replaced by sheer, unadulterated horror. The healer quickly tried to save the wounded warrior, casting healing spells desperately, but nothing worked. To her shock, she realized she couldn't heal him at all. Her eyes turned to Suho. She saw something strange, something powerful. Suho was no longer just a dying man. He was overflowing with the power of sheer will itself. And not just him, his sword had transformed too, now forged completely from that same indomitable will. It was called the Intangible Sword, a weapon born from pure, unyielding determination. But that power came at a steep cost. The energy that had kept him standing finally faded. Suho's strength gave out, and his body collapsed. He stumbled backward, plummeting off a cliff behind him. He dropped deep into the valleys below, disappearing from their sight, leaving behind nothing but a chilling silence. Suho slowly opened his eyes to the cacophony of chaos around him. There was shouting, sirens, and the distinct clamor of running feet. He found himself in the arms of a firefighter, but he had no clue what was happening. His head was spinning, leaving him disoriented. Everything felt foggy, utterly unreal, like a hazy dream or perhaps a nightmare. The firefighter, still carrying him, rushed frantically toward a designated safe zone, speeding through the densely crowded, panicked streets. Suho couldn't make sense of it initially. The last thing he remembered was dying. He knew he had died. So how was he here, alive, confused, and now being rescued? Then something suddenly clicked. He finally noticed what was happening around him. A gate had opened, a presumed gate. It had caused a dungeon outbreak. Monsters were swarming the entire area. More specifically, goblins. Dozens of them were running rampant through the city, attacking anything and everything in sight. As Suho looked around, he spotted a familiar sign lying on the ground nearby. Syndrome Station. That's when it all made sense. His memories were correct. This was the exact station that had once been utterly contaminated. during a sudden gate outbreak. He had seen this happen before. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow came whistling through the air and struck the firefighter carrying him. The man let out a cry as he collapsed, and both he and Suho fell to the ground. The goblins were getting closer. Despite the pain, the injured firefighter looked at Suho and told him to run, but Suho didn't move. Instead of escaping, his eyes focused on the axe the firefighter had been carrying. Without hesitating, Suho grabbed it, took aim, and hurled it with all his strength at an approaching goblin. The weapon sliced through the air and struck the goblin cleanly, taking it down in a single decisive blow. And then, right in that intense moment, something strange appeared right in front of Suho. On floating text, just like a digital display. It was a system window. It congratulated him on his awakening. He just stared at it for a second, completely stunned. It was exactly as it had been. Just as he remembered, the system prompted him to choose the class he wanted to pursue. Out of reflex, his finger almost darted to select warrior. It was pure instinct, but then he paused. No, he decided to delay his choice this time. Suho then turned his attention toward the goblins, who were now cackling wildly, their screeches echoing across the battlefield. They looked completely unbothered, laughing like absolute lunatics, as if victory was already theirs. But Suho wasn't amused. Without wasting another second, he launched himself straight into the horde. His movements were sharp and utterly effortless, weaving through incoming attacks like they were nothing more than a breeze. One goblin, eager to land a hit, tried to sneak up on him from the side, but the moment its eyes locked on his Suho, it froze in horror because right in front of it, Suho had just retrieved the same axe he had hurled earlier. The goblin recognized it instantly, its face twisted in pure, unadulterated panic. And honestly, if goblins wore pants, that one probably would have pissed itself right then and there. But Suho didn't care. He wasn't here for theatrics. Before the creature could even let out a scream, Suho slashed it down in one clean motion, cutting it off before it could make the area even more disgusting than it already was. He didn't stop there. Grabbing one of the goblins' swords from the ground, he kept moving. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Goblins were dangerous, sure, but only to beginners, to someone like him, a veteran who had seen far worse. Cutting down goblins was no challenge at all. For Suho, it was easy as fuck. Suho continued slashing through the goblins, cutting them down one after another, with a speed and precision that was even sharper than before. In just a few minutes, the entire wave of goblins had been completely wiped out, ended so quickly it almost felt unreal and illegal. As the dust settled, Suho looked down at the sword in his hands. He realized how easily he had gotten carried away. In that moment, he wasn't calm or calculating at all. He had acted purely on instinct and raw emotion. And while that raw power proved useful, he knew that during times like these, what he truly needed was a cool head. But then again, if he wasn't mistaken, he had been brought back to the past for a reason. This was a second chance, a rare opportunity to start everything over, from scratch, and he wasn't going to waste it. Suddenly, several system windows popped up right in front of him, congratulating him for mastering multiple swordsmanship skills. But just then, something else entirely caught his attention. The firefighter nearby was staring at him, clearly curious. The way Suho had fought hadn't gone unnoticed, and the man couldn't help but wonder, is this guy a player? Suho simply gave a slight nod in response, and turned his focus back to the system. He had made up his mind about his class selection. He would become a healer. With that decision made, Suho walked up to the firefighter and politely asked if he could take a look at his injury. The man looked a bit confused. Just moments ago, he had saved Suho, and now Suho was offering to heal him. It didn't quite add up, but Suho didn't hesitate. He activated his magic healing light, and instantly, the warm glow of the spell began to take effect. In almost no time at all, the wound healed completely. The firefighter could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could Suho be a healer when he had just watched him take down an entire goblin wave, like a trained swordsman? Before the man could ask more questions, another system window appeared. It was time for Suho to select a weapon. From the arsenal, he didn't even hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He picked out a beginner's sword, the same one he had used before, and began preparing himself to challenge the gate ahead. This sudden determination made the firefighter a little nervous. Even a shiver of panic ran through him. The gate ahead was definitely not something to be taken lightly, but Suho had a critical advantage he could rely on. He had acquired the swordsmanship talent. Before selecting a class, this was a key detail. Skills obtained through innate talent, you see, could be used no matter which class a player chose. And as the player continued to level up, those very skills, along with their class skills, would continue to evolve and grow stronger. Suho suddenly recalled something. Isabella's Holy Spirit skill had been a top-tier upgrade of healing light. If only he possessed that kind of power back then, maybe things could have turned out so differently. But this time, he was going to do things right. He had a crystal-clear plan. He would walk the path of both a formidable swordsman and a healer. And as he remembered the faces of his former teammates, those scumbags who had betrayed and utterly abandoned him, his resolve grew even stronger than ever. He stepped closer to the menacing gate, the very one that had nearly killed him in his past life. And back then, he was weak and completely unprepared. But now, with the fundamentals of swordsmanship engraved deep within his very being, he knew he could definitely handle it. Without a single trace of hesitation, Suho began walking forward and bravely stepped inside the gate. As Suho stepped through the mysterious entrance, he suddenly found himself standing in the middle of a dense, shadowy forest. Almost instantly, the system window appeared right in front of him, displaying the name of this new area, Green Red, a strange, peculiar name. But there wasn't much time to really think about it. After walking for only a short while, Suho stumbled upon a truly gruesome sight. Multiple goblin corpses scattered haphazardly across the forest floor. Judging by their twisted positions and expressions, it looked like they had been desperately running from something, or someone far, far more terrifying than themselves. Their twisted bodies suggested sheer fear, not just mere defeat. That's when Suho heard something, a low, guttural sound coming from nearby. He slowly turned his head toward the source, and just like that, he recognized what was behind it. Two towering, menacing hobgoblins. They were dragging the corpse of a creature they'd just hunted. These weren't those weak, annoying goblins he'd encountered before. Hobgoblins were a whole different beast, bigger, meaner, and far more dangerous. And when they spotted Suho, their eyes lit up with wicked excitement. To them, human meat was a rare treat. Without hesitation, they tossed their previous prey aside and pointed their jagged weapons at Suho, eager to tear into fresh flesh. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't possibly have guessed, was that the human they were drooling over wasn't some ordinary prey. They were staring at a predator. The first hobgoblin charged forward, blade swinging fast, but sliced nothing but air. Suho dodged it cleanly. He already knew he was underleveled for these enemies. His weapon wasn't strong enough to cut through their thick skin with ease. But he didn't need to rely on brute strength. He knew exactly where to strike. In one swift motion, he lunged straight at the first hobgoblin, aiming directly for its eye. The attack hit its mark. The creature let out a piercing screech, loud enough to rattle the forest trees. Suho, ever the soft-hearted one, ended the pain of the poor monster by killing it. But Suho never intended to kill it so quickly. His attack had been too effective. It was a pure, habitual mistake he'd made. He'd hoped to use the creature to gain skills and experience from the fight, but accidentally killed it too soon. Turning toward the remaining hobgoblin, Suho decided to make proper use of this one. The second monster, furious over its fallen comrade, roared and charged forward, swinging its weapon wildly in rage. But Suho was calm. He focused, dodging each attack with careful footwork. The hobgoblin slashed left, then right, swinging like a madman, but none of its blows landed. In this world, repeating the same action over and over could eventually lead to a related skill acquisition. Suho knew this, and sure enough, after evading several more attacks, a small grin formed on his face. He had obtained a dodge skill, but he wasn't done yet. Now, he aimed for his second skill. Suho began expertly parrying the incoming strikes, deflecting the blows with precise timing. Parrying wasn't just a basic move. It had deep roots in weapon-based combat. It served as a foundation for many other advanced skills. It was essential and Suho wanted it. After a few more successful parries, the system finally notified him that he gained the parry skill. Unfortunately, by then, the hobgoblin had already grown tired. It staggered, breathing heavily, clearly reaching its limit. And so, just like before, Suho gave it peace, this time by swiftly beheading it. It wasn't out of cruelty, just necessity. Now, with 2 fresh skills in hand, he was ready to fight more. He wanted to face more monsters, not for the thrill of battle, but to earn skills, gather experience points, and grow stronger. Outside the gate, the atmosphere among the waiting hunters was tense and frustrated. They just found out that someone had entered their assigned gate without permission the moment the news spread. Curses began flying left and right. Most of them were angry and felt utterly disrespected, grumbling about how someone had the nerve to step into their territory. Some are already making plans to teach this mystery intruder a lesson. Once they came back out, they weren't going to let it slide that easily. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, a firefighter was in the middle of a serious conversation. He was speaking with a few men in suits, people from the Hunter Association. They had come to investigate and were specifically asking about a hunter named Suho. The firefighter didn't hold back and spilled every detail he knew. From what he'd witnessed, Suho was no ordinary hunter. He decimated a horde of zombies all by himself and even healed his wounds amidst the utter chaos. One of the officers, listening intently to the report, looked visibly stunned. He hadn't even arrived late yet, but somehow by the time he finally got there, the goblins were already completely annihilated. And to top it all off, the person responsible was supposedly a healer. He tried to dismiss it at first, claiming it wasn't possible based on their experience. Healers simply didn't possess the combat power for such a feat alone. But still, if this guy truly managed to clear the gate solo, especially one swarming with goblins, then they absolutely couldn't ignore him. If he pulled it off, they would unequivocally have to recruit him. Meanwhile, Suho was out in the field, busily hunting down hobgoblins and raking in experience points. One after another, he moved with lightning speed and efficiency, effortlessly beheading multiple hobgoblins at once. His attacks were precise, controlled. He intentionally spared one hobgoblin, letting it live. Just one chilling glare from Suho was enough to make the monster bolt faster than Usain Bolt. But that was exactly what Suho had planned from the start. He wanted the creature to escape and bring back more of its kind. With a brief break in the action, he decided to check his status. Thanks to the wave of hobgoblins he had just defeated, both his stats and skills had improved significantly. While gazing at the pile of goblin corpses around him, another thought crossed his mind. There was still something useful left within those bodies. Inside the monsters lay magic stones. These particular ones were degraded magic stones, nothing too rare, but each one could sell for around 50,000 won. That was more than enough reason for Suho to take the time to meticulously collect them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with this kind of work. He didn't have the luxury to slow down. But right now, his financial situation, he was practically a beggar, not a hunter, so he couldn't let these precious stones go to waste. He began plucking the stones from the defeated monsters, carefully tucking each one into his inventory. By the time he finished gathering his spoils, he felt a surge of genuine satisfaction. Now, this was a decent haul, but just as he was about to catch his breath, his calm was brutally shattered. A sudden, overwhelming wave of pure, killing intent slammed into him like a wall. As he whirled around to face it, nearly 30 hobgoblins were already closing in. Leading them was the same monster he had spared earlier, the very one that had fled in terror. And now, with this fresh confirmation, the entire horde surged towards Suho all at once. But Suho didn't panic. Instead, he leapt into the air like a ninja, moving with the lightning speed and deadly precision of a trained assassin. Within moments, several hobgoblins had already dropped, their heads rolling gruesomely across the ground. His movements were unbelievably sharp and effortless, like cutting through hot butter. Then, as if to reward his efforts, the system announced he had leveled up. New stat points surged into his profile, making him even stronger than ever before. With that power-up secured and enough experience gained, Suho decided there was no need to drag this out any longer. It was time to end this. Now, he plunged straight into the enemy mob, slashing wildly in every direction, clearing the horde with ruthless efficiency. At one point, a hobgoblin dared to charge him head-on, aiming for a decisive strike. But instead of fear, Suho's face practically glowed with excitement. He wasn't worried. If anything, he looked even more thrilled than he had before. The boss monster in this gate, a chief hobgoblin, and it was a level 20 enemy. As expected, a boss, it came barreling in first, trying to land an attack, but it failed miserably. Immediately after that, a group of smaller monsters attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Suho, without even fully turning, reacted instantly and cut them down as if they were nothing. That's when the boss monster finally switched tactics and unleashed one of its terrifying skills, fear. This fear skill was absolutely brutal. It paralyzed its target, thrusting them into a spiraling abyss of pure terror. The higher the skill level, the more devastating its effects became. And since this was a boss monster we're talking about, that alone was more than enough to explain how it could wield such a potent, mind-bending skill even within a low-level gate. And the true dilemma was that Suho possessed no gear, or skills capable of shielding his mind, or resisting mental assaults at this critical moment. He had absolutely no direct counter. The boss saw this as its golden opportunity to end the battle, charging in, confident it would claim victory. But what it utterly failed to realize was that Suho wasn't just some greenhorn rookie. He was a seasoned veteran hunter, one who'd navigated situations infinitely worse. He knew precisely how to tackle this predicament. Without a shred of hesitation, Suho tightened his grip on his blade with his left hand and deliberately sliced into his own flesh. The sudden, searing pain instantly jolted him out of the fear-induced paralysis. The very instant his mind cleared, he expertly parried the boss's incoming strike. Then, instead of immediately focusing on the boss, Suho made a lightning-fast decision. He shifted his focus to the smaller monsters first. Within mere seconds, he blazed across the battlefield, ruthlessly slicing down every single one. In just a short, explosive burst of action, he annihilated all the hobgoblins within the gate, leaving no other enemies behind save for the boss itself. Before returning to confront the chief hobgoblin, he took a swift moment to heal the wound on his left arm. Now, with all distractions eliminated and his body restored, it was just him and the boss. A true one-on-one, no more interruptions. And from the uneasy look on the monster's face, it no longer seemed all that confident. The intense battle between the two had truly begun, and they furiously exchanged blow after powerful blow. Suho poured his absolute all into every attack, swinging his sword with unwavering determination. But because of his comparatively low level, none of his attacks seemed to inflict any serious damage on the monstrous foe. One thing was crystal clear. A head-on approach just wouldn't work. Suho, quick to adapt, changed tactics. Instead of striking aimlessly, he plunged his blade deep into the monster's thigh, hitting a crucial spot to cripple its speed. The monster, retaliating, unleashed its fear skill. Once again, desperate to paralyze Suho and seize the advantage. But this time it utterly failed. For once you conquer fear, its power over you is lost. Suho had already faced it head-on and triumphed. Unfazed and unaffected, Suho concentrated his attacks on that exact wound. He relentlessly slashed the injured thigh again and again, ruthlessly exploiting its agony. After a few more precise, powerful strikes, the boss monster finally crumbled to the ground, barely clinging to life, teetering on death's edge. But Suho wasn't finished yet. Instead of delivering the killing blow, he suddenly activated his healing light, a skill designed to restore vitality, and he cast it on the monster. The creature, already confused and half dead, was now utterly bewildered. It couldn't grasp why the human, who'd almost slain it, was now attempting to heal it. Suho, on the other hand, was absolutely thrilled. He just realized he could prolong the battle. By repeatedly attacking and then healing the monster, he could extend the fight, turning it into a training ground. Time passed in this bizarre cycle. Attack, injure, heal, repeat. And with every round, Suho grew stronger, his skills steadily improving. Eventually, he upgraded several of them to A and B ranks. Meanwhile, the boss monster, once proud and terrifying, was now consumed by pure terror. It couldn't even bring itself to look at Suho anymore. Now that Suho had extracted every lesson from this place, there was nothing left to gain. The monster's part in this brutal trial was finished. It had served its purpose. With a calm, unwavering expression, Suho ended it all, beheading the monster without a shred of hesitation. And just like that, the gate was conquered. Suho stood victorious. He was declared the gate's MVP. Plus, he snagged bonus experience on top of everything. His level now stood at a solid 10, a significant milestone for any hunter. Even his healing skill, Healing Light, received an upgrade, advancing to E rank. And along with that, he acquired a brand new skill, Cure. It might not seem like much now, but if his skills kept developing at this pace, it wouldn't be surprising if one day he could neutralize even 10,000 types of poisons. It was only the beginning, but the path ahead was clearly promising. With everything wrapped up, it was time to move on. Suho turned toward the gate's exit. Outside, the atmosphere was tense. The gate had started to tremble slightly, causing people to whisper and wonder. Had the gate been cleared? Then, before anyone could guess further, Suho stepped out, walking calmly and confidently, as if the chaos behind him didn't matter. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion or discomfort on his face, just quiet composure while people around him stared, unable to figure out who he really was or what exactly he had done. And Suho didn't bother explaining. He simply let their curiosity grow. Soon after, multiple guilds rushed over. They had all come looking for the mysterious man who had conquered the gate alone. But Suho ignored every offer, every scout, every invitation thrown his way. He wasn't interested. Instead, he walked past them and walked right up to a man in a formal suit. With a calm and confident tone, Suho greeted him. This man was no ordinary official. He was the team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association, young Chulmin, and judging by the confused look on his face, he clearly wasn't expecting to be greeted by the person behind the gate's conquest. The scene shifts to the South Korean Hunter Association, where team leader, Young, and Suho were settled across from one another. On the surface, it appeared to be a perfectly standard registration meeting, but Chulman's mind was a million miles away. His thoughts constantly drifted back to their earlier encounter. He remembered how they'd first met, shaking hands casually, and how Suho had offhandedly mentioned that he was already heading to the Hunter Association anyway. At first, Chulman had assumed it was just for a routine license renewal, something experienced hunters did all the time. But as their conversation progressed, it quickly became crystal clear. Suho was actually there for initial registration. That news completely threw Chulman for a loop. He was still trying to wrap his head around how someone like Suho, who was registered as a healer of all things, had managed to clear an entire gate all by himself. And the way Suho had acted, so calm, casual, munching on snacks like it was just another Tuesday. Chulman had meticulously gone over his aptitude test results again and again. Statistically, Suho seemed undeniably more like a warrior than a healer. The numbers simply didn't lie. He possessed the raw physical strength and combat instincts, not to mention the sheer composure that you'd expect from a seasoned frontline fighter. It just didn't add up. While Chulman was lost deep in thought, Suho spoke up, snapping him out of it by simply asking if there was a problem. That instantly snapped Chulman back to attention. He began asking Suho a few routine questions. Background, education, that sort of thing. And that's when even more pieces of the puzzle began to click into place. We then learned that Suho was a college dropout. He'd been studying physical education before quitting. Most students from that department usually opted for combat classes, like warrior or archer if they entered the hunter field. But Suho had gone in a completely different direction. He had chosen the healer class. And the reason? He simply hated getting hurt. He then went on to explain what exactly had happened inside the gate. He meticulously described the entire sequence of events in a surprisingly detached way, though he conveniently omitted one crucial detail: the simple fact that it had all been far too easy for him. He merely stated he'd fought to survive, and that was the end of it. But when Suho casually mentioned the chief hobgoblins, Chulman visibly stiffened. Something about that just didn't sit right with him. Gates that spawned chief hobgoblins weren't exactly supposed to be easy. So, Suho, noticing his clear discomfort, calmly opened up his inventory. In the very next moment, he dropped all the loot he'd collected from the gate right onto the table. The items hit with a heavy thud, and Chulman was caught completely off guard. His eyes widened in absolute shock, and for a second he almost panicked. These were the magic crystals Suho had collected. After hunting down those hobgoblins, the smaller ones came from regular hobgoblins, while the noticeably larger, more refined one came from the hobgoblin chief. Since Suho didn't really know their actual worth, he politely asked the team leader if he could help get them processed, even while desperately trying to stay composed. Schulman couldn't take his eyes off the incredible loot. It was a seriously good haul. Regaining his composure, he looked at Suho seriously and asked if he truly wanted to become a hunter. When Suho nodded, that simple agreement sparked genuine excitement in the team leader's eyes. Trying to steady himself once again, Schulman then asked whether this decision was merely made on impulse. But Suho responded with a calm smile, saying no, it wasn't impulsive at all, while Schulman was still riding the wave of pure happiness. From hearing Suho's unexpected answer, Suho slightly shifted the entire tone and began explaining his real reason. It wasn't about power or even money. It was personal. He utterly hated monsters, and he despised the very gates they came from. As a child, he'd lost his entire family during a gate shock. After that, he grew up in an orphanage, completely alone. At first, he thought that merely killing monsters might finally ease the deep frustration and pain burning inside him. But even after taking down countless monsters, that knot in his chest remained stubbornly tight. No matter how many he slew, the ache never truly vanished. That's when he made a pivotal decision. He couldn't undo the horrors of the past, but he could choose the future he desperately wanted to protect. He didn't want anyone else to endure the suffering he had. He wanted to fight, not for vengeful retribution, but for the safety and well-being of others. He yearned to be out on the front lines, doing real work. And that's why he decided to become a hunter. Not for any private guild, but for the South Korean Hunter Association itself. Schulman was genuinely floored by his answer. But as someone with vast experience, he also felt compelled to explain the harsh downsides. He honestly told Suho that the Hunter Association's pay scale was significantly, even shockingly lower compared to what private guilds typically offered. But Suho didn't seem fazed by that in the slightest. As long as he had free access to multiple gates, priority in entering them, and the authority to punish hunters who committed crimes, that was more than enough for him. Schulman could barely believe his ears. You see, even though the Hunter Association technically has gate priority, they often end up auctioning those rights off to private guilds. The reason is simple. No official wants to put their life on the line for a small government salary. Most people claim they join to help others, but the reality is they aim for stable, safe positions where they can earn quietly, without ever having to step foot inside a gate. That's why so many aim for cushy administrative roles, instead of dangerous field duty. But in Schulman's eyes, Suho felt different. He wasn't chasing safety or comfort. He was a rare type indeed. A true patriot who genuinely wanted to be out on the front lines, protecting people, someone who genuinely believed in civil service. The happiness was so overwhelming that for a moment, Schulman felt completely lightheaded, but he quickly snapped out of it and got back to the critical task at hand. After mastering the magic crystals, now, to take the official hunter exam, one must first conquer an aptitude test, featuring both a written and a practical exam. Unfortunately for Suho, this year's registration period had already slammed shut, and the exam itself was scheduled for tomorrow. But fortunately for Suho, he had his steadfast brother, Schulman, on his side. Since Suho had single-handedly conquered an entire gate, all by himself, there was a solid chance they could pull some strings and snag special approval from the higher-ups. That part, not a problem at all. What truly concerned Schulman, though, was the notorious written test, clearing that with only a single day of preparation, almost impossible for any regular person. But Suho, being Suho, was brimming with confidence. To him, if you ever get the chance to achieve something, you seize it, no matter the circumstances. The only issue, however, our boy was practically a penniless beggar at this point. He didn't even have enough cash to pay the exam registration fee. So, swallowing his pride, he asked if team leader Schulman could handle the magic crystals for him. And Schulman, being the incredibly dependable guy he is, immediately took on the task without a second thought. Right now, the only person Suho could fully rely on was his big brother, Schulman, and he was genuinely grateful for that unwavering support. After some time, they successfully completed all the aptitude tests. Team leader Schulman then promptly sent Suho the money they'd earned from selling the crystals. In the next scene, Suho was absolutely munching through Chulman's food stash, like he owned the place. Thanks to those magic crystals, he received 3 million won. And on top of that, since he'd registered as a civil servant hunter, he also snagged some sweet tax exemption benefits. Still, that wasn't enough for him. He had one more crucial request. He'd heard the association had a massive library, and he desperately wanted to cram for the written test. Tomorrow's test. He politely asked if the team leader could grant him access. And of course, Chulman readily said yes with a warm smile. He even personally escorted Suho all the way to the library, then casually mentioned he wouldn't even need an employee card to enter. Before parting ways, Chulman wished him the very best of luck for the exam. Suho watched him leave quietly, thinking how kind and incredibly reliable his brother truly was. Deep down, he just knew that one day, Chulman would absolutely, without a doubt, become the president of the association. And with Chulman out of the picture, Suho immediately refocused his attention back to the library. His goal was crystal clear: find something, anything tied to his past life. He recalled major, earth-shattering events taking place, things that truly shook entire regions to their core. But the specific details, they were always frustratingly hazy. Human minds simply weren't built to carry memories across lifetimes, and he was no exception to that rule. Still, somewhere in this vast place, the key had to be hidden, a fragment of knowledge or a skill he desperately craved. After poking around a bit more, Suho finally stumbled upon something truly strange. A massive, imposing book. It looked ancient, almost primordial, and it was so incredibly thick it refused to fit on any shelf. Curious, he carefully picked it up. The very moment he cracked it open, the system immediately pinged in with a strange, unexpected message. This book, it said, wasn't from this world. It also mentioned, intriguingly, that there was a very special way to use it, something far beyond just simple reading. And Suho, he already knew exactly what that meant. Without a moment's hesitation, he held the massive book above his head, just like some RPG character triggering a hidden quest. For a split second, he honestly felt like a complete clown. Nothing was happening, and his arms were quickly getting tired. Frustration bubbled up fast and furiously, because he was absolutely damn sure this was the only way to activate it. Then, just before he could start cursing the stubborn book, the system spoke again. The book, the library of memories, had taken an interest in his story. That's when the real magic finally kicked in. The book shimmered, reality warped and shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Suho was no longer standing in that dusty, ordinary room. He now stood before a massive, otherworldly tree, its roots dug deep into glowing stone. Its branches reached endlessly into a sky that wasn't even real. A spiral staircase wound majestically around it, leading upward into the vast unknown. And this, my friends, is the Library of Memories. It's then revealed that the Library of Memories grants its user the incredible power to recall everything they've ever seen or heard, even the most painful or traumatic experiences. Normally, the human brain copes by forgetting, but once this ability is acquired, the user is burdened with an absolutely flawless memory. The original owner of this skill was the manager of the Hexagon Guild, a former Korean Hunter Association employee. While studying in a library for a career change, she unintentionally gained this ability after using a book as a pillow, just because lying face down was uncomfortable. Suho thinks about how lucky she was to stumble upon such an incredible skill, and feels incredibly grateful for her introducing him to it. He even plans to treat her to a meal one day. The system window then promptly prompts Suho to donate his own story to the Library of Memories. He considers how truly powerful this ability is. It could help him restore every memory he's ever had, especially since human recollections tend to fade and warp over time. Realizing its immense value, he decides that obtaining this skill is absolutely necessary to retain every detail with perfect precision. A message then appears, confirming his story has been accepted. Suddenly, a a strong wind whirls around him, and the system announces that the library of memories is now accessing and recording his experiences. Suho starts floating in midair, surrounded by radiant texts, as a complex diagram materializes above the book. Another message follows, stating that the library of memories has officially opened. It will store everything he's seen and heard, giving him access whenever needed, while also subtly suggesting important information. Suho stares at his hand, sensing that the recording process feels a bit off, likely because this entire space is some kind of illusion. Now that he has the skill, he decides to try it out. He closes his eyes and revisits a previous battle. He sees himself severely wounded. The moment floods back, raw with emotion, and he feels the fury surge within him once again. The memory's intense clarity is undeniable. He sees the faces of those who betrayed him, people he now recognizes as selfish cowards, who had deliberately delayed sealing the gate just to save themselves. He swears he'll never forgive or forget them. His consciousness drifts among countless system windows. This memory deeply unsettles him, and he wishes he'd recalled something less painful then. Then, out of nowhere, a system window flashes a shocking notification. He's offered a chance to become stronger as the first person to ever reach the realm of the transcendent. The system announces it's rebooting for player on Suho. He's utterly speechless as the world around him snaps back to normal. A staggering thought crosses his mind. Could it be that the system really sent him back in time? He remembers reaching the state of unity with the divine sword and obtaining the very first SS rank skill. But now, as the first to attain transcendence, he's granted a new opportunity, something no one has ever experienced before. Suho begins to realize that his return to the past might not be just a coincidence. Then, in the next moment, he arrives at his destination by taxi. As he steps out, he reflects on just how meaningful this second chance really is now. He has the opportunity to prevent the disasters that once struck him down and to tackle the unpredictable gates that had caused countless casualties. Determined to tackle these gates faster than ever before, he reminds himself that every single second matters. He soon arrives before a colossal building. Standing before it, the Nexus, he's absolutely awestruck by its sheer size and acknowledges that this is the nation's biggest private hunter academy. He also sees it as a prime place to make serious money, to secure his future with firm resolve. He steps inside, where a cheerful receptionist warmly greets him and inquires about the reason for his visit. Suho replies, stating he wishes to meet Director Kim Soo. The receptionist, taken aback, asks if he has an appointment scheduled. Suho says no, but firmly insists it's urgent. He simply asks her to convey a message. The solo conqueror of the Syndrome Station, a pre-catastrophe gate, is here. The scene then shifts to the director's office, where a serene woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, the director of Nexus Academy. Suho introduces himself as On Suho. Director Kim invites him to take a seat and acknowledges his impressive achievement at the Syndrome Gate. She then inquires why he has come to Nexus. Suho explains he's here to apply for a scholarship. The director is visibly taken aback by his request. Suho confirms it, also mentioning that he also plans to take the hunter license test, scheduled for the very next day. Still trying to fully comprehend the situation, Director Kim asks how long it's been since he awakened. Suho calmly replies that it happened just today. Shocked even further, she checks her documents and repeats in utter disbelief. An unregistered hunter who awakened just today wants to take the test tomorrow and has already solo cleared a catastrophic level gate. Suho calmly confirms everything. He adds that a connection within the Hunter Association help him secure a spot in the exam. His goal is simple, to rank first. His confident declaration leaves the director even more stunned. Suho then states his condition. If he ranks first, he wants to be officially granted Nexus Scholarship, student status with full financial support. Suho knew full well that for an unknown newcomer, reaching the top wouldn't be easy, but he wasn't some mere beginner. He was a battle-hardened veteran who had cleared countless gates. Whether anyone else believed him or not didn't matter. That choice was up to them. Director Kim recognized that. Clearing such a dangerous gate alone was no small feat. Still, she reminded him that the hunter test was a completely different matter, with an average pass rate of less than 20%. And Suho made it crystal clear, if he didn't secure first place, they could completely disregard him and even cancel the scholarship deal entirely. Intrigued, director Kim pressed him, why choose Nexus over more prestigious academies like Hexagon or Prime? Suho answered bluntly, despite being the biggest academy around, Nexus had hit a significant rough patch in recent years. It hadn't produced a single top-ranking student, severely damaging its reputation and admissions. Silently, Director Kim had to acknowledge the grim truth. Nexus was in desperate need of a win, and no current student had shown any signs of becoming a breakout talent. If Suho truly did take first place, Nexus would gain the most from the spotlight. His proposal, in that sense, was perfectly timed. Still, the director couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person makes such a bold offer? With that much confidence? Curious, she asked him how much money he was expecting from the scholarship. Suho responded by asking about the rewards for becoming the top student. She explained the prize included a full refund of tuition, an additional bonus of 30 million won, and a chance to immediately join the Nexus Guild. Suho nodded. It seemed fitting for the country's largest academy. But then, with a confident grin, he added that 300 million. One would be even better. The staggering number stunned Director Kim, but Suho kept going, saying that, considering the incredible advantages that came with being the top student and the sheer scale of the academy, the amount was perfectly fair for Nexus. 300 million wasn't much anyway. Deep down, Director Kim knew he wasn't wrong. Reluctantly, she agreed, telling him that if he ranked first, she would pay him the 300 million. Later, Suho wandered around the vast campus. The more he explored, the more he realized just how enormous it truly was. It was bigger than most amusement parks. Once enrolled, he wouldn't be missing anything. The staff member chuckled proudly as he showed Suho around, explaining that Nexus was the biggest academy in all of South Korea. Suho noticed his guide looked exhausted, figuring he'd probably been woken up just to give him this tour. Feeling a bit guilty, Suho thanked him for showing him around so late. The guide just smiled, saying it was the least he could do for someone so important. Suddenly, Suho spotted someone training alone on the playground. Curious, he asked if that person was a student. The guide nodded, explaining that student trained every night at this hour and was the most hard-working student in the entire academy. Suho was intrigued. The student's name was Dahan. The guide then called out to him, reminding him to take care of his health, to which Dahan replied with a smile, saying he had to push himself harder, since he was already in his third year. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, he had teamed up with Dahan for countless raid missions. Back then, Dahan had been the nation's top tanker, famous for his unmatched endurance and incredible defensive capabilities. It had been truly unfortunate when pure tankers lost their place in the meta over time, but now, seeing Dahan wielding an axe instead of a shield, Suho realized Dahan still hadn't unlocked his true potential. This was a perfect opportunity. He could guide Dahan now and eventually recruit him into the Great Hunter Association. The guide then introduced the two of them. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if Dahan intended to use the battle axe as his main weapon. Dahan confirmed it. Suho then asked why he chose that particular weapon. Dahan explained that, since he aimed to be a frontline fighter, his instructors had suggested the axe, saying it matched well with his build. The guide chimed in, adding that few weapons could rival the battle axe in sheer destructive force. Suho asked if Dahan had only trained with the axe. Dahan admitted he had, even calling himself a slow learner. He then revealed, trying multiple weapons felt like a waste of precious time. It had taken him a grueling 2 years just to get somewhat decent with his battle axe. And even now, he didn't feel particularly skilled with it. Suho quietly processed the situation and immediately grasped the real problem. It wasn't Dahan's lack of effort, but that the axe simply didn't suit his style. It wasn't a matter of dedication. It was a clear case of poor direction. If his progress hadn't improved early on, he should have switched weapons entirely. Suho found it rather surprising that even the top academy in the country missed something this glaringly obvious. He suggested a different mindset instead, since players would eventually receive stat adjustments. It made more sense to pick a weapon that felt natural to their style, with skill correction effects. Proficiency could rise quickly, but true performance in battle relied on knowledge and battle experience. In Dahan's case, the battle axe was clearly a mismatch. While it delivered heavy hits, the long cooldowns left users vulnerable. And considering Dahan's large frame, It became even harder to protect him effectively. When Dahan heard this, he was taken aback. He'd spent the last 3 years training with an axe. Suho acknowledged his dedication, but pointed out that Dahan's real strength might truly be in tanking. He advised Dahan to try using a kite shield on his left arm and a one-handed blunt weapon in his right. According to Suho, this setup would significantly enhance Dahan's overall combat effectiveness. Dahan hesitated. Switching roles right before the exam felt risky, especially since the test was happening the very next day. Suho then asked him to think about what truly forms the backbone of a raid party. While many believed it was the mage, in reality, it was always the tank. A tank's job was to draw the enemy's focus and properly protect the team. A tank needed both a shield and a secondary weapon for effective crowd control. Suho's logic finally clicked for Dahan. Motivated by this insight, he decided to give it a shot. Suho was glad Dahan didn't let doubt hold him back and appreciated his quick thinking and adaptability. Suho wished him luck, and Dahan thanked him before heading off. Right after that, the guide explained that Director Kim had asked him to give Suho a tour, which is why he'd introduced him as a guest. But now, the guide was curious. Was Suho actually an instructor? He seemed to know so much about combat and contracts. Suho clarified that he was an instructor, though internally he realized it probably looked suspicious for someone without a license to know so much. He explained that he was more like a stakeholder. The guide nodded, mentioning he'd just received a call. The contract was ready, and it was time to return to the director's office. Then came the day of the hunter test. The area in front of the association building was packed with examinees, all armed with swords and ready to earn their hunter licenses. Everyone had been preparing relentlessly for this moment, sharpening their skills and reaching peak performance. Ironically, Suho, the same man who'd cleared a gate all by himself, was in his worst condition. After finishing the test, Suho walked out, reflecting on its true purpose. It had been organized because of concerns over possible doping. But in his opinion, those measures didn't mean much. Most cheaters didn't use drugs. They used skill buffs during the test. One woman in particular, and several others, had shown magic levels no one at level 5 should naturally have. The system then notified Suho that his magic sensing ability was far sharper than most. He had fully mastered the skill of magic detection. Thanks to that, Suho found it easier to notice oddities. Even without official reports, he could already tell many were shamelessly cheating. Using buffs, he knew it was time to put an end to this madness. Looking at Schulman, Suho felt grateful to have at least one honest person nearby. As he walked through the hall, where other candidates were loudly discussing their tests, he couldn't help but feel like he'd unintentionally become a cheater himself. Schulman walked up and asked how the test went. Suho replied that he was confident he'd pass, but then asked why Schulman was even there. Schulman explained he was helping out, since the association was always short-staffed. He'd also heard that this written test was the hardest one yet, but Suho's confidence was truly impressive. Suho responded that he believed he had solved it, and asked if he could bring something up. Schulman agreed, as long as it wasn't about the test itself. Suho said it was somewhat related. He pointed out that during the test, there hadn't been any checks for buffs and asked why. Schulman asked what he meant by buff checks. Suho explained that while the association did conduct urine and blood tests to prevent drug use and confiscated personal items, to prevent cheating through gear, they didn't seem to check for skill-based cheating. He suggested that using magic detection could help spot buffed individuals more effectively. Schulman appreciated the input and promised to look into it before the practical exam. Suho said he'd get ready for the next test. Before he left, Schulman stopped him and said he personally hoped Suho would do well and that they'd get to work together. He wished him luck on the practical, and Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, at the site of the practical test, the announcer informed everyone that the exam had been delayed by 2 hours due to issues with the dive capsules. All candidates were directed to grab lunch at the cafeteria and wait either in the lounge or the training area. But Suho wasn't convinced. This felt like a flimsy excuse. He suspected brother Schulman had already begun cracking down hard on anyone trying to cheat, especially those abusing buffs. Moving swiftly, just as he'd predicted, with 1,200 candidates and a pass rate under 10%. Spotting cheaters could easily drop that rate to 7%. Anyone who passed under those conditions would undoubtedly be top-tier talent. Suho decided to observe the other candidates, hoping to spot anyone worth keeping an eye on. Just then, voices caught his attention. One man was challenging another to a match, but the second guy snapped back, telling him to back off and stop picking fights. But the first guy clarified he only wanted to spar, joking the other was afraid his lack of skill would be exposed. Annoyed, the second man shoved him and told him to stay out of his face. The first man then raised a wooden sword and asked, "What happens if I strike first?" Before anything could escalate, Suho stepped in and blocked the wooden sword with his own, making the attacker pull back in surprise. The second man was stunned and asked Suho if he'd lost his mind, but Suho calmly said he'd handle it and told the man to stay out of it. The guy asked who Suho was. "Are you some sort of officer?" Suho simply said he was just another test taker, but warned that dealing with someone like this attacker would only cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to leave it to him. The attacker then questioned why Suho was getting involved. Suho smiled, introduced himself, and offered to be the attacker's sparring partner, since he was so eager for one. But the attacker wasn't impressed. He scoffed, saying he wouldn't waste his time sparring with someone weak like Suho. That word weak caught Suho off guard. The attacker claimed Suho just got lucky earlier and warned him not to get arrogant, ordering him to leave. But Suho turned the tables. Suho asked if the attacker was scared. Annoyed, the attacker demanded what that was supposed to mean. Suho suggested they find out if it really was just luck, that hinting the attacker was too scared to truly test it. Provoked, the man instantly accepted the challenge, that hurling insults and calling Suho just another coward. Amid the growing crowd, Suho agreed to the spar, but insisted they get a supervisor's approval first, and use the designated sparring arena. With permission swiftly granted, both men stepped into the training arena, instantly drawing attention from nearby students. The referee sternly reminded them that they could only use training weapons provided by the association, and warned the match would be stopped, if things got out of control. As the match began, the attacker charged first, wildly swinging his wooden sword. Suho blocked it with effortless ease. The attacker then leapt into the air, swinging downward, but Suho dodged effortlessly. Furious and utterly surprised, the attacker threatened to tear Suho apart. But Suho stomped down on the man's wooden sword, and taunted him, calling him pathetically weak. The brutal insult pushed the attacker over the edge. This man, Park Young, was known as a mad swordsman, obsessed with strength, always seeking out skilled opponents to fight. His insatiable thirst for power, had turned him into a truly relentless combatant. Suho remembered how skilled Young had been during their last encounter, and was surprised to see him among the same batch of test takers. He immediately realized that Young needed to be stopped, before repeating past mistakes. Without another warning, Suho delivered a powerful kick that sent Young flying. As he hit the ground, Suho mocked his earlier arrogance. Stunned, Young questioned how Suho was so strong. Suho calmly warned him that charging him blindly wouldn't work, hinting that Young had never faced someone as powerful as a level 10. Before, most of his previous opponents probably never got past level 5. Getting back up with a confident smirk, Young admitted Suho was unervingly calm and declared he'd unleash his full power. Suho welcomed the challenge as Young unleashed a barrage of strikes. But Suho effortlessly dodged every single one, with just one hand on his sword. The sheer intensity of Yang's attacks had certainly intensified, and Suho even acknowledged the added power behind them. Then Yang threw everything he had, unleashing his signature dragon sword technique. As their swords clashed, a blinding flash of light erupted. Yang thought he'd finally landed a decisive hit, and began to celebrate. But when the light faded, Suho was still standing, completely unharmed. He blocked the attack, leaving Yang utterly shocked. Yang tremblait, demanding an explanation. Suho smirked, simply stating the attack was too slow. The truth was Yang had only executed a basic version of the dragon sword technique. Without his hunter's license, though, mastering the true technique was impossible. Enraged by the sheer humiliation, Yang furiously charged again, but Suho dodged every attack with absolute ease. At one point, Suho dropped into a crouch, baiting Yang into one last reckless charge. Right as Yang screamed that the match was over, Suho landed a powerful upward strike to his chin, knocking him out cold. Yang hit the ground, utterly defeated and dazed, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Suho calmly repeated that Yang's attacks were simply too slow. Though Yang was seething, all he could do was lie there, muttering Suho's name under his breath. Watching this, Suho realized Yang's obsession would now revolve entirely around defeating him, ignoring everyone else in the process. With that particular distraction handled, Suho figured the testing center might finally quiet down. Meanwhile, the supervisors who had been observing everything were left utterly stunned, snapping them out of their daze. Suho casually spoke up, reporting he'd accidentally knocked out Park Yang, and asked them to take care of him. In the next scene, Suho sat inside a room filled with various machines. Glancing around, he noticed the room now buzzed with more skilled individuals than before, likely anti-doping inspectors, cleverly disguised as technicians. As the room grew noisy, Suho's irritation became visibly clear, clearly wishing they'd all just vanish. A technician then approached him, instructing him to lie down. They then explained how the emergency button functioned, in case anything disconnected during the dive process. Suho confirmed his understanding. Once the system powered up, Suho lay down, and cables were secured to both sides of his head. A system window then appeared, indicating the hunter. Practical test program had been activated. As Suho's consciousness connected to the simulation, the dive progress steadily climbed. 5%, then 40%. Then 77%, until it finally hit 100%. The connection was successful, and the healer class test scenario officially began. When Suho opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely different world. Right away, he could tell this test wouldn't be easy at all, especially considering how few ever passed the healer exam. In front of him were many wounded individuals, crying for help, some trapped under rubble. One girl in particular was desperately trying to lift a massive stone. As Suho took in the chaotic scene, he silently criticized the Hunter Association for being too ruthless with this scenario. The whole situation already felt incredibly traumatic. Before continuing, let's understand the context of this practical test. It's considered the centerpiece of the Hunter exam. The main goal is to evaluate how well a participant fits into their chosen class. Every year, the simulation scenarios change, and the criteria for passing also vary. Typically, these tests involve intense one-on-one fights, or surviving endless waves of enemies. A participant's score depends on how long they last, and how many opponents they defeat. But for healers, it's completely different. The focus is not just about how strong their healing powers are. No. While healing ability is crucial, the most valued quality is pure sacrifice. Healers who bravely put their lives on the line for others earn far higher scores. As monsters began to approach, Suho reflected on the test's true nature. In this scenario, the healer is explicitly expected to die protecting the patient. The issue? His own stats were still actively boosting him. Walking toward the monstrous horde, he spotted a discarded sword on the ground. Staring at it, he grimly realized he'd have to endure a serious beating before finally dying. And unlike the other participants, he sharply questioned the twisted logic of letting himself be beaten to death. Dying once had already been more than enough for him. Nearby, others screamed for help at the horrifying sight of the monsters. But Suho knew those screams were nothing but cruel illusions. In reality, he was surrounded only by lifeless corpses. He approached a visibly terrified girl and gently asked if she was okay. Shaking, the girl warned that the monsters would surely return, and they had to run. But Suho knew the true mission. He absolutely had to protect her until the bitter end. Reassuring her, he promised that the rescue team would indeed come, and that he'd keep her safe until then. With newfound resolve, he stood his ground, ready to bravely fight the oncoming monsters. Back in the observation room, players started exiting their simulation pods one by one. One of them stepped out, thinking he could have certainly done better. A woman thanked him for his efforts and instructed him to gather his belongings and head outside. She then moved to another pod and checked its screen. It displayed the details of a participant, Kong Jin Young, Archer class, with a recorded time of 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She commented that this season, scores were particularly low due to the sheer test difficulty. Curious, she asked director Shin how long Suho had been inside. Shin replied, 30 minutes. Shocked, she repeated the number. She just couldn't believe it had been that long. Rushing straight to Suho's simulation machine, she had to check the display for herself. 30 minutes. Still in utter disbelief, she questioned if Suho was secretly a warrior. Shin corrected her, stating Suho was, in fact, a healer. Refusing to believe a word, she flat out accused him of lying. But Shin simply pointed to the sword Suho had been wielding and urged her to take a closer look. Together, they began reviewing the simulation footage. Watching Suho's incredible action unfold, the woman asked again, is he really a healer? Immensely impressed by his combat prowess, she wondered aloud if he might be disqualified for, well, not dying. But director Shin quickly clarified, there is absolutely no rule requiring death. The test's real purpose was solely to protect the patient. Until the very end, she nodded in understanding. Shin elaborated even further, explaining Suho was meeting all the conditions. He never abandoned the patient, fought fiercely near her, and consistently healed her throughout. He was risking his own life to protect her, as long as all conditions were met. Disqualification simply wasn't an option. Hearing all of that, the woman concluded that the top score for this exam had already been undeniably determined. Meanwhile, Suho was still fiercely battling inside the simulation, showcasing incredible skill. He sliced through monsters, taking them down in a single, precise blow. But even after this decisive victory, Suho felt it still wasn't enough. He needed to be faster. As more monsters appeared, he eliminated them one after another, showing unwavering focus. Eventually, he wiped them all out. Then, a system message popped up. Your understanding of the skill foot play is very high. Congratulations, you've mastered foot play. Suho read the surprising message and realized that although this was just a simulation, since it was based on real-world mechanics, the system could still recognize his incredible physical control. The system acknowledged that he was directly controlling his own body, making it possible to master physical skills. Even here, though, the experience gained was less than in real combat. It was still a fantastic way to train. Beyond just swordsmanship, he'd mastered a slew of other skills, and he'd upgraded every basic sword technique to A rank. There were no EXP points or item rewards, but the results were still incredibly satisfying. If he could eventually raise all his sword skills to A rank or higher, he might just develop a technique, like Park Yong's legendary dragon sword technique. Another message flashed. Great achievement. Your understanding of swordsmanship surpasses everyone else's. The system is impressed by your unique style and wishes to register it. Would you like to create a new swordsmanship skill by combining your basic sword techniques and footwork? Suho smiled. Finally, he was ready to forge his own style. Guardian Sword. A confirmation window appeared, asking if that would be the official name. Suho confirmed. Another message congratulated him on his supreme mastery and recognized the creation of a brand new, unique swordsmanship skill, Guardian Sword S. This powerful new ability boosted the effects of all his sword and footwork skills by 50%. As a reward for this great achievement, the system awarded him 10 bonus stat points and expressed its hope that Suho would continue walking the path of the sword. A final message confirmed he had unlocked Sword Mastery S, a privilege granted only to those with a truly deep understanding of swordsmanship. This lifted all restrictions on learning and using sword techniques, enhanced all sword-related abilities by another 50%, and removed any limitations tied to sword use. Suho quietly thought back to his past life. Back then, it had taken him over 10 years to reach this level of skill. But now, thanks to the knowledge he carried from that life, he'd progressed far faster. He recognized how much his value had truly grown, turning his focus to the exam. He recalled that the number of monsters was predetermined, and he couldn't help but wonder. Just imagine the sheer effort that went into preparing all of this. With all his objectives now complete, only two paths lay before him. Either fall to the monster's blades, or annihilate every single one himself. The supervisors, glued to the live feed, were utterly speechless. They couldn't believe their own eyes. For the very first time in practical exam history, someone had defeated every single monster. They were in awe not only of his combat prowess, but also because he successfully healed the patient. One examiner even joked they didn't even need to check the rankings. The winner was crystal clear. A few days later, the scene shifted to the Hexagon Guild's headquarters. A confident guild member declared their student, Kian, would surely be this year's top scorer. Another member readily agreed, proud of the effort poured into his training. But then, someone noticed a congratulatory letter. As it was read aloud, confusion spread. Kian wasn't the top scorer after all. The name on the letter was Suho. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere immediately shifted, tense and confused, as someone asked, "Where's Kian?" At that very moment, the guild master received a call, and the scene changed once more. Suho was now on a call with the team leader. The leader apologized for the late congratulations, explaining he'd been swamped with work, but he made sure to heap praise on Suho for earning the highest score. He admitted he hadn't expected such consistency from him. Suho responded humbly, saying it was all thanks to the team leader, though the leader quickly deflected the credit, saying Suho's achievements were entirely his own. He also pointed out that Suho's exceptional performance had helped expose several cheaters who were illegally boosting their skills. This would lead to tighter rules in future exams, which he saw as a positive outcome. Then, the team leader cautiously brought up a question. Was Suho still interested in joining the Great Hunter Association? Suho replied that, although he might stay with the guild a bit longer, his ultimate goal remained crystal clear. He still planned to join the esteemed association. The team leader genuinely appreciated his straightforward answer. He promised to reach out as soon as the recruitment or testing schedule was finalized. Suho agreed with a smile, then ended the call. The leader reminded Suho to eat properly and take good care of his health. Suho returned the kind sentiment. After their call ended, the team leader glanced at something in his hand, quietly reminding himself that he should eat too. Back on Suho's side, he paused for a moment. The leader's tone lingered in his mind. It fell off? He wondered, concerned if everything was all right. Just then, his phone rang once more. Suho checked the caller ID, immediately recognizing the name. He answered, introducing himself. The caller was Kim Soo, who congratulated him on his success and confirmed that payment had already been sent, according to their prior agreement. Suho acknowledged her incredible efficiency, praising how professional and massive her guild truly was. Then came her surprising proposal. She invited Suho to join the elite Nexus Guild, promising benefits far better than anything other guilds could offer. Curious, Suho asked how far they were truly willing to go. Kim Soo assured him she'd do everything possible to match his exact expectations. As a top student and prestigious scholarship recipient, she explained, adjusting the contract terms would be absolutely no problem. She even suggested they meet in person to finalize the deal. Suho, however, politely declined for the time being, mentioning he had personal plans for that day. He promised to review his schedule and get back to her very soon. Still, he did subtly hint that, considering he was a Nexus scholarship recipient, it would be logical to join Nexus over any other guild. Kim Soo was absolutely overjoyed by his response. Her excitement was so incredibly intense that even her nearby co-workers took notice. She practically begged him not to sign anything with another guild. In the meantime, amused by her overflowing enthusiasm, Suho chuckled and agreed to meet soon as the call ended. Suho smiled. Still, the echo of her thrilled voice lingered. Just then, the taxi driver announced their arrival. Suho thanked him and stepped out. Now outside, Suho reflected on everything that had just unfolded. He'd cleared the test, secured his license, and even received his payment. The next chapter of his journey lay directly before him. With quiet determination, he pressed forward, ready to begin his grind at Lighthouse General Market. Suho checked his phone, thinking about how quickly he'd gathered everything he needed so far. Now, the only thing left was to buy a weapon With that goal in mind, he arrived at a small, tucked-away shop, deliberately avoiding the crowded ones. He figured they wouldn't have what he was looking for. Standing outside, he wondered if this quiet place might just hold the right weapon. Stepping inside, Suho greeted the shopkeeper, who promptly asked what he needed. Suho explained he'd just become a hunter and was looking for a lightweight weapon. The shopkeeper directed him toward a section with cheaper items. As Suho glanced at them, he noticed thick layers of dust. He realized most low-grade weapons came without verified stats, but that didn't mean every unverified weapon was useless. Some weapons needed to undergo a process called liberation before revealing their true potential. These special weapons usually gave off a subtle aura, a kind of signal. Though most players in places like this wouldn't recognize it, Suho picked up one of the weapons and activated his magic detection skill. A faint smile graced his face. He'd found it. Walking out with the weapon, Suho thought to himself, if the owner ever found out the spear's true worth, he'd regret letting it go for so little. But for now, it was time to begin. Suho closed his eyes, focused, and began pouring his magical energy into the weapon. The spear rapidly siphoned away his power, draining his energy at an alarming rate. Realizing how much it was taking out of him, Suho halted, collapsing to the ground. He was utterly spent. He understood that if he'd pushed just a bit further, he might have passed out from magic depletion. To awaken the weapon, he needed a magic stat of at least 100. Though he couldn't wield it yet, he knew it would become a powerful asset in the future. He promised himself he'd level up quickly and unlock its full potential soon. Meanwhile, inside the PBS building, reporter Jinwei received a phone call from Suho. Suho introduced himself, confirming that he was the top scorer in the recent Hunter test. He also revealed that he had personally handled the unprecedented gate incident at Syndrome Station all by himself. Jinwei was utterly shocked by the revelation, taking a moment to silently process the fact that Suho had cleared such a dangerous gate, even before officially becoming a licensed hunter. In Jinwei's eyes, Suho was already a monster. When Jinwei asked why Suho had reached out to him directly, Suho explained that he had found Jinwei's blog. During his search, he mentioned that, while he knew about Jinwei's privileged upbringing, he respected Jinwei's decision to pursue journalism. Out of genuine interest, Suho shared that he had big plans and would soon become a source of major headlines. He then proposed that Jinwei work as his exclusive reporter. Jinwei was skeptical, wondering if Suho was just trying to tie down a wealthy journalist as his subordinate. Internally, he dismissed Suho as just another ambitious oddball with delusions of grandeur. Even though he understood what Suho was suggesting, Jinwei was uncomfortable with the idea. He admitted he craved exclusives, but he had no desire to work under anyone. Suho clarified that he wasn't looking for a subordinate, but a reliable partner. Jinwei responded bluntly, suggesting that Suho's offer seemed like a tactic to boost his own market value before joining a guild. Suho had to admit there was some truth to that claim, but only some truth, not the whole story. He wasn't doing this just to boost his own value. No, he was doing it for fame. His ultimate goal? To become a civil servant. Jinwoo was utterly taken aback. Did Suho mean joining the Hunter Association? The very thought of chasing fame just to be a public official. But it seemed absurd to him. But Suho was dead serious. He wanted to be out there, working in the field, specifically as part of the Hunter Association. That made Jinwoo seriously question Suho's background. Was Suho just another spoiled rich kid, treating hunter work like some kind of side quest? But Suho revealed he was actually a gate orphan, and that very past was what fueled his drive toward public service. It shaped his entire purpose in life, to conquer gates. As Jinwoo glanced at his laptop, he couldn't help but question if Suho was genuinely serious. With so many strange people popping up lately, it was getting genuinely hard to tell. But ultimately, he decided it didn't truly matter. He acknowledged Suho's perspective, but he firmly declined the offer. He preferred choosing his own stories to cover. Still, Suho wasn't ready to give up. He suggested a bet. Curious, Jinwoo asked what kind. Suho proposed to earn Jinwoo's trust by proving himself as a hunter. He then announced he would attempt to clear the Tower of Challenge alone. That very day, Jinwoo was absolutely stunned. That tower was utterly infamous. Clearing it was widely considered impossible, even for a full party. Doing it solo sounded downright insane. But Suho was utterly confident that if he pulled it off, it would be more than enough to convince Jinwoo. If he succeeded, he wanted Jinwoo to become his personal and exclusive reporter. Suho remembered Jinwoo from his past life, a top-tier broadcaster from PBS, famous for his immense pride and elite background. He'd gained massive popularity as a journalist who never took requests. Yet, in Suho's previous life, they had teamed up many times, all thanks to Jinwoo's sharp reporting and his rare influence over public opinion. But that same brilliance made him dangerous to others, like a sharp thorn always in someone's side. Eventually, Jinwoo got entangled in political conflicts, was forced into early retirement, and eventually vanished from the scene entirely. This time, Suho silently vowed to prevent that very fate. During their call, Suho laid out his bold proposal. If he could conquer the Tower of Challenge all by himself, Jinwoo had to become his exclusive personal reporter. Though utterly stunned, Jinwoo eventually agreed. If Suho truly managed to pull it off, Jinwoo promised he'd back him up with everything he had as a dedicated journalist. The call ended with Suho confidently declaring it was time to begin. After the call, Jinwoo started feeling seriously irritated. He thought Suho was absolutely driving him nuts. He kept dwelling on Suho's sudden, unexpected request, completely confused about where it even came from. Even though he was clearly annoyed, he didn't completely hate the idea. Strangely enough, something about the proposal felt genuine, and Suho didn't seem like the type to scam anyone. Caught between frustration and surging curiosity, Jinwoo muttered to himself that he was really losing it. Still, he shrugged it off, thinking it was a harmless gamble. If it turned out real, great. If not, no big deal. The scene shifts to the Tower of Challenge. Suho stands at the imposing entrance, showing his hunter license to the gatekeeper. The man notices Suho came alone and warns him that while solo entry is allowed, it's incredibly risky, judging by Suho's license number. He assumes Suho just passed his test. The gatekeeper suggests teaming up, since even the lower levels often lead to serious injuries, or worse. But Suho insists on going in alone, respecting his choice. The man informs him of the 70,001 entry fee and tells him to pay once he gets the invoice. Suho nods and thanks him as he steps forward. The gatekeeper shouts after him to be careful and retreat if things get too dangerous. Suho simply gives a nod and walks inside. While walking, Suho reflects on the Tower Challenge. It's widely known as a training ground for players below level 20. This public gate is government maintained and designed to help players power up. With his level now completely reset, there's no better place for a fresh start. As he pushes the door open and steps inside, the system immediately announces his entry. It warns him he can forfeit at any time, and if he declares withdrawal, he'll instantly be warped back to the entrance. Suho summons his sword just as the system kicks off. The first floor challenge. A slime monster appears and lunges. Mid-fight, Suho notices the monster's sheer size and surprising speed, momentarily throwing him off balance. Despite being just a level 1 creature, with barely any attack power, its movements are infuriatingly evasive, and getting entangled could seriously slow him down. Determined to finish it quickly, Suho drives his sword through the slime's core, destroying it. But then he realizes something crucial. This slime can multiply. This irritating trait means that when its core splits, it regenerates into several smaller versions. Even though there's a limit to how much they can divide, this regenerative ability is still a threat. It's one reason why most players enter the tower. In parties, monsters usually show up in groups, on almost every floor. Not wasting a second, Suho begins wiping out the multiplying slimes. He leaps into the air, stabs one mid-jump, and then hurls his sword to take down another. As he falls, a slime swings its tentacle at him. Suho grabs it mid-air, preventing a hard fall, and uses that grip to catapult himself upward. With clean and precise strikes, he slashes through the tentacles and clears the rest of the enemies. The system notifies him that he's conquered the first floor and asks if he wants to move on. Suho looks up, full of resolve. With 48 more floors to go, there's no time to waste. The system then signals the start of the second floor. Challenge. Suho thinks back to the Tower of Challenge, remembering that in his past life, The highest official record reached was the 48th floor. Currently, the official record only goes up to the 29th floor. Both of these milestones were achieved through party play. Challengers usually enter the tower in groups, and the number of participants naturally directly determines the difficulty level. The more people in a party, the less experience each member earns, but it undeniably offers a much safer path forward. Most hunters chasing top records form parties with level 20 members. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Suho clears the 18th floor, then gazes upward, realizing he doesn't have to follow the usual methods. Without a moment's hesitation, he readily accepts the challenge for the 19th floor, immediately activating the next stage. Unlike the earlier levels, which were packed with multiple enemies, this floor presents only a single, immensely powerful monster. While that certainly makes the opponent stronger, it also means that defeating it solo is enough to pass the entire stage. The moment the monster appears, Suho charges straight in and defeats it with a single, swift sword strike. The system promptly announces the successful completion of the 19th floor and offers him the option to proceed to the 20th. Instead, Suho opts to pause the challenge and carefully examines the monster's body. He immediately notices something strange. Unlike other defeated monsters that instantly vanish, this one leaves behind a mysterious red gate. It's a clear hint from the tower itself that there's definitely something more to uncover. Suho retrieves an enigmatic item from the remains, realizing it holds a very specific purpose, even though it can't be used entirely on its own. Utilizing his magic detection ability, he uncovers a hidden space linked to the mysterious red gate. This hidden area turns out to be none other than the subspace fortress of the powerful Fortress King, Yongpyong. This subspace proves unique because, unlike others typically created using specific items, it permits living beings to enter and leave freely. Stepping inside, Suho finds himself in a cavernous, cave-like place. A mysterious glowing object appears, and the system swiftly informs him that the fortress's previous owner is deceased. Suho is then asked if he wishes to take ownership. He accepts and promptly grabs the glowing object. It starts to fuse with his very being. The system triumphantly confirms that Suho is now the undisputed master of the subspace fortress. It's no longer just some random item. It's a permanent skill, bound to him forever. The system then explains how the fortress's appearance will dynamically shift, depending on Suho's magical power level. The space around him starts to warp and shift. What was once just a desolate cave instantly transforms into a fully furnished, luxurious room. A truly impressed Suho quickly realizes this space is far more sophisticated than he ever imagined. Its size expands right alongside his magical strength, and it even adapts perfectly to his personal preferences. He feels a wave of relief, knowing he stopped Jong Pyong-ho from ever getting his greedy hands on this power. That monstrous man once used this very fortress to hoard everything, from illegal drugs and stolen artifacts to even kidnapped people. The sheer horror of those sleepless nights, remembering them now, caused by such vile crimes, fills Suho with utter disgust. But now, with this incredible fortress firmly in his hands, he knows such darkness will never be allowed to repeat. By stopping the terrifying rise of the Fortress King and gaining such a powerful personal base, Suho feels like he scored a truly massive win, filled with newfound resolve. He gets ready to confidently keep moving forward. Jinwoo was casually scrolling through his phone, reading an article that sparked his growing interest. He couldn't help but notice that an alarming number of students had started gravitating toward Nexus. Just recently, Suho had once talked about wanting to join the prestigious Great Hunter Association, but this exclusive media coverage strongly suggested that Nexus was absolutely confident Suho would ultimately end up with them. Jinwoo felt a pang of uncertainty. Only time would truly tell. Still, he couldn't stop thinking obsessively about just how many floors Suho had already incredibly cleared. Right at that moment, a blazing system alert suddenly popped up. The 30th floor had just been completely conquered. The Tower of Challenge's record record had been utterly shattered, and someone was already rapidly advancing to the 31st floor. Unbelievable. The entire nearby crowd instantly went silent in stunned disbelief. Murmurs quickly spread. Was it a new record? A team raid, perhaps? Or was it something even more incredibly insane? Their collective shock only deepened when the system immediately announced again. The 31st floor was also cleared. Barely moments after it had even begun, Jean-Wee froze solid. If this really was Suho, then he'd completely misjudged him up until now. Jean-Wee had always chalked up Suho's wins to luck and pure theatrics. But if this insane pace was actually for real, then Suho was a rival he'd be stuck competing with. For a very long time within the Hunter Association, Director Kim heard the news and was visibly rattled. She quickly confirmed the reports herself. Suho was actually smashing records live. Realizing Suho's incredible value, she decided they had to make an offer so tempting it simply couldn't be refused. She ordered her team to alert the president and office manager, then head straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, the system made Chulman's rapid rise through. The Tower of Challenge was something the world had never, ever seen. If Suho truly wanted to join the association, this was a once-in-a-generation talent. Just then, Chulman's phone suddenly rang. It was the vice president of the association. Curious, Chulman picked up the call. The VP immediately asked where he was. Upon hearing Chulman was near the tower in Pango, he instantly jumped on the opportunity. He told Chulman to bring Suho in. Chulman's face lit up, thinking he'd finally been given the chance to recruit Suho. But the VP quickly shut that idea down. He didn't want a recruitment at all, just a photo of Suho with the association president. Then he hung up, leaving Chulman stunned and utterly bitter. He thought to himself how these power-hungry executives were, exactly why the public saw them as corrupt and utterly incompetent. In his mind, only hunters deserved to be in charge of the association. He stared intently at the tower, trying to think of a way to convince Suho to come in. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Suho had just cleared the 48th floor, updating the tower record yet again. Exhaustion was definitely starting to weigh him down. Constantly pushing forward was truly draining him. He wondered when this madness would finally end. Still, when he opened his status window, his spirits instantly lifted. Hitting level 39 felt like a true reward. With every cleared floor, he snagged 5 bonus stat points, and each one felt like a precious gift. Knowing the system inside out, he felt like he was building a game character, a second self, and honestly, it was kind of fun with his stats optimized. Suho prepared for the ultimate challenge. The 49th floor had just begun. A glowing crystal materialized before him, and from it, the final boss emerged. A level 49 tower dragon. Suho stared wide-eyed, immediately recognizing just how absurdly broken this thing was. Even without pure blood traits, merely being a dragonborn made it unbelievably powerful. It made him question if this floor was ever even meant to be beaten. But Suho knew exactly why he was here. He wasn't going to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, sword in hand, he charged the final boss with full resolve. Ready to end this, Suho moved in to confront the dragon, poised to attack. In response, the dragon launched its own devastating assault, forcing Suho to leap into the air to evade it. While airborne, he quickly noticed something crucial. For a beast of its enormous size, the dragon was shockingly fast. Suddenly, a dark aura leaked from its claws, creating a powerful pulling force that dragged Suho straight toward its massive jaws. Right before he was sucked in, Suho grabbed the dragon's mouth, hoisted himself over its head, and slammed his sword down with all his might. The dragon roared furiously and tossed its head so violently that Suho was flung away, forcing him to retreat to safety. As he caught his breath, Suho realized something deeply concerning. His strongest strike hadn't even left a scratch. All he had managed to do was annoy the colossal creature. The dragon then smashed the ground with overwhelming power, sending deep cracks tearing through the floor. Suho ducked behind a large rock, silently grateful for his high stats. Without them, that shockwave would have instantly pulverized him. He quickly grasped the situation. While the dragon's level wasn't incredibly high, its natural traits made its body absurdly durable. Standard attacks were utterly useless. He needed to strike its true weak point, the legendary reverse scale. Since this dragon hadn't reached level 100, it likely couldn't completely conceal that scale. After a quick scan of its massive body, Suho spotted the vulnerable point near its tail. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged in and slammed into the rock. Hard scale with all his might. The dragon howled, writhing in agony, as a system notification flashed into view. The tower dragon had entered a furious rage. After its fatal weakness was struck, Suho left his blade lodged deep within the reverse scale, knowing this brutal fight wouldn't end quickly. Dragging this relentless battle out would only make it far more perilous. He channeled even more immense power, driving the blade deeper. Enraged, the dragon unleashed its terrifying fear-based ability. Suho's entire body froze solid as he slipped into a terrifying hallucination state. The system confirmed he had fallen under the fear status. He desperately tried to cure himself, but the system informed him that such a high-level fear couldn't be removed instantly. Before the dragon could crush him with its massive tail, Suho ripped open the entrance to his subspace and vanished. Inside, he immediately chugged a potent purification potion. The system confirmed the potion's immediate effects, as the terrifying hallucinations finally vanished. Relieved, yet wary, he reminded himself that only those he allowed could ever enter this personal subspace. He had bought the potion quite casually from the general market long ago, unaware he would need it so critically soon. This fight was proving far more intense than he had ever expected. Even after removing the fear status just once, he wouldn't gain immediate resistance, and typical cure spells were utterly useless. That chilling realization meant he would have to repeatedly retreat into his subspace and rely solely on those purification potions, a strategy clearly unsustainable in the long run. He needed another plan, so he searched through his inventory. He briefly considered calling the mad pulverization scholar before he could decide. The system then notified him that he learned a basic combination formula from a skill book, and a combination jar appeared. Understanding its significance, he quickly placed 3 unusual items into the jar: the unknown thief's socks, the unknown minstrel's instrument, and the unknown cleaner's broom. The jar then began its mystical fusion process. Suho knew that combinations using absolute formulas always succeeded. Many so-called trash items actually held incredible hidden value. The process ended successfully. A rare treasure had been created. First Moo, a ring formed from a basic level formula. Suho also gained 10 bonus stat points for creating a first-ever item. He understood that first-time items were usually S grade or above, and this one was S+, because it was a growth-type item. He immediately equipped the ring, and the system instantly bound it to him. Suho remembered that in his previous life, he had missed the chance to obtain first Moo because the mad pulverization scholar discovered it first and made the recipe public. This time, Suho had claimed it for himself with the extra stats. He opened his status window and added 4 points to his magic stat, raising it to 100. The system congratulated him. His magic stat had turned red, an achievement he had never reached before level 50. Earlier, he had thought purple status would take forever, but now it felt fully achievable. Purple required 700 points. Still a long journey, but he was confident he could reach it. After finishing his stat allocation, Suho summoned his familiar old spear and began infusing it with powerful magic. The weapon absorbed power at an incredible rate. Once the required amount was reached, the system acknowledged the successful awakening. The spear had transformed, and now the Shadow Spear. Round 2 was about to kick off. The system then revealed the weapon's origins. It was none other than one of the Shadow Lord's treasures, forged from the very bones of a shadow beast, and it had acknowledged Suho as its first awakener. The spear could now be summoned directly from his shadow and regenerated using magic and shadow energy. Suho immediately grasped the weapon's immense value. Just as Zhang Piong commanded the subspace fortress, the Shadow Lord, a monarch-level being, had wielded this very spear. If that entity truly existed within the gate, Suho was now holding its signature weapon. He felt relieved to have secured it before anyone dangerous could claim it. Time to test it. He summoned the spear again, appreciating its sheer convenience. Since he couldn't attack from within his subspace fortress, he would need to step out and strike the reverse scale. While the dragon slept, Suho exited the subspace and climbed to a rocky ledge overlooking the beast. Raising the shadow spear, he hurled it straight into the stone, embedded in the dragon's tail. The spear pierced right through, and the dragon writhed in agony. Suho jumped down. As the system announced the dragon had entered another enraged state, it unleashed dragon fear, but Suho instantly retreated back in his subspace, avoiding all status effects. His hit-and-run tactics continued. Suho struck repeatedly, retreating each time. The process took longer than expected, but soon, the reverse scale's durability dropped. Under 10%, it wasn't completely destroyed, but it had become too weak to protect the dragon. Stealth would no longer work. Suho abandoned subtlety and went for a full assault. Bursting from the fortress, he launched himself into the air and drove the shadow spear deep into the dragon's eye. The impact shook the entire area. Suho was thrown back, but the enraged dragon was relentless. As it searched for him, Suho seized the moment, circling behind and rushing for the tail. The dragon used dragon fear again, but Suho shattered the stone first. The system confirmed it. The reverse scale was destroyed. The dragon's power began to drain rapidly. Suho quickly consumed a purification potion, then surged into the air for the finishing blow. With a clean slash straight across its throat, the dragon collapsed. The intense battle had finally ended. The system immediately declared that Suho had cleared the 49th floor, setting a new record for the Tower of Challenge. He received 10 bonus stat points, and even more rewards began pouring in. Lying on the ground, he processed this incredible achievement. He had conquered the entire tower, something neither his past nor present versions of himself had ever accomplished. For reaching level 40, he gained a powerful new skill, Healing Spirit, an area of effect healing ability that, once mastered, could cover an entire battlefield. But the evaluation wasn't done yet. Recognizing the sheer difficulty of his feat, the system rewarded him with dragon blood. Suho was shocked. This was the signature power of Yoma, the legendary monster player. So this was where Yoma had obtained it all along. From the Dragon Mountains, the system explained that inheriting dragon blood granted a dragon's immense power, depending on how far the user truly pushed themselves. Before Suho could even summon the Shadow Spear again, the system urgently alerted him. The weapon was reacting to the Tower Dragon's shadow. It absorbed the shadow entirely, undergoing yet another incredible transformation. The Shadow Spear, plus a hidden function called Shadow Devour, not even listed in its original description, had grown significantly stronger. A part of the weapon's consciousness had awakened. Suho checked the updated stats and was utterly stunned. Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration had both risen from A rank to S rank. Shadow Binding could now rip out a target shadow and completely immobilize them, while Shadow Fangs tore the shadow apart, causing continuous bleed damage. Growth-type weapons truly exceeded normal equipment. Satisfied, Suho prepared to leave, but something on the ground caught his attention. A massive fong. The system identified it as a mighty dragon's fong, capable of inflicting a nasty, incurable debuff, one that completely nullified all recovery. Suho was left absolutely stunned once more. He had actually obtained a dragon byproduct, something widely believed to be almost impossible to secure. It confirmed that the Tower Dragon had been a pure blood dragon, one that naturally dropped its materials. This entire battle had been an absolute jackpot. With everything collected, Suho finally turned to make his exit, certain that reporter Jean Woo would undoubtedly be waiting for him outside. At that very moment, the tower crystal shattered, and the system calmly declared the trial tower had been conquered. The conqueror, none other than the player named Suho, and every other player was forcefully expelled from the gate. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and several hunters came crashing out of it, rolling across the ground, utterly stunned. One of them immediately fell to his knees, clutching his head in utter disbelief, muttering, "This can't be real." Had someone actually entered the trial tower all by themselves? His teammate still sprawled on the floor, asked, "Who even is Suho?" The hunter simply pointed straight ahead and asked, "Is that the guy standing right there?" His partner turned his head, quietly confirming, "Yeah, that's definitely him." Because the size of this crowd is insane. There isn't even space to breathe right now. Our protagonist was completely swarmed by reporters, cameras flashing nonstop, everyone shouting questions at him, demanding comments and reactions to the conquest. But Suho silently thought about just how utterly exhausted he was. He'd taken a lot more damage from the Tower Dragon than he expected, and all he truly needed now was rest. Definitely not a screaming media mob. He certainly hadn't expected reporters to swarm him like this. His attention shifted when he spotted reporter Jinwoo, who was sitting dramatically on the hood of his own car, looking absolutely stunned. A psycho. That was probably the first thing running through his head, because someone conquering that tower solo, that was simply unreal. Suho casually walked up behind him. A hand landed on his shoulder and greeted him. Jin Huey screamed, tumbling to the ground in a complete panic. Then his eyes widened in utter disbelief as he finally recognized his visitor. He stammered Suho's name, demanding to know how he'd even escaped the crowd. Suho gave a light smile, explaining he'd simply slipped away. He described it as though he'd just pulled off some secret ultimate stealth technique, vanishing without a single footprint. Extending his hand forward, Suho asked why Jin Huey still didn't trust him. The reporter slowly reached out, staring at him as if he were completely insane. "Do you realize how crazy you sound?" he asked. Suho calmly replied that if Jin Huey truly didn't trust him, then he should just say so, and Suho would adjust accordingly. Jin Huey got up, dusted himself off, and declared that if he didn't trust him, he wouldn't have helped him get this far. Then he frantically told Suho to jump into the car. Before the press noticed, inside the moving car, Suho received a call from team leader Chulman. He congratulated him for clearing the trial tower, admitting he'd wanted to thank him face to face. But Suho had vanished too quickly for that. Suho politely thanked him, explaining he'd been hiding because he was tired. Chulman laughed, saying Suho always exceeded expectations. He asked if Suho was still in Pangeo, and if he wanted to meet up. Suho explained that a friend had picked him up, then asked if there was anything specific he wanted to discuss. Chulman admitted there wasn't anything particular, unless Suho could stop by the association. If he wasn't too exhausted. Suho paused, repeating the association. Chulman confirmed it. He explained this was an unprecedented event. Everyone believed the trial tower was impossible to clear, and it had been functioning as a public gate. Considering the scale, they needed an investigation. Suho responded that he didn't remember investigations being conducted when massive guilds tackled tough gates. If they needed specific intel, couldn't they just request it directly? After a brief, quiet pause, Chunman agreed and wished him a good rest. Suho thanked him, and in the call, he leaned back, lost in thought, without a shadow of a doubt. The chairman or vice chair wanted him there, probably just for photos and PR. He respected Chunman, but honestly, he had zero interest in doing anything for those higher-ups. If he let them drag him into bureaucracy now, he'd definitely get stuck in trouble. He planned to dodge it until he officially joined the Hunter Association. Jin Hui glanced at him while driving and asked if he could ask him something. Suho nodded, telling him to go ahead. Jin Hui said that with Suho's abilities, couldn't he go anywhere, especially into government positions? Suho smiled. The government paid well, and no matter how strong private guilds pretended to be, the government had more actual power. Jin Hui blinked, reminding him that private guilds had fame and influence. Suho responded calmly. Fame is temporary, nothing but a staged spotlight. Right now, private guilds look like heroes, but eventually, the public won't admire them. They'll fear them. Jin Hui nodded slowly. Suho, you have a point. Suho sighed, then continued. If I want to truly end this gate crisis, I need support. I can't do it alone. That's why I chose the government association. Jin Hui smiled, saying Suho would have a massive advantage among players, because no one else had that level of duty and conviction. Suho thanked him, quietly healing his arm with a small spell. Then, Jin Hui asked if he planned to apply through normal general recruitment, adding that it would be a total waste for someone like Suho to take a level 9 field position. But Suho answered that he wasn't applying for that. Jin Hui then guessed level 7, but Suho coolly replied, I want level 5. Jin Hui practically yelled, seriously? Suho told him to stop asking, are you serious? Every 2 seconds, Jean Huey gave him a curious look and replied, "Of course. You just want to know why it was so natural?" Suho smiled faintly and said he'd explain everything, but Jean Huey had better not write in the article. And also, he needed to keep his eyes on the road. After some time spent telling his story, reporter Jean Huey was absolutely stunned by Suho's plan. He declared it was a brilliant idea, and the protagonist calmly replied, "Yes, it is, but it absolutely must not appear in the article yet, because I want to officially announce it through you later on. And when that time comes, it will naturally shake everything up," which meant Jean Huey would have exclusive access before anyone else in his company. Jean Huey stared at him and asked, "Are you planning to squeeze every last drop of benefit out of me?" And Suho simply replied, "If I'm friends with a reporter, I should obviously use that fact to my advantage." Jean Huey chuckled and said, "Fine by me. You can use me as much as you want." Then he suddenly asked, "Do you want to go home now? Since your personal information has already leaked, there are probably countless people waiting near your house." The protagonist just smiled and casually answered that he'd just disappear again, the same way he did at the tower. But Jean Huey hesitated, then asked, "Maybe you should just stay with me for now?" He explained that he lived alone in a huge house. The guest room was beautifully furnished, and the security was tight enough that nobody could ever break in. Suho paused for a moment and asked, "Where exactly do you live?" Jean Huey proudly answered that his home was in Kaiser, Cheongdam, and Suho couldn't help thinking, with genuine surprise, those are premium luxury apartments worth hundreds of billions. Once they arrived, Suho stepped inside and froze for a second. Not because he was impressed, but because this place looked like the final boss of rich kid housing. The kind of luxury that doesn't need to brag. It just exists and expects you to stare. Jinwoo welcomed him inside like it was nothing, telling him to treat the place like his own house. Suho just nodded, mentally noting that this was exactly what life looked like when someone was born with premium DLC enabled. At birth, Jinwoo then pointed toward a sleek device sitting on the table, a convenience function pad. Through its community app, Suho could order food, shop, call for support, and even summon an emergency healer if needed. Jinwoo then added that Suho looked way better now, compared to when he first got in the car. Suho simply replied that he was a healer. Jinwoo blinked, then asked again, and Suho repeated it, a little annoyed, because yes, he really was a healer. The journalist apologized, admitting that even though he'd read it everywhere, his brain still refused to believe it. After all, healers normally entered a guild first, then leveled safely. They didn't just casually solo clear the Tower of Challenges. Picking up his bag, the rich guy said he had to return to the office for work, and reminded Suho of the password. Suho told him not to worry and wished him a safe trip. After the door closed behind him, Suho finally opened his system window and checked his status. He decided it was time to distribute the stat points he earned from clearing the tower. He balanced stamina with the other attributes and poured the remaining points into sensitivity. At this level, it wasn't just an elite route anymore. It was the path of successor. And even he had to admit, his stats were looking absolutely insane now. Once that was handled, Suho switched to a different task. He'd been a master at detecting surveillance equipment in the past, and with his newly improved sensitivity, he could probably detect anything. And even if he trusted Jinwoo, he wasn't stupid enough to blindly assume. A conglomerate kid's place was completely clean, better paranoid than dead. After checking every detail for a while, Suho finally dropped onto the sofa. Feeling drained, the house was huge, way bigger than most subspace great houses he'd seen before. Honestly, finding hidden cameras felt harder than slaying that dragon earlier. With no devices detected, he finally let himself relax. But his phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Notification after notification kept flooding in. When he checked, Suho realized his personal information had been leaked. Someone had exposed his number, and the messages just wouldn't stop. Accepting the situation, he decided he needed a new phone and a new number. Remembering the community app Gene we mentioned, Suho tried using it, and to his surprise, it was extremely efficient. He transferred important things to the new device and designated it for private use. Even though the messages kept flooding his old phone, he planned to switch numbers soon. He glanced at the time, a little past 5 p.m. He figured he had time for a short break before heading out again. Meanwhile, Somewhere else that night, inside a quiet building, a mysterious gate appeared. Several masked individuals stepped through it. They scanned the area carefully. No witnesses, no surveillance, nothing. Then, they opened the bags they carried and began placing bombs with practiced precision. And while they were still in the middle of setting everything up, Soho appeared behind them calmly, as if he walked in on a casual meeting. Instead of a terrorist operation, he said, bombing public buildings wasn't exactly a great idea. The masked group froze instantly, confused, because this building was supposed to be empty today. Soho agreed that normally yes, but he came because he expected something like this. Panic erupted. One man yelled for everyone to retreat and scrambled toward the gate. A girl in the group stumbled and fell to the floor. Her teammates hesitated, asking if she tripped. One tried to lift her, but she wouldn't budge an inch. Another urgently insisted they pull her through, but the girl's legs remained stubbornly rooted to the floor. Little did they know, however, Suho had already unleashed Shadowbind, chaining her with dark, pulsing energy. Still struggling to break free, the man shouted, realizing something was terribly wrong, and the girl muttered one chilling word, abandon. The man flat out refused, unwilling to leave her behind, but the girl insisted, ordering them to kill Suho instead. The remaining 3 charged forward as one, fueled by their mounting panic. But before they could even finish their first stride, an invisible, overwhelming force slammed them to the floor. Suho's intimidation skill utterly smothered them instantly. With them thoroughly subdued, Suho asked if they were members of Banshee. The narration clarified, Banshee, a notoriously dangerous terrorist group, responsible for countless bombings and widespread chaos. Even though they were eventually apprehended in the past, the damage they caused was absolutely massive, and just 4 members were responsible for all of it. The group was utterly shocked someone recognized them, and vehemently demanded to know how Suho knew their name. Suho calmly stepped toward the man closest to him, and removed his cap, identifying him as Kwak Deho, the team's muscle. He worked labor jobs, handling all the heavy lifting. Then Suho pointed to another, Seo Kaiwan, the bomb maker. He worked as a middle school science teacher. Next, Kim Hyunmin, the transporter, an everyday delivery driver, who used a movement skill to vanish after attacks. Lastly, Suho turned to the girl, Koo Yunhwa, a university student and the true mastermind of Banshee. Her EMP ability could erase electronics and magic supports with terrifying ease. A stunned Yunhwa demanded how Suho knew absolutely everything. Suho simply smiled and said, anything could be uncovered if someone just tried hard enough. And she already knew that, didn't she? Still utterly refusing to believe him, she demanded again, who are you? Suho acknowledged her quick wit and reminded her she already knew the answer, declaring aloud that if she still didn't trust him, he could absolutely prove it by turning her over to the authorities right then. Realizing he wasn't bluffing, she finally gave in. She finally asked him, what do you want? Suho retorted she should have agreed much earlier. Then coolly noted this was hardly the place for a chat. He instructed her to retrieve the bomb and suggested they talk at their hideout instead. Yanoa just stared wide-eyed at him, utterly bewildered by how much he seemed to know. But ultimately, she relented. Suho then turned to Hyunmin, asking if he was ready to move, and commanded him to open the door, because clearly they weren't hailing a taxi. Once safely inside their hidden sanctuary, Suho motioned for everyone to finally relax, suggesting they remove their masks if they wished. Yanoa initially refused, then promptly ripped hers off anyway, defiantly telling him she only did it because the room was stifling hot, not because he commanded her. She instantly demanded answers again. How did he know who they were? Why did he approach them? And why would someone renowned for conquering gates go after a simple terrorist cell? Suho just offered a small, knowing smile, and conceded she'd asked so many questions at once. He barely knew where to begin. He revealed he used his own unique skills, abilities he'd never publicly disclosed, to track and identify them, much like they had kept their own secret. Finally focused, she asked again, what do you want? Suho extended an offer. He wanted them to work with him. He brought up his recent PBS interview and the ambitious future plans he'd shared. Yanoa immediately assumed he meant joining the Hunter Association. Suho confirmed it, and before she could spiral further, he swiftly clarified he wasn't handing them over for forced recruitment. He explained he'd take the level 5 exam, then swiftly climb through 1 or 2 positions, eventually aiming for the Special Forces Division. Yahello looked absolutely stunned. Suho told her, "Don't make that face." He knew they utterly despised the Special Forces, which was precisely why their bombings targeted related sites. He understood completely, sharing the exact same motivation. Suho then dropped a bomb. He was a gate orphan too. He'd always dismissed it as mere coincidence, until he later uncovered the shocking truth. The entire disaster had been deliberately manufactured. After every cleared gate, that land conveniently became premium real estate. The government knew a gate shock was imminent and shamelessly let it happen anyway, all for profit. Massive development projects were secretly behind it all, and Suho already knew exactly who was pulling the strings. So his ultimate goal was brutally simple: become the head of the Special Forces and make those responsible finally pay. He explained that the Special Forces held the absolute highest authority in the association, influenced other government offices, and could even prosecute powerful hunters. He offered them revenge, but on a strategic and lawful path. Not reckless terrorism, but Manhwa still pointed out there was absolutely no guarantee Suho would pass the level 5 test. Suho simply smirked and told her, "Just wait and watch." And with one final, chilling warning that another attack would mean he would personally hand them to the government. With that, he concluded their conversations. Suho knew they had to be utterly shell-shocked. In his past life, Banshee had remained an untouchable ghost, completely elusive. During interrogation, he realized there were people just like him, victims twisted by revenge into ruthless villains. If someone had just guided them sooner, maybe things wouldn't have spiraled out of control. So this time, before they crossed the line entirely, Suho planned to redirect them, no matter how long it took. He was certain Manhwa would accept. His offer was simply too tempting, and his competence was undeniable. He told them to think carefully and make a wise choice. The scene shifted to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the vice president was already in a sour mood, lecturing team leader young Chulman for failing what he called a simple task, and reminding him that even the president had cleared his entire schedule, all just to discuss Suho, though the chairman let it slide this time. But he made it crystal clear, if such a mistake ever happened again, there would be serious consequences. All Chulman could do was humbly bow his head and acknowledge the stark warning, before finally being dismissed and sent back to his duties. The moment he stepped outside, he let out a long, exhausted sigh, thinking about how long he'd been stuck in there, listening to endless complaints, and for a split second, he genuinely considered just quitting everything and joining a peaceful civilian guild instead. But then, he strongly reminded himself exactly why he had joined the Hunter Association in the very first place. After surviving through so much, enduring just one more miserable ordeal wasn't impossible. So he whispered to himself, "Stay strong." Right then, Pyong Song-yeol, the head of this special investigation department, suddenly appeared and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Chulman, already thoroughly irritated, wondered why he had to run into this guy right now. Trying to act normal, he forced a polite tone and asked what the chief was doing around here. Pyong responded in his usual playful manner, saying he'd heard that his cherished team leader, Yang, was getting an earful again. He even complimented Yang's incredible patience for enduring the old man's constant nagging. But Yang immediately took all the blame, saying everything was completely his fault. As they walked together, Pyong smoothly shifted the conversation and brought up the growing rumors about Suho, supposedly causing trouble everywhere. But Chulman clarified that Suho wasn't exactly causing trouble, though yes, the rumors were spreading fast. Pyong noted that only a handful of people were aware, and then casually offered his help. When Chulman asked what he meant, Pyong gave him an absolutely absurd suggestion. Just accuse Suho of something, drag him in for questioning, and then clear things up later. Because, according to Pyong, it was all about making the process look clean and completely controlled. If Suho was summoned, the president would surely be pleased. The whole mess would appear completely resolved, and Suho would walk free right after. making the association look strong and authoritative. He then added that, since Suho already intended to join the Hunter Association anyway, it would be a win-win for everyone. Young just stared and cautiously called Pai's ideas quite mischievous, because messing with someone as successful as Suho could spectacularly backfire. But Pai didn't even flinch, and instead admired Yong's strong sense of morality, then asking why someone in his position was so on edge about just one hunter. Young replied politely, but Pai clearly wasn't done yet. He then reminded him that prosecutors still held the power to investigate and even charge hunters, and that hunters once feared them for a very good reason, strongly hinting Young should be more flexible instead of stubbornly clinging to protocol. After a tense, heavy pause, Young finally nodded and said he'd definitely keep in mind. Pai then left after offering his support and reminding him that there were always other ways besides strictly following the rules. Once alone, Young quietly replayed everything in his mind, musing on how he once respected Pai as one of the few hunters within the association who felt truly grounded compared to the disconnected elites at the very top. But now, he wasn't so sure anymore. Knowledge changes people, and Pai knew far too much, which made him dangerous. Feeling uneasy, Young went outside, found a quiet spot, and sat down completely lost in thought. His mind then went back to Suho, how Suho initially supported the association, but then suddenly distanced himself. It wasn't shocking, though, since major guilds offered absolutely ridiculous benefits that could sway just about anyone. Yet Young still wondered what Suho was truly thinking. Meanwhile, Suho stepped out of taxi elsewhere and activated the ring on his finger, the one called First Mumu. He thought about how reckless he had been when he first activated it, but now, after conquering the Tower of Challenge, he had completely mastered its usage. Time to get moving. He headed straight for the Seoul Central Blood Center building and activated his magic detection skill. He scanned his surroundings until he finally found it. A faint trail of mystical energy. Gates naturally emitted magic, you see, so even hidden ones always leak traces. Following that signal, Suho discovered a faint gate veiled like mist, one that demanded specific conditions to finally open. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out a knife, sliced his palm, letting his blood drip toward the gate, because he already knew this one demanded blood. Once the gate absorbed enough, the system confirmed the condition was satisfied. A hidden gate had officially been discovered, and Suho earned 5 bonus stat points. The gate's name, Blood's Decree. Entering, Suho tossed glow-in-the-dark powder forward to illuminate the cave-like environment. The first stage was clearly a sprawling cave system, so he delved deeper until a mysterious liquid dripped right onto his head. He looked up and instantly realized it wasn't just cave water. It was saliva. Above him hovered countless vampire bats, all clustered around level 63. And Suho simply smirked at this dramatic welcome. Without hesitation, he activated intimidation, and instantly, every single bat lost control and crashed to the floor. Calmly, he stepped toward a single bat and drove his shadow spear straight through its body, letting the spear devour its shadow, killing every bat in the room all at once. Opening his status window, he felt completely satisfied. This method was perfect for wiping out low-tier enemies. With an S-class intimidation skill, level gaps became meaningless. Most hunters typically focused on only 2 primary stats, but Suho had decoded the full, color-coded stat system and planned to raise everything evenly. Reviewing his numbers once more, he wondered if his level was perhaps too absurd, just for hunting bats. His curiosity then led him to check the combat log, and that's when he noticed something truly strange. Among the corpses was a blood slime. It must have been hiding right there among the bats, and accidentally died from the intimidation shockwave. The cleanup itself felt rather dull, but he couldn't deny the power of intimidation, because even though high-level monsters often resisted fear effects, the skill could still land effectively, unless the foe was in a special category. Before long, he reached the boss room, a surge of excitement building within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, he summoned his sword, and an enormous vampire bat instantly lunged at him. He expertly blocked the furious assault, identifying it as a Great King Vampire Bat instantly, and countered with a swift, powerful slash. But then, a golem lunged at him from behind, forcing Suho to frantically dodge sideways. Neither of these creatures felt like a true boss. They were mini-bosses, so he took on both at once, slashing mercilessly at the golem, then spinning to parry the bat's relentless attacks. When the golem tried to connect a punch, Suho deftly slid backward, dodging the strike. Then, he rammed his sword into the very ground, unleashing a potent shockwave that exploded through the room and slammed into both monsters. He thought the fight was finished, until the billowing dust finally cleared, and both monsters were still standing tall. The battle immediately intensified, and Suho quickly realized that mere physical attacks alone wouldn't be enough to finish these high-level targets. It was time to employ what he had meticulously prepared. Just then, both enemies launched a synchronized attack, one striking from a front, the other from behind. Suho, in a flash, summoned another sword, and when the chaotic explosion finally settled, he had expertly driven one blade deep into the bat and plunged the other into the sturdy golem. Yet, even repeated attacks weren't enough to truly finish them. But then Suho finally grasped the crucial key. Their ultimate weakness was pure silver, infused with potent holy power. At that precise moment, the system chimed, notifying him. Holy power had now been successfully applied. The silver sword, impaled in the bat's body, began to glow, and a massive lightning strike crashed down upon it, slicing through its very throat with deadly precision and obliterating the monstrous creature instantly. Suho then stood triumphantly over the corpse, foot planted on its head, watching it spectacularly erupt into dust, like a mere insect crushed beneath a giant hand. That holy power was absolutely devastating. The golem lunged again, but Suho moved even faster. He carved it into pieces with his wholly enhanced sword, until the system finally confirmed its defeat. Looking down at his weapon, he had to admit how perfectly it worked. A healer-exclusive skill allowing holy enchantments had become an incredibly powerful advantage for him. And enchanting silver weapons with holy energy turned every single strike into a guaranteed critical hit, making it the perfect counter for any enemy in this game. And suddenly, Suho sensed a powerful presence right behind him, and as he turned, he instantly realized the true boss of the hidden gate had finally appeared. The figure stepped forward, radiating pure murderous intent, revealing himself as the Cursed Prince, a monstrous level 76 elite. He furiously accused Suho of invading his domain and slaughtering his subordinates, before demanding he kneel and confess his sins. But Suho had come here to capture him, not to bow down. That confidence absolutely enraged the prince, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his power, calling Suho unbearably arrogant. The first strike slammed forward, but Suho blocked it with surprising ease. He calmly asked if the prince was done with his dramatic entrance. Instead of answering, the prince drove his hand into the ground, and suddenly, the battlefield completely transformed as blood-veiled mist erupted everywhere, obscuring visibility completely. The dense aura made it impossible to detect any movement normally. So Suho braced himself, knowing the prince could attack from any direction. He sensed something behind him and reacted instantly. Just as the prince lunged, he blocked the strike perfectly, shocking the boss, who couldn't understand how Suho predicted his attack. Suho retaliated with a confident slash, thinking he'd landed a clean hit. But the prince only laughed and mocked him, saying such weak attacks could never truly harm him. Then, a system alert flashed. The Cursed Prince had activated Blood Scream. Suho immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and unleashed his potent healing spirit. A radiant, cleansing aura burst forth, and the prince visibly flinched at the sensation, as Suho's wounds vanished without a trace. With a subtle, knowing smile, Suho casually revealed his true nature, a healer. The prince's eyes darted downward, stunned to find a fresh wound on his abdomen, proof that Suho's strike had actually connected. Suho prepared to unleash another technique, but the prince snapped, lunging forward in a furious charge. Enraged by the humiliation of being wounded by a mere human, Suho met him head-on, His sword clashed against the prince's wicked, clawed hand. As the two engaged in a fast-paced, brutal exchange of devastating blows. For a brief moment, the prince believed he had the upper hand and unleashed a rapid, relentless barrage of strikes. But Suho vanished in a flash, instantly reappearing behind him, landing a devastating, clean hit. Blood gushed from the prince's mouth as he stumbled back, reeling, and Suho immediately rushed in, pressing his advantage. Refusing to retreat, the prince activated even more power and charged directly back into the fray, and the two collided with earth-shattering force, sending shockwaves across the entire battlefield. When they landed, the scene instantly shifted. The cursed prince's head was severed from his body and rolled sickeningly across the ground. Suho approached the severed head casually and crouched next to the severed head, mocking how effortlessly he'd won, until the head suddenly lunged forward, biting his hand. The still-living prince cursed Suho inside his mind, demanding his blood and vowing to enslave him. With pure, unadulterated disgust, Suho ripped the head off and flung it aside, thinking the prince was basically a mosquito biting without warning. Then, the system announced the start of kin conversion. Suho crumpled to the ground as blood rapidly drained from his body. Dizziness and a pounding headache overwhelmed him, while a violent thirst clawed at his throat. Inside his mind, the prince declared it was already too late, but Suho told him to shut up, refusing to listen as the conversation continued. Suho reminded himself that to gain the vampire trait, his synchronization needed to hit a specific threshold, and the moment it did, he had to instantly purify the infection. With holy water, the instant kin conversion reached 50%. Suho believed he was on the verge of acquiring the trait and reached for the bottle, only for it to suddenly shatter. The prince laughed, declaring this was his domain, and nothing Suho did would matter now. Suho realized the prince had been far more cautious than he'd anticipated. The destroyed corridor was now completely restored, and even the prince's body was missing. Everything had been reset for the next phase. Still refusing to yield, Suho tried to plan another move, but the system warned him. His blood was now beginning to corrupt. The prince, utterly confident, declared there was no escape, but Suho revealed he still had one final card. The system immediately responded. All conditions to unlock the second power of dragon blood had been fulfilled. He had reached level 50 and survived a mentally and physically life-threatening situation. A new notification appeared. Dragon armor available. Suho smirked, realizing he had triggered it just in time. Kin conversion stopped on spot, and the system confirmed again that all conditions for unlocking the second stage of dragon blood had been met. Dragon armor activated. He now possessed dragon's endowment and dragon skin, granted through the armor. The moment the dragon's endowment effect activated, further assimilation was blocked and purification began. The corrupted blood within him converted into pure blood and was absorbed into his system, while the remaining corruption was destroyed entirely. Thanks to the dragon blood effect, Suho successfully mastered the unknown power hidden within the corrupted vampire blood and felt his body become lighter. He remembered planning to unlock the second dragon blood power using a custom gate at level 50, but instead it happened here. He checked his newly unlocked skill quite unexpectedly. There it was, Dragon's Endowment, an innate trait exclusive to descendants of dragon blood, symbolizing nobility and superiority. While active, it granted immunity to infection and corruption, and could automatically absorb corrupted sources to purify, heal, and evolve. The system had never shown the second awakening condition, but Suho had learned it from Yongma. Since kin conversion was life-threatening, the system recognized it as the trigger. Although the endowment purified his blood, it also preserved the vampire power within it. He checked another skill, one tied to vampirism, sealed for now, proof that he'd nearly become a vampire, and he wondered if he'd technically acquired it or not. His original goal was to obtain vampire traits. Dragon and vampire blood clearly couldn't fully coexist. Still, the skills he gained were strong enough, so he accepted it. Another new skill appeared. Blood weapon. a rare ability only usable by noble-level vampires or higher, but requiring huge quantities of blood. He concluded he would need to hunt a large number of monsters and planned to develop Phantom Shadow alongside it. Just then, the Cursed Prince began mumbling to himself again, and Suho told him to stop because his rambling was annoying and incomprehensible. The prince lamented and questioned how Suho could still be alive. After being bitten, muttering about curses, calling himself useless, that was when Suho realized Phase 2 was beginning. The system confirmed it. The Cursed King laments his fate. His power surges dramatically. Suddenly, blood rained from above, and from within that crimson downpour, the Cursed King emerged once more. Now, level 80, radiating fury, as he declared that he would destroy all beings superior to him, burn them, crush them, and cast them into the abyss. His blood-red wings unfurled, and a chilling scream echoed through the chamber. Suho immediately sensed the overwhelming surge in magic power. This was no longer the same monster. The Cursed King had evolved into something entirely new. The king unleashed a dark force attack that detonated into a massive explosion. But when the dust cleared, Suho had vanished, only to reappear above the king's wing and unleash a devastating sword strike. Yet the Cursed King barely reacted and claimed that a mere blow like that could never bring him down. Suho realized that not only was its power growing, but its intelligence as well. The king swung his wing like a weapon, smacking Suho away with brute strength. Suho steadied himself and immediately recognized the danger. The king rushed in with another attack, and Suho blocked the incoming strikes head-on, his sword glowing, activating his holy power, and declaring that holy power would surpass all the strength the king possessed. But in the next instant, the Cursed King shattered Suho's weapon and scoffed that holy power meant nothing to him now. Suho quickly retreated, analyzing the situation. A wholly enhanced weapon had broken like glass, meaning normal weapons would not work anymore. With no hesitation, he summoned his bloody sword. Upon seeing it, the Cursed King erupted with rage and demanded Suho hand it over, while launching another brutal assault. But Suho infused the bloody sword with holy power and sliced through the strike, shocking the king, who couldn't comprehend what just happened. Suho finally understood. Blood weapons scaled in power and durability based on his stats, and at his current level, the sword had already reached red rank, more than enough to end this fight. The Cursed King conjured a bloody spear, vowing to tear Suho apart, and charged in. The attack came fast, but Suho shifted his bloody sword into a shield form and blocked the spear, leaving the king utterly stunned once more. Suho then told him he wasn't the only one capable of transforming a blood weapon. He then smoothly reverted the shield back into a deadly blade and slashed the Cursed King's throat in one clean, decisive motion. The king's severed head hit the floor, still wearing a twisted smile filled with pure arrogance. Confidently, claiming that cutting off his head meant absolutely nothing, Suho simply kicked the head across the floor and summoned his shadow spear, slamming it deep into the ground. Immediately, dark chains erupted and wrapped violently around the severed head. Shadow bind, locking it firmly in place. Suho knew he needed to finish this before the monster caused any more problems. The system notified him that vampire blood had been activated, and the blood absorbed was now stored within the blood jade. Meanwhile, the Cursed King screamed at Suho to remove his hands. Suho examined the blood jade carefully. It was the first time he'd seen it in person, and it already held a massive amount of collected blood. According to the Blood Monarch, the blood jade could only be seen by its true owner. The Blood Monarch himself had once been a normal healer, working at the Central Blood Institute, until fate dragged him into the Hidden Gate. Blood's decree. He reached the boss room, but failed to defeat the Cursed King and was bitten, turning into a vampire. Normally, that would mean certain death, since once bitten, the victim becomes a monster, and the gate permanently seals. But the Blood Monarch resisted the curse, using his powerful healing abilities, and neutralized the kin conversion. At that moment, new vampire skills awakened, and completely reshaped his entire stat system. With newfound power, he defeated the Cursed King, conquered the gate, and became known as the terrifying Blood Monarch, a global villain feared worldwide. Eventually, Suho caught him and extracted all the critical information. about kin conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. But even now, the cursed king erupted in a furious rage. He swore vengeance, absolutely unwilling to suffer such humiliation. Suho, however, simply welcomed it, practically daring him to try. Then, the system activated the phantom shadow. It resonated deeply with the cursed king's own shadow that absorbed it completely until not even a trace remained. With that, Suho acknowledged that Blood's decree had finally been cleared. The system confirmed the Hidden Gate's conquest and declared Suho the MVP. An exit gate formed before him just as he prepared to leave. Suho reflected on everything that had just transpired. Once again, he was forcefully reminded of the overwhelming, undeniable reality of dragon power. No matter how terrifying kin conversion seemed, it was utterly insignificant next to true dragon blood. Still, he was annoyed that the vampire had managed to escape. Then, the system announced a special reward. After meticulously analyzing Suho's talents, it granted him a skill perfectly suited for him. It also awarded 10 bonus stats for his incredible achievement. The new skill, New Blood. Suho had never even heard of it before, but as he scrolled through the system window, he quickly realized its immense value. It was an absolute jackpot for his future endeavors. And not only that, he had also obtained an S-rank original vampire skill, something even the Blood Monarch had never possessed himself, since his existing vampire traits were only A+ rank, and none were labeled royal or original. Suho concluded that this incredible power must be due to the unique effect of New Blood. Originally, he had planned to monopolize powerful existing skills, but reality turned out far better than he imagined. Still, he reminded himself not to get careless. Just because things were going well now didn't guarantee they always would. With the gate conquered and his objective secured, Suho said exactly what needed to be said. He had gained what he came for, and now it was time to go big at Nexus. The scene then shifts to this massive, towering building, Nexus. People moved steadily through the corridor, while Miss Sway confidently led the group forward. Through open doors, a man could be seen sitting calmly in a lavish chair, who turns out to be none other than the guild leader, and tells Miss Sway to step inside. She informed him that Hunter and Suho had asked her to deliver a message. Tomorrow, he'd be coming to join the guild. The man repeated the statement in disbelief, almost questioning if he'd heard correctly. The back of his chair faced them as he processed the news, then finally spoke, stating that proper preparations needed to be made. When his face finally became visible as he turned, he added that no one knew what this Suho was planning, and everything needed to be handled carefully before he changed his mind. Outside, tall buildings stretched toward the sky before the scene shifted inside an elegant, well-furnished room. Suho stood at the entrance, looking in, and found Jean Huey sprawled across the couch, drooling in his sleep. Suho stared for a moment, and finally asked why he was sleeping there. The reporter weakly sat up on the couch, explaining that Suho had conquered the Tower of Tests today, and even if temporarily, they were now living together. And to top it all off, Suho was his partner. While speaking, the young man clutched a bottle happily, declaring that such a milestone absolutely called for a celebration. He explained that when he returned home, Suho wasn't there, but he couldn't just ignore such a historic moment. So he started drinking by himself. Suho watched him for a moment, then remarked that handling everything at once must have been exhausting. He assured him that in the future, there would be plenty more reasons to celebrate. Still clutching the bottle, the drunken reporter blinked and asked if Suho was absolutely sure about that. Suho simply told him to relax. The future would reveal everything. Looking at the food laid out on the table, Suho asked the surprised and slightly tipsy reporter whether he still wanted another drink, even at such a late hour. With a satisfied smile, Jean Huey immediately agreed. Next to the plates of food sat a glass of wine, and Suho commented that he had tried the community app. Jean Huey came through with a recommendation, and it worked like a charm. He also made sure to add how much he genuinely liked the apartment itself. Over their meal, Suho brought up reading the reporter's blog, and could tell the young man was clearly doing quite well, leading him to assume that his companion had to be outrageously wealthy. They kept on drinking wine together, and with a cheerful tone, Jean Huey explained he wasn't merely rich. He was the youngest son of a chaebol family, which meant he couldn't simply be considered just wealthy. Completely surprised, Suho questioned if he really belonged to a chaebol family, before taking another slow sip from his glass. Jean Huey then carried on, explaining that since Suho had shared a secret, he wanted to share one of his own secrets back. He revealed he was, in fact, the youngest son of the president of the Daisen company. Suho replied that if he was the president's son, then he was likely also the heir, but the reporter simply shook his head and clarified that his father had many children from several different women, and his own mother had merely been a mistress, meaning he was just an illegitimate son. He confessed he had never told anyone that, but since he'd likely be working with Suho for a long time, he felt Suho should know the full truth. Suho gazed at him stunned, and then asked if that meant journalism was merely a hobby for him. Jean Huey admitted it was partially true, and that he genuinely enjoyed the work. He added that his father provided anything he desired, yet he had no right to any inheritance, and zero influence within the company. He had even once been offered the chance to run a subsidiary company, but he flat out refused, openly admitting he was a good reporter, but knew absolutely nothing about business. Now, Suho raised his glass once more, remarking that, if nothing else, Jean Huey was an excellent journalist, and he smiled brightly. That truly means a lot to hear, the reporter replied, and confessed he'd never met a hunter like Suho before. Both men then slowly stood up, and Jean Huey suggested a toast for the two of them. Suho agreed without hesitation, and their glasses clinked lightly together. The very next morning, Suho walked through the apartment, yawning, and from the kitchen, Jean Huey greeted him with a cheerful good morning, that while pouring boiling water into a cup. Suho asked if he really planned to work all weekend, and the reporter replied that he had a lot to do. Standing in front of the window and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Suho commented that maybe they shouldn't have drunk quite so much last night. But Jean, who laughed and said everything was fine, he actually had a great time. Suho then asked why he was already heading out, hunting for new material. The reporter answered that he couldn't live off articles about Suho forever. Hearing that, Suho casually admitted that this was exactly why he not respected him. This made Jean Huey pause, surprised by the unexpected compliment. After taking a sip, he asked what Suho planned to do today, and Suho reminded him that today was the day he'd mentioned, before fully realizing it. Jean Huey asked if he was going to Nexus. Suho nodded, explaining that last night he reached level 50 and received several upgrades. So it was time. Those words made Jean Huey freeze, and he burned his hand with the hot water, startled because just yesterday, Suho had been level 40. He turned to stare at him in utter disbelief and demanded to know, how could someone jump 10 levels in one day? Suho shrugged like it was nothing and clarified that, to be exact, he was now level 51. The reporter stared at him like he was some unresolved riddle, mumbling, the more I get to know him, the more mysterious he becomes. Suho commented that the way he said that, the phrasing sounded oddly suggestive. And as Jean Hui scratched his head, confused, Suho asked why he was being stared at like that. Without a moment's warning, the reporter suddenly pushed him down the hallway, declaring that if he was going to walk into such a serious organization, he needed to look the part. Suho protested, insisting he didn't need anything fancy and was perfectly fine with his casual clothes. But the reporter absolutely insisted, saying he'd gladly lend him proper clothes and a fancy watch. When Suho continued to resist, the reporter declared that appearances truly mattered at places like Nexus and reminded him that he could also pick any of his luxury cars. If he walked in using public transportation or showed up in a taxi, everyone would stare. A quiet, upscale district came into view as a sleek red car rolled to a stop immediately, drawing every eye from the people waiting outside. The door lifted upward and Suho stepped out, dressed in a sharp, elegant suit that fit him perfectly. For a second, he cleared his throat and thought that everything had turned out surprisingly well. A suited man approached politely, offering a business card, while introducing himself as Baedong Yuk, the head of Nexus. Suho accepted it with a polite smile, introduced himself as on Suho, and followed him inside the impressive guild building. Soon after, he sat across from 3 representatives of Nexus, Dong-yuk calmly stated that over the past few days, Suho must have raised his level significantly and wondered if that sudden progress had made him reconsider his goals, especially since he previously mentioned wanting to become a government official. Suho explained that nothing had changed. His goal remained exactly the same. The leaders exchanged surprised glances, prompting Sue to ask what exactly that meant. Dong-yuk leaned forward and asked why Suho would want to join a private guild if his true intention was government service. Suho responded honestly, saying that joining Nexus will make reaching his goal much easier. He then announced that he planned to take the 5th rank exam. This year, someone actually asked if he was only after bonus evaluation points. Suho replied that while technically yes, it was merely one piece of a much larger strategy. If he only pursued the Hunter Association, they'd simply assume he had no other options. That's precisely why he intended to join Nexus, because once the association saw others offering better terms, they would improve theirs too. He added that, while serving Nexus, he would dedicate himself fully to the guild, ensuring the partnership was mutually beneficial. Dong-yuk listened silently, as Suho promised to give 100%, but the guild master eventually leaned back and said he understood. However, he had one crucial question. He pointed out that when Suho first approached them, Nexus was struggling, and the hero's abilities were a complete unknown. Hiring him back then was risky, but still reasonable. But now, any guild in Korea would fight for him. So why, out of all of them, did he only approach Nexus? Suho smiled quietly while the guild leader continued, saying that Suho was clearly talented, but his true intentions remained unclear. Folding his hands, Dong-yuk warned that unless Suho answered honestly, cooperation would simply not be possible. Suho closed his eyes briefly, then replied that he had personal reasons. He reminded Dong-yuk of the public speech he gave earlier, the one where he promised Nexus would do everything in its power to destroy all gates in Korea. Suho acknowledged that Nexus provided more support to victim families than any other guild and was clearly the most passionate about eliminating the gates. He said he had no doubt that speech was sincere. Because of that conviction, he wanted to work with Nexus, help them, and contribute everything he had. He smiled widely and added that he hoped they could continue cooperation, even after he eventually joined the Hunter Association. Dong-yuk lowered his gaze and admitted the reasoning satisfied him. Then he inquired whether Suho truly believed joining the association was necessary, since Nexus already worked tirelessly to clear gates and support hunters. Suho agreed, but explained that if Nexus truly wanted to end the gates completely, then they needed to go to places even other hunters couldn't reach, like the sealed, high-risk gates under strict government control. His gaze shifted to an image of one such chain portal. Beyond ordinary mid-level entrances, there were also the 5 Great Gates. That was why he needed government authority. But until that time came, every successful raid would broadcast Nexus's name. Alongside his own, the impact would reshape the power structure of Korea's guilds, and Nexus would rise to number 1. Dong-yuk rested his hands on the table and said all of this only lasted as long as Suho remained with them. Suho nodded, saying that was why he promised to give everything. While he was here, Suho blinked in shock, suddenly asking if he had already found team candidates. After their previous conversation, Suho confirmed it and revealed the first candidate, Kang Daeon. Sui froze and asked again, as if she couldn't believe she heard correctly. Suho nodded and casually mentioned that he was the one who convinced Daehan to become a tank. Sui shot to her feet in outrage, demanding to know what Suho planned to do. If tanking didn't suit him, Suho calmly lifted a hand and told her to relax. He made the decision. After analyzing everything properly, he reminded her that Daehan had passed the exam with exceptional scores. Sui frowned reluctantly, remembering the results. Daehan had unexpectedly ranked 2nd place. She admitted she planned to thank whoever was responsible, but Suho simply shrugged and said it wasn't a big deal, which irritated her further. The 3rd Nexus representative finally spoke, saying Suho's proposal sounded excellent, but he needed clarification. If Suho intended to clear sealed gates, he should know those locations were government protected, and private guilds had zero access. Civilian safety was the highest priority. After all, he asked how Suho planned to get inside. Suho calmly asked if he was doubting his abilities, then stated they'd finalized the contract once he brought them the pass. proving he could be trusted. He paused, reconsidered, and changed the offer. Instead of bringing a pass, he would clear one sealed gate first. After that, they would sign. The secretary sweated, flustered by the scale of the terms, and muttered that Suho was offering conditions worthy of royalty. Suho insisted that the terms were fair. The secretary noted that, despite Suho being incredibly promising, he was still seen as just a new hunter with no official standing. But Suho declared that was exactly why. He would clear a sealed gate immediately and prove himself. Dongyu observed him carefully, then agreed Suho would undoubtedly prove his worth. With a satisfied smile, the guild master said he liked today's outcome and that they would finalize details later. After the gate was cleared, of course, Suho left the building and drove away. Dongyu and his secretary stood by the window, watching the red car disappear. The guild master quietly ordered preparations, assemble a special support team, and prepare all necessary documents for Suho. The secretary hesitated and asked whether they should wait until Suho made good on his promise. Dongyu replied with a confident smile that Suho would absolutely follow through, and supporting him early would only strengthen their alliance. Closing his eyes, he said he believed Suho would keep his word. The secretary, slightly overwhelmed, asked what made the guild master so certain. Dongyu answered that it wasn't a guess, and the secretary already knew it. The man finally nodded, remembering Suho's determined gaze and the certainty in his voice. The scene shifted to the massive Great Hunter Association building in South Korea. Inside one of the offices, young Chulman sat slumped in front of a computer, clutching his head in utter frustration. He was desperately trying to figure out how to get Suho into the organization, especially since the man showed absolutely no intention of coming willingly. Chulman considered offering him a reward for clearing the test tower, but immediately dismissed the idea, knowing full well that upper management would never approve it. They didn't want a picture of Suho receiving thanks. They wanted a picture where Suho stood smiling beside the association president, making it look like they were already close friends. While Chulman hated the idea of using force or pressure, Chief Pai's earlier suggestion echoed in his head, a suggestion that basically amounted to dragging Suho in by force. If necessary, Chulman groaned, dropped his head onto the desk, and wondered why he ever chose to work in this stressful place. As he cursed his life choices, his phone vibrated. The caller ID was an unknown number. With low energy, he picked up and introduced himself. "This is young Chulman speaking." He was trying to figure out who would be calling him from an unrecognized number. But the moment he heard the voice on the other end, his expression completely changed. It was Suho. Chulman shot upright from his chair, eyes wide, barely believing he heard correctly. The scene jumped to a small gukbap restaurant, where steam rose from simmering pots. Suho and Chulman sat at a table facing each other. Suho commented that he hadn't visited this place in a long time, and noted that the restaurant served the best boiled pork. Chulman blinked and asked in surprise how Suho knew about this place. With a calm smile, Suho casually lied, claiming he visited here often, from his days working in the area. Chulman slowly nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. He scooped up a spoonful of soup and confessed he never expected Suho to reach out first. He then inquired why Suho had changed his number. Suho explained that he'd been getting far too many incessant calls, so he simply acquired a second number, and now Chulman could use that one instead. The civil servant nodded understandingly, and mused that Suho must be utterly exhausted from all the unwanted attention. Lowering his gaze, Chulman sincerely thanked him for making contact, admitting that he had nearly given up hope of ever seeing him again. Suho questioned how he could possibly think that, and picked up his chopsticks. He then calmly inquired whether the higher-ups were pressuring him, and if they wanted Chulman to convince him to join the association. And caught off guard, Chulman stiffened, raising a hand to his face, as if trying to shield his reaction. He nervously asked why Suho would assume such a thing. Holding the chopsticks near his cheek, Suho explained he found it rather peculiar that the association president suddenly requested a meeting after the tower clearing, because normally, no matter how difficult the gate, the association simply handled paperwork. They never actively tried to recruit someone. Speechless, Chulman stared downward with a nervous smile. Suho continued, explaining that after some thought, he realized the executives only wanted to take photos for publicity. Hearing that, Chulman looked at him almost fearfully, but Suho reassured him that everything was perfectly fine. He just wished they'd been straightforward about it, since there was nothing wrong with saying so. Chulman apologized, but Suho waved him off, saying there was no need. He had already understood the situation himself. In fact, he was even grateful to Chulman. The civil servant pointed to himself in confusion, unable to believe he'd heard that correctly. Suho continued, explaining that situations like this, often, it even involved blackmail or outright force. Still, Chulman handled everything with utter professionalism, embarrassingly rubbing the back of his neck. Chulman confessed that it still felt completely wrong. Then Suho casually dropped the bombshell. He decided to pay the association a visit. Chulman froze, mid-movement, asking if he was truly serious. Suho, still eating comfortably, simply confirmed it. He explained he wanted to personally thank Chulman and thought meeting the association executives could prove incredibly beneficial. Chulman nodded slowly, agreeing that it truly could. So, Suho asked when would be a good time to visit the association. Chulman suggested they could discuss it once they'd finished their meal. But halfway through his words, realization hit him like a lightning bolt, and he shot up from his seat, his eyes practically glowing with excitement. With a sudden surge of determination, he declared he'd arrange that meeting right away. A short while later, the duo arrived at the Korean Hunters Association building. Suho even posed for a photo beside the organization's president, Young Kyung-won, smiling for the camera, then told Suho he was delighted to finally meet him. He remarked that Suho must be incredibly busy, so he truly appreciated Suho accepting the invitation. Vice President Park Hyun added that it wasn't every day that they got to meet such a promising newcomer. Suho offered a polite smile and replied that meeting the association's leaders was a great honor. However, behind that expression, he could barely tolerate seeing these people. It had been a long time since he last saw them, but his disgust immediately resurfaced. Kyung-won then asked if Suho truly intended to join the Korean Hunters Association. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Suho replied that it was his dream, exactly what he had said during the interview, before the exam. Why? The president pressed. Lowering his gaze, Suho explained he'd become an orphan because of a gate outbreak, and he wanted to eliminate all portals as quickly as possible to protect humanity. But in his own mind, Suho reminded himself that was only one reason. The other was to stop the president and his cronies from utterly destroying the association from within. Kyung-won cheerfully lauded Suho for his noble intentions, while Suho silently noted this man would cling to his position until the bitter end, right up until he was unceremoniously shoved out. He couldn't wait to see what kind of face this old pig would make when that day finally arrived. And Kyung-won wasn't the only problem festering within the association. Then Park Hyun spoke again, claiming Suho truly knew how to make a great impression. With arms folded across his chest, he declared that Suho didn't care for material gain and only wished to protect the general public, which was incredibly worthy of respect. The vice president pressed his fingertips together and solemnly added that Suho had grown into a strong and noble man. His parents would surely be proud. Suho thanked him politely, while thinking that Kyung was most likely the one who proposed this whole recruitment stunt. In his mind, Suho labeled him a pathetic bootlicker who existed solely to polish Kyung's shoes. Because of spineless fools like these, most gates hadn't been cleared in his previous life, and he intended to take away their chance to ruin things again. Then Kyung happily asked which department Suho wished to join. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied that he had considered several options, but ultimately chose the gay department. Chulman froze in shock, while the vice president asked why. Suho calmly explained that, unlike private guilds, the association had direct access to gates, handled the initial inspections, and could participate in raids. Kyung said he was amazed to see someone so selfless, stating Suho had chosen the most dangerous department in the entire association. Park Hyun nodded and declared that people like Suho truly belonged there. The president then turned to Chulman and challenged him to prove their sincerity. A puzzled Suho then asked what he was implying. Kyung, unfazed, explained that if Suho was that determined to wipe out the portals, he should be offered a selection of real gates. to clear, seeing as the association had a surplus. Schulman practically gasped for air, quickly reminding the president that those gates were either under seal or incredibly, undeniably deadly. Before he could even finish his plea, Suho, beaming, chirped that it sounded absolutely perfect. Schulman attempted, once more, to reason that this was beyond dangerous. But Suho just tightened his fist and excitedly proclaimed that he would clear those very gates that presented the ultimate threat to humanity. Kyung-won simply smiled confidently, stating that this was exactly the response he anticipated. For most Suho, Schulman, utterly stunned, desperately called out to the president. But the president coolly inquired if something was amiss. Bowing to the immense pressure, Schulman, defeated, lowered his head and muttered that everything was fine and would prepare what was necessary. Kyung-won instructed Suho to prepare to clear the portals. Suho offered a polite thank you, while Schulman seethed, glaring at the floor. Schulman knew that for these unawakened executives, the most lethal gates were nothing but mere toys. That's why he utterly loathed leaders who had never dared to step foot inside a gate. They were completely oblivious to the catastrophic danger. An untold number of hunters had died, trying desperately to clear those portals, and yet these two were prepared to send Suho to an almost certain demise. As Schulman clenched his jaw, burning with frustration, Suho, in stark contrast, offered a calm smile, already fully aware of what awaited him inside the sealed gates. Schulman then discreetly leaned toward the president and whispered something Suho instantly picked up on. These two were clearly driven by nothing but profit, with no regard for how many hunters might die, as long as their raid was a success, and the association could boost its influence. Human lives were simply irrelevant. Kyung-hoon turned his gaze back to Suho and asked what rank he expected to get during the exam. Suho just smiled and replied that he planned to attempt the level 5 test by the end of the year. Kyung-hoon questioned if he truly understood the exam's difficulty. Suho calmly explained that achieving that rank would open up many more opportunities, and he intended to join a guild to gain crucial experience. Meanwhile, Kyung-won raised his hand, chiming in, "That's an excellent idea." He added that experienced applicants were always preferred. Then he inquired how long private guild contracts typically lasted. Suho replied that the contract length wasn't his main priority. Gaining real field experience was his focus. If a guild met his specific requirements, he'd stay until it was time for his exam. As for the association, Kyung-hoon yawned and said he hoped Suho could actually find such a place. Suho smiled inwardly, thinking, if the president approves terms like these, then joining Nexus becomes a real possibility. He sensed an opportunity to build a bridge between Nexus and the association. Suddenly, the door burst open. Someone announced Pai Yongjaol's arrival. Suho's expression immediately stiffened. Pai confidently strolled in, joking that his bosses were enjoying something delicious without him. But then he paused, noticing Suho sitting there. His lips stretched into a wide, unsettling grin. He politely turned to leave, but Kyung-won told him to stay, pointing at Suho and introducing him as the hunter who cleared the test tower. Pai tried to recall the name, then suddenly exclaimed, "I remember," with a laugh. He declared it incredible to finally meet him and extended his hand, introducing himself as the chief of the special department. Suho shook it, introducing himself as On Suho. They exchanged polite compliments, though Suho's smile remained subtly sharp. Once seated, Human raised his hand and informed Pai that Suho intended to take the level 5 exam. Pai blinked in genuine shock, stating it would be extremely difficult. Suho simply stated he wanted to try anyway. Pai stared at him, utterly stunned. One of the executives then added that the association was planning to grant Suho access to sealed gates, since he asserted he could clear them. Pai froze, his eyes widening. He then mumbled under his breath, covering his mouth in disbelief. Looking worriedly at Suho, he asked if he was truly sure, because those gates were incredibly perilous. Suho noticed the anxiety on Pai's face and found it strangely amusing. He replied that he was well aware of the danger. Still uneasy, Pai crossed his arms and stated he couldn't stop Suho, even if he wanted to, but he sincerely hoped things would go well. Suho silently acknowledged that Pai was a hunter, someone who valued talent. Pai's expression showed genuine concern, not for himself, but for the possibility that someone promising might die needlessly. Then, Pai added that if Suho wanted to join the special department, he would personally take care of him. Simon immediately raised a finger and warned him not to poach. Suho had already chosen the gate department. Pai asked why. Simon replied that Suho wanted to destroy all gates and have priority access to them. Pai nodded slowly, now understanding. He said that if that was all that mattered, then his department could also support him. Turning his head, he smiled at Chunmin and asked him to confirm it. Sadly, Chunmin merely nodded, with hands on his hips. Pai commented that if Suho passed the level 5 exam, his relationship with Chunmin might become rather complicated indeed. Facing the young hunter, he added that they could discuss all of that after the exam. But for now, he sincerely wished Suho success. Suho thanked him politely, privately thinking what a sly fox. Suho quietly glanced at Chunmin, already realizing that if he passed the exam, he would outrank him, and that alone would put Chunmin in a painfully awkward position. Suho let out a soft, contemplative sigh, and that was precisely why dealing with Chunmin felt incredibly complicated. He didn't want Chunmin feeling cornered or overshadowed. After the meeting wrapped up, the two walked side by side down the long corridor. Chunmin kept his gaze fixed firmly on the floor, shoulders slumped with worry. Suho stole another look at him before finally asking outright if he was troubled by Chief Pai's earlier words. Chunmin admitted that, of course, he was. He knew better than anyone how incredibly talented Suho was, but even with all that ability, clearing a sealed gate was incredibly perilous. With a serious, somber tone, he told Suho to be extremely cautious, and even offered to personally speak to the president so that the association would provide as much support as humanly possible. Suho looked at him with genuine appreciation, saying he truly valued that deep concern. But Chunmin wasn't just speaking out of politeness. He meant every single word. He reminded Suho that he had only recently become a hunter and warned him again that the sealed gates were nothing like ordinary ones. Then he pressed if Suho understood why the government trusted no one, except the Hunter Association, to clear them. Suho calmly replied that even top-tier guilds were rarely allowed into sealed gates due to national safety protocols. Chunmin suddenly stopped walking and looked at him, completely confused, asking why he would still insist on going there. Suho answered simply, yet confidently. He was absolutely confident he would succeed. He assured him everything would turn out fine. Then with a faint, knowing smile, Suho casually mentioned that among the sealed gates managed by the association, there was one called Nameless Sword. Immediately, Chunmin stiffened and exclaimed that that gate was among the most dangerous ones in existence. Suho's expression didn't even waver. He just smiled a little wider and said he already knew exactly how to clear it. The very next day, a military vehicle stood parked against a backdrop of traditional Asian buildings in the Gyeongju district, just beside the Nameless Sword Gate Square. Two soldiers stood before Suho and Jin Wei, and one of them asked the pair to wait. Suho agreed without a fuss. The reporter leaned in close and whispered that the atmosphere here felt palpably tense. Suho calmly replied that, although the association technically controlled this gate, it was still a military facility. The two young men suddenly caught sight of something ahead. The soldiers exchanged salutes, and one of them then turned to Suho to confirm if he was truly Hunter on Suho. Once confirmed, the soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander of this square. Suho politely greeted him, saying he was pleased to make his acquaintance. Major Kim, said the team leader, was already waiting inside. Jin Wei pointed ahead, asking if they were heading directly for the gate, and was met with an immediate yes. As the massive structure loomed into view, the reporter's eyes widened. Its immense size left him stunned, and he remarked it would make for extraordinary material. Major Kim explained that the colossal walls encasing the gate were forged from iron and a special alloy meticulously designed to repel any monsters attempting to break out, while simultaneously preventing the portal from expanding. Jin Wei gaped, awestruck at its immense scale, admitting the portal was far grander than he'd ever imagined, and the closer they got, the more captivating details he observed. Suho added that the military had taken extensive precautions to ensure the portal itself was difficult to reach as the group continued forward, until Major Kim reached Chulman and announced that Hunter on Suho had arrived. The civil servant smiled, greeting Suho warmly. The two shared a look, heavy with familiarity and relief. Schulman remarked that it had been quite a journey to reach this place. He expressed his relief that Suho had arrived so quickly. Suho observed that Chuman had arrived even earlier. He then asked when Chuman had gotten there. The civil servant casually replied, claiming he'd just arrived himself. Then his eyes drifted to the person standing next to Suho. Before Chuman could question further, the journalist cheerfully introduced himself as PBS reporter Joe Jinwei, extending his hand and declaring it was a pleasure to meet him. The men shook hands, but Schulman still looked completely baffled and questioned why a reporter was here of all places. Suho stepped in to clarify, explaining that photos would only be captured once the raid concluded. He then asked if Schulman would permit it. The civil servant stated that this facility wasn't classified, so there was no real reason to refuse. While still slightly perplexed, he admitted his main surprise was that Suho had brought his own reporter along. Jin Woo profusely thanked him for the permission, and, absolutely brimming with excitement, declared they would likely meet often from now on, so he should commit his face to memory. Schulman replied that he absolutely would. Major Kim then stepped up to Suho again, clutching an M416 automatic rifle. He informed them that, according to the association's message, the designated raid leader would be Hunter O. Suho, who confirmed this with a simple nod. The major hesitated for a beat before offering his apologies and inquired about Suho's current level. Suho calmly replied that he was level 51. Major Kim's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Then he swiftly averted his gaze and mumbled that he understood. They arrived at the entrance, the heavy, reinforced door towering above them. Major Kim stated that the portal's inner perimeter was already completely prepared, and Suho could proceed inside at once. He sternly warned that as soon as Suho stepped inside, the door would seal shut instantly. Suho offered a calm smile of thanks. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out his name. Schulman hurried over to him and questioned if he had a strategy cooked up. Suho confirmed that he absolutely did. Major Kim observed their exchange, clearly bewildered by their casual chat, given the perilous circumstances. Suho declared that explaining his strategy in words would be tough, but he'd conquer this gate, just like he did the Tower of Challenge. He added that if he pulled it off, then Chillman should remember his promise to assist him with the other remaining portals. The door then unlocked and slowly creaked open. Chillman wished him a safe return. Suho reassured him not to fret, confidently stating 1 hour would be plenty. Chillman's eyes widened, and he gasped in shock. 1 hour? Suho glanced back with a confident smirk, promising they'd meet again very, very soon. The door then shut behind him. Jinui exhaled deeply, confirming Suho had officially ventured inside. Closing his eyes, Chillman responded that all they could do now was wait. Major Kim quietly inquired, "Will everything really be okay?" Because a place like this could never be cleared by someone with just high stats alone. He then asked if Suho was also a healer. Jinui blanked, utterly confused, and the major repeated his question. The reporter grinned widely and quickly corrected him, explaining Suho was only a healer in name. Major Kim appeared even more bewildered. Chillman raised his hand and interjected, "I've never seen anyone wield a sword quite like Suho can." The major questioned if he was truly that skilled. Chillman then recounted what he had witnessed. During the Hunter practical exam, Suho was supposed to be taking the healer test, but instead, he slaughtered every monster with a sword, all while still protecting his patient, and thus he passed without a hitch. Jinwoo, tugging at his bag strap, admitted this was his first time hearing about it, and openly wondered if it was even allowed to take an exam like that. Chillman confessed he had been shocked too, but Suho had fulfilled all the requirements, so it didn't violate any rules whatsoever. Both the soldier and reporter stared at him, utterly stunned. In disbelief, Major Kim quickly concluded that Suho must possess a profound mastery of swordsmanship, suddenly understanding why he came here, specifically to challenge this very gate. Looking toward the dungeon's direction, Chunman nodded firmly and declared, Major Kim was absolutely right. In front of Suho stood the nameless sword portal, its entrance restricted to only one person at a time, and the moment he stepped inside, high cliffs surrounded him, while the system dramatically announced that he had officially entered the gate, walking through the forest with his sword in hand. He looked around, thinking that it had been a long time since he was last here. The path cutting between the trees was clearly visible, and Suho remembered how he had constantly struggled to clear this gate in the past, barely surviving every attempt. Suddenly, a sharp ringing sounded beside him, and he spotted a black shadow drifting eerily between the trees. The system reported the appearance of a boss, and a knight in imposing armor stepped forward. It was the nameless swordsman of unknown level. He stood, his blade poised and ready, and immediately, the air around him began to shine with a bright yellow glow. The system confirmed that the nameless swordsman had activated the battlefield, explaining that while this zone was active, the swordsman's status would mirror the user's exactly. All fighters within this field were prohibited from using anything except a sword and sword-related skills. Smiling, Suho greeted him as an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in a long time. The knight charged instantly, and the two clashed at close range. Suho catching the enemy's blade with his own. He struck back, but the knight blocked effortlessly. White streams of energy shimmered in front of the warrior. As the two separated briefly, watching his opponent, Suho analyzed his footwork. He noticed how the Sword Emperor adjusted his stance, perfectly balanced, minimizing any rebound. After every strike, the knight swung again, and Suho clearly understood that no one, at this point, could defeat this opponent. With pure swordsmanship alone, the Sword Emperor gripped his weapon with both hands, and Suho noted how the enemy's style shifted instantly, right after crossing blades, switching stances to catch him off guard, with a completely different technique. And that wasn't all. The knight attacked from unpredictable angles, constantly changing direction. As the Sword Emperor closed in, Suho acknowledged the truth. The most dangerous thing about this opponent was his ability to adapt his tactics, based on whoever he was fighting. The knight struck again. Suho dodged, realizing just how cunning the enemy was. But that was precisely why. Suho had learned so much from him in his past life, and with a small, knowing smile, he braced himself as the nameless swordsman lunged in a leaping attack. Suho spotted an opening and slashed, but the enemy twisted away at the last moment. Even so, Suho's blade scraped across the armor, leaving a faint cut. Suho lightly asked if he'd managed to surprise him. The Sword Emperor simply stared back in silence. Suho remembered perfectly that this opponent never spoke a single word until the moment he died. The knight stood ready, holding his sword with both hands. Suho struck again, landing a hit, and prepared another assault, revealing this was already his 7th time, challenging the nameless swordsman. He attacked fiercely. The knight's counterstrike swept just above his head. With a precise slash, Suho severed one of the knight's limbs and followed it with a kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing backward into a thick bush. Standing before the thicket, Suho recalled how many people throughout history had wondered who or what truly hid beneath the armor. The knight rose again, missing a leg. Suho asked if he knew just how disappointed he'd been the moment he first uncovered the truth. Calmly, he tightened his grip on his sword. He declared that everyone knew this foe as either the nameless swordsman or the Sword Emperor. But the simple truth was this: he was merely the spirit of the sword demon. A spectral limb shimmered into existence, replacing the severed leg, and one of the Sword Emperor's hands also shimmered. As a spectral form, the opponents clashed once more, blades ringing violently, as sword slashes carved deep into the ground and scattered rocks around them. Suho blocked a powerful blow, his sword blazing with vivid red streams of energy, and unleashed a fierce counterattack, his blade punching a gaping hole through the enemy's chest armor. He struck the same vital spot once more, and the ominous purple cracks crawling across. The Sword Emperor's form spread even further. With another swift leap, the knight retreated, but Suho immediately closed the distance between them, studying his enemy with intense focus. Suho revealed that his own fighting style had been forged, specifically to counter every single style the knight employed. Smiling, he delivered another absolutely decisive slash. Large fragments of armor shattered and flew through the air. Finally, Suho stood triumphant over his fallen enemy. The system declared, the nameless swordsman has been defeated, and the sealed gate is now cleared. with Suho recognized as MVP. Looking down with a hint of melancholy, he admitted he was glad to have met the nameless swordsman again, and truthfully, he should thank him, because without this formidable opponent, he would never have achieved such mastery. In swordsmanship, a broken piece of armor lay abandoned on the ground, and Suho mused that it was thanks to this very enemy that he had once earned the glorious title of the sword god. Black streams of energy swirled around him as he solemnly wished the spirit to rest in peace, promising to remember him every teacher's day. The system promptly granted him additional experience points and bonus stats. System windows immediately popped up, one reporting a level increase, another confirming a +1 increase to his core stats, and an additional skill point, and another offering a sweet 5 bonus points, all for conquering a challenging gate. A solitary sword lay abandoned on the ground. Suho let out a frustrated sigh, annoyed that this ghost had neither blood nor shadow, which meant, infuriatingly, his bloodsucker and shadow eater skills were completely useless here. Still, ever observant, he picked up the weapon, examining its blade closely. This sword alone seemed to make the whole trip worthwhile. His reflection shimmered across its pristine surface as the system identified it, the nameless sword, belonging to the nameless swordsman. Rank F. The blade quivered, then abruptly shattered right in his grasp, rising as countless, shimmering fragments. The system declared the nameless sword had been absorbed, activating sword understanding. Suho's lips curved into a surprised smile as he learned the soul of the nameless sword had reshaped his entire fighting style and even changed the nature of his guardian sword. Then a description unfurled. Guardian sword, rank S+. This ideal technique, crafted by Suho, was based on the most fundamental principles, achieving perfect balance between attack, defense, and evasion. After merging with the soul of the nameless sword, its rank had increased even further. The technique absorbed the sword's very will and now possessed unlimited growth potential. Suho realized with profound awe that his ideal sword technique had just been born. The scene shifted to the anxious spectators, glued to their multiple screens. Jinwoo murmured that everything seemed eerily quiet. For now, Chunman glanced at him and admitted that, although he trusted Suho completely, considering the enemy's immense strength, clearing this entire area might still take quite a bit of time. He immediately objected, reminding him that only half an hour had passed. Major Kim stepped forward and asked Chunman for permission to check the situation himself. Once allowed, he prepared to move out, until the reporter suddenly cried out for him to wait. Confused, the major asked what was wrong. As beads of sweat dripped down the journalist's cheek, Jin Wei pointed frantically at the portal, shouting for everyone to look at the screen. Suho emerged, stepping through the newly opened door. Jin Hui practically exploded, yelling that the gate had been cleared. Suho, still adjusting to the bright outdoor light, was stunned when someone excitedly called him pro on, and then suddenly, Jin Hui and Chulman came sprinting towards him, like overly excited kids chasing down candy. Jin Hui even held his camera high above his head, as if he were filming a grand festival. Suho told them to calm down, but the reporter's entire face was practically glowing with pure joy, as he demanded to know how they were supposed to calm down. When Suho had cleared a sealed gate in under an hour, he yelled that it was absolutely insane. Chulman looked caught between fear and utter happiness as he reminded everyone that Suho had defeated the nameless swordsman, the very same monster who hadn't been beaten, even after more than 200 attempts. He anxiously asked if Suho was all right. Suho smiled and said he felt great, casually adding that he'd taken care of it easily. The major stared at him in utter disbelief, as if trying to process the idea that the monster, who had slaughtered hundreds, could be considered easy. Standing beside Jin Hui and Chulman, Suho noted the major's expression. This soldier was desperately trying to understand what kind of person he was truly dealing with. Chulman then practically bounced with excitement, suggesting they take a commemorative photo, since a sealed gate had finally been conquered. The major hesitated, but Chulman waved it off, insisting it was only a formality and that there was nothing to worry about. He reminded the major that he was just a regular soldier, so he rarely appeared in photographs, and that having a Korean army major in the picture would make the proof far more credible. Finally, Major Jeonguk agreed to join. The scene cut to the picture appearing on a laptop screen in front of the Nexus. Guild leader Suho explained that, just as he'd mentioned earlier on the phone, he had successfully cleared the nameless sword. A sealed gate visible in the photo. Pictured with him were a representative from the Hunter Association, and none other than Major Kim Jong-gu. He also pointed to the reporter beside him, introducing him as Jo Jin-wee for PBS. He explained they agreed to take the photo together to prevent any potential manipulation of the news. Jin Hui politely handed over his business card, introducing himself as Suho's personal reporter. Dong Yuk pressed his thumb to his temple and declared he didn't need the card at all. He'd never even considered manipulating anything in the first place. Standing before Suho, the guild leader finally asked, "How in the world did you pull this off?" Suho blinked, asking, "What part do you mean?" Dong Yuk gestured wildly at everything, demanding specifics. How had he gotten permission to access that sealed gate? How had he cleared it so incredibly fast? And how had he survived? Something that had killed over 200 hunters. Suho calmly explained that he'd met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association to get permission, then simply went in and killed the monster. Dong Yu stared at him in utter confusion, running a hand through his hair. As he desperately tried to make sense of it all, Suho then asked if, now that he had proven his skill level, they could finally finalize the contract. Holding up 2 fingers, he stated that while the guild leader could choose the salary amount himself, he had 2 crucial conditions. As long as he was in Nexus, he needed their full, unwavering support. And if he passed the Hunter Association exam, his exclusive contract must be terminated immediately. He added that he had already informed the association president about clearing the gate and that several other guilds had contacted him, but he told all of them he would only accept an offer from the one truly willing to fully support him. Dong Yu eyed him with distrust at first, a strange expression flickering across his face, then suddenly burst out laughing and said the deal was sealed. He called for the secretary to bring the paperwork. The man returned Suho's confidence with renewed excitement, saying the hero had truly proven himself. After he doubted him, Suho extended his hand and they shook firmly. The guild leader warned of a mountain of work ahead, and Suho replied he was ready. Later, on a road filled with evening traffic, Suho smiled and mentioned that since his friend brought him, he'd happily drive him back. Jinwoo chuckled, saying he was merely fulfilling his duties as Suho's manager. When Suho asked why he called himself that, Jinwoo explained that, since Suho kept feeding him exclusive content, the least he could do was pay him back somehow. He added that the sedan didn't shake nearly as much as the minivan he used before, so he bought this one specifically. Suho stared at him, stunned, realizing once again that this man truly was born with a golden spoon. As they drove, Suho asked if the reporter wouldn't get scolded for skipping work all day. Jinwoo proudly replied that several exclusive articles had been published that very day, so no one would complain, especially since he promised the editorial office he'd bring Suho there eventually. Suho realized that there was no way this man would let such an opportunity slip. Jinwoo said they could start by reporting the successful clearing of the sealed gate, and then gradually move on to covering his joining Nexus. With the news spaced out, there should be no problem maintaining interest, though realistically, no one knew how long they could keep public attention. Suho closed his eyes and told him it was fine. He could handle things however he liked. Then, Jinwoo hesitated and asked something more serious. They just had to ask how Suho managed to read the nameless swordsman strategy. Suho then explained the monster's patterns were incredibly predictable, and he already knew about the sword Emperor's reputation, knowing the fight had to be strictly with cold weapons only. He admitted it might sound arrogant, but he was certain he was a far better swordsman than the monster. Jinwoo stared, completely bewildered, gripping the steering wheel as Suho continued, saying experience played a massive role in the battle, and his own swordsmanship was incredibly strong. The reporter then reminded him that the monster had killed over 200 warriors, including the country's greatest swordsman, and asked if Suho truly understood that. Suho calmly explained that the nameless swordsman copied the opponent's status and adapted his combat style accordingly. Inside that gate, only sword skill truly mattered. No items, no external abilities. Nothing else could influence the fight. Still driving, Jinwoo finally asked if Suho even had a swordsmanship skill. Suho replied that he did, and it was rank S, but it didn't show up in his status window. The car swerved violently as Jinwoo slammed his forehead onto the steering wheel. Completely stunned, he demanded to know how Suho had acquired a rank S swordsmanship skill, and when it happened, flames practically burst behind him in his excitement. And Suho told him to calm down, because he was absolutely boiling over. He warned that information should be delivered gradually, not dumped all at once. Jinwoo exhaled heavily and said that if Suho wanted to know anything about him, he could ask any time and get instant answers. After slowing the car, he admitted Suho had a real talent for shocking people, and he never imagined he'd end up working for someone. Suho reassured him, and Jinwoo thanked him for calling him first, apologizing for doubting him in the beginning. Suho just laughed, saying it was all fine. They finally made it back to their luxurious apartment complex. Jinwoo then asked if that meant their day was finally over. Suho nodded, explaining he desperately needed rest. The reporter immediately offered to walk him all the way home, and Suho thanked him warmly for the gesture. Later that night, as darkness finally settled outside, Suho finally sank down onto something soft and let himself just breathe, thinking, with quiet, immense satisfaction, that he could genuinely be proud of today's incredible results. Wiping his head with a towel, he surprisingly realized he wasn't even tired, despite everything he had accomplished. Pulling the towel away, he summoned his status window. The system reported 7 bonus points still remaining, and he immediately understood this might finally be enough to unlock the unified train skill, though the conditions for it were notoriously strict. Every stat except one had to share the same rank, and all stats at that same level needed to have absolutely identical values. If even 1 bonus point remained, the system would automatically raise the lowest stat to match the higher ones. Suho diligently worked through the window, carefully, watching as the system meticulously evaluated each requirement. Then, the triumphant notification appeared. All conditions have been met. The unified train skill was now fully activated. He blinked in utter surprise and watched as the remaining bonus points were swiftly distributed. To equalize every stat, his personal card immediately refreshed, showing that all of his characteristics now stood at identical values. Red level rank 14 across the board. Joy surging through him, Suho clenched his fists and thought, I've finally done it. In his past life, he never even imagined this was possible, so he never tried. Now, staring at the window, he broke into a bright, satisfied smile and let himself fall back on a bed, thinking that he needed to keep pushing forward. Exactly like this, his phone suddenly rang beside him. The caller ID displayed a name he hadn't seen in quite a while. Gu Yunhua, still lying down. Suho remarked, "It's been some time since I heard your voice." And her call came at the perfect moment, since he was in fantastic spirits. She immediately commented, "You must have way too much free time." Confused, he asked what she meant, urging her not to speak so formally. Yunho revealed she'd read the article. Grinning, Suho pressed the phone closer. Surprised the piece had come out so quickly, he admitted he hadn't checked the comments yet, and asked her for the lowdown on everyone's reactions. But she called him sir again, insisting they meet first. Suho repeated that he just wanted her answer. She reminded him, sharply, that they still hadn't accepted his offer. Suho told her that if she or the others weren't satisfied with anything, he wouldn't force them. That shocked her, and Suho pressed for an answer again. Yunho closed her eyes and asked what they were supposed to do from now on. Suho got up from the bed and said he would explain everything tomorrow. When they met, he suggested everyone come to the Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She objected immediately, stating 2 of them had work and she had lectures. His expression hardened with clear disappointment. He told her he must have gravely overestimated them. Apparently, none of them cared about anything, except for useless nonsense. He had to pull the phone away from his ear, because Yunho exploded, cursing him out and then yelled that she would still come. She declared she'd be at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. and hung up. Suho smirked and told her goodbye. The next day, at the magnificent Nexus Academy building, Yenho crossed her arms and barked at him not to get full of himself, claiming she only skipped her lectures because she felt like resting, not because of him. The others stood before Suho, who sat casually on a bench. He said he didn't recall asking her why she came, and she snorted angrily, clearly irritated. She demanded to know why he gathered them all. Suho stood up and said he'd brought them because he had something important to say. Smiling, he announced that today he was going to kill them all. The Banshee members stared at him stunned, while he handed them tablets and asked them to fill out forms first. Yunho squinted at the device and assumed it was some contract to hand over their corpses to him. But reading the text, she realized it was simply a skills survey. She asked if he wanted their personal information. Raising his hand, Suho told them that once he joined the special department, he would need freelance agents, and he'd already said he needed real shadows. He reminded them he wouldn't use just anyone for that purpose. Turning away, he explained that their training would be brutal, until exhaustion, and they'd learn everything, from basic combat techniques to maximizing their own skills. Only they would see their personal information, so they needed to be honest. Their relationship had to be built on trust, since he already shared his secrets. It was their turn now. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Later inside the Nexus Academy's training hall, Suho held a black key card and smiled as he said it was time to begin. He remembered how he received it. Miss Sui had explained that this card granted unrestricted access to any area of the academy, including the S-rank only training hall, ensuring he avoided unwanted attention. She also gave him guest cards as he requested. Examining the card, Suho realized he had been so focused on everything else that he had forgotten about D1, whom he promised to meet here. He would arrange that soon. Nearby, the Banshee members lay inside training capsules. Suho thought he would deal with challenges as they came. Suddenly, the landscape shifted. Towering cliffs appeared before them. They had entered the Kunlun Mountains. Suho stood before the Banshee squad and welcomed them, telling them that they would be training there. Whenever they had free time, he looked them over, believing they were all below level 50. He could train them however he wished. Yunho demanded to know exactly what they would be doing. Suho replied they'd begin with the absolute fundamentals and combat technique refinement, because with their current level of skill, the special department would eventually catch them. He scoffed, asking if they truly believed cheap tricks could fool the special department forever. Yunho snapped back that their plan was excellent, and no one would ever catch them. Suho smirked, arms crossed, reminding her that he'd already caught them himself, and that perfect crimes simply didn't exist, especially in a world teeming with superpowered individuals. For that reason alone, he told them, they needed to learn to protect themselves and, ideally, each other. With a snap of his fingers, countless weapons materialized around them. He told them to pick one, because developing their fundamentals and overcoming fear was their top priority now. Yanwa picked up a weapon and asked if there was anything else. Suho asked if she recalled what people had called him. Recently, she muttered that he was called the Sword God. His right hand glowed as he confirmed that was indeed his nickname, leaning on his sword. He told them they were standing before a true master of swordsmanship, and it would be foolish to expect him to teach anything else. To maximize swordsmanship in this realm, they shouldn't use any of their other skills. He couldn't forbid it, but those skills would only hinder them later. The group frowned. Suho told them to try to kill him, swinging his sword as he announced the training had begun. In an instant, he rushed them. Heads flew. He asked the stunned survivors why. They still had time to be surprised. Then he finished off the remaining two. The squad respawned again, and Suho said that since they'd already died once, they shouldn't freeze up like idiots. They quickly took defensive stances. Suho praised that and said they'd restart. Looking upward, the group realized his next attack was coming from above. Suho slammed into them again. Bodies scattered as he mocked them, even mid-combat. He told one their grandmother moved faster. He then elbowed another right in the chest. How could someone who works in delivery, he questioned, be this slow? He wondered, joking. Were you fired because customers starved, waiting for their orders? The boy then crashed into another teammate. Turning to the third, Suho asked, how can a teacher be so slow? that you can't even parry such a simple strike? What did you possibly teach kids, if they can already outpace you? The young man insisted he hadn't dodged intentionally. Suho retorted his excuse was worse than a schoolboy's. Their hands trembled, clutching their swords tightly. One cursed loudly, demanding, "When will this bastard finally shut up?" They attacked together. Suho thought their growing self-control would help them avoid panic. When they eventually entered real gates, suddenly, a powerful blast tore through the terrain. Suho told them they would become his shadows, not mere errand runners, but true warriors who would help clear gates. Stepping on their fallen swords, he told them sternly, "There's no easy path to becoming strong. You only become strong when you believe. There's no retreat left." The bloody training continued relentlessly. After a long, grueling time, the exhausted Banshee members struggled to get up again. Raising his hand, Suho said he was satisfied with their effort, but he had other things to do. The group stared at him in shock, as he casually told them that the simulation would automatically end at the right time, and they must continue training until then. Yunho asked in disbelief if he was really just leaving. A digital clone of Suho then appeared behind him. Suho told her not to worry. The clone had all the same abilities as him. The copy lifted its sword, then insulted them, calling them pigs and trash, and demanded they prepare to fight. Furious and enraged, the Banshee members cursed Suho as a complete bastard. Suho simply stepped out of the capsule. He glanced back at the four others, still training. That was enough for them for now. He answered a call. Miss Sui's voice came through. She said an article had just gone up about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild, and she called to confirm it. Suho asked if the author was Zhou Jinwu. She confirmed it was his exclusive report, and the PR team wanted to publish additional info. Looking out the window, Suho said that's perfect. In fact, another article should be prepared. Sui hesitated, saying it might be too soon. Suho explained that public reaction would likely be harsh, since he had previously stated he dreamed of joining the government and then abruptly joined a private guild. There would be negativity. Sui assured him that following his plan would settle public opinion. Soon enough, Suho thought about the fact that he still hadn't publicly announced he was taking the Rank 5 exam at the end of the year, though it wouldn't remain secret for long. He told her he'd explain everything later and needed to make another call. He phoned Jin Woo, who greeted him happily. While working at his laptop, Jin Woo asked what he needed. Suho said he heard the article about Nexus had been published and that public opinion was heated. He said he had an idea and wanted another article. This time, it would cover his next challenge, the clearing of another sealed gate. Smiling, Suho announced he was planning to take on the Swamp of Despair next. A new article spreads like wildfire across the internet, announcing that Suho has successfully cleared the sealed gate of a nameless sword. People online explode with shock. How could he have just cleared the Tower of Trials, yet already moved on to conquering a sealed gate? One person wonders aloud, is Suho now the newest Sword King? Another corrects him instantly and says the guy should be called the Sword God. A second article follows, reporting that Suho has joined the Nexus Academy. Instantly, users swarm, reminding everyone that he previously declared he wanted to join the Hunters Association. Others accuse him of corruption, hurling insults without restraint. Then a third headline drops. Nexus Guild Hunter Suho intends to clear another sealed gate, the Swamp of Despair. Someone immediately calls him a complete psycho. Another mocks the people who claimed Suho joined Nexus for money, asking, "What's wrong with your faces now?" Someone else claims they believed in him from the start. Another declares Suho is now his idol and threatens to personally deal with anyone who dares insult him. Suho reads all these comments on his phone. Most of them are exhilarating and overwhelmingly positive. He smiles, thinking everything is going exactly according to plan. That's when Chulman walks in, looking utterly exhausted. His head droops forward as he cradles it with one hand. Suho immediately asks if he was granted access to the Swamp of Despair. Chulman says he had been discussing exactly that. He remembers the president's furious expression. The head of the association had screamed that, of course, Suho should be given access, and called Chulman an idiot for not doing it immediately. When Suho first asked, Chulman adds that now, it seems the hero practically has automatic access to every gate he needs. While Chulman mentally prepares himself for endless paperwork, Suho thanks him for the effort. As they walk between the office desks, Suho explains that he plans to take the exam for the 5th rank at the end of the year. But it's a secret, so Chulman shouldn't tell anyone. Chulman immediately seals his lips with his fingers and swears he will remain silent, like a fish. Suho laughs to himself, thinking he was only joking, but the guy's reaction was priceless. He tells him they should move toward clearing the gate now. Now, the scene shifts to Yongjongdo, Incheon, where the sealed S-rank gate, known as the Swamp of Despair, looms. Suho now stands before the colossal portal. As several cameramen furiously record the moment. Whispers spread through the crowd that no hunter has ever returned alive from this gate. Even though our Suho is incredibly unique, some still doubt if he can truly conquer this place. Meanwhile, inside the security room, Jean Huey watches the monitor nervously. He tells a worried man beside him to just relax, and even brazenly suggests making a bet. Grinning, Jean Huey declares he'll bet $1 million, but that Suho will absolutely clear the gate. The other man, still anxious, agrees reluctantly, hoping Suho just comes out alive, but remains convinced clearing this place is utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Chulman stands utterly frozen, horrified. He shouts that the gate is vanishing before their eyes. Everyone stares at the screens in utter disbelief. Jean Huey gasps, asking if Suho actually cleared already. The other man yells back that it's absolutely impossible. In a panic, Jean Huey elbows Chulman right in the face, demanding to know how many minutes Suho was inside. 10, 20. Chulman shakes his head, stuttering that it wasn't even 10. It's been less than 5 minutes. The moment Suho stepped inside, the truth became chillingly clear. The system had informed him that the Swamp of Despair had no entry requirements, and any number of players could enter. Now Suho stands at the base of a colossal staircase, stretching endlessly upward into an eerie sky. He remembers distinctly that this gate caused even more casualties than the infamous Nameless Sword, and no one had ever returned from it alive. Outsiders never truly understood what actually transpired inside. Suho knows that monsters don't actually appear here. To clear the gate, one must simply climb these stairs. But every single step is a psychological nightmare, packed with terrifying, insidious mental traps. That's why horrific monsters now surround the staircase. Victims tragically turned into statues. Suho understands the real, brutal strategy. For clearing this dreadful place, you need an item or skill granting S rank. Mental protection. Otherwise, the endless despair will consume you. And your corpse will become another statue on these stairs. This gate is justly called the Swamp of Despair. For that very reason, no one has ever made it back. A faint smile on his lips, Suho steps onto the first stair. He tells himself none of this matters right now. But just then, a crushing wave of despair slams into him. His legs can barely stay steady beneath him. Purple energy streams swirl behind his head. Yet, he manages a smile. The system announces Dragon Blood activated, granting him mental damage immunity. With dragon blood now coursing through his veins, the entire gate transforms into nothing but an easy stroll. Suho advances to the next step. Terrible monsters lurk all around him, yet he keeps walking calmly forward. The higher he climbs, the fewer statues he notices. Only a handful ever made it even halfway up. Twisted faces gaze at him from every side. Forever trapped, he knows he can't save them. He recalls that in his past life, the hunter who cleared this gate had spent hundreds of days strengthening his mind. That man had attempted to save the victims, but when he touched the statues, they all simply turned to dust in the end, leaving him alone, unable to save anyone. Finally, Suho reaches the very top. He gazes at the lifeless forms below him and says he knows just how much they suffered. Pressing his palms together, he promises to set them free. He knows he can only release their trapped souls. A glowing white portal awaits him. The system declares him MVP, awarding him additional experience points. It also announces he is the first person ever to clear this portal, awarding 5 more skill points for his achievement. Then a level up notification appears, boosting more stats and adding another skill point. Smiling, Suho proclaims, "Time for the final reward." The system grants him the legendary Ring of Emotions. This ring lets him see emotions as colored auras, absorb white or black emotional energy, and reshape it at will, though its duration is unknown. Suho recalls that in his previous life, the only person who ever obtained this ring was the very same player who cleared this gate. That man had used it to heal emotional wounds, but it was later tragically stolen by enemies. Suho lifts his hand, thinking, this time, things will be different. He slips the magnificent ring onto his finger. Perched atop the stairs, the ring immediately begins to siphon off the dark, dreadful emotional energy clinging to the corpses. But thanks to his dragon's blood, Suho remains mentally unscathed. He touches the ground, and the system promptly reports that the ring reacts powerfully to intense emotions. Its color turns black as absorption rapidly begins. Black energy swirls around him as Suho raises his right hand. The ring has absorbed the absolute maximum it can hold. It's not enough to purify the entire staircase, however, but he truly has no other option left, now that he finally faces the long-awaited exit portal. Turning his gaze toward the glowing gateway, Suho quietly murmurs that it's finally time to leave. The very instant Suho stepped back outside, reporters instantly swarmed around him. Their cameras flashed relentlessly, non-stoply. He instinctively lifted a hand to shield his face, as journalists clamored, urging him to look into their lenses. Before he could even fully steady himself, Chulman and Jinwi abruptly rushed toward him, both practically bursting with uncontainable excitement. Chillman, practically punching the very air in delight, demanded to know just how Suho had managed to clear the portal in exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds, when this very gate was said to be even more dangerous than even the infamous Nameless Sword. Jinwi, practically vibrating, shouted that he needed to write an article. Immediately, Suho, smiling, told them to calm down. But with a sly smile, he invited them to join him for a photo, and the two, ecstatic, happily agreed, as news of the completely cleared gate instantly exploded online. People questioned, even doubted whether Suho had truly conquered the infamous swamp of despair, a gate no one had ever returned from. The answer was a resounding yes. He really had. Meanwhile, Dongyuk stared blankly at his tablet, utterly in disbelief, completely overwhelmed. That the completion time was unbelievably under 5 minutes. He clutched his face with his hands, unable to truly believe what he was reading. Just then, his landline suddenly rang out. When he hesitantly picked up, the caller introduced himself as John Kyung-won, the formidable president of the Korean Hunters Association, who politely asked if Dongyuk had a moment to discuss something urgent. Dongyuk immediately assumed this call was about Suho. When asked if he could make it to the association, Dongyuk suggested grabbing lunch instead. The president readily agreed. Moments after he hung up, a man entered his office, looking to speak with him, but Dongyuk simply summoned his secretary, Kimmy Kong, and instructed him to set up a meeting with Hunter Suho later that day. A sleek white car then pulled up, and Jinwoo informed Suho they'd arrived. As they stepped out of the vehicle, Suho asked if Jinwoo was heading to the broadcasting station. Jinwoo explained how this swamp of despair article was already prepared and only needed some minor edits before its release. He also suggested they do a restaurant tour next time, since he genuinely enjoyed writing food reviews, and Suho promised he'd join him. As the car departed, Suho gazed happily at his ring, muttering that Jinwoo's passion had filled it with an abundance of positive energy. Upon entering a restaurant, Suho approached a table, where Kyu-min loudly hailed him as the protector of South Korea. The president then encouraged him to sit beside Mr. Dongyuk. Suho thanked the association leaders and took his designated seat. Noticing Kyung-won, Kyu-min, Dongyuk, and the head of the Special Force Division, Pai Song-yeol, all gathered, confused by the sudden formality of it all. He listened as Kyung-won congratulated him, praising the unprecedented speed with which he cleared both sealed gates, and calling him the future of the nation. Kyu-min then proposed a toast, and Suho, raising his cup, chose to toast their shared success. Glasses clinked around the table. During the meal, the president mentioned, hearing that Suho's guild contract had no fixed term. Dong-wook confirmed that, while most contracts lasted 3 years, Suho was a special case, who could contribute greatly to the country, so he wouldn't be restricted at all. Kyung-won laughed, pleased that guild leader. Dong-wook shared the association's goals, then asked Suho if he agreed with the arrangement. Suho simply said he truly appreciated the guild leader's thoughtful gesture. Chief Pai, very much so. He added that he eagerly looked forward to Suho joining the Hunters Association soon, as it would not only boost their organization, but the entire nation. With a strange smile, the Chu-man then mentioned the president wished to present Suho with a special letter of thanks. Inside, Suho practically cheered. This letter, he knew, practically guaranteed he'd ace the level 5 exam. Out loud, he simply stated he was deeply honored. Kyung-hwan explained that originally, they had all gathered there to celebrate the nameless swordsman's victory, but Suho cleared another gate so swiftly that even they couldn't keep pace. Suho humbly replied it was only possible because the president granted him the access he needed. The leaders absolutely loved his answer. Chief Pai, still holding his cup, then asked how Suho managed to clear the swamp of despair, since no one had ever returned from it, and information was minimal. Suho recognized Pai's knack for extracting secrets, a talent he remembered from his past life. So, he maintained his guard. Smiling, he casually explained that inside the gate, there were no monsters, only a single staircase. After stepping on it just once, he sensed the danger and used his tools, while continuing to climb until he succeeded. The association representatives stared, mouths agape, as Chief Pai stroked his beard. He was impressed Suho avoided mental overload, where others relied solely on stability. Chu-man then inquired about his current level, mentioning he'd heard Suho wasn't even level 100 yet. Suho replied that he was only level 53. Chief Pai nearly choked. He then asked what abilities Suho gained, when the ring on Suho's finger suddenly emitted white light. Suho immediately sensed that the association wanted to mold him into an obedient weapon. He explained that he was technically a healer, but because he preferred swords, he acquired the sword path. Chief Pai said the sword path wasn't unusual, though certainly unexpected for a healer. Suho noted privately that the special department boasted numerous unique abilities, so Suho's didn't exactly impress them. Yet he strongly disliked the sensation of being treated like a mere hunting dog. Speaking aloud, he added that while swordsmanship was his primary skill, he wanted support to develop his healer abilities, because a hunter's lifespan was simply too short. Dong-yuk and Kyung-won both agreed that hunters constantly face danger, and the Nexus Guild could bolster his development. Better, the leaders then smiled, as Chimon proudly declared himself a vital link between the guild and the association. Chief Pai added that Suho could also fully rely on him. Feeling truly overwhelmed by so many generous offers of support, Suho powerfully raised his fist and vowed to clear every single gate in Korea. The leaders applauded heartily as Chimon refilled his drink. As night finally settled, the meeting concluded and Suho and Chief Pai walked out, saying their goodbyes to the association leaders. Suho mentioned he had thoroughly enjoyed the evening. Once the car departed, Chief Pai reached under his jacket, offering Suho a cigarette. Suho politely declined, but the chief lit one anyway, saying he always smoked after a truly good party. He then handed Suho his personal business card, saying he usually ignored calls, but would always answer his. He then casually asked where Suho was currently living, and Suho quickly explained that his old place had become too crowded with zealous fans, so he was temporarily staying in a hotel. Chief Pai frowned, declaring this a national problem. Popular hunters immediately became surrounded by obsessed, unrelenting crowds. Suho, however, dismissed it as merely normal affection, which instantly darkened Chief Pai's entire aura. Suho instantly realized his comment had sounded incredibly naive to someone who viewed unawakened civilians as mere pawns, a chilling mindset shared by the president and vice president. Chief Pai then stated that Although the official exam would be held at the end of the year, Suho had practically already passed with flying colors. Suho simply acknowledged this fact. The chief said he once thought Suho was merely modest, but now saw he wasn't simple-minded at all. He then casually linked arms with Suho and suggested they rehearse a superior, subordinate dynamic, since Suho would soon be under his command. Upon joining the association, Suho agreed, which made Pai chuckle. Then Pai asked if Suho wanted to quit clearing gates entirely and join the Special Forces unit right away. Suho tensed, realizing Pai was baiting him. As Pai flicked his cigarette, Suho grasped Pai's true motive. The chief had stayed until the very end to personally recruit him instead of just gathering info. Through Donghyuk, the ring of emotions activated, releasing a brilliant white light. Suho internally urged Pai to shape his intentions. Smiling, he reassured Pai that everything was fine, emphasizing the Special Forces unit's importance. The ring amplified positive emotions, and white streams rose from Pai's eyes as he declared Suho actually had ambition, a trait Pai admired, since most hunters only had empty dreams. He then asked how close Suho was with Chulman from a gate department. Suho replied that Chulman was close, but he also desired good relationships with both Pai, and especially the president, hoping for productive cooperation. With Pai, the Special Forces head, pleased, Pai rested his hand on Suho's shoulder, complimenting his excellent communication skills. Suho thanked him and expressed his hope to join the department. Through special recruitment, Pai rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. That recruitment for level 5 hunters had already been announced for the end of the year, and there was no need for special recruitment, just for someone who would qualify anyway. Suho, meanwhile, knew the ring's influence had deepened Pai's interest into something closer to emotional loyalty. It wouldn't last forever, but it was more than enough for now. Then, standing together, Pai said he was surprised. Suho was so committed to joining the association and asked about special recruitment. Pai explained it wasn't common, but could be arranged if necessary. Suho showered him with praise, calling him an amazing person. This made Pai cover his mouth, feigning shyness. Pai clarified that recruitment decisions originated from higher authorities, but if the special department faced a critical shortage, they could justify a special intake for new members. Pai further explained that if such recruitment did occur, they would require concrete proof of Suho's indispensable value to the department. Suho asked, "Do you mean clearing gates?" Pai sharply reminded him that the Special Force specialized in handling awakened criminals, which was far more crucial. Suho had, indeed, completely overlooked that detail. Pai stated that criminals with awakened abilities were exceptionally perilous, and while Suho possessed formidable skills, Gothic clearing and crime fighting were entirely different beasts. He proposed Suho prove his worth by selecting any wanted criminal target and delivering them to the department. If successful, he could be accepted within 1 or 2 months. A car then pulled up. Pai noted that most newcomers often panicked at the mere mention of wanted criminals, but Suho, clearly, wasn't one to be timid. Smiling, he declared he'd eagerly await Suho's news. Suho recalled how, in his past life, Pai hadn't even remembered his name until after his nameless swordsman victory. But this time, things were already unfolding differently. As the car drove off, Suho realized that soon the villains and their underlings would be among the new recruits, who would make excellent sacrifices for his upcoming plan. Ahead lay several neat, unassuming buildings, and Suho's shadow stretched long across the pavement. Faint cigarette smoke drifted lazily from nearby windows. He muttered, "I've walked right into a viper's nest." Activating his magic detection, he instantly spotted a pack of suspicious figures inside. He'd finally confirmed this was indeed the right place. Casually, he picked up a brick with his left hand. In the very next moment, he smashed it straight through the window of the room, where the stunned criminals were gathered. One thug stammered, "W, what the hell is going on?" While another yelled, "Some punk's messing with us." With lightning speed, the criminals burst out, ready to face their challenger. They stopped dead in their tracks before Suho, aggressively demanding to know his business. The blonde thug among them eyed him warily, wondering if he was drunk or just plain insane. Suho, however, simply smiled unfazed, assuring them he was perfectly sober. He then asked if they were the very scumbags who'd been pilfering cryptocurrency wallets with their elaborate scams. Instantly, a flicker of fear crossed the thugs' faces. Suho pressed on, asking if they were holding a man named Cogi, one hostage. The criminals exchanged anxious glances, completely baffled by who this stranger was, or how he knew their every secret. One of them mused he might be a cop. Another declared they needed to eliminate him regardless. A third, however, hesitated, wondering if this would land them in even deeper trouble. But the reply came swiftly. This bastard already knew far too much, so nothing worse could possibly happen if they didn't deal with him now. Suho offered them a tired smile, internally noting how utterly pathetic these opponents were. He mentally urged them to try and catch him, thinking they might even prove useful if they could. He then summoned the Shadow Spear, firing a quick shot near one thug, unleashing chains that instantly coiled around him. Purple energy pulsed around the man's trapped body as his bald friend screamed his name in pure panic. Several other criminals charged at Suho, yelling insults, but he dodged their attacks effortlessly. A blond man lunged with his own spear, actually managing to land a clean hit, but it did absolutely nothing. The criminals stared wide-eyed as Suho, lightly splattered with blood, merely grinned. The system then announced the activation of his blood weapon, and a long crimson shaft materialized in Suho's hands. He drove it straight into the unsuspecting thug, sending him sprawling across the ground. Suho noted to himself that he couldn't kill them, but no one said he couldn't beat them senseless. Another criminal rushed forward, calling him an idiot, only to be sent flying by a single, powerful strike. Soon, only the bald thug was left standing, trembling, muttering about how utterly insane this was. He tried to make a break for it, but Suho's blood spear pierced straight through his leg. Suho calmly asked where he thought he was going. With all the criminals defeated and strewn around him, Suho warned them to quit screaming, unless they wanted an extra dose of pain. Then he stored all of them within his subspace portals. Dusting off his hands, he declared the only thing left was to find Co Jaiwan. Inside the kitchen, which was a complete disaster zone, Suho finally found the man he'd been looking for. Jaiwan was slumped on the floor, completely asleep in front of his laptop. Suho called his name, and the man blinked awake, staring blankly at the hero. When Suho asked if he'd finally come to his senses, Jaiwan looked around shakily, asking what happened. Suho greeted him warmly and introduced himself. Jaiwan froze, then asked in horror, "Is this really the Suho from the news?" He couldn't understand how Suho ended up here, nor where the criminals who'd held him hostage had gone. Still shaking, he looked absolutely terrified. Suho remembered reading in Jaiwan's autobiography that he had been beaten and imprisoned for 6 months by these ruthless thugs. He saw that the man was too traumatized to speak normally right now, so he extended his hand. The ring responded to Jaiwan's intense emotions, identifying them as black. Suho then pressed his palm gently to Jaiwan's chest to absorb them completely. When Suho asked if he felt better, Jaiwan stared at him in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how his trembling had simply stopped. Suho knelt in front of him, explaining softly that he saw his condition was terrible and used one of his skills to help. Jaiwan gasped, then hesitantly asked what would happen to him now. "Why be going to jail?" Suho asked, "Why would you?" Jaiwan admitted he'd done many wrong things. Suho reminded him that he had been forced into everything, and that monsters like them didn't belong in jail. Jivan reluctantly agreed, still brimming with suspicion. He pressed, "How did you even know I was here?" Especially since Suho hadn't even joined the association yet. Suho calmly revealed he'd tracked him using a special skill, a unique ability no one else knew about. He explained he was sharing this critical information because he truly, desperately needed Jivan's help. Jivan anxiously clutched his left hand and insisted he was utterly useless. Suho firmly disagreed, reminding Jivan he was the only person in Korea with the cyber-type trait. Jivan's eyes widened in shock as Suho continued. Among countless traits worldwide, cyber-type was one of the absolute rarest. It allowed the user's consciousness to enter the digital world. Only 2 people had ever awakened it. One was Co Jivan, and the second was known as Overload. Overload discovered the terrifying potential of digitization and sought to seize control of the entire internet. He became a near unstoppable global threat that even after the system had arrived. And the one person who managed to defeat him, that was Co Jaiwan himself. A year after escaping those criminals, Jaiwan mysteriously disappeared, sacrificing himself to finally destroy Overload. He was later honored with a revered nickname, Meteor. Every detail of his tragic life that had been recorded in his autobiography. Recalling this, Suho vowed that this time, he wouldn't allow Overload to appear, nor would he allow Jaiwan to die again. Suho explained that this was exactly why he needed Jaiwan. The world would one day be utterly destroyed by the gates. And the system itself. Suho couldn't face that nightmare alone. He asked if Jivan would help him. Trembling again, Jivan looked at him in awe. As dark streams of power flowed from the ring. The system officially announced another full absorption. Jivan closed his eyes, wondering whether someone like him that could truly threaten the world. He admitted he would have sold his soul for escape. But now, he felt he had to help the person who saved his life. Kneeling, he clenched his fist, realizing someone with the same power as him. Point coude unleash unimaginable destruction. He admitted he wasn't sure if he could actually pull it off, but he promised to help regardless. Suho recognized the man described in the autobiography, a selfless soul who had weathered pure hell. Suho offered his heartfelt thanks, adding their first step should be to eat. When Jaiwan confessed, he was completely broke. Suho pushed some slippers toward him, telling him not to fret. Suho would pay. Jaiwan, baffled, asked how Suho knew so much. Suho, with an awkward expression, simply replied, it was all thanks to his unique skill. Tears began to well up in Jaiwan's eyes. As Suho told him he knew the suffering he'd endured. A bit later, as they shared a meal, Jaiwan apologized for practically inhaling the food, explaining he hadn't eaten a decent meal in ages. Suho assured him it was totally fine and ordered another plate. Once his soup was gone, Jaiwan thanked him, then shyly brought up a question. Suho reminded him that they were a team now and could speak freely. Also, since they were only a year apart, Jaiwan could simply call him by his name. Jaiwan, having another bowl cleared from the table, agreed, telling Suho he could also treat him like an old acquaintance. He then asked why Suho opted for the Hunter Association instead of joining or creating a powerful guild. His answer, government work came with endless red tape and restrictions. Suho then closed his eyes and stated that no matter how powerful a guild got, its power would still be limited. He wanted to prevent global destruction with the fewest casualties possible, and the association was the only place that could truly help him achieve that. Hearing that, Jaiwan nodded, finally understanding. Suho then put down his spoon and said he wanted to make a solemn promise. Once he joined the Hunter Association, no one would ever dare lay a hand on Jaiwan like this. Ever again. Jaiwan smiled gratefully, affirming he would absolutely trust him. Suho stood up, offering to sort out Jaiwan's past. Jaiwan, utterly confused once more, followed as Suho donned his jacket and asked if those thugs who kidnapped him actually grew up in the same orphanage as he did. It was time to pay them a very unfriendly visit. The very moment Jaiwan caught sight of those thugs again, pure rage consumed him. He mercilessly pummeled them as they desperately begged him to stop, pathetically calling him brother, insisting he'd surely kill them at this rate. His fists were dripping with blood as he screamed at them to just shut up. Even the blonde thug lay unconscious against the wall. When Jivan asked to heal the villain again, Suho glanced at the man and asked, how many times have they done this? Jivan cheerfully answered, 7 times. Suho warned him, the special forces will arrive soon, so the beating session has to end. He then healed the blonde, remembering how this man had suffered deeply due to similar trauma in his past, hoping this would help him escape his painful past. A sleek gray car pulled up and Chief Pai Sujun stepped out. He noted that Suho seemed to have already figured everything out. Suho, standing beside the unconscious blonde, thanked him for coming personally. Pai stated he had special feelings for Suho and couldn't help himself. But Suho felt a bit offended by that phrasing. The kidnappers were still lying unconscious. Pai asked if these were truly the criminals. Suho confirmed it. Pai observed that although they were knocked out, they didn't have a single scratch. Suho explained they had resisted arrest, but he patched them up afterward. Pai burst out laughing, saying he liked Suho's style. A hero who doesn't hold back. Suho apologized, admitting he wasn't experienced in this field. Pai clarified he wasn't scolding him. In fact, he approved. He even said Suho could beat villains nearly to death. If he wanted, the association's healers could erase all evidence of violence. Pai pressed his foot on the blonde's head and muttered that criminals like these deserve execution. But society is so obsessed with humanity. Suho then thought about how he had learned this method back when he worked with the special department. In his past life, Pai then noticed Jaiwan standing behind Suho and declared he'd heard criminals were exploiting this boy in their schemes, and that it was his first time witnessing someone with cybernetic abilities like this. He added that Jaiwan seemed dangerous and absolutely needed to be brought in. Both Suho and Jaiwan glared at him. Suho questioned if that was truly necessary, explaining that Jaiwan was just a victim. He then handed Pai a folder containing the young man's testimony and all the documents, proving everything he said. Pai was stunned Suho had gathered all of this so quickly. He then inquired if digitization could even be used inside a gate. Suho understood Pai's motive and explained that the skill belonged purely to the digital domain, making it useless in gate combat, but incredibly valuable in cybersecurity. Pai examined the documents and said that if the ability wasn't useful in combat or support roles, and the special department didn't even need him, Suho softly asked them not to punish Jaiwan. Pai commented that Suho was getting soft, taking care of the guy, but after hearing everything, he admitted Jaiwan had suffered horribly. Turning to his subordinates, Pai declared that Suho was right. The victims shouldn't be punished. They would close the case and help Jaiwan receive compensation. Suho bowed deeply and profusely thanked him. Pai said justice was always his goal. Then he asked how Suho knew about this case. Suho had been waiting for this exact question. Raising his finger, he said, CO Jaiwan had sent a digital distress signal using his unique skill, and Suho checked its validity and organized a rescue. Pai asked if that was truly what happened. Suho thought of course not, but said nothing aloud. Pai handed the folder to his subordinate, praising Suho for always finding a perfect solution. Suho modestly said it was just luck. Pai replied that luck favored the capable. With a hand on Suho's shoulder, he promised to arrange the special recruitment. As agreed, Jaiwan finally stepped closer. So what should I do now? He asked. Suho simply pointed behind himself. You're coming with me, he declared. Jivun's eyes widened, scanning the lavish apartment. Meanwhile, Suho casually snagged a drink from the fridge. The place was utterly luxurious, almost too perfect. Jivun couldn't help but blurt it out loud. Suho coolly replied that it wasn't even his place. This belongs to Jo Jin-woo, he stated. The PBS reporter, he added, pouring the drink into a glass. He then mentioned that the owner was currently away on a business trip, leaving the entire place to the two of them. Jivun nervously took the offered glass. He tentatively asked if the owner wouldn't be mad about him bringing someone over without permission. Suho just brushed it off, claiming it was no big deal, but warned Jivun not to talk too much. Jivun dramatically slapped his own chest, promising to stay silent as a fish. Then, he quickly asked what Suho wanted him to do. Suho lifted the glass to his lips and clarified. Jivun, you were kidnapped, right? Right after hitting level 50 and awakening your ability, right? Jivun confirmed immediately. Suho then stated, that means you'll soon have to face overload. For that, you need to grow stronger, fast. Strong enough to reach a level close to my own, if we want to prevent the end of the world together. A shocked Jivun asked if that meant he had to clear gates with him. But Suho shook his head, typing away on a laptop. We won't level you up the traditional gate-clearing way. Instead, he continued, Jivun needs to learn how to use his cyber-type ability with maximum efficiency, turning the laptop toward him. Suho asked, how do you feel about going online? Together? Jivun hesitated. Is that even possible? Suho told him to read his own skill description, but then pointed out something the system didn't openly mention. Although Suho explained, Jivun transfers his own consciousness into the network. Nothing says he can't pull someone else inside with him. Jivun stared in utter disbelief, but agreed to try. He pressed his hand against the laptop and activated the digitization. A glowing digital circle pulsed above his palm, as the system notified Suho that player So Jaiwan was attempting to transfer his consciousness into the digital world and requested permission. Suho approved. The system then announced the transition process, and Suho's expression tightened in surprise. A moment later, he found himself standing in the middle of a massive vineyard, under a bright sky, realizing he had literally entered the laptop's home screen, the Windows wallpaper he'd always seen, but never imagined he'd experience firsthand. Jiwon, running from behind, called out to him in excitement. He said it felt bizarre seeing someone else here, because until now, he'd always been alone in this digital world. Suho admitted this was his first time too, and it felt amazing. Jiwon looked around at the endless fields and asked if they really were. Inside the wallpaper photo, Suho confirmed it was an actual winery image, complete with grapevines. He even plucked a grape and chewed it out of curiosity, earning a laugh from Jiwon, who reminded him that the digital world had visuals, but no taste or smell. Suho spit out the illusion, admitting he wanted to test it anyway. They walked through the vineyard, as Jiwon asked how they were supposed to increase his level here. Suho was surprised he didn't know. Levels rise based on experience points, and the system doesn't care whether actions occur in the physical world or not. He even reminded him that he had increased his sword proficiency during his virtual reality hunter exam. Jiwon then asked if leveling up in a virtual environment was really possible. Suho clarified that skills could be trained there, but not character levels. However, this digital world was different. Here, nothing resets after death. Here, everything was real enough to kill you. And that's precisely what allowed it to affect the system. They paused before a set of closed digital doors, labeled File Cleaner. Jiwon asked about the folder. Opening it revealed a cheerfully animated computer window, cheerfully claiming to organize devices easily. Suho explained it wasn't an antivirus program at all. In fact, it was malware. When Jiwon asked if Suho truly planned to level up using a virus, Suho confirmed it. Malware, he said, behaved like monsters, attacking and destroying systems within. Therefore, Jiwon needed to risk his life to defeat them and gain experience. He warned him again, dying here meant dying for real. He also told him never to answer the guide's questions, because doing so would unleash even more viruses. As they stepped inside, a blue-haired girl sweetly greeted them, asking if they wished to use the free file cleaner. Suho smiled, saying it sounded tempting. Jiwon nervously admitted he almost answered her. Suho handed him a weapon and told him he probably belonged to the magician class, so he should stay in the back, attack, collect bonuses, and let Suho tank the front line. The blue-haired girl reappeared, with a much sharper tone, repeating her question. This time, dozens of black, glitching monsters with glowing eyes emerged behind her. The system didn't even properly describe them, only incomprehensible. Corrupted characters filled the status window. Terrified, Jiwon pointed out how many there were. Suho manifested his bloody sword and reassured him that, although they were stuck inside, the monsters could not escape through the door. If Jiwon couldn't escape either, he'd die, so he needed to use his magic well. A massive black skull monster lunged forward, but Suho decapitated it instantly. He reminded Jiwon to prepare his spell. A digital circle lit up around Jiwon's hand as he confirmed readiness, and Suho charged into the horde, cutting down wave after wave of corrupted entities. Eventually, after a tense battle, the monsters scattered into pixels. As Suho finished them off, Jiwon collapsed on one knee, shaking from sheer exhaustion, admitting he truly thought he was going to die. Suho calmly reminded him he was still alive. Now, level 59, he then asked how Jiwon was faring. Jiwon replied he'd already hit level 55. Suho quickly realized something significant. This guy was far more talented than anyone expected. With the proper guidance and training, he could work incredibly well alongside the Banshee group. He helped Jiwon unsteady himself to his feet and suggested they log out and get some proper rest. Jiwon eagerly agreed. Back in the real world, Suho chugged a cold Coke on the couch, relieved there was now a safe way to level up, without entering any dangerous actual gates. He then checked the public's reaction to the news article about him solo clearing the notorious swamp of despair. The internet was absolutely flooded with admiration, with people demanding the government give him a medal, fans clamoring for souvenirs, and endless ringing praise. Suho rubbed his nose with a proud smirk. As long as he kept successfully clearing gates, the world treated him like an undisputed hero. And honestly, that kind of respect truly made life worth living. Seeing everything proceed exactly as he planned, he decided it was time to take the next step. Suho found himself on a late-night call with guild leader Bei. He went straight to the point, wanting permission to clear the S-rank gate under Nexus Guild's name and sweeten the deal by promising that every single piece of valuable loot would go straight into the guild's pockets. No strings, no conditions whatsoever. Just pure, raw grind value. The gate in question? It's the infamous Mole Mine, an S-rank dungeon absolutely packed with mana stones, and crawling with those freaky mole monsters that moved like they were speedrunning. Through the dark, Suho eyed the place, already picturing exactly how annoying it was going to be. So many damn moles that grabbing even one mana stone felt like snatching candy from a nest of feral toddlers. Still, he just smirked, as if this entire death cave was just another warm-up. Clearing it was exactly what he planned to do. On the other end of the call, Guild Leader Bay was quietly analyzing the situation. If mortality inside the gate spiked, the government could snatch the dungeon right out from under them. All thanks to national safety protocols, which meant having Suho cleared himself. That would actually secure Nexus Guild's ownership. The guy genuinely thought Suho's idea was pure gold. He just couldn't wrap his head around why the kid sounded so urgent. So Suho, still casually lounging, explained his reasoning. He said he might join the Korean Hunters Association much earlier than expected, which meant he wouldn't be able to finish his contract properly. So, before dipping out, he wanted to at least do something truly worthwhile for the guild. It was his way of paying rent for his time there, before officially vacating the apartment. They totally understood, though a hint of disappointment definitely slipped through. At least Suho told him straight up, instead of pulling some dramatic, last-minute announcement like half the hunters do, ditching for the association without a word. Suho then added that he'd personally assemble a team to fight those pesky moles himself, so the guild would only need to arrange for minors. And none of this had to be rushed at all. The guild leader finally accepted the genius plan, saying he'd contact Suho once all the preparations were complete. The very next day, Suho was in the lounge of the Nexus Academy, where D1 greeted him warmly, with an outstretched hand and a big smile. Suho shook his hand firmly, mentioning it had been a while since their last meeting. He then told Jivan, who stood beside him, "This is Kong D1, he introduced, the guy who took the exam in the same group as me," rubbing the back of his head. D1 admitted he only passed the exam, all thanks to the advice he got from Suho. They all then sat around a table, and Suho quickly asked whether D1 had managed to join any squad yet. D1 replied he was still training, entering gates, and gaining experience all on his own. And Suho looked at him thoughtfully, remembering that usually when a newcomer joins a guild, they're immediately assigned to a squad to build experience and boost their chances of survival. With a slight smile, he asked Dahan that if he'd like to gain experience on his own squad. He explained he planned to clear gates soon, and having him along would be a huge help. Dahan reacted with utter surprise, but quickly declared that if Suho was interested in him, then he was ready to assist in any way needed. He even shouted out joyfully that he was always ready to lend a hand. Suho just smiled and said they'd start right away, leaving Dahan to stare at him in total disbelief. Inside the simulator, the Banshee, squad members were locked in battle with a digital copy of Suho. One shouted that they needed to flank him. From the other side, amidst cries of effort and pain, the fight intensified. Yanoa stood, her fist clenched tight, as the ghostly Suho lunged directly at her. In a single devastating strike, the copy took off her head. The squad staggered back in utter shock, while Yanoa gritted her teeth in fury. She swore that one day that she would kill Suho with her own two hands. The real Suho, standing directly behind her, calmly told her she was already doing much better. The squad whipped around in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend that the real person had just appeared. Suddenly, working through the system window, Suho noted that the squad's mood had grown quite gloomy. Yanoa grumbled that they died at least 100 times, and their morale was seriously suffering. Suho just smiled, remarking that judging by their eyes, that they were already totally used to dying in the simulation. They didn't even see it as catastrophic anymore, which, he said, was a very good sign indeed. Jaiwan and D1 watched all of this with open surprise. Suho then announced that new members had just joined his squad. He then introduced the two to the Banshee team. The group closely examined the newcomers, while Suho explained they had arrived earlier, and shared their names. D1 smiled, while Jaiwan looked incredibly nervous. Suho then asked the Banshee squad if they were tired of this place just yet. Yanoa's grip on her fist tightened, and she declared they were nowhere near bored. Burning with fury, she warned that she wouldn't rest until she finally took Suho's head clean off. and the entire Banshee squad was brimming with pure killing intent. Suho just smiled, declaring he liked that attitude. He urged the newcomers to hone the same instinct. Yunhwa questioned why it was necessary, and Suho gently explained that it was crucial if they hoped to survive inside real gates. He then proclaimed that from today onward, they would all train together to clear gates. Yunhwa stepped in closer, as Suho informed her one newcomer was a mage, and the other a tank, so no sword training for them. She would need to organize the squad properly, utilize the clones effectively, and train everyone hard. Yunhwa agreed, but asked him to at least explain more about the gate. Suho adjusted the system window, muttering he'd have to change the clones' settings, but soon they'd understand everything themselves, so they should be ready. When she pressed him again about the gate's type, Suho simply stated it would be a very ordinary one. He added that it would be inconvenient to call each other with meaningless shouts in real combat, so they needed proper forms of address. Yunhwa said she didn't know what to call him, but she'd rather die than call him Appa. Suho, still engrossed in the window, said that since they were one team now, she could call him team leader. She begrudgingly accepted that. Suho then mentioned he needed to leave for other matters, and asked them to notify him. Once preparations were complete, Daeon and Jaiwon watched in utter confusion as the digital Suho pulled a sword out of the ground. When they asked what they should do, Yunhwa told them they would soon see for themselves. The virtual Suho pointed his sword right at them, calling them trash, and demanding why they were standing around like ducks. He demanded they attack instead of just staring. Daehan was utterly stunned, saying he never imagined Suho acting like that, while Yunhwa calmly remarked he was always like this. She warned the newcomers to be ready if they didn't want their heads rolling. Meanwhile, the real Suho stepped out of taxi outside. The driver explained that cars couldn't go any farther, so Suho would have to walk the rest of the way. Suho calmly agreed, pressing onward, pausing before towering buildings. He then activated his ring, channeling First Mumu. The system then reported that the skill, Monochrome Solitude, had been activated, erasing his presence. As he walked down the sidewalk, he observed the Payu neighborhood, once famed as the Golden Land. Noticing the beggars nearby, he recalled the area's former prosperity. But after multiple gates appeared, and too few hunters to clear them, the once vibrant area turned desolate. If not for these gates, this place never would have become such a ruined district, passing by impoverished residents. He considered how the area was now rife with crime, gangs, drugs, and hunger. He knew he couldn't save everyone here, yet he remained resolute. He needed to clear the gates swiftly, and when the time was right, this place could prove useful. Looking up, he realized this abandoned area had attracted a specific group of people who might be useful to him. He paused before a familiar door, remembering he used to visit here often. In his past life, a man peeked through the door's small window and asked who he was. Suho stated he wanted to purchase the mine. As First Mumu deactivated, the man immediately recognized him as on Suho. Smiling, Suho confirmed it. The man then opened the door and invited him inside, pointing to a sofa across from him. The man explained that, although they weren't officially open yet, he already had orders regarding Suho's treatment. He then asked if Suho had ever been to Paiju. Suho instead asked if the man felt uncomfortable. The man repeated the question, confused, and Suho mentioned he didn't look comfortable in the mask he was wearing. Surprised, the man asked how Suho noticed. Suho reassured him not to worry, they were alone. The man took off his mask, revealing a stunning, red-haired woman underneath. She commented that she had expected someone capable of clearing 2 portals alone to possess such impressive abilities. Suho immediately recognized her as Choi Yun, one of the country's most renowned gate brokers. In his past life, he'd gained access to countless portals through her, but at this time, she was barely known. Choi Yun crossed her legs and asked how Suho knew about this place, adding that she found it interesting. He used the slang term mine instead of the official term gate. Suho thought to himself that Choi Yun only gained popularity later, after joining the Union, Korea's largest underground guild. Placing his briefcase on the table, he simply said that he always learned what he wanted to know, and suggested they discuss the gates. She asked which ones he was looking for. He asked if she had access to the Twisted Forest. Choi Yun stiffened in surprise, and Suho pushed the briefcase toward her, saying he wanted to buy a pass. and would be entering alone. She explained that the Twisted Forest had only appeared on the market less than 3 days ago, and very few people knew about it. She questioned how he even knew she had access to it, and what the going price was. Suho answered that explaining such things in the black market wasn't really necessary. He reminded her that when dealing with gates, people didn't talk more than absolutely needed. So there were 2 types of gate deals: buying the gate itself or a one-time entry ticket. Ticket ownership costs significantly more, but even a single entry into a popular gate could be expensive. Choi Yun nervously apologized and said that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest cost 100 million won, and clearing it alone was incredibly difficult. She asked whether he was sure he wanted to attempt it. Suho held up a thick bundle of cash, assuring her there was no need to worry, since it was entirely his responsibility. He offered her a deposit right away, promising the rest once they reached the gate. Choi Yun smiled, admitting he'd surprised her, which explained all her questions, then agreed to take him. Their car then crossed a bridge, and Suho noticed an emblem on the dashboard. From it, he deduced Choi Yun had already joined the union. He figured that was a good sign. Their influence would help prevent any trouble. Looking out the window, he listened as she asked if he was surprised about crossing into North Korea. He admitted it was quite unusual. He remembered how, after the gates appeared, North Korea had plunged into chaos. China had tried to seize control, but failed due to the creatures near the borders. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters moved more freely. During the ride, Choi Yun commented that Suho was much more straightforward than she'd expected. She said that after reading about him in articles, she'd assumed he'd be different. Suho simply replied that he just wanted to leave a good impression. They then stepped out of the car, in front of a group of armed men. Choi Yun announced she'd brought a guest, who wanted to enter the Twisted Forest, adding that the payment had already been made. One scar-faced man said he'd expected a nobody, but seeing Suho surprised him. The girl told him to mind his manners, and then asked where his boss was. A bald man stepped out of a tent, introducing himself as the leader of this place, and saying it was an honor to meet Suho. Suho quietly examined him, recognizing him instantly as Bang Dok, also known as the Woodsman, a notoriously ruthless human trafficker who had once kidnapped countless people, called them logs, and sold them like mere merchandise. In his past life, the man had been captured and sentenced to life imprisonment. Suho didn't remember him ever working with the Union or owning a gate. They stood before a white vehicle, and Choi Yun then asked, could they enter the gate immediately? Bang Dok replied that he could, but a hunter who'd cleared 2 portals solo shouldn't be allowed inside. Confused, she asked why. Bang Dok removed his glasses and claimed that they only sold tickets to those who absolutely couldn't clear the portal themselves. Someone like Suho simply didn't meet the criteria. Though Suho frowned, thinking this justification fit a human trafficker's twisted logic. Choi Yun challenged him, asking if he was trying to raise the price on the spot. She folded her arms, warning that he shouldn't expect her to accept such treatment. Bang Dok quickly smiled, turning away, saying it had only been a joke. Suho knew that even the Woodsman wouldn't dare argue too much with a union broker. Bang Dok complained that no one let him joke anymore, then told them to follow him. Choi Yun gestured politely for Suho to go ahead, telling him she would ensure his safety. Meanwhile, several unpleasant-looking men stared at Suho with hostility. Suho knew that if he managed to clear the gate successfully, there could be an ambush waiting for him on the way out. That was why brokers were responsible for keeping clients safe, and why so few existed. When the shutter lifted, the glowing portal appeared. Bang Dok asked Suho whether he truly intended to enter alone, and whether he thought he was invincible. Suho simply ignored him and stepped into the gate. Twisted Forest. A blue portal shimmered before him. The system reported that entry had begun. It also stated the rules. Only hunters level 99 or below were allowed, and the maximum squad size permitted inside was 8. Suho stepped into the forest, lifting his gaze as he took in the twisted landscape. He hadn't expected to end up in this place. In his previous life, he had never entered this gate either, but he had heard enough about it to know what awaited inside. Calling forth his shadow spear, he decided to begin by searching for anything useful. Closing his eyes, he activated his magic detection, and purple streams of energy rose upward. A massive yellow eye glared menacingly back at him, as he realized the very trees themselves were monsters. The system identified them as twisted ants. Level 93, Suho hurled his spear, striking right beside the monster's eye. He considered an axe would be ideal here, but he didn't have one available right now. The ant let out a deafening roar as Suho summoned his bloody sword, thinking that the mole mine boss had been far more troublesome than these creatures. Just like with the nameless swordsman, he would need sufficient leveling before easily defeating something like this. He slashed forward, cutting the monster's attack in half. As the system reported decapitation activated, holding the weapon tightly, he acknowledged the clear difference. 30 levels separated him from the ant, so it made sense he couldn't destroy it instantly. He decided to fight using only his skills. As a swordsman, his blade left a trail of blood behind it, as another roar echoed. Soon, he stood over the chopped remains of the monster, his sword trembling slightly. Even defeating a single ant was difficult, but he could feel his level was slowly increasing. He pushed forward, thinking that the abundance of monsters made this place excellent for training. A gaping, tooth-lined mouth opened beneath another ant's eye, as Suho launched himself upward, rising high into the air and promising to turn the creature into firewood later. Fallen trunks formed a heap beneath him as he stood on top of the destroyed ants, saying that he finally managed to do it. Opening his status window, he realized that despite the slow progress, he had reached the result he wanted. Surprise touched his expression as the system congratulated him. The light of healing had reached maximum level. It explained that F rank healing now used mana more efficiently, enhanced healing effectiveness, and significantly reduced regeneration time. It showed him his progress, soaring from rank 50 to 100. He recalled how, before level 40, he only had access to a single class skill. At level 50, his class skills ascended to rank A. After level 60, they surged even higher. And at level 100, he would finally be able to change his class entirely. Leaping down from the broken tree trunks, Suho sauntered forward, hands casually in his pockets, thinking the boss monster should be appearing any moment now. Meanwhile, deep in the middle of a quiet pond, a mysterious horned creature sat. Its eyes were closed, but when they snapped open, the system identified it as Malayan, ruler of the Twisted Forest, a level 100 monster. Boss. Suho stopped dead in front of the formidable horned figure, finally encountering his very first one-star monster. He reflected that monsters below level 99 were usually not specially classified, but from level 100 onward, they were granted 1 star for each 100 levels. Malayan spoke, declaring an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho retorted that he himself had been invited to absolutely nothing in this world, since the monsters had opened the portals first, yet they dared to call others uninvited. In his eyes, it was almost comical, summoning his shadow spear. He declared Malayan simply didn't understand a thing. The system reported the activation of divine power. As he rushed forward, hurtling the spear, Malayan effortlessly caught it with a single hand, sensing the divine energy. "Are you a servant of the gods?" he questioned. Suho formed a pulsating red sphere of blood in his palm and acknowledged the boss's shrewd guess. The projectile shot forward, striking the spear and violently forcing it to stab straight through Malayan's chest. Suho coolly remarked, "I expected more from a one-star boss." Malayan casually removed the spearhead, a predatory smile slowly creeping across his face, as he chillingly declared, "You have made an unforgivable mistake, Suho." The system warned that the entire forest trembled with Malayan's unleashed fury. His terrifying killing aura surged over Suho until the dragon's blood within him erupted, activating his dragon armor, completely shielding him from the overwhelming aura. Suho acknowledged Malian's immense power, but for him, this fight was now essentially a mere deer against a mighty dragon. Malian snarled, demanding to know what dark magic was protecting him. Suho simply replied it wasn't magic at all, but merely a reward for his relentless efforts. He then resummoned the shadow spear. The boss scoffed, asking if that was truly all he had. Suho coolly responded he could do much more if necessary. The spear slammed into the ground right before Malian, and dark chains instantly coiled around the boss. As the system activated, shadow binding and shadow bleeding, Malian effortlessly ripped through them, scoffing if Suho truly believed such feeble tricks would work on him. He then raised his arms, the water around him bubbling violently, as black energy surged violently upward. Menacing, monstrous formations erupted from the pond. With a confident, cruel smile, Malion urged Suho to truly feel the vast difference in their strength. Suho watched him utterly calm and said he was looking forward to it. A powerful strike lashed out at him, which he effortlessly dodged, instantly responding with blood-enhanced sword attacks. His blade glowed crimson as the system activated decapitation. Suho acknowledged that this enemy was indeed far tougher than the ants he'd faced. He swiftly leapt back to avoid a massive root, then cleanly sliced through another. Malion sneered, claiming Suho clearly didn't know how to handle a sword. Suho admitted it with a sly smile, stating he only needed to wait a moment longer. Malion studied him, utterly unable to discern his true intentions. Suho's relentless slashes continued, and faint red marks subtly began appearing on the roots. Malion suddenly realized Suho had stopped using divine power and couldn't fathom the purpose of these weaker, seemingly useless attacks. Suho's movements made no sense to him. Malion spread his arms wide, preparing yet another massive attack, sending multiple roots surging violently forward, promising to tear Suho to pieces. But as the onslaught closed in on Suho's position, the roots simply splintered, utterly effortless. Perched atop a small stone island, Suho's serene face sharply contrasted Malayon's utter shock. Malayon frantically tried to rationalize it, imagining Suho must have struck some weakened points on the roots. But as more roots plummeted, each with a perfectly clean cut, Suho calmly noted that his technique seemed to have worked. He'd been utilizing decapitation, aiming for the system to fully assess his unique technique. And now that it had finally recognized his profound mastery, it had dramatically amplified his power. Gripping a sleek red and black sword, he observed as the system proudly announced that his swordsmanship had now utterly surpassed all others, upgrading decapitation to a formidable S rank. A subsequent message then popped up stating that the will of the nameless sword had reacted to this immense power surge. Smiling, Suho quickly scanned the flood of new system notifications. The sword's consciousness had awakened. It had blessed him. It had chosen a new target. And then the system officially congratulated him for becoming the true successor of void-style swordsmanship. Malayon furiously unleashed yet another massive swarm of roots, shouting that Suho simply could not stop this attack. Suho merely looked up, struck once, and split the massive root perfectly in half. The system immediately identified the technique as the first form of the void-style slash. Malayon, absolutely enraged, demanded to know what sorcery this was. Suho simply replied that it wasn't magic at all, holding his now bloody sword forward. He declared the real fun is only just beginning. The system then announced that Suho's unparalleled understanding of swordsmanship had now completely surpassed all others and would now be permanently added to the system's database. Suho's thoughts drifted back to when he first created this style, mistakenly believing he had reached his absolute limit. Later, he had come to realize that there were true monsters, like the legendary Nameless Swordsman, whose skills far exceeded all human abilities. The very first technique he learned afterward was Void Styles, Steel Cutter, and he had achieved it in this life, far, far faster than before. Malayon furiously vowed to crush this dark magic, but Suho simply asked, "Has life taught you nothing?" The system activated Cutting Steel. Suho slashed, and Malayon raised his hands in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the bizarre sight before him. Suho questioned if the boss had gone blind in his old age, promising to finish him for good. But Malayon refused to back down, defiant. Summoning giant, twisted monsters behind him, the system identified them. Twisted forest golems, levels 96 to 98. Suho declared that Malayon had summoned nothing but pathetic creatures. Malayon just smirked, ordering his golems to utterly crush him. Suho charged forward without hesitation, striking down one golem with a single decisive blow. As the cutting steel ability activated again, more golems swiftly collapsed, dropping green stones, standing triumphantly among the defeated monsters. Suho then confidently told Milan, "Cutting steel is no longer a challenge for me." So these creatures never stood a chance. Milan snarled, furiously lashing out with more vines. Suho sliced them apart with precision, declaring the boss had completely exhausted all his strength. He leaped up onto a stone, then onto another, declaring it was time to finish this. Leaping into the air, he delivered a powerful kick to Malayan mid-flight, sending the boss crashing into the water below. As water streamed down the monster's body, Suho summoned a shadow spear, ready, then ensnared him in dark chains. Malayan struggled and raged, demanding he stop his incessant chatter, and accusing him of daring to mock a being of his stature. But the chains held him fast. Suho swung his blade, and with a single, decisive strike beheaded him. The system announced that Malayan, king of the Twisted Forest, had been defeated, and the gate was now cleared. Suho was named MVP, receiving bonus experience, 1 skill point plus an additional skill point, as all his abilities rose with the level increase. A vibrant green sphere floated up from Milan's corpse. Suho stated, "This is exactly what I came for." The system described it as the Cursed Druid Sphere, an artifact rejected by the gods, an artifact that controlled unstable minds and utterly corrupted them. This sphere had allowed Malayan to become the sole druid and guardian of the Twisted Forest. Suho carefully examined the sphere, thinking that while the void style was valuable, this sphere had been his true objective from the very start. With that, he decided it was time to make his exit. Outside the portal, onlookers gasped in disbelief as they realized the S-rank gate had been cleared. Even Choi Yin was stunned by his success. As Bang Dok stared, his face contorted in rage, remembering their earlier conversation. This S-rank gate allowed up to 8 participants and was considered nearly impossible to clear. It had been his golden goose, his personal gold mine. He vividly remembered the immense effort it took to obtain ownership of this gate. And now, one boy had taken everything from him. Absolutely furious, he shouted at Choi Yun, asking if she knew just how much he had invested, and that even 100 million won wasn't enough compensation. His men exchanged dark smiles as he ordered them to skin Suho alive. Choi Yin stepped forward, asking firmly if they truly understood the consequences of what they were attempting to do. Bang Duak Gu Set Lao Li, demanding to know what the Union had ever done for him. But before he could finish, the point of a shadow spear burst through his chest. Shocked, he stared at his own blood, before collapsing as his followers screamed in panic. Suho then stepped out of the portal and approached the frightened gang members, leaning over their fallen leader. Squinting slightly, he asked Choi Yin if they could leave now. The remaining men glared at him, telling him to just go. Suho, however, asked if they intended to return the money he had paid. The tip of his sword landed against one man's shoulder, and, with deadly precision, pressing the red and black blood blade to his throat, Suho told them that, since the portal owners had broken the rules, they should pay for it. He demanded a full refund. The man quickly agreed, terrified. A car door slammed shut as they left the scene. Choi Yun, seated at the wheel, thanked him profusely. Suho replied that of course she should be grateful, then added that thanks couldn't be put in a pocket, so a more substantial gesture wouldn't hurt. She admitted he was quite sharp-tongued, and he answered that it was only natural. Being a swordsman, he then handed her his phone, asking for her number right away, so they could keep in touch. Choi Yun, however, said she'd call him first instead. Suho replied that he would welcome it, especially if she found another suitable gate. After saying goodbye, he stepped away from the car. Watching him leave, Choi Yin softly remarked that he was much nicer than she had expected. The scene shifted to Nexus Academy at 9 a.m. As many feet moved across the pavement, someone then asked, "Where are we going?" Suho, holding open the trunk lid, said he'd explain everything once they arrived. Closing the trunk, he added that they shouldn't keep the boss waiting. Leading his squad forward, he told them they were going to the miner's quarry, which made his comrades visibly excited. The group then gathered before the protective frame, surrounding the portal just as a car pulled up. Bae Dong-yuk approached, thanking Suho for coming. Suho replied that he was fortunate to arrive, without any trouble. Before them stood the walls of an iron barrier, and Suho asked if the landkeeper's mine was inside. Dong-yuk explained that a safety zone had been built to contain the gate's energy. Behind him stood a team of workers, all wearing yellow helmets. He confirmed that he arranged the mining team, exactly as Suho had requested. Suho thanked him, then suggested they begin the briefing. Dong-yuk agreed that it was time. Inside the meeting room, Suho held a tablet. He explained that inside the mine live creatures known as landkeeper kobolds. If they managed to eliminate them, they would be able to gather a large number of monostones. Their strategy, he said, was straightforward: destroy every monster, collect as many monostones as possible, defeat the boss, and clear the landkeeper's gate. A guild secretary asked in surprise if it was really that simple. The group looked thoughtful, and someone wondered why no information about the portal boss had been shared during the briefing. Suho declared he'd take on the boss solo. He felt it needed no further discussion. Holding up his index finger, he reminded everyone that, as previously promised, all profits from clearing this gate would belong exclusively to the Nexus Guild. He then shook hands with Dong-yuk, who admitted he was counting on him heavily. Suho thanked him for the trust, promising not to disappoint. Then, with a smile, he instructed the nearby miner that his squad should wait behind them, only beginning to mine once given the signal. The miner simply nodded in understanding. Turning back to his own squad, Suho asked if they were truly prepared, since this was their first time entering a portal. He probed if anyone felt nervous. The illusion of a monstrous version of Suho hovered over them in their collective memories, with tears welling in her eyes. Yenho admitted they were all remembering the torment he put them through during training. Suho simply told her not to exaggerate. Standing firm before his squad, he warned them the mission would be lengthy, so they needed to conserve their stamina. He assigned Dahan to cover Jaiwan, instructing the others to maintain their positions. Their top priority, he stressed, was the safety of the miners. Unlike the Kunlun Mountains, the fallen here would not resurrect. They had to be extremely cautious. A crimson portal pulsed ominously before them. Suho called for everyone to follow him in, and the squad responded with eager shouts. The system announced their entry. Inside, he walked through a dark passage. The system then displayed data for the landkeeper's mine. Maximum level, 88. Allowed maximum capacity, 56. Soon, a spear was seen impaled in a kobold's head. Suho then rushed another kobold, oddly wielding a blood-coated shaft, and swiftly eliminated it too. Blue blood flowed from the defeated monster's mouth as a blood jade refilled itself with the spilled liquid. Suho found the sight quite impressive. The number of kobolds was surprisingly low, giving him plenty of time to collect their blood. A miner stood utterly astonished, exclaiming how Suho had obliterated every enemy. With just a single blow, a Banshee squad member next to him nodded in full agreement. And when a miner asked if he'd never seen Suho fight, Kawan admitted it was true, since their leader usually just talked. Yunhwa urged them to keep moving. The squad pushed forward, diving into the fray. Their orders: eliminate the kobolds and protect the miners. Jivan then raised his hands, forming a magical circle, promising everyone cover. Diwan, meanwhile, decapitated another nearby kobold. Yunhwa, meanwhile, urged everyone to maintain formation and avoid rushing in head first. Suho glanced over his shoulder, a small smile playing on his lips, satisfied they were following his instructions and that nothing had gone wrong so far. Yanhua then instructed the miners to begin their work. Once the hunters advanced a bit more, the miners immediately began digging. Massive crystals shimmered all around them, as one miner excitedly announced they had nearly finished gathering the precious stones and requested they be brought to the surface. He also instructed his teammates to double-check for any remaining valuables and remove any monster corpses blocking their path. Suddenly, a miner spotted something to his left. His companion asked what had caught his eye, and the young man simply replied he couldn't believe what he was witnessing, as monsters splattered blue blood all around them. Suho delivered another precise, lethal strike, then swiftly pierced a goblin to his left. Clenching his fist, he unleashed his bloody weapon. His eyes flashed white as defeated enemies piled up beneath him. resting the blood-soaked sword on his shoulder. He stood tall amidst the fallen creatures. The miners in his squad gazed at him in stunned admiration. Several workers raised their arms joyfully, shouting that working with Suho was an absolute honor. Suddenly, Suho sensed something and ordered everyone to gather up. Yanhwa responded without hesitation. Deep within a section of the mine, he gestured toward a branching path. The squad confirmed their view. Suho explained that the Nexus Guild had given up on clearing this gate, as endless kobold hordes utterly overwhelmed them. Someone then asked if they needed to split up, summoning his bloody sword. Suho declared he would go alone. They questioned him again, utterly shocked, but he simply raised his weapon and declared there was a boss inside. With a single strike, stones exploded outward as his cutting steel skill activated. Diwan stared in utter amazement. That Suho could cleave solid rock with a single blow, and Yanhwa wondered aloud how such raw strength was even possible, standing before the narrow passage he'd created. Suho explained he purposely made it tight to prevent monsters from swarming out all at once. He commanded them to stay and guard the right side, while he took the left, when someone asked if they should simply dispatch any goblins spilling from the cut passageway. Suho confirmed they should, adding that originally he had intended to block the entire entrance. But then he realized they wouldn't earn any experience that way. Turning away from his squad, he instructed them not to look for him under any circumstances. If he didn't return within 12 hours, they were to abandon the mine entirely. Yanhwa agreed. Suho then thought to himself that he'd need every bit of those 12 hours to finish what he had planned. Turning his head once more, he told them, "We'll meet again soon." Duho muttered that Suho had just blocked the entrance and questioned if the man was even sane. Hyunmin observed that even though Suho was their leader, going alone would be incredibly difficult, and he feared Suho might not make it. Jivan countered, insisting Suho would be fine, reminding them all that their leader, after all, had cleared 2 sealed gates and multiple dangerous portals single-handedly. Yanhwa then smiled, affirming they all remembered that, so they just needed to believe in him and do their part. A fighter nodded, adding they had to make sure Suho would be shocked by their incredible progress. By the time he returned, the group clenched their fists with fierce determination, ready to unleash everything they'd mastered in training. Massive stones lay scattered ahead, and Suho declared that nothing was holding him back now. Ahead stretched a countless army of snarling kobolds, and he declared it was finally time to begin. Smiling slightly, he noted there were, oh definitely, an overwhelming horde of monsters waiting. But he also remarked that their sheer numbers meant nothing to him. The landkeeper kobolds snarled as the system identified them as level 72 to 74. Suho then rushed forward to attack. The monsters lunged at him with guttural growls, and he delivered rapid, decisive strikes. A smaller kobold suddenly dropped from above, but Suho noticed it instantly and raised his weapon, blocking the blow with an almost amused expression. He admitted these creatures actually knew how to use their heads, though all it really did was add unnecessary trouble. The system confirmed the defeat of the landkeeper. Kobolds outside. Meanwhile, Dahan delivered a finishing strike to an enemy and, smiling, turned to one of his comrades to announce they'd dealt with all the monsters. The Banshee squad member agreed, saying that as long as they remained vigilant, everything would be just fine. A miner suggested they take a much-needed break and cook something to eat. The miners sat down tiredly beside the sparkling crystals, relieved it was finally time for lunch. One of them was surprised that half the workday had already flown by. A miner then approached the squad, asking if the young hunters were getting tired and praising them for doing an excellent job. Jivan admitted there had been difficult moments, but now everything was calm. Yanhwa stood behind him, listening as the miner praised Jivan. After single-handedly defeating a massive horde of kobolds, Jaiwan explained that this incredible feat was only possible because Suho had meticulously crafted a narrow, inescapable exit tunnel. If the monsters had swarmed them all at once, they wouldn't have lasted even an hour. Yanhwa thoughtfully studied the fallen kobolds, convinced Suho must have been here before. She hoped he was all right. Remembering her disastrous first encounter with him, she recalled how terribly that meeting had gone and how she'd assumed he was completely insane. But with time, she realized she had begun to genuinely worry about him. Smiling faintly, she accepted that she couldn't help him right now. Then she admitted to herself that it was unclear who should really be worrying about whom. Deep inside the mine, Suho sat on a stone, bloody sword in hand, nonchalantly biting into a chocolate bar. He complained that the kobolds weren't attacking him. Even as he openly ate right in front of them, standing up tiredly, he noticed the monsters glaring, but still not moving. He wondered aloud if they had finally grown afraid of him. Then he added that it hardly mattered anymore, since they no longer interested him. Standing atop a tall cliff, he mused that he only wanted one thing: to find the boss of this portal. It was too dark to see clearly, so he pulled out a flare gun. The system explained it would illuminate the area. For quite a long time, Suho fired it, and the massive cave lit up with bright, scattered lights. In a now illuminated cavern, a strange creature with an elephant-like head appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari. Level 99, Suho considered that. Bulgasari was known to be nearly impossible to kill, feeding on and possessing a body stronger than most monsters. Approaching it carefully, he recalled that Bulgasari was one of the 3 most dangerous non-star monsters, summoning his shadow spear. Suho declared that it was time to begin. He threw his spear, hitting Bulgasari's head, but the monster reacted only with a ticklish flinch. His smile grew strained as he realized the spear had merely ricocheted off the creature, as if striking solid stone. Bulgasari finally stirred to life. Its massive, clawed paws scraped the ground as it rose, throwing its head back and unleashing a deafening roar. The kobolds clutched their ears in terror. Far away, the miners looked up in sheer panic. One exclaimed it felt like an earthquake, and another lamented he never imagined dying like this. Yanhwa watched as stones tumbled from the cavern ceiling, and instantly realized the tremor's source was the direction Suho had gone. Sweat streamed down her face as she desperately tried to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Suho merely looked up at Bulgasari, a slight smile playing on his lips as he noted the creature clearly did not appreciate being awakened. The system warned that Bulgasari was activating its boss, monster-level fear skill. The massive jaws roared again, but Suho stood his ground as the system announced that the dragon's blood within him had suddenly activated, granting him complete resistance to the fear effect. Bulgasari's eyes glowed with chilling menace as Suho summoned his bloody sword and practically dared the beast to attack him. Bulgasari then launched a steel projectile from its trunk, aiming with deadly precision directly at Suho. He remembered that Bulgasari converted the ore stored within its body into deadly ammunition and spat it out with incredible force. While the technique seemed primitive, its destructive power was absolutely terrifying. He tightened his grip on his sword with both hands, reminding himself that steel was one of the strongest materials, and few things could ever match its resilience. With one clean, decisive slice, he bisected the projectile. Steel Slash had activated, a grin spreading across his face. Suho declared that it was time to tame this monster. He felt a wave of relief, realizing he'd collected so much blood. Before he could react, Bulgasari roared furiously and charged. White energy pulsed and burst from its body, and its massive paws thundered across the ground. The creature opened its cavernous mouth wide, moving with shocking, unbelievable speed. Suho internally admitted that such speed seemed almost unfair. The monster slammed into the cavern wall with full force as Suho barely leapt aside in time. Though shaken, he knew he couldn't waste a single moment. The cave could collapse at any time. Leaping from a rock, he summoned his bloody sword. Gripping it firmly, he focused, pouring every drop of gathered blood into the strongest attack he could muster. With a decisive strike, he sliced off one of Bulgasari's massive trunks, activating the skill Steel Slash. The monster roared in agony as the severed trunk crashed to the ground. Landing on one knee, Suho studied the creature closely, realizing the Steel Slash's attack effectiveness didn't depend on the depth of the cut. No matter how thick the armor, the sword would still deliver maximum damage. Seeing the fallen trunk, he felt a surge of confidence. Convinced he could now conquer this monster, Suho then thought about the well-known strategy against Bulgasari using fire in his past life. This monster had only been defeated with overwhelming flames, but he reminded himself such a method required an enormous amount of firepower. And since he wasn't a mage, he had no way to use that option. Standing with his blood sword in hand, he understood this was why he had no choice but to rely solely on his blade. Before him, Bulgasari's enormous paw scraped the ground, the monster growling low and dangerously. Its eyes shifted, and Suho noticed a sudden change. A powerful wave of energy surged from the creature, and the system warned that Bulgasari was shrinking its body. To activate quick recovery, the stump of the severed trunk pulsed faintly. Suho instantly thought about the creature's regeneration. Once Bulgasari was wounded, it compressed its body and used the minerals it had absorbed to restore itself, which was precisely why the monster was considered immortal and so notoriously difficult to kill. A small, almost comical appendage began sprouting from the wound. As its regeneration started, Suho smiled, asking if the monster truly expected him to simply stand by and watch. Yellow waves of power spiraled around Bulgasari, and the system reported it was initiating Ultra Enhancement. A new exoskeleton began forming, as absorbed minerals hardened along its body, giving the beast an even more threatening form. The two opponents faced each other. Suho realized Bulgasari was using every skill it had, unleashing its full strength in an attempt to defeat him. Clearly, the monster believed it needed all its power for this single confrontation. Suho, still smiling, accepted the challenge. The monster launched itself forward, the system stating it was using the skill Ultra Rotation. Holding his bloody sword, Suho braced himself. He had always wondered what Bulgasari, known as one of the strongest monsters, was truly capable of. He was equally curious to see if his blade would be able to break through such formidable power. The two clashed. His sword met the monster's rotating body. With a violent impact, Bulgasari's eyes gleamed, yet Suho remained calm as he slashed at its form. The creature's limbs suddenly sprawled outward. In a helpless motion, Bulgasari growled weakly, looking upward, as if trying to understand what had happened. Suho tried to make sense of whether he had already defeated the beast. Raising his sword high, the system announced the activation of Steel Slash. Suho struck with full force, slicing the monster cleanly in half with a single, decisive blow. A deafening roar echoed, the monster's remaining eye glowing, as Suho pointed a green sphere toward it, declaring that Bulgasari now belonged to him. Outside the chamber, the miners and the heroes squad waited near a collapsed section of stone. One of them said that the shaking seemed to have stopped. Yahello looked up, while Jaiwan, standing beside her, remarked that the kobolds had stopped emerging, and it appeared the expedition had already gathered enough mono stones. The girl lowered her head just a bit. Guan stated that all they could do now was wait. Suddenly, Yanwa's face lit up. She'd spotted a system message, confirming the gate had been cleared. The miners gasped, seeing the same message appear. The system declared Suho the most valuable player. Yanwa and Jaiwan exchanged relieved smiles, and Jaiwan chimed in, "I expected nothing less from my boss." Meanwhile, back inside, the system informed Suho that, for his exceptional achievement, he was awarded 5 skill points. Smiling, he gazed at the glowing green sphere. The system granted him several more points, along with a level increase and a rise in all his stats. Holding the shining sphere in his hands, he excitedly declared, "I did it." He recalled the final blow, thinking any other monster in Bulgasari's place would have died instantly. But he hadn't come here intending to kill the beast. The sphere emitted streams of green energy. As he explained to himself, his only goal had been to tame the monster. Using the control sphere he'd obtained after defeating Malayan, he threw the green sphere onto the ground. It cracked open and a tiny, elephant-like creature appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari, level 99, with multiple high-level skills. Suho noted that having traits like Phantom Beast and Species Domination alone would be enough to classify the monster as S rank. Yet this creature possessed both. He knelt before the miniature elephant. As the system activated healing, his hand hovered over the creature, whose eyes were closed. Suho gently greeted it, and the little monster responded with an odd sound. Rising to its feet, Bulgasari faced him attentively. Suho told it, "Listen carefully." Surrounded by enormous crystals, he explained that, although the creature's enthusiasm was admirable, they couldn't return here again, so they needed to gather all the ore in the area. The tiny Bulgasari's ears flapping. Looking cheerful, Suho asked if they could begin, and the creature made another series of unusual sounds. Meanwhile, his squad waited at the other end of the mine, confused and increasingly anxious, wondering why their leader was taking so long. Suho now stood inside his impossibly luxurious subspace house, the kind of hidden dimension only very few individuals in the world could ever possess. Surrounded by its vast, quiet expanse, he found himself thinking again about his past life and everything he had learned by living through the world twice. In that old life, the only player who had ever controlled Bulgasari was a person known as Gaia, the Master of Earth. Their fame had risen entirely because Bulgasari was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Suho remembered every detail of how Gaia used Bulgasari. The monster was a mythical beast, capable of devouring any kind of metal, converting all of it into pure strength, while also storing enormous quantities of minerals within its body, turning itself into a walking mountain of compressed energy. Inside the subspace house, Bulgasari, now nicknamed Bulbul, shockingly cuter than its terrifying full-sized form. It resembled a cheerful, metallic-skinned, gray hippo as it bounced energetically around the room. Then, Bulbul opened its mouth wide and inhaled an entire mound of gleaming magic stones. Like a living vacuum, once it had consumed everything, it rolled onto its back and began radiating a deep, powerful glow. Suho watched this with satisfaction, thinking that this little creature was unquestionably the greatest miner in the entire world. He smirked to himself. By now, the Nexus miners outside should have collected their portion, exactly as agreed in the contract. Whatever remained inside this subspace belonged solely to him, and he had ensured that. Outside the mine, Duanyanawa, Jaiwan, and the rest of the team continued to wait. Near the sealed tunnel, Daehan grew increasingly restless, convinced that Suho had been gone far too long. The miners whispered to each other, believing Suho had definitely defeated the boss. They wondered if he'd been injured in the fierce battle. A few even considered venturing deeper to check on him, but Jivan stood firm, insisting they follow Suho's strict orders. Yunhua agreed, despite a quiet worry gnawing at her thoughts. She reminded everyone that a team, without trust in its leader, would inevitably crumble. Suho had explicitly told them not to enter for at least 12 hours. None of them wanted to break that sacred trust. Suddenly, the stone wall exploded outward in a violent burst of purple energy. Suho coolly strode out through the smoke, looking completely unbothered, as if he'd just finished a quick training session, rather than a life-threatening battle. His squad immediately rushed toward him, demanding to know why he'd taken so long. Jaiwan, especially dramatic, practically leaped in front of him. Suho teased that if they were that worried, they should have just come looking for him. The group quickly reminded him that he was the one who forbade them from doing so. Suho's teasing expression softened as he placed a hand on Jaiwan's shoulder, acknowledging that the boy had loyally followed his orders. Yanawa admitted she was relieved that their trust hadn't been misplaced, though she still disliked being treated like a child. Suho simply stated that they had lived entirely different lives, and that was the undeniable truth. Their darker pasts had completely shifted, and he felt a quiet pride at having changed their future paths. Afterward, Suho thanked the miners and declared it was finally time to leave the cave. For good, the group cheered enthusiastically, more than ready to return to the surface. Meanwhile, in his office, guild leader Bei Dongyuk waited anxiously. The longer the silence stretched, the more tightly he clenched his hands. If anything happened to Suho, all responsibility would fall squarely on him, and the Nexus Guild would drown in trouble. Suddenly, someone burst through the door, shouting urgent news. The news? Simply fantastic. Suho and his entire team had returned, safe and sound. Overjoyed, Dongyuk rushed out to greet them. Suho confirmed the gate had been successfully cleared, He then promptly requested the results be officially registered. Afterward, they reconvened in the office to meticulously review all collected materials and data. Dong Yuk's jaw dropped in shock. Even with Suho's surprisingly brief contract period, the profits were absolutely staggering. Estimates soared past 7.2 billion. One in resources, potentially even 10 billion. While processing the numbers, Suho quietly remembered the raw stones he had personally claimed for himself earlier in advance, and he nearly burst out laughing. His personal haul was worth an absolute fortune. To be fair, Dong Yuk offered Suho's squad a full 10% of the gate's entire profit. As a bonus, Suho feignait surprise, naturally, though inwardly, he found it far too generous. He had already pocketed enormous amounts for himself. Demanding anything more now would simply feel greedy. Following a polite, quick exchange, they ultimately agreed on a fair and balanced reward, one that left both sides equally content. With that matter finally resolved, Suho then casually mentioned something else. He wanted to establish a discreet, secret raid unit to operate from within the Nexus Guild, because he was soon to join the Hunter Association. As a full-fledged government hunter, he'd be unable to officially lead his team anymore. He asked Dong Yuk to discreetly support them and register them officially within the guild so they could continue operating as a hidden force, working tirelessly behind the scenes. Dong Yuk was thrilled by the idea and agreed at once. Suho mused that only by regressing had he been able to forge a foundation this incredibly solid and deftly avoid his past life's betrayals, giving him the chance to test each person until they truly proved themselves trustworthy allies. This time, he craved true companions walking beside him, not opportunistic backstabbers later on. Soon after, Suho entered the locker room, where his excited squad was already gathered. They were still buzzing with excitement, all animated about their previous mission. G1 immediately leaped toward him, beaming, with his usual overly enthusiastic greeting. Suho gathered them around and shared the news. Starting today, they were all officially members of Nexus. The team was stunned. Several Banshee members had given up their previous jobs just to follow him, and now they would receive proper pay, clear advancement paths, and official B rank status, with potential for a rank promotions. Dahan and the others were ecstatic, celebrating like they had just won a grand prize. Right then, Suho's phone rang. It was Chief Pai calling with even more good news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had been approved. Soon he would formally join, receive a commendation, and begin his government contract. Chief Pai joked that Suho was becoming far too impressive, and Suho responded that he fully intended to keep surprising everyone. From here on out the next day, inside the Nexus lounge room, the entire Banshee squad was deep inside the digital space created through Jaiwin's digitization skill. The bright, white environment looked futuristic from outside, but inside the environment was filled with glitch-covered monsters, their red eyes flickering as they crawled out of broken streams of corrupted data. The creatures let out distorted screams. As they swarmed the team, everyone held their positions, while Dahan barked commands, keeping the formation from collapsing under the chaos. Yanhwa glanced toward Jivan, who was catching his breath while leaning heavily on his staff. She asked if he was all right. Jivan insisted he was fine, though he was clearly pushing himself too hard, determined not to look weak, and wanted to prove he truly belonged in the Banshee squad. One of the older members gave Jivan a playful smack on the back, nearly knocking him off balance. Teasing their youngest member was totally fired up today. Another teammate stepped in to steady him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and quieting everyone down. Yanhwa reached out, helping Jivan stand tall, and warned him not to show any weakness if they wanted to reach level 100 and keep up with their leader's reputation. They still had a long journey ahead. The others agreed if Jivan wanted real recognition, he absolutely had to keep fighting. Their determination surged collectively. The entire team shouted together that, no matter how tough the climb got, they would give it their all. A short distance away, Suho watched them, surrounded by the digital remains of the corrupted monsters he'd already decimated. Their sheer enthusiasm amused him. He thought the team had grown almost too energetic. He told Jivan to set the program to hard mode, but even he hadn't expected things to escalate this intensely. He even joked internally that if a virus like this ever spread online, the entire internet would probably collapse in an instant. Suho walked up to Jivan and asked if he was holding up. Jivan tried to appear unfazed, saying he was just taking a break before returning to battle. Suho simply told him they were done for the day, and it was time to log out. Jivan froze, stunned. He couldn't believe Suho had already cleared the stage. The rest of the team, exhausted but utterly irritated, felt like their leader had been playing a different game entirely. They insisted they were only getting started. Suho quietly smiled. He knew now they were pushing themselves harder. For his sake, he then exited the virtual space. Later, in the real world, Suho sat alone inside Angel and Earth Coffee, a serene cafe near the edge of Seoul. He checked his phone, organizing his next steps, since he had just entered the special recruitment program. His free time was about to vanish in a blink. He had to act and fast. His next mission, track down a specific individual. Soon enough, a sleek white car pulled up. Choyun stepped out, strutting in like she owned the place. Not just walking, but claiming the space. Her first move? Ordering a strawberry frappe. Suho, ever practical, reminded her that she wasn't exactly in a position to be making demands. After all, he had summoned her here to finally collect on that favor she owed. But before she could even retort, the waiter smoothly placed the drink right in front of her. Suho had already called it in. She blinked, utterly stunned, wondering how he knew her exact order, right down to the drink, and perfect the timing. Suho just shrugged it off, claiming it was simple intuition. In truth, his vast library of memories from his past life held even the tiniest details, like her go-to snacks. Quickly switching gears, he asked if she'd found the person he'd requested. She handed him a slim document folder, still bewildered why he wanted intel on what she could only describe as a junkie. Suho quickly set her straight. The man he sought was, in fact, a master craftsman. Someone who, in Suho's memory, went from a nobody to eventually becoming one of the world's most legendary blacksmiths. Nam Hyun, he mused inwardly. Finding a ghost like Hyun wasn't easy, yet Choyun had pulled it off. Her skills were undeniably top tier. Suho then continued. Their next step involved using a safe house in Cheongdam, a union-owned property, no less. The girl froze. She knew these safe houses existed, but only the absolute highest ranks held any authority over the Cheongdam location. Even top brokers rarely set foot inside. Her anxiety spikes. She nervously pointed out that even knowing about the place was highly unusual. Suho simply retorted, reminding her of that persistent favor. She tried to negotiate, but he pressed harder, even delivering a cutting tease. If your entire life's worth amounts to mere paperwork, maybe I shouldn't have helped you at all. Cornered, sweating, she started spouting childish excuses. Finally defeated, she agreed to make the call. She stepped outside. Suho waited calmly. He knew the union would eventually pick the most logical outcome. They would approve his request. When she returned, she looked utterly defeated and asked if it truly had to be Cheongdam. Suho's twisted expression made the answer painfully obvious. She instantly regretted asking. He chose the location simply because it was the closest. She told him he could use it, but only under one condition. She explained that if he met that condition, he could access the Cheongdam safe house at half price. Even so, half the price was still expensive. She pulled out her phone, ready to accept the union's terms. But Suho told her to wait. He wanted to know the full catch first. She thought he was being extremely strict for someone asking for favors. But Suho replied with a shrug, saying he had to be, after all. He was joining the Hunter Association. Finally, Choyun told him the condition. He had to help clear a newly discovered gate. The union had found one they didn't want exposed, because it appeared in an extremely public area. Nam Hansen. Suho asked about the monsters inside. She explained the gate was known as Sky Mountain, filled with wyverns, massive, fast sky blue dragons that were difficult even for trained hunters. Only those under level 110 could enter. She added that it wasn't supposed to be a solo operation. Suho only needed to join the raid team and assist. But Suho already knew everything about Sky Mountain. He asked if the wyverns were sky blue. She confirmed it and asked how he knew. Suho stood up, asking her for the raid time. She said he could go immediately if he wanted. With a calm, confident smile, Suho told her to change the condition, because he would be clearing the gate alone. A couple of days later, the sun was shining over a quiet forest clearing, were blue. Swirling portals stood like a breathing doorway. Boxes of supplies were neatly stacked nearby, ready for the impending raid. But Suho strode right past them, not even breaking his pace. He headed straight for the imposing gate. Not far behind him, Choi-Yun stood beside Kim Soo-won, a seasoned hunter from the Union. Kim Soo-won commented, "It's quite surprising." Suho declined all the supplies and insisted on entering alone. And Choi-Yun merely shrugged. She believed he had his own unique plans, and their boss had explicitly stated that, regardless of his success or failure. Watching Suho would be incredibly interesting. She still felt utterly confident he would win. Suho always exceeded expectations in the end, after all. Kim Soo-won, meanwhile, remained utterly curious. If Suho succeeded in soloing this gate, he would become an even greater legend. If he failed, the fall would be dramatic indeed. Either way, he found the situation incredibly fascinating. Inside the gate, the system loaded a brand new environment. Celestial Mountain. The surroundings were jagged and rocky, incredibly bright and soaring high above the clouds. Strong winds furiously swirled through the mountain peaks. The system stated that only hunters under level 110 could enter, and the maximum party limit was 31. Yet, Suho stood there completely alone, planning to clear everything by himself. He remembered reading association reports about this very place. Officially, it wasn't classified as extremely dangerous, but the reality was starkly different. Many hunters had failed here, and several had died, with wyverns dominating the skies. The association usually sent mages and archers. Warriors were advised to steer clear, since aerial combat was simply too difficult for them. But Suho felt that these rules absolutely did not apply to him. He gathered blood in his hand and activated his blood weapon skill. A menacing, bloody sword formed in his grip. Looking up the winding mountain path, he decided to skip it entirely. Using leap, he soared upward through the sharp winds, as if they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He ignored the twisting trails and ran straight up the mountain face. Moments later, he soon arrived at a plateau where sky wyverns had gathered. Every single one of them was well over level 100. Their leader, a sky wyvern at level 109, loomed among them as Suho made his approach. The wyverns reacted with irritation and surprise, utterly bewildered that a single human would dare rush them so confidently. One wyvern launched a swift attack, but Suho struck even faster, slicing the creature cleanly with quick draw. The others recoiled in fear, instantly realizing that this human was unlike any they had faced before. Still, they refused a fair fight. Once it was clear none could take him, one-on-one, the wyverns attempted to overwhelm him, charging from every direction. Suho quickly realized this was a coordinated strategy. The first attackers served only as a distraction. The true threat was the leader, approaching from behind. As the leader lunged for a surprise attack, Suho deftly dodged and slashed upward, landing a precise hit. Enraged, the sky wyvern unleashed its fierce skill. A wave of blue pressure rolled across the mountain, but Suho's dragon blood rendered him immune. The wyvern's intimidation felt almost amusing. Only true dragons could ever frighten him. These wyverns were merely crude imitations. Frustrated, the leader unleashed its breath attack. Meanwhile, the lesser wyverns tore large boulders from the mountainside and hurled them at Suho, effectively blocking his movement, while the leader prepared another strike. It was a surprisingly well-coordinated tactic. As the rocks crashed down, the leader charged in for the kill. Suho activated Leap once more, soaring above the crowded attack. From the air, he activated Airstyle's first form, Sever, then prepared Cutting Steel. He descended like a sharp blade from the sky and cleaved the leader from head to tail. With one clean strike, with the leader defeated, Suho observed its remains and felt he was finally starting to truly adapt to his newer techniques. Still, he sensed room for improvement. He pressed on, climbing even higher, straight toward the true boss of this very gate. But then, the very air itself began to darken. A colossal monster lumbered into view, far grander than anything he'd faced before, with midnight blue scales and a crown of jagged horns. When it roared, the entire mountain range shuddered. From high above, the sky wyvern king declared its presence. Suho immediately surmised the king must have sensed the demise of its minions. Now, he stood squarely in the king's domain. Everything up till now had merely been a warm-up. As Suho finally reached the mountain's summit, the sky itself dimmed, reacting to the king's sheer presence. The colossal wyvern landed, blotting out the sun. The system blared. Level 113. It let loose another earth-shattering roar, accompanied by a crushing wave of dark energy. And yet again, Suho resisted effortlessly, thanks to his potent dragon blood. While the Wyvern King was certainly intimidating, resembling a true dragon, Suho reassured himself that real dragons were far, far more terrifying. The Wyvern King circled majestically above, awaiting Suho's move. Suho disliked wasting time, but he felt that truly mastering his techniques during this battle would prove immensely beneficial. Then, something unusual caught his eye. A nest brimming with glowing wyvern eggs. He suspected that simply approaching the eggs might provoke the king. He took a decisive step closer, and his guess proved absolutely correct. The Wyvern King immediately dove at him, blasting forth wind so powerful the ground itself cracked. Suho felt the immense pressure but remained perfectly calm. The Wyvern King repeated its terrifying fierce skill, but it had no effect. Suho attacked with his cutting steel, but the boss's incredibly thick scales significantly reduced the damage. A level gap of over 40 levels made a truly noticeable difference. Instead of feeling even slightly discouraged, Suho welcomed this formidable challenge. This was a prime opportunity to sharpen his abilities. Even faster, the Wyvern King roared once more, summoning an even larger flock of wyverns. Suho had anticipated more enemies, but even he was stunned by the sheer number that swarmed into existence. Still, his upgraded stats allowed him to move even faster, strike harder, and leap impossibly higher. Talk about perfect for this chaotic situation. Wyverns swarmed him from every direction. Suho fearlessly leaped onto a wyvern's back, using it as his personal launch pad. The system immediately chimed in to notify him. His leap skill had just reached rank S. Now, he could perform one more jump in midair, effectively doubling his movement in the sky. Suho tested it immediately, stepping on seemingly empty air, and closing the distance to the Wyvern King. With absolute perfect timing, his blood weapon shifted into a long, crimson staff. Suho extended it, striking the Wyvern King's neck, and slamming the giant beast to the ground. Even so, the monster stubbornly struggled back to its feet. Suho respected its insane durability. Laughing lightly to himself, he hoped the boss would hold out longer, so he could test out more techniques. The Wyvern King, utterly desperate, forced its subordinates to attack again. But the lesser wyverns hesitated, as if fearing Suho more than their own ruler. Some even looked like they were trembling. Suho quietly remarked that perhaps he had become the true Wyvern King. Now the real king shrieked in pure outrage, and the minions finally resumed their attack. Suho moved effortlessly through the air, bouncing from wyvern to wyvern. Still, he couldn't help but notice his sword-drawing technique was not leveling up as rapidly as he'd hoped. These opponents were strong, all right, but not quite enough to push the technique further. Deciding to accelerate the pace, he rushed toward the mountain peak. There, he discovered something truly enormous. The Sky Wyvern Queen, larger and stronger than the king, covered in brilliant purple scales. She guarded her nest and simply couldn't leave it. This immediately gave Suho a huge advantage. The queen was powerful, but bound to her nest. She attacked by rolling huge boulders toward him, but he used sword drawing to slice them apart with ease. Her deafening screams summoned every remaining wyvern on the mountain. Suho remained perfectly calm. He understood she would rely on her minions instead of a direct assault. That's when it happened. The Wyvern King dove in for a full-force assault. Suho knew it was time to end this fight. He chose not to unleash his strongest skill just yet. Instead, he aimed to master a higher level of sword drawing. True swordsmen relied solely on their blade, and Suho intended to honor that principle. He focused on perfect timing and absolute precision, repeating his sword draw again and again. The system acknowledged his mastery, recognizing his understanding had surpassed all others before him. System alerts flooded his vision. His sword drawing evolved to a supreme level. The guardian sword within him responded, granting a new form, Cloud Cutter. Rank S+, red energy flickered in his hair and eyes. Suho unleashed Cloud Cutter with a powerful swing, sending a massive vortex of bloody energy, crushing straight through the Wyvern King. The boss collapsed and died with a final shriek. The remaining wyverns shrieked in fear and grief. But Suho wasn't done. He activated Cloud Cutter again. In one sweeping strike, he annihilated all remaining wyverns, including the queen. The system announced his triumph. Suho stood victorious on the mountaintop, his sword resting casually on his shoulder. The gate conquered, with the battle finally over. Suho took a moment to check his status window. The gate had given him a massive boost, and his experience bar was sitting comfortably ahead. His strength stat was already brushing past 80, and he didn't have far to go. Before hitting the next tier, a small smile formed as he saw the newly acquired double jump and cloud sash, the exact skills he'd been aiming for. It felt good to see his plan finally paying off. Turning toward the queen's den, he decided it was time to collect his loot. Inside were 12 sky wyvern queen eggs. The association's advanced team had only confirmed 6, which meant the remaining half naturally fell right into his hands now. With the job finally complete, he shifted his attention to the wyvern corpses. Monster byproducts fetch a hefty price, especially when crafting rare materials. And the Sky Wyvern Queen's corpse, that was considered top tier. Summoning his shadow spear, he decided to let it handle the cleanup. He placed the spear beside the queen's massive body, and it immediately began its work, devouring the corpse piece by piece. As it absorbed the flesh, the spear's purple energy flared, growing more vicious and alive, upgrading the blade to its next level. Watching the transformation, Suho realized that even a 1-star beast could serve as excellent nourishment for the ghost blade's shadow devouring. Judging by the spear's state, one more powerful meal should push it further. With that in mind, he directed the spear toward the king's corpse next, letting it feast again. Outside the gate, chaos had already broken out. Someone shouted that the gate reading had been completely deceptive, and people around him stared in disbelief. They finally realized the guy inside wasn't just some healer. He was actually a sword master. Among the crowd, a black-haired man wiped sweat from his forehead. Overwhelmed, he knew better than anyone that, even with a full raid party, clearing that gate wasn't guaranteed. Yet somehow this man had done it solo, and not as a combat class, but officially as a healer. Choyun brushed it off casually, reminding him that she'd already said he would clear it. Easily, he agreed, but couldn't understand why she looked so excited. She just told him, "It must be your imagination." Their conversation paused. As Suho walked out of the gate, they congratulated him for conquering it solo, the girl cheering first and the guy echoing her. Suho thanked them and then reached into his inventory, pulling out the wyvern eggs. He placed all 10 sky wyvern queen eggs before them, saying he found that many inside. Kim Soo-won stared, stunned by the sheer quantity. Suho calmly insisted he had retrieved every single egg, all while conveniently forgetting about the extra ones he secretly kept, all for himself. As for the Sky Wyvern King and Queen's corpses, he explained that both massive bodies had plummeted to the base of Sky Mountain during the fight, making recovery absolutely impossible. Of course, he was completely hiding the fact that Ghost Blade had already devoured them cleanly, leaving not a single trace. Lowering his voice, Suwon then asked if he could pose a quick question. Suho simply told him to go right ahead. Suwon hesitated, then blurted out how someone, officially registered solely as a healer, was capable of wielding a sword like that. Did he truly fight those wyverns, using nothing but pure swordsmanship and healing abilities? Even with impressive sword skills, taking down flying monsters with only a blade shouldn't be that simple. Suwon thought so. Being both a swordsman and a healer would surely have brought arrows, throwing spears, or at least some long-range spell scrolls. As a fellow hunter, he was absolutely dying to know how Suho managed such a feat. Suho simply smiled, stating calmly that one sword was truly enough. Suwon just stared at him, looking like an utterly amazed fanboy, asking if he really meant. He took down all those flying wyverns, including the king and queen, with only that one sword. Suho simply confirmed it. Suwon practically lit up, thrilled and absolutely glowing with admiration, while Choyu nudged him, asking if this wasn't the same guy who had been whining earlier. Changing the topic, Suho then asked Choi-yoon if he had fulfilled all the specified conditions. Choi-yoon happily declared he had more than fulfilled them. He'd solo cleared the gate and recovered all 10 eggs. Just as promised, she guaranteed him free use of the largest unit in the Cheongdam residence, adding that her boss never went back on their word. She then asked when he wanted to start using it. Suho told her he wanted to start today. He also requested access to future reports on items and magic stones. He asked if that was even possible. Smiling, she said it absolutely was. He could contact her for anything at all, everything from item disposal to money laundering, and she always delivered top-tier service. Suho suddenly pushed a small diary toward her, announcing he had one more favor to ask. She simply told him to go ahead. Inside, she found a photo of a green-haired man. Suho inquired about a patient named Nam Hee-won, specifically at the Yongdong Danyak Center, stating he needed all the information on him. As she flipped through the diary, Choi-yoon realized something startling. It was the exact same file she had retrieved earlier. Confused, she asked what this Hee-won person actually did. Didn't Suho mention he was some kind of technician? Suho opened his car door, then asked, "Do I really need to explain the whole backstory every single time I request a favor?" She quickly apologized, admitting she'd slipped up again. As he settled into the driver's seat, she complained from outside the car, feeling hurt and undervalued. "After everything we've done together, shouldn't we be able to talk more freely by now?" Suho calmly replied that she could ask how he was doing, but nothing beyond that. Clasping her hands dramatically, she muttered, "He's so cold." Then she informed him, "The Cheongdam residence will be ready in 2 hours, and I'll send the address once everything is set." He told her to also send him Hee-won's information. Checking her phone, she confirmed he is indeed a patient at the Danyak Center. Digging into those junky records would only take a few dozen minutes. She scrolled through her contacts and told him she'd get back to him shortly. Sometime later, while driving, Suho received a call from Choi-yoon. She informed him, "The Cheongdam residence is ready for immediate use, and I've already gathered all the information on Nam Hee-won. I've sent it directly to your phone." Suho thanked her for her swift work, but Choi-yoon still pushed, asking, "Why are you digging into someone who's a drug addict?" Suho simply ended the call, refusing to entertain the question any further. He opened the map location she'd sent. Looking at the screen, he muttered the name Yongdong, realizing this was exactly where the man, and decided he'd go recruit him right then. Soon after, he arrived in front of a cluster of old, worn-down buildings, looking more like a slum than anything else. Standing before one of the structures, he noted this must be the house where Nam Hee-won stayed, another semi-basement. He glanced through one of the small windows, noticing the curtains pulled shut from the inside. He pressed the doorbell, only to realize it was broken, so he began pounding on the door, calling out for Nam Hee-won. After a moment with no response, he assumed the guy wasn't home and said he'd have to return later. What he didn't know was that inside the room, 3 men were standing over a collapsed Nam Hee-won. The brown-haired thug crouched beside him, asking if Hee-won really had visitors coming by, deciding they should finish the job before anyone saw him. But before he could act, a heavy thud shook the entire door. All 3 thugs froze instantly, startled by the sudden impact. The one responsible, of course, was Suho. As he stepped inside, the tattooed thug demanded to know who he was, but Suho shut him down coldly, saying his identity was none of their business. The tattooed thug tried to swear at him, but before he could get the full insult out, Suho's hand struck across his cheek with a sharp, rapid slap. It was so fast that the other 2 didn't even register what happened, until the man staggered back. Suho glared at the remaining thugs, his voice heavy as he ordered them to come here. "Every single one of you." Outside the room, Suho had already confirmed 4 presences inside, using his magic detection. Now, 2 of them were shouting in front of him, demanding his identity and yelling, "Who the hell are you?" The second thug, standing beside the first, kept staring at Suho, as if he recognized him from somewhere. The third thug was still lying, was unconscious from Suho's earlier slap, and the fourth was none other than Nam Hee-won himself. One of the 2 remaining thugs stepped closer, accusing Suho of ignoring him. He couldn't utter another syllable before Suho casually delivered a thunderous slap across his face. The guy's face twisted into something both hilariously contorted and tragically pathetic. He flew backward, collapsing hard onto the floor. The last conscious thug witnessed it all. The first slap, the second, and now his second friend dropping like a broken puppet. He barely had time to react before Suho turned his head and delivered another brutal, bone-jarring slap. This one sent him spinning in a full circular motion, crashing far across the room, and landing in the most dramatic fall of the three. Suho walked over and checked one of the men's breathing, wondering if he'd hit him hard enough to actually not kill him. Satisfied they were still alive, he shifted his attention to Nam Hee-won. He lifted Hee-won by the shoulder, telling him to get up if he was fine. But the moment he got a clear look at the man's face, Suho froze. Hee-won's hand was limp and clearly drugged, his expression unnaturally twisted. A syringe lay discarded beside him, and Suho realized what had happened. Those thugs had injected him with something and tormented him afterward, judging by how stiff his body felt. Almost petrified, the injection had been done a while ago. Checking his breathing and physical state, Suho quickly understood that the poison's symptoms were dangerously serious. He needed to act fast. He activated his recovery skill, the evolved form of cure. He had upgraded cure into recovery, specifically for scenarios like this. Real illnesses, real poisonings, real damage unrelated to the system. Originally, the skill only affected the area his hands touched, but Isabella had once told him that pouring magic into it allowed him to forcibly expand the range. A slow grin spread across his face as he channeled magic into his hands. He thought about how he was now, using information gained from someone, the very person who once tried to kill him, all to save someone else. The world truly works in the most bizarre ways. After some time, under Suho's careful treatment, Hee-won slowly fluttered his eyes open. His vision was still a hazy blur, and the first thing he saw was a blurry figure looming. Asking if he was awake, Hee-won shot up quickly. Suho calmly informed him that this was his home now. When Hee-won finally managed to focus, he noticed beaten thugs sprawled across the room. He looked terrified, asking why they were in such a state, and who this guy even was. Suho replied that they simply refused to listen, so he had to restrain them. But the more crucial issue at hand was the drug lingering in Hee-won's system. Shaking violently, Hee-won insisted he never took anything willingly. He claimed they forced it, they injected him. He begged Suho to believe him, pleading and trembling, repeated that it was the absolute truth. Suho watched him closely, realizing the guy was too agitated to speak properly. Like this in his past life, Suho recalled an interview from when Hee-won later became a renowned blacksmith. In that interview, he admitted that the Changsik gang had forcibly injected him with drugs, and he suffered from long-term after effects of addiction because of it. With that memory in mind, Suho decided to treat him properly. He placed his hand near Nam Hee-won, and the system immediately responded. The ring of emotions reacted to the strongest emotions within the target. The color being absorbed was black. Suddenly, Hee-won clutched his chest, overwhelmed by a surge of pain. Then, as the ring drew out his dark emotions, the tension eased and a wave of relief washed over him. Once the process was complete, Suho asked if he was feeling better. The green-haired boy nodded. Suho stood and told him, "I believe you." He addressed him properly as Mr. Nam Hee-won, confirming that the people who injected him belonged to the Chung Sik gang, and that the thugs on the floor were from that very same group. The Chung Sik gang's original name had actually been Goldmade Hand, but the reasoning behind that name was so utterly ridiculous that the association just had to rename them the Chung Sik gang. Suho then asked Hee-won, "Are you currently attending a rehab center?" Shaking uncontrollably, Hee-won confirmed, yes. He then asked how Suho knew. Suho casually replied, saying he discovered it while digging into the Chung Sik gang. He reassured Hee-won that he no longer needed to worry. After all, forcing drugs on someone already in rehab, that's a serious crime. Suho vowed he would personally take responsibility and resolve the case. Hee-won's expression immediately brightened, and he sincerely thanked Suho. Suho explained that since this was such an important matter, he'd return to check on him again soon. He then asked if Hee-won was experiencing dry mouth or other withdrawal symptoms. Hee-won admitted he was, and that he was starting to feel cold as well. Suho then knelt in front of him and asked him to sit down for a moment. Hee-won obeyed. Suho activated recovery, and a brilliant blue light gathered around his hands. Seeing this, Hee-won watched in quiet, stunned awe. Suho explained that this was a specialized healer's recovery technique, specifically tailored for drug addicts. It would relieve withdrawal symptoms and push out the lingering drug energy from the body. But full recovery would require continuous, long-term treatment. This recovery consumed a massive amount of mana, and very few healers were even trained enough to handle it. That was exactly why, in Suho's past life, Isabella had become one of the most influential figures among the last crusaders, and that was also precisely why, after returning, he chose the path of a healer. Standing up, Suho told the green-haired boy simply that addiction treatment demanded consistency, and they would need to meet again for further care. For now, he had to head toward the Chung sick gang station. Terrified, he once suddenly asked him to wait. He said he had wanted to know something earlier, too, and asked, "Who exactly are you affiliated with?" Suho stated his name, confirming he was a hunter under the Korean Hunters Association. As Suho departed, Hyun remained utterly stunned in his seat. The name in Suho echoed endlessly in his mind. Even someone without a TV, like Hyun, had heard that name, making headlines for days. It was plastered across every breaking news report. Now, the person who had just saved him was that in Suho everyone had been buzzing about. From high above, the slum appeared utterly ravaged, like a war zone. After countless gate shocks, half of Yeongdongpo had crumbled into utter ruin, solidifying its fate as a slum. Suho navigated its cracked and broken streets, the air itself thick with neglect. Though nestled right in the heart of Seoul, this district had eventually become a perfect breeding ground for crime. He gazed up at the decaying surroundings, realizing this had to be the place both the police and the association willfully chose to ignore. Before him stood a building, a bold sign declaring, "Gold Made." Suho's eyes narrowed. What kind of gang had the audacity, he wondered, to brand themselves so grandiosely? And he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first floor was a convenience store, shelves stocked and lights blazing. Suho instantly grasped the situation. A convenience store in the heart of slum, still operating smoothly, was clear proof that this place was openly run by gangsters. There was no way it would remain untouched without significant backing behind it. He walked towards the back of the store and found a staircase. As he ascended, a voice barked down from above, ordering him to freeze. A bald man appeared, aggressively telling him not to move, and threatening he'd die if he took another step. He then demanded Suho's identity, as if he held any real authority. Suho met his gaze with a small, knowing smile. A gatekeeper. How classic, he mused before asking, "Where's Changsik?" The bald man snapped in pure rage. Utterly shocked by the casual mention of a name, the thug roared, demanding to know who Suho thought he was, to utter their boss's name so freely. But then, his expression suddenly shifted, as the face in front of him suddenly clicked into place. The man froze, stunned. He realized it was on Suho himself. Suho gave a light wave, acknowledging his recognition. The thug, misunderstanding, thought Suho wanted a high five, so he raised his own hand in return. Suho stepped forward and delivered a brutal, thunderous slap, sending the bald man flying sideways. Suho just grinned as he casually walked past. Strolling up the stairs, Suho's voice remained calm. He coolly told them to tell Chung Sik to come out. Inside his office, Changsik heard the sounds of fight. It was erupting right outside his door. The noise grew louder, more chaotic, almost unbearable, until the door finally burst wide open. A thug came flying through, courtesy of Suho's kick. Suho calmly stepped inside. He then let out a low mutter. Not a single one of these gangster bitches seems to understand simple words. Behind him, the bodies of beaten thugs were scattered across the hallway, like discarded trash. Running a hand through his hair, he then asked Changsik, "Was bringing me here really so difficult?" Stepping over yet another fallen thug, he added, wondering what the gang would even do if he actually resisted. Changsik sat before him, his expression straight and completely unreadable. Two bodyguards stood behind him, rigid like statues. As Suho approached them, Suho knew exactly what kind of place this was. More than 80% of this organization's members were awakened individuals. The fact that awakened criminals operated so openly like this was undeniable proof that the nation's security had already utterly collapsed. In his previous life, the Chung Sik gang had grown even larger than its current iteration. They had created countless devastating victims, and it took an exhausting amount of time to finally take them down. Remembering that, Suho clenched his fist. In a cold tone, he then declared that this is exactly why cancer needs to be removed before it can ever grow. Chung-sik tried to speak, addressing him as Hunter on Suho, and asking, "What are you doing here so suddenly?" Suho stepped closer, telling him not to play dumb. "You were the ones who started all of this." Chung-sik demanded to know when he supposedly ever started anything. Suho told him he'd keep playing dumb right to the very end. He said they messed with someone named Haiwon. He then dropped the syringe on the desk. Both the boss and the bodyguard stared at it. Suho told them he had just met Haiwon himself. He asked if they truly intended to keep denying it. Chung-sik leaned toward his subordinate, and quietly asked who is Haiwon. The underling whispered the explanation into his ear. Suho raised his leg and slammed it down onto the table, breaking the surface clean in half. He said, "You turned my closest friend into that state." His eyes glowed red as he demanded, "Why did you do it?" The two bodyguards froze solid. Chung-sik kept his expression firm, but trying not to show his fear. The boss rolled his hand across his face and told the bodyguards to step outside. They hesitated, asking why. He then barked at them, "Get out." The rest of the guards immediately rushed out of the room, leaving only Suho and Chung-sik inside. Chung-sik swallowed hard. He said he believed there was some misunderstanding, suggesting they talk calmly. Suho walked over the broken table with slow, deliberate steps. He said that every word they spoke only earned them another beating. Chung-sik, now trembling, warned him that if he touched him, he would call the police. Suho punched him hard across the face, calling it nonsense. The blow sent Chung-sik sliding across the floor, his chair still glued to his rear. Suho said that hearing the word police, come from a gangster boss, was hilarious. Chung-sik groaned on the ground in pain. Suho added that he figured that a boss wouldn't go down from just one punch. Chung-sik forced a laugh, saying he wouldn't just sit there and let it happen. But the moment Suho stepped toward him, terror flooded back into his eyes. Suho reminded him yet again that he was practically begging for a beating, tightening his fist, and with that, Suho's punch rocketed straight toward the boss's face. Just outside the office, the guards heard the repeated thuds of fists, slamming hard into something or someone. Alarmed, they rushed toward the room, shouting for their boss. When they burst the door open, they found Suho standing coolly in front of a shattered glass window. He calmly told them their boss had fled. One of the guards stared at him in shock, asking what just happened. Suho explained calmly that Chung-sik had smashed the window and bolted, pointing out the broken frame as if it were obvious. The baldy guard slowly raised his hand, like a confused school kid, pointing out that this was the third floor. Suho brushed him off, telling him that Chung-sik was a level 100 hunter. He could easily roll out of something like that without a problem, so they should stop babbling nonsense. With a chilling smile, he told them he planned to dismantle this entire place, starting right now. Then, he added that anyone who wanted to come with him could follow him straight to Chungak. Just hearing the name made the entire group freeze in terror. Chungak was the correctional facility next to Chansong Penitentiary. While Chansong held regular criminals, Chungak held awakened offenders. Since the whole place was filled with violent, awakened criminals, it was practically a hell within hell. A pro version of hell where only the strong survived. Its reputation alone was enough to make half-baked punks tremble like bitches. Exactly like the situation unfolding now. Sweat poured down their faces. Suho reminded them that he had connections to the Great Hunter Association. He told them to run before he tossed them all inside. Otherwise, he dragged them along with Chung-sik, straight to Chungak. The thugs gritted their teeth in sheer terror. Then, the next second, they bolted at full speed, screaming they had no idea who their boss was. Suho watched them scatter, then coolly remarked, "That's about the level of loyalty I'd expect from gangsters." He sneered, calling them vermin, cockroach bastards. He warned them, if even a single document went missing, he'd carve them up slowly and painfully. His order was clear: leave empty-handed. Once the building was completely clear, Suho activated his magic detection ability. A vibrant blue magic circle pulsed beneath his feet. After a moment, it pinpointed something extraordinary, radiating mana on the third floor, specifically in the corner of the room. Suho approached the spot and uncovered a cleverly hidden safe. "How obvious," he muttered, adding, The idiot must have thought hiding it here. That would keep it perfectly safe. It was a top-tier safe from a renowned brand, the kind that only unlocked with the registrants. Unique mana signature. He placed his hand on the reinforced steel door. Blue light pulsed vividly across its surface. With this level of toughness, simply cutting the steel would destroy the contents. He needed to slice the door off, cleanly. Suho then summoned Bulgasari. The tiny elephant monster popped out from subspace, standing at attention like a loyal soldier. Suho instructed it, just remove the door. Bulgasari obeyed instantly, without hesitation. Gripping the door with its tiny but mighty trunk, it ripped it free, completely tearing the safe open. Suho praised it. Good job. Eat well. Inside the safe, he found piles of cash and gold bars. But none of that interested him. What he truly came for was the dark ledger, overflowing with the names of countless victims. The Changsik gang began as ruthless loan sharks, preying on ordinary people to build their power. Later, they began recruiting hunters, deliberately addicting them to Evasiner 1 drugs, to control and extort them. This vile addiction operation was the true backbone of their immense influence. The drug itself was far more potent than ordinary narcotics, and in the end, no one could resist its pull. Holding the damning documents, Suho thought of Nam Hee-won. He realized Hee-won was one of the rare cases who managed to escape without his personal strength. Even Suho might have fallen completely. Suho believed they absolutely deserved Cheongak prison. For crimes like this, he made a solemn vow to himself. He'd make every single one of them feel precisely what their victims had endured, down to their very bones. After their brutal clash, Suho brought Nam Hee-won back to his modest apartment and finished tending to his wounds. Hee-won kept thanking him profusely again and again, finally able to breathe normally. Again, Suho gently informed him he'd still need some time for a full recovery, but at least for now, he was safely out of harm's way. Then Suho handed him an important folder. Hee-won asked what it contained, and Suho explained these were bond documents from a Changsik gang, proof that he had utterly dismantled the entire criminal organization. Hee-won could barely comprehend what he was hearing. The Gold-Made Hand Gang, with all their terrifying influence, was truly gone. Suho continued, revealing the gang's true, insidious method. They ensnared people in crushing debt, with outrageous interest rates, turning their helpless victims into mere insects, trapped within an anthill. Even though Hee-won had done everything right and never missed a single payment, they still forced drugs onto him to ensure he could never escape their clutches. Still trembling, Hee-won confessed he had only survived because of his unique special ability. He explained how he fought addiction daily, made his own antidotes, and desperately begged for help. But no one, not the police, not even the association, cared about the suffering in these slums. He lamented that everyone on the outside felt like another version of their oppressors. Suho understood completely. He told Hee-won that the reason he joined the Great Hunter Association wasn't for prestige or glory, but to fix this broken system for people just like him. Suho placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and praised his immense courage. Overwhelmed, Hee-won broke down, thanking him again and again. Then Suho smoothly shifted the conversation to something crucial. It was time for a new proposal and potentially a new ally. He asked if Hee-won was ready. Hee-won agreed, and Suho explained that he'd learned all about Hee-won's special power, synthesis. With his unique synthesis ability, Hee-won could combine any materials together and forge something entirely new from them. The outcome always perfectly matched his intentions, which was the core of his extremely overpowered skill. Suho explained that while reading the gang's files, he discovered just how massive the number of drug victims truly was. There were far too many for him to treat by himself. But Hee-won had already created secret antidotes before, so Suho offered him a real, proper job to create a powerful neutralizer to help even more people. He promised top-tier pay, a luxury safe house, and full medical support for Hee-won's own addiction recovery journey. Hee-won looked completely stunned. He thought just being healed was already far more than he could ever deserve. But now, he was being given a chance to help others live safely and get paid for it. To him, this felt like something only a true hero would do. He even thought that if a godlike hero existed, Suho must be that person. Hee-won eagerly said he would do it. He said he needed no extra payment at all and would work as hard as possible. Out of pure gratitude, But Suho, firm as always, said he would pay him properly, so everything would remain official and fair. After that, they headed to Suho's new base, the building he'd been granted earlier. It was a 3-story place located in Cheongdam, with friendly staff, a full lab on the top floor, and everything Hee-won could possibly need. Even the Banshee team showed up, curious to check out the fancy new place. But they left immediately, after their workaholic boss dumped another assignment right onto them. Meanwhile, Hee-won was absolutely in awe. Suho told him to pick any room, get settled in, and start working on those antidotes as soon as he was ready. Suho said he had to leave for Nexus HQ, but Hee-won could contact him anytime. Later, Suho got on a call with reporter Jin-wee. He gave him the full scoop on all the hidden crimes happening in the slums. Jin-wee, being the genius reporter he was, he promised to expand the story tenfold, making it huge. He'd portray Suho as the ultimate hunter, one who stormed a perilous slum, crushing a massive criminal organization, rescuing its victims, and igniting a new era of hope for all the people living there. He declared his intent to craft a major feature article, packed with details so the world couldn't possibly ignore it. Suho believed him without a shadow of a doubt. Public influence was precisely that reporter's forte. Afterward, Suho then met with guild leader by Dong Yuk at Nexus Guild and meticulously laid out his plan. Nexus would purchase every neutralizer Hee-won produced, aiding victims all across Korea. This uplifting story would dramatically shift Nexus's reputation, transforming them into a guild with a genuine hero presence, the kind the world would finally take seriously. Dong Yuk was thrilled. He shook Suho's hand and promised to look after Hee-won from that moment on, with everything falling into place. Suho felt good. The perfect win-win plan was in motion. Heal the people, spread the truth, make the criminals pay, and show the world that real change was finally possible. The scene cuts to Chung-sik, the once feared boss who made slums kneel, now reduced to a shaking wreck. Inside a trashed luxury room, he was on his knees, trembling. Suho's name kept echoing inside his mind, like a curse he could not escape. No one had to spell out what had happened. The syringe and the half-empty bottle beside him made everything clear. He'd taken some kind of drug, the kind that burns strength into the body, while tearing holes through the mind. Those substances twisted people from the inside, and his scattered, frantic expression showed exactly that. He muttered Suho's name obsessively, like it was the only thought left in his fractured skull. The moment Suho stepped through the glowing blue portal, he entered his secret subspace that had once been a fancy, private domain of polished marble and luxurious furniture. Now the place looked like a disaster zone, as if a tornado had torn straight through it. He scanned the area, noting the cracked marble floor and the expensive furniture, knocked over and scattered everywhere. It was immediately obvious that someone had utterly trashed the place. On the floor, Chung-sik lay twitching, his skin pale, his body racked with strange spasms. Suho watched him carefully, figuring the drug must have had an unbelievably intense effect on the guy. It was clear this gangster hadn't run away, but had been dragged into Suho's subspace instead, effectively kidnapped by the chaotic transfer. Suho walked over, knelt beside him, and placed a hand on his body. His blue, healing energy instantly flowed, and the system announced recovery had begun. Chung-sik, still dazed, looked like he'd just escaped some bizarre nightmare. Suho demanded he pull himself together, offering no calm or gentleness in his tone. Suddenly, Chung-sik snapped into anger and panic. He went wild, yelling incoherently as he lunged forward to attack Suho. Suho barely reacted, simply kicking him in the chest and sending him flying backward. It was effortless. Chung-sik kept screaming, desperate to escape, spiraling into fear, as if he believed he was trapped with a monster. Suho smirked and rolled his eyes, noting to himself that Chung-sik still had plenty of energy. He figured the drug was overstimulating him, but mused he had brought extra, so the man didn't need to worry. Sensing danger once more, Chung-sik crumbled into utter desperation. He dropped to the floor, crawling and begging Suho to release him, insisting he'd do anything to avoid experiencing that drug again. Suho felt no sympathy. He stepped onto Chung-sik's chest with force, pressing him down firmly. Chung-sik screamed for help, insisting he'd been kidnapped. But Suho reminded himself that no one could enter this place, and that the fools from Chung-sik's gang had already made their escape. He promised himself he'd hunt them down and make them pay as well. For now, he ordered the criminal to stay put, reflect on his choices, and just drown in regret. After all, that was the only useful thing he had access to at the moment. Later that afternoon, Suho returned to his brand new house. Hee-won came running toward him, absolutely buzzing with excitement. Suho noticed how hyped he was, and Hee-won proudly revealed that he had just finished creating a brand new neutralizer for the dangerous drug. This new version was called Hammer 2. The system then displayed information identifying Hammer 2 as a grade C item that truly excelled at neutralizing the effects of the drug. Called Illusion, Suho felt genuinely impressed, especially since Hee-won had whipped it up in only 2 hours. Hee-won explained that he had significantly improved the old version, naming it Hammer 2 because it metaphorically smashed illusions. Suho recalled how Hammer 4 had saved countless lives in his past life, which meant Hammer 2 should still be a super reliable creation, even if it wasn't the absolute strongest one yet. Hee-won attributed the success to Suho's help, describing the entire process as similar to grinding for items in a game. He believed that with enough time and money, luck would eventually follow. Suho thought Hee-won was always so humble and wondered how much stronger he would become when he leveled up even further. Suho then asked if Hammer 2 could be mass-produced, and Hee-won enthusiastically agreed. He had already completed the formula, meaning they could churn out large quantities, as long as they gathered the necessary ingredients. Suho found that incredibly reassuring, and then checked Hee-won's current level. Hee-won had just reached level 51, all thanks to creating the new drug. Because of this, Suho concluded that he wouldn't need to call Jaewon. For now, Hee-won was already functioning as a high-level hunter. With that decided, Suho shifted his focus toward helping all the victims from the slums, ready to use what they had gained to fix all the damage that had been done. The very next day, a flurry of news stories hit the web, slamming the police and hunter association for ignoring the suffering in the Yongdumpo slums. But alas, only around 500 people viewed the article. Throughout the entire day, the hype simply wasn't there. Suho realized, Gene, we have been spot on. There were too many terrible places in the world, so unless something was explosively dramatic, people rarely paid attention. Still, this was only the beginning. Suho then got busy. He distributed massive boxes filled with food, water, and magical neutralizer potions to the grateful residents of the slums. Soon after, a truck arrived, loaded with even more supplies. People helped unload everything and quickly delivered food and potions to everyone. Suho thought Nexus had truly come through with support. His phone rang. Chief Pai was on the other end, speaking with the energy of a relaxed uncle. As they discussed tomorrow's appreciation plaque ceremony, they agreed to keep it short and simple. Suho felt secretly thrilled because receiving a plaque meant the possibility of special recruitment. After some light conversation, Suho called Jinwei to talk about the ceremony and the news. While the slum article didn't get many views, he believed it had probably caused trouble for the reporter with the Hunter Association. But Jin Hui remained unbothered, mentioning that only popular stories went viral and that he had broken no laws. He added that he planned to upload part 2 soon, and that the PBS news group would likely report on the ceremony as well. He then asked if Suho had an Instagram account. Suho didn't. This clearly annoyed the reporter, who said many fans were waiting to follow him. Then the conversation took a strange turn. There was an entire fan cafe for Suho, called in Shin Temple, where fans referred to him as the Guardian Priest. Suho realized that the moderator running the cafe was actually Jin Hui himself. The reporter admitted to personally managing it to keep Suho's reputation sparkling clean and prevent any unnecessary drama caused by other chaotic fan groups. His reasoning was sound. He even offered to completely manage an Instagram account for Suho, bragging about his impressive social media skills, claiming he could make Suho wildly popular. But Suho preferred handling things personally. He simply asked the reporter to send him content for posting, and he would just copy-paste it. This incredibly simple approach left the reporter absolutely ecstatic. He even urged Suho to upload selfies and more photos for his fans. But Suho wasn't confident in front of the camera. The reporter advised him to just relax and at least set up the account. Soon enough, Suho would become a full-blown influencer. After the call, Suho wasted no time creating the Instagram account, and immediately, his phone started buzzing relentlessly with notifications. A massive wave of users instantly started following him. Inside the house, meanwhile, Hae-won noticed Suho's phone buzzing nonstop, but Suho just said it was fine. He figured Jinwoo had already started aggressively promoting the new account, so he quickly muted all notifications. Finally, the big day had arrived. The appreciation plaque ceremony at the Hunter Association headquarters was about to begin. A massive crowd had gathered inside. Reporters, fans, and people holding signs shouted Suho's name and title. Guardian Priest. Suho had expected a simple ceremony, but the screaming fans and swarming reporters told a very different story indeed. The sheer number of people was absolutely overwhelming, forming a literal sea of excitement. Security guards struggled desperately to control the surging crowd, pleading with them to stop pushing and asking them to wait. Outside, 2 association workers stared in utter shock, completely stunned by the immense turnout. They quickly checked and confirmed that every single person had come. For just one man, Hunter Suho, they found it absolutely unbelievable, especially since the event had never even been posted online. It was an unprecedented moment in the association's history. Something like this had never happened before, especially for an unofficial event. Suho's fame had clearly skyrocketed to another dimension. Inside the auditorium, the chaos was absolutely electric. Fans completely packed every inch of the venue, waving signs for On Suho and Sword God, practically vibrating with anticipation. One girl even confessed she'd skip school just to be there. Others chatted about the fan club president, Golden Horse, being absent, vowing to snap tons of photos just for her. Over in the press section, reporter Jo Jinwei was furiously texting, informing Suho that a massive crowd had shown up specifically for him, then asked where's the MC. Suho had actually arrived early, though, and had been quietly observing everything, while using his monochrome solitude skill, which rendered him invisible to everyone else. Unless he decided to reveal himself, a fan sat directly in front of him, oblivious, having no idea the Sword God was right there. Suho soon received a message from Chief Pai, asking him to meet in the hallway, next to the waiting room. He slipped out silently to meet his senior. Chief Pai was absolutely astonished by the sheer number of fans, jokingly calling Suho a superstar, which actually made Suho chuckle. Chief Pai then brought up the recent article about the Yeongdongpo slums, mentioning it had stirred public sentiment toward the Hunter Association. Suho already knew the article would definitely make the association look bad, but Chief Pai seemed totally unconcerned about reporters, which explained how easily that journalist had gotten in. Today, Chief Pai congratulated Suho on the award, and then rushed off for something urgent, maintaining his typically cool and distant demeanor. Then, an announcer called for everyone to take their seats. The ceremony was finally about to begin. Suho walked toward the stage, and the crowd absolutely erupted in excitement. Cameras flashed nonstop. Fans screamed over his appearance, some even claiming they finally understood why he captivated everyone. Others even joked they'd let the Sword God cut them down. Suho stepped forward and received his plaque of appreciation from Association President Young Kyung-won. They posed for photos, the president teasing him about his natural posing, and Suho responded politely, giving the credit back to the president, keeping the atmosphere smooth and amiable. The president praised Suho's work in Yeongdongpo and hinted that good news, likely a job offer, was on the way. Suho assumed this meant special recruitment. The president then asked him to speak a few words. Suho thanked everyone and said he'd simply done what he believed he was supposed to do. He admitted feeling strange about receiving a reward for helping people, but promised to work even harder. Fans screamed that they loved him, and he could only laugh and thank them. A short QA followed. Reporter Kim Sang-won then asked if Suho still intended to join the association, to which he firmly replied, yes. Another reporter mentioned his new Instagram account, and Suho explained a friend had recommended it, so he decided to give it a try. Someone else noted he'd gained 50,000 followers in a single day and asked how that felt. Suho said he'd turned off notifications and didn't even know, but he could tell people were interested. Someone asked what his first post would be. Suho said he'd probably upload the plaque he received today. Then Jinwei stood up and the room instantly tensed. Staff whispered among themselves, realizing he was the same reporter who'd written the scathing article criticizing the association. President Kyung-hwan grew irritated, believing his staff had made a mistake by letting him in, but the reporter ignored their reactions. He was there to ask real questions. He asked if Suho had seen his article on the Yeongdongpo slums. The reporter then highlighted the criticism that the police and the association were ignoring people who needed help and asked if Suho was aware of the issue. Suho calmly stated that he was fully aware of it. It was an incredibly risky moment because the room was filled with powerful association members, but the reporter pressed on. He asked if Suho's joining the association would help improve things. The president nearly jumped out of his seat, barely held back by his aides. Suho, with a slight smirk, stated that if he joined, he would do everything in his power to eliminate corruption so that no one would ever have a reason to doubt the association again. The reporter thanked him, and the public portion of the ceremony ended. Later, Suho and Jinwei left together in a car. Suho praised him for his work. The reporter joked that the angry stares from the staff had made him extremely nervous, but Suho noted that he had acted brave the entire time. The reporter then apologized if his questioning was too harsh, explaining that his job required him to act. While public attention was still focused, he wanted to maintain the momentum, and that was why he planned to release another article soon. Suho appreciated it because he finally got to express what he truly wanted to say about improving the association. The reporter was almost in disbelief that Suho meant every word, but Suho clarified that he would not lie. While receiving an award, he genuinely intended to make changes. A few days passed, and Suho received his new civil servant ID. He had been officially appointed as a level 5 official, far faster than anyone had expected. At the same time, the entire internet exploded with discussions about Suho's past achievements, especially the incident where he beat violent criminals in the Yeongdongpo slums. Dozens of online articles exploded onto the scene, gathering millions of views. People everywhere couldn't stop buzzing about him. Some users even claimed that Suho was the only cool person in Yeongdongpo, while others hailed him as a genuine hero. Still, some were jealous and complained that the police, or the Hunter Association, should have handled the situation instead. A few wondered if Suho was simply doing what Nexus ordered, or if he was seeking too much attention. Some online troublemakers jokingly suggested that he might get sued by the criminals he defeated, but the majority agreed that the real losers were the criminals, not the man who stopped them. People argued a lot, but everyone agreed that something massive was happening. Then, major headlines appeared everywhere. The news declared that Suho was joining the Great Hunter Association. Broadcasts repeated it constantly, referring to him as the hero of Yeongdongpo, and announcing that Swordmaster and Suho had earned a special grade 5 position. Crowds of fans and reporters waited at the entrance of the association building, screaming his name like he was a celebrity attending a concert rather than a civil servant arriving for work. The shouting did not stop. People wondered what would happen to Nexus now that Suho had moved to the association. Questions came up online about whether he still had a contract with them and whether Nexus would be upset. Inside the Nexus office, the boss, Bae Dong-yuk, remained calm. He mentioned that everyone was talking about them now, and that it was time to release an official statement. Nexus sent out multiple news articles, wishing Suho good luck, clarifying that there was no contract issue, and explaining that they had never paid Suho any signing bonus. The message was clear. Nexus wanted everyone to know they supported Suho's decision. Elsewhere, two men watched the news and read newspapers. They seemed like hunters. Viewers praised Nexus as the ultimate guild, while others, like Hexagon and Prime, cared only about their bottom line. They highlighted Hexagon's appalling actions, such as letting a weak hunter perish, because he didn't receive a potion in time, and forcing mages to work until they collapsed. A TV report then featured Nexus's guild leader, Bae Dong-yeok, in a revealing interview. The reporter pressed, asking if Nexus had kicked Suho out. Due to public pressure, Bae Dong-yeok firmly denied it. He explained that Suho desired real field experience before his civil service exam, and that joining Nexus had simply been a stepping stone. He admitted his sadness at Suho's departure, but declared that Suho belonged in a role where he could save people, not confined to a private company. Suho and Nexus were clearly boosting each other's public image. Back at the Hunter Association, Suho tried not to sweat under the intense attention. The crowd continued screaming, while cameras flashed nonstop. He pondered the immense weight of being watched by so many. He recalled Jin Woo's advice, who told him to show his face to the fans, because they'd be disappointed otherwise. Suho admitted to himself that the advice made sense, even though he wanted to maintain a cool, mysterious vibe this time around. He wanted control of his own story, instead of letting others direct it. Suho finally walked into the Hunter Association lobby. Inside, President Kyung-won and Vice President Q-man were waiting for him. Cameras flashed everywhere as the president welcomed him with extreme friendliness, calling the day historic and congratulating him before inviting him inside. They entered the elevator. As soon as the doors closed, the president dropped his formal tone and became more casual. He asked if Suho was doing well, and if he knew his schedule. Suho said he was fine, but hadn't been informed of the details yet. The president said that the vice president would explain everything. When the elevator reached the correct floor, the president departed, leaving Suho alone with Vice President Sumon. Suho found it a little strange that the vice president himself was handling his briefing, but Sumon simply guided him down the hall to an office where Chief Pai waited with Chunman. Sumon explained these two would guide him, then wished him luck. Chief Pai greeted Suho with a big smile, telling him to sit and acting incredibly friendly. He even asked Chuman to fetch Suho a drink. Suho found it amusing that two individuals from separate departments would both be training him. Chief Pai told Suho to call him senior in private, reserving chief for official settings. Suho nodded, recognizing the significance of that request. After all, Chief Pai was known for being strict about titles and reputation. Then Chief Pai began testing Suho's knowledge about his new role. Suho explained he knew about the probation period. Normally, a grade 5 officer would train at the HR center before being assigned to a branch office. But because the Hunter Association was unique, Suho would rotate through all departments, spending 2 or 3 months in each. Every department was eager to take in a superstar. Like him, Chief Pai assured him that after training, Suho could join the Special Forces Division. Suho remembered the true promise that he would go to the Special Forces instead of gate management. He also understood that with so many eyes on him, he had to follow the official process. Chief Pai then introduced Chu-man as Suho's overall supervisor. Each department had its own boss, but Chu-man would oversee the bigger picture and answer Suho's questions. After Chief Pai left, Suho realized that the man had only come to issue a silent warning to Chu-man not to poach Suho for his department. Suho found it a bit petty, but let it go. Chulman then explained the training plan. There were 5 departments: Special Forces, Administration, and Awakening, the association's gates and resources. Suho already knew it all and could list what each department handled. Chu-man was impressed, yet he suspected Suho had simply memorized it from a document. He then informed Suho his first rotation would be in the Awakening department. As they walked toward the department, Suho realized this meant he'd meet Director Lee Wanik, a member of the president's faction, and someone Suho planned to remove later. Chulman continued explaining that every department would have people monitoring Suho and putting him through various tests, meaning he had to ace every challenge. Still, Chulman remained confidently positive, insisting Suho would absolutely excel, keeping the cheerful, supportive attitude he always carried. When they arrived at the Awakening department, Suho immediately thought to himself he wouldn't need his memory abilities for this part. There was one person here nobody could ever forget. Inside the office stood Lee Wanik, looking authoritative behind his desk. He immediately stood to greet them, calling it an honor to have a national superstar like Suho start his first rotation here. He also said he'd be grading Suho's work and acted overly friendly. Suho's thoughts drifted to what he knew about this man. Wanik was famous within the association and had close ties with the chairman. After leaving for another company, whispers circulated that he was involved in human trafficking, but nothing ever came to light because Kyung-hwan had covered it up. Suho believed things might turn out differently. This time, since he knew the truth about the past, this place needed a complete purge, top to bottom. Someone then knocked on the door, and Wanik identified the visitor as Jun Song. Before calling him in, he introduced him as the officer who would help Suho in the awakening department. The two shook hands politely, and Jun Song said he'd heard a lot about Suho and felt amazed to work with someone so popular. Suho played humble, but internally he drew a blank on this guy. Everyone below team leader was just officer. So Jun Song's lighthearted teasing made perfect sense. He even joked about wanting Suho's autograph later. Then he encouraged Suho not to stress about the job, pointing out that Suho already had a crystal clear future ahead of him. Suho pretended not to understand, but Jun Song clarified that everyone knew. He was headed straight for the Special Forces Division. Suho realized that Chief Pai hadn't kept anything a secret at all, but he didn't mind. Having a powerful person in his corner only made life easier, even if it felt a little awkward, to be treated like royalty. Then Jun Song handed him a thin folder that he described as the department's quick manual. Normally, the manual was absolutely massive, but they created a special, simplified version just for Suho. Connections truly changed everything. He explained that the Awakening Department was divided into two major sections, Awakened Affairs and Non-Awakened Affairs, each with its own dedicated teams. Suho would first take a theory test and complete one field training session with each division. He reassured Suho not to worry, since everything had been prepared well in advance. He handed him a business card and said to call if anything unusual happened. After he left, Suho sat down and began reading the manual. Even as a summary, it felt like a lot, but Suho didn't feel burdened. He had a library of memories, which worked like a cheat system for his brain. The system activated, and all that information streamed into his mind, utterly effortlessly for him. Any memory test was trivial. Around 40 minutes later, Jun Song returned and said it was time to begin. He expected the test to take at least 30 minutes, because the questions were designed to be incredibly difficult and tricky. But once Suho began, his pen flew across the paper like a machine. Jun Song stared in disbelief. Suho wrapped things up in a mere 10 minutes, then calmly handed in his paper. It was the very first time anyone had ever finished a test that quickly. While Suho got ready to leave, Jun Song tried to show him the cafeteria, but Suho declined, saying he already had lunch plans. Suho then made a discreet phone call to Chulman. He asked if Chulman was busy, and since he wasn't, Suho suggested they eat lunch together and asked him not to tell anyone. Chulman agreed with clear enthusiasm. Back in Chulman's office, Jun Song entered. While the supervisor was ending his phone call, he informed him that Suho had finished the theory test. Chulman was shocked it was already over, but Jun Song insisted it was true. They examined the test together and carefully put it into the grading machine. With nervous anticipation, the machine then displayed a perfect score of 100. Thinking it might be a malfunction, they checked it by hand, but after multiple reviews, the result remained the same, a flawless perfect score. Jun Song nearly lost his mind, saying no one had ever achieved this. Especially on their very first day, he finally understood why Chief Pai wanted Suho so badly. Chulman could only laugh, admitting internally that he had hoped to work with Suho first. But Chief Pai's influence was overwhelming. It was hard to compete when Suho performed at that level. Meanwhile, Suho was just casually yawning in the hallway, completely unfazed. None of this meant anything to him. After meeting for lunch, Suho and Chulman sat on a bench beside a vending machine. Suho said that since Chulman treated him to lunch, he wanted to buy the coffee. Then Chulman asked why Suho had suddenly wanted to eat together. Suho explained that he didn't know many people in the association yet and didn't want to eat alone. Chulman was the only person he knew well. Chulman joked that if Chief Pai heard that, he would feel a bit hurt. But Suho said he simply wanted a comfortable place to eat. There was just no avoiding it. After a comfortable, peaceful pause, Chulman immediately congratulated him on his perfect score. First thing that morning, he clarified he'd graded it instantly because Jun Sung just wouldn't quit pestering him. He jokingly declared Suho was insane. He was a formidable fighter. He'd joined the association as a special grade 5, and now he's proven incredibly smart too. To Chulman, Suho felt like a story's protagonist. Suho credited the people around him and mentioned he'd seen similar tests before. Chulman playfully nudged him, claiming too much modesty just annoys people. So Suho laughed and openly admitted he was indeed amazing. For the first time in a long, long while, he truly smiled, and it felt incredibly refreshing. Ever since restarting his new life, it had felt like constant homework. But sitting here now, drinking coffee with an old friend, brought back cherished memories of simpler days. He recalled nearly dying from poisoning. He thought it was all over then, but now, he vowed never to fall like that again. He would overcome every single disaster and reclaim his peaceful, normal life. Suho then asked Chulman if he had any tips regarding working in both the awakened and non-awakened divisions. Chulman started explaining. He asked if Suho knew what the awakened division actually did. Suho confirmed he did. They manage both awakened and non-awakened individuals. Chulman agreed, but emphasized that their biggest task was keeping records updated. No one could view an awakened status window, except for the person themselves. They had to personally visit the office and update their personal information. If they failed to meet the deadline, they'd receive fines and eventually face jail time. After multiple warnings, there was even a specific term for these delinquents. Malignan non-updatives. Managing those troublemakers was their main priority. He then continued to explain that awakened individuals were essentially superheroes. Some were so durable that even bullets couldn't harm them. Others could simply vanish, as if they had never existed. Every country had to keep their data regularly updated. This might sound like the association, so treated them as potential walking disasters, but there was currently no better method. Suho then asked about the non-awakened individuals. Chulman explained it worked similarly. Sometimes people awakened as players and hid it. Instead of registering, the department had to track down and arrest those unregistered players. Suho already knew all of this, but pretended to be new after the break. Suho returned to the building, walking beside Yoon Seong. The officer asked if Suho enjoyed his meal and said they would begin work in the awakening department. He congratulated him again for his perfect score, noting that even the director would be pleased. They arrived at an office where a man was waiting. This was Lee Moon-ho, chief of the awakening section. He greeted them warmly and said he had already heard about Suho's perfect score. He handed him a folder and said he could begin his field training immediately. He wished him luck, and Suho acknowledged it. Walking down the hallway, Jun Song explained that Suho's first mission involved malignant, non-updater individuals. His task would be to find those troublesome individuals and force them to update their information. He handed Suho a folder labeled non-updater list. Suho asked if this was truly the list of people he had to handle, and Jun Song confirmed it, stating that the list was not very long, so the work should be manageable. But when Suho looked at the list, his expression hardened. He thought the entire thing was ridiculous. Every name belonged to someone, notoriously dangerous individuals, known for giving even the awakening section a difficult time. He wondered if this was another hidden test from Chief Pai, who loved testing his subordinates endlessly. Still, Suho decided he was ready for whatever came next. He would take down every person on the list either way. Since Jun Song worked at a desk and not in the field, he then introduced Suho to a new mentor, Han Ho-zong, a seasoned grade 7 field officer. Jun Song introduced him as a true veteran, a master at tracking down non-updaters. With that, Jun Song discreetly slipped out, leaving the two men alone. Suho introduced himself, while Ho-zong casually leaned back against the desk, appearing completely at ease. Ho-zong suggested they check the list first. Upon seeing the names, he let out a deep sigh. The association had told him to treat Suho like a VIP, yet they handed him this utterly ridiculous list. It was crammed with legendary troublemakers, people who had completely vanished or were deemed impossible to apprehend. Ho-zong guessed that the association wanted Suho to look like a hero because everyone was watching him. He asked if Suho already knew how to use the stat scanner and all the necessary tools. Suho did, so Ho-zong confirmed no extra training was needed. Next, he asked if Suho planned to choose his first target. Suho said he did, and pointed at the photo of a man with long, dark hair. Ho-zong asked if Suho even knew who that man was. He was a notoriously malignant non-updater who had fled overseas and consistently evaded capture. But that didn't deter Suho. He simply stated that if the man was still on the list, then he absolutely had to be pursued. Suho pressed his hand firmly onto the list, covering the photo of his chosen target. With a confident smile, he prepared himself to track down every single one of those legendary troublemakers. The page displayed a photo of a dark-haired man named Kim Gung-won, an illegal pharmacist whose true occupation was designing doping substances. He provided doping drugs to both ordinary and professional athletes. The critical issue was that the drugs he distributed didn't rely on typical chemical doping effects, but on skill-based doping. This was far more dangerous and much harder to trace. Suho scanned through the information and noted that Kim Gung-won denied all charges. Yet, multiple reports had already been filed that firmly confirmed the accusations. An update to his status window had been requested. He'd been on the run for years, constantly fleeing, evading every attempt to track him down. His current location? Presumed to be overseas. Normally, when an unregistered hunter vanishes without a trace for too long, they're declared missing. But the fact his name remained on the active list meant one thing: he was still operating. Suho realized that even the Awakening Division recognized the ongoing threat he posed. Despite this being an obvious hunter-related criminal case, it fell under the jurisdiction of the Awakening Division instead of the Special Forces Division. The Special Forces Division never moved without solid evidence, no matter how suspicious the situation was. As Suho closed the file in his hands, he reflected that the Special Forces Division also struggled with chronic manpower shortages. But the bigger issue was that Chief Pai simply avoided anything he considered unprofitable or bothersome. Han Hozong scratched his neck and expressed his concern that the suspicion was understandable, but catching someone presumed to be overseas seemed impossible. Suho stared at him and questioned whether he truly believed the man was overseas. Hozong reacted with shock. Suho explained that Kim Gung-won was absolutely still in Korea. The reports mentioned that domestic athletes were still using his substances, and the fact that his drugs were easily accessible meant his base had to be inside the country. Suho pointed out that drug smuggling procedures were extremely strict, making it nearly impossible to maintain such a smooth supply line from abroad. Hozong, taking a seat, admitted that the reasoning was convincing, but a report remained only a report. They still didn't know for sure if those individuals were actually using doping drugs. Suho looked him in the eye and decided they would verify it themselves. Hozong responded that skill-based doping left no physical traces in the body, unlike chemical doping, which created a major challenge. Suho declared that he would handle the verification, which only left Hozong even more perplexed. The officer quickly clarified that this wasn't an official acquisition request, but merely an anonymous tip, meaning Suho wouldn't get a warrant for this. He wondered how Suho planned to handle this without one, but Suho remained firm. He declared he had a separate plan ready and wanted to tackle this case alone. Since it was a field evaluation anyway, he wanted a chance to try his own method first. And if that failed, they could always switch back to Hozong's approach. Hozong, on his part, still confused but unwilling to press the issue, simply brushed it off and told him to proceed as he saw fit. Suho gave a slight bow, thanking him for his trust. Hozong then added that Suho could contact him anytime if he ever needed any help. Suho then left the office, ready to execute his plan. Hozong, leaning back in his chair, thought to himself, I have no idea what kind of plan Suho was relying on, but he just assumed Suho would learn the hard way. Tracking a fugitive, unregistered hunter was nothing like Suho had ever done before, and the harsh reality would hit him soon enough. As Suho stepped back outside, he pulled out his phone and promptly contacted Nexus Academy. He informed them he was heading there right away, and that he needed them to do something. A short while later, G1 appeared, laughing heartily and commenting that the request seemed easy enough. Inside the Nexus Academy lounge, Suho and G1 sat down together, while G1 confirmed that all he had to do was pinpoint Kim Gung-won. Suho verified it. G1 then studied the file and quickly concluded that if they followed the numbers listed in the reports, they would eventually be able to trace Kim Gung-won's phone. Once they located the phone, they would have his exact location, and Suho could take him down from there. Suho watched him, feeling certain he had made the right decision by coming to him. G1 just shyly brushed it off. He called it a simple task, then asked if they should start right away. He also mentioned one more person would join them. Hyungmin from the Banshee team, to be exact. Jiawen wondered why Hyungmin was getting involved, but Suho then clarified. Hyungmin's unique ability was absolutely essential. Their mission: infiltrate a heavily secured phone and extract its internal data. Now, Jiawen finally understood their objective. With the plan set, Suho signaled to start. Sometime later, Jiawen made a phone call, expertly impersonating a telecom worker, Kwon Song-min. He claimed to be from a base station, asking if the phone belonged to Mr. Ham Dae-young, and pitched a new internet plan. The person on the other end, however, only grunted back with disinterest, then abruptly cut the call. So, observing him, noted how great his acting was. Jiawen brushed it off, stating that, since they confirmed the informant's number was legitimate, it was time to move. Jiawen activated his digitization skill, and instantly, all three of them shrunk and entered the smartphone. They landed on the digital screen inside the device, confirming they were exactly where they needed to be. Jiawen quickly explained, they just needed to find traces of contact or trade records with a drug dealer. Searching text messages or messenger apps would make it a quick job. They quickly spotted a telegram icon, remembering that Telegram was commonly used for such illegal trades. So they started there. When Jiawen approached the icon and tried to access it, he realized it was locked, making him tense. Suho looked at Hyungmin, indicating he would handle it. Jiawen grew confused, warning that firewalls like this weren't easy to break. Suho explained that Jiawen didn't know Hyungmin's personal skill. Hyungmin had the ability to create a special doorway, capable of bypassing any barrier. His skill was called portal creation. Hyungmin raised his hands. A blue orb formed, and suddenly, a door appeared before him. Suho instantly realized something crucial. Typically, apps like Telegram would immediately flag any hacking attempts, but Hyungmin's power didn't attack the firewall. Instead, it carved a hidden entrance right through it, leaving no trace. This reminded Suho of how the Banshee team executed terror strikes with deadly precision, all thanks to Hyungmin. Meanwhile, Ji-won found himself dwelling on past struggles, recalled the countless times he'd tackled firewalls, purely through grueling manual labor and sheer willpower. Noticing Ji-won's downcast expression, Suho quickly reminded him that he was the only one who could grant them access. In the first place, with an emotional Ji-won in tow, Suho guided the group through the newly opened portal. Deep within the messages, they uncovered vital information. The three paused, focusing on a single detail, realizing they had finally pinpointed the correct location. Before them materialized a room, clearly labeled drugs. Inside, two avatars sat across from each other. Ji-won instantly identified them, Ham Dae-ho and the drug dealer. Fortunately, they hadn't exited the chat room yet. These avatars actually represented specific chat logs. Suho placed his hand on a box resting on the table, and, from its contents, quickly determined that the avatar directly in front of them was unmistakably the dealer. They now needed to trace the information further up the chain. Ji-won confirmed that the door behind the dealer's avatar led directly into the dealer's personal Telegram account. Once they stepped through, they discovered a multitude of doors, each one representing a different transaction the dealer had completed. Ji-won was utterly astonished at these chat rooms, now visualized as an entire towering building, revealed just how many individuals had communicated with the dealer. Suho studied the scene intently, then declared, "It's time to send every single one of them back to prison." They then began meticulously tracking the top of the chain. Suho instructed them to meticulously search every chat and collect all available phone numbers and call records. Eventually, Suho and Ji-won discovered a critical number. Ji-won identified it instantly as the main supplier. If they followed this lead, they would reach the ultimate source. The trio continued repeating this same process for a while, relentlessly searching for more intel. After hours of relentless searching, they emerged from yet another digital doorway. Exhausted, Suho voiced his confusion, wondering just how many layers of subcontracting there were. A drained young man guessed they were being extra cautious, given the sensitive nature of their business. Suho believed that after tracing through so many layers, It was time they finally found something concrete. Just then, Heilman opened another door and discovered Kim Gungwon's phone. Inside this digital room, photographs of the man were plastered across every wall, ceiling, and even the smallest corner. Top, bottom, everywhere. Heilman was utterly shocked by the overwhelming number of images. Jaiwon stared at the photos in utter confusion, wondering why the man's ego had inflated so dramatically and why he had so many selfies. Suho explained these were likely arbitrary self-photographs used for verification or identity tracking. He then added that since the GPS was still active, they could retrieve the location and head out. Soon enough, Jaiwon compared the data and pinpointed Kim Gungwon's home. Suho asked where it was, and Jaiwon explained the location was in Gangnam, Seoul, at Accra Tower. Inside one of the tower's luxurious rooms, a bulky man with a nasty scar across his face lounged back with the kind of smugness only dirty money could buy, bragging that profits were soaring thanks to their dear Mr. Gung. This was Baek Ji-hyun, the formidable boss of the Platinum Gang. Across from him sat Kim Gungwon, pretending to stay humble while soaking in all the praise. He claimed his results were always great, all because of Baek then casually brought up whether the police were fully handled. Baek confirmed without hesitation, saying every layer of law enforcement, from cops to prosecutors, even the Hunter Association, had already been bribed. None of them could be touched. Right then, the lights suddenly flickered out, and the entire room plunged into darkness. Everyone's eyes automatically darted upwards. Gungwon grumbled about a sudden power outage, while Bak Jaeyoung silently made the same assumption. Gungwon indignantly complained that this wasn't some cheap, run-down building. There was no gate rupture happening either, so the power cutting out made absolutely no sense. Baek followed up, irritation bubbling deep inside him, thinking about the ridiculous maintenance fees they paid and how this nonsense was utterly unacceptable, promising himself he'd give a management a piece of his mind. Baek Geometry then turned to his bald bodyguard, ordering him to go take care of it. The bodyguard moved swiftly toward the door, without question, but before he could even reach it, the door exploded inward with a violent, earth-shattering crash. The ear-splitting sound ripped through the entire room, instantly snapping both men out of their irritation. Their attention locked onto the chaos, as they desperately tried to process what the hell just happened. The answer then walked in on its own 2 feet. Suho stepped through the broken entrance, gripping the bald bodyguard's head like a crumpled piece of trash, slammed it into the floor so hard the skull cracked. A cold smirk aimed straight at Gungwon, letting the bastard know he had been found. Gungwon froze solid the moment he saw Suho, demanding to know who he was, while Baek stood beside him, casually puffing on a cigar, commenting that Suho looked familiar. Suho rose to his feet and calmly introduced himself. Holding up his ID, he identified himself as On Suho, a record updater from the Awakening Department of the Korean Hunter Association. He then stated that Kim Gungwon had intentionally refused record updates for years. That alone was reason enough for an immediate on-site arrest. Kim Gungwon, terrified and utterly shocked, recognized him as none other than the Sword God, On Suho. Suho confirmed that identity, scratched his neck, and told him to cooperate obediently. Instead, the men immediately took their fighting stances. Suho just stared at their sheer audacity and warned that if they truly didn't want to die, they should submit. Moments later, the 2 criminals knelt on the ground, with utterly beaten expressions, while Suho stood tall and dominant in front of them, thanking them for their cooperation. In their minds, the criminals realized he had crushed them single-handedly, and wonder how that even counted as cooperation. Suho then turned to Yunho and thanked her for her EMP ability, which had allowed them to enter so easily. Yunho blushed, playfully twirling her hair, admitting the job felt so easy and anticlimactic. It almost seemed like a waste of training time. Hyungmin, standing nearby, revealed that she'd actually skipped training and rushed over here excitedly. But before he could finish, Yunho sharply elbowed him, reminding him that when the team leader calls, she always needs to come running happily. Meanwhile, Suho sat in a chair facing the criminals and suggested they continue their conversation. He first looked at Kim Gung-won, taking out the stat measuring device. He remarked on its impressive capability. System rules prevented people from directly seeing each other's status windows, but the association could check stats through reaction results based on input values. Officially, this innovation boasted an accuracy above 70%, but in practice, Suho had extracted 100% accuracy. Kim Gung-won panicked, thinking to himself that Suho had completely beaten him, until the results hit 100%. Suho smiled at him and reminded him that he'd even healed him, so there was no reason to look so upset. He repeated that if the measured stats later failed to match what they recorded now, he would die. Faced with that statement, Kim Gung-won desperately agreed. Then Suho focused on Baek Ji-hun, who had recently risen as a big shot in Gangnam. Thanks to Kim Gung-won, Suho knew this man needed to be arrested someday. But since today was only an on-site assessment, it would still be difficult. Still, he couldn't pretend he hadn't seen him. Standing right there, Suho looked at him and addressed him as Baek Ji-hun, pointing out that the man had said something unclear. Earlier, Baek Ji-hun had asked what he meant. Suho continued his revelation, declaring that Baek Ji-hun had bribed the police, prosecutors, and even the Korean Hunter Association. This sudden accusation left Baek Ji-hun trembling with fear. As Suho pressed further, demanding more details, specifically who within the organization, inside the Korean Hunter Association, was truly involved. Suho then placed a hand on Baek Ji-hun's shoulder and warned him to refrain from any actions that could cause misunderstandings, or he would die. The cold, chilling tone made Baek Ji-hun instantly freeze in fear and promise full understanding. From the sidelines, watching the scene unfold, Manhwa and Hyung-min observed with wide eyes. Manhwa commented that it brought back intense memories, recalling how incredibly scary it had been back then, while Hyung-min admitted, quite frankly, he never expected Suho to become someone he respected this much. Meanwhile, back to the interrogation. Baek Ji-hun confessed that he had indeed bribed Park Hae-min, the vice president of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho pressed, was it just one person? Baek Ji-hun cried, insisting it was only him involved, and desperately begged Suho to believe him. Suho looked at him, sensing he wasn't lying. He then pondered whether Park Hae-min knew nothing about the awakening and non-awakening assessments at all. If Park Hae-min had known, he would have surely removed anyone connected to him from the list or given special instructions to protect them. This meant someone had deliberately targeted Park Hae-min. It wouldn't have been Section Chief Lee Mun-ho, the one who had provided the list in the first place. But the mere fact that Lee Mun-ho assigned the evaluation task meant someone higher had pressured him, someone above Park Hae-min, or at least on equal footing. The possible candidates for such a scheme narrowed down to Chairman Jung Kyun-won and Special Unit Chief Pai Sung-yeol. To Chairman Jung Kyun-won, for instance, Park Hae-min was like a trusted confidant, so he had no reason whatsoever to harm him. Pai Sung-yeol's official rank was technically lower than Park Hae-min's, but most people claimed his internal power was far greater. Suho concluded the most likely suspect was Pai. From what Sung-yeol remembered, he couldn't recall the vice president and Chief Pai ever being on such bad terms. He decided he needed to observe the situation closely. If Kim Gung-won were ever captured, either Pai Sung-yeol or Park Hae-min would surely react. Suho then grabbed Kim Gung-won by the collar, firmly telling him he was coming along. He then turned to Baek Ji-hun, cryptically saying they'd meet again, and deliberately chose not to arrest him. That unsettling statement left Baek Ji-hun utterly bewildered. Suho warned him to be careful, as he would definitely return. With that parting shot, Suho and the Banshee team exited the luxurious room, leaving a battered Baek Ji-hun in a state of utter confusion. After some time, Suho returned to the association's headquarters. There, he found Senior Ho-sung dozing peacefully on a sofa. As soon as Ho-sung noticed Suho, he yawned, asking if Suho had managed to find Kim Gung-won, clearly assuming Suho had failed his mission. But when Suho confirmed he had, in fact, found him, Ho-sung's confusion was palpable. He simply couldn't believe it. Suho calmly repeated the update, stating he had successfully located Kim Gung-won, updated his status window information, and placed him directly in the interrogation room. Ho-sung was still utterly rattled, but Suho told him to follow, so they could check on the prisoner later. Hozung and Suho stood behind a one-way window, watching Kim Gung-won. He sat calmly inside the interrogation room. As someone questioned him, Hozung pondered how this vicious S-class problem had evaded capture for years. Yet Suho had caught him in just one day, or rather, in a mere few hours. The criminal was even cooperating peacefully. Hosung's gaze then shifted to the stat measuring device. He recalled how the machine usually only produced 70% accuracy. Yet this time, the results had come out, nearly identical to the true stats. He looked at Suho, utterly baffled, marveling that something so notoriously difficult had been handled with such effortless grace, as if Suho had merely taken a simple stroll. Suho then stated the charges were proven, and they could officially hand Kim Gung over. Immediately recruited into the Special Forces Department. Hozung nodded, still utterly bewildered. He then asked how Suho had even managed to catch him. Suho, with a completely straight face, and not even glancing his way, simply said he just asked around a bit, and gotten lucky. He then asked if he could also bring in the rest of the non-updaters. Hozung agreed, suggesting they go together, but Suho suddenly spun around, declaring he wanted to catch every single one himself, and snag the highest evaluation. This sudden declaration completely blindsided Hozung. Suho bowed slightly, saying he'd ask for help if absolutely necessary, but requested Hozung to focus on transferring Kim Gung-won to the Special Forces Department. As Suho walked away, the sloppy 7th grade officer remained standing alone and simply uttered a confused okay. A few days later, the office was buzzing with chatter. Someone mentioned in turn on Suho, saying tales of him catching all the vicious non-updaters were spreading like wildfire. People wondered how he managed to finish in just 2 days what even professional awakeners couldn't. They declared, the real sword god is also the real squad god. The class difference in their work was overwhelming, but they also wondered if the awakening department would now receive all the blame. Someone said the department might start hating in turn on Suho for this. Inside the awakening department, everyone cheered Suho's name, loudly calling him sword god again and again. These workers had been scolded endlessly because of those S-class problem cases, but hearing praise even once, 1,000 times better than constant criticism, they shouted their love for Suho. A woman in the office begged him not to leave, pleading with him to work there forever. She admitted she never said things like this, but she'd never seen talent like his. A senior employee, with shining eyes, declared he had even joined Suho's fan club and told others to call him Suho Priest, all while clutching a poster with Suho's face on it. As Suho leaves, documents clutched in his hands, his colleagues desperately plead with him not to go. Suho thanks them, but gently reminds them he still has work to finish, with the awakening department first. Soon after, his phone rings. The name on the screen, Pai Sung-yeol. Chief Pai, eyes scanning documents, asks Suho if he's busy, telling him to drop by if he has a moment. Suho instantly realizes that the bite he's been waiting for has finally arrived. Inside Chief Pai's office, Chief Pai hands Suho a can of Coke and comments that Suho's performance in the awakening department has been impressive. Suho responds modestly, saying it was nothing. Chief Pai sits, questioning him, wondering how Suho could call it nothing. What he always produces, results far beyond expectations. Suho thanks him. Chief Pai then asks if Kim Gung-won was the first person he caught. Suho confirms, taking a sip of his Coke with a smirk. Chief Pai points out that if Suho had only seen Kim Gung-won, Suho immediately realizes that things are unfolding exactly as expected, and that Chief Pai already knows everything. That makes everything simpler. Suho reveals he had also seen Baek Jae-im. Chief Pai then asks why he let him go. Suho explains that he believed the man was too big for him to handle. Chief Pai asks why Suho speaks, as if he already understands what he's implying. Suho clarifies that he assumed Chief Pai was referring to Baek Jae-im's connections. Chief Pai confirms it. He then asks Suho to explain why he hadn't reported back right away. Suho says he waited because he had no justification to report. Chief Pai wants to know what kind of justification. Suho clarifies that he planned to join the Special Forces unit, but since Chief Pai's name hadn't been mentioned yet, reporting prematurely would have looked like overstepping. Suho assumed that if he waited, it would either be Chief Pai or the association's vice president who would call for him. Chief Pai approved of his decision and instructed him to report everything directly. From now on, he he'd repay the favor by telling Suho everything he wanted to know. Suho agreed. Chief Pai then asked if he wasn't curious why he had to report to him specifically. Suho replied there was no need to be curious, since Chief Pai surely had his reasons. Laughing, Chief Pai called him a crazy kid. Then he pulled out a credit card and handed it to Suho, telling him, "You did a good job, so go eat something expensive with your friends." After work, he insisted Suho not settle for cheap food, like pork belly, but truly enjoy anything he wanted. Suho tried to decline, but Chief Pai reminded him that when an adult gives you something, you should accept it with thanks. Suho left the office, walking down the hall, thinking he had just walked past the vice president earlier. Without saying a word, it became clear something was going on between the vice president and Chief Pai. Pulling out his phone, Suho called Jaiwan. He told him he'd send a few numbers and instructed him to gather all possible information. Jaiwan agreed without asking any questions. Suho asked why he hadn't questioned him about the details, and Jaiwan replied that if Suho told him to do something, he'd simply do it. Suho realized this must have been the same feeling Chief Pai experienced earlier. Suho encouraged Jaiwan to work hard, promising to buy him expensive food and telling him to decide what he wanted to eat. Jaiwan celebrated on the other end of the call. After ending the call, Suho thought of reporter Joe Jinwee. He called him, checking if he was free that evening. Later that evening, Suho and Jinwee clanked their beer glasses together. Jinwee congratulated him unofficially. Starting his work as a hunter, Suho thanked him and asked if he'd been busy with articles. Jinwee said it hadn't been difficult. All he had to do was add some flair to the solid foundation Suho had already built. He asked about the Banshee team and the others, and Suho explained he'd set aside a separate table so they could truly bond with Hyun and the rest. Suho then told Jinwoo that Hyun would want to greet him too, so they'd invite him properly next time. He said he'd prepared this small repayment for last time. Jinwoo insisted he should be the one repaying Suho. He explained that Hammer had also helped save victims, and that the Nexus had now become a nationally favored guild, which caused his related feature articles to perform exceptionally well. Raising his glass, he said he looked forward to working together. Suho raised his glass as well, and agreed they should definitely continue collaborating. The very next day, at the association, the manager of the non-awakening division, Lee Se-hyun, greeted Suho with cheerful energy. She told him she'd heard all about his impressive achievements and was thrilled to welcome him to the non-awakening division. Seeing his modest expression, she reminded him not to be too modest because it didn't look good on him. She asked if he knew what their division handled. Suho replied that they searched for unregistered hunters. She confirmed it and told him that would be as difficult as finding a needle in a desert. She said he shouldn't aim for more or less, but just find exactly one person to complete his field evaluation. Suho confidently said he'd find one quickly. She handed him a blue file labeled unregistered and said she liked his confidence. She informed him that Officer Yom would guide him through all the details. She told him to do his absolute best. After some time had passed, as Suho went through the reports she'd given him, he decided to review the documents he'd received earlier from Im Jun-sung. He found them to be only scattered reports. He pondered the fact that identifying an unregistered hunter was practically impossible unless they confessed their true nature or their power level had noticeably increased. They were indistinguishable from normal people. Hunter registration existed primarily to prevent unexpected incidents, but some actively avoided it, disliking their awakened status. This was especially true when certain professions were exclusive to non-awakened individuals. Athletes were a prime example. Suddenly, someone called out to Suho. It was Jo Song-gil, an investigator specializing in unregistered hunters. He'd heard about Suho's record-breaking achievements in the Awakened division. He added that his colleague, Han Ho-song, had praised Suho endlessly, so he eagerly looked forward to meeting him. Suho responded politely. The officer then asked if Suho intended to handle this assignment solo. Suho replied he'd try it by himself first. As Suho turned to leave, the officer told him to get in touch if he hit a wall, and Suho quickly realized this guy just came to dump all the work on him. Suho decided to meet the first person he'd marked for evaluation somewhere else entirely. A dartboard was filled with arrows, all hitting the bullseye. A blonde boy named Park Geun had shot every single one. People behind him praised his incredible skill, saying his abilities never disappointed. Someone else commented that he'd likely win the upcoming tournament yet again. A third person noted that the first place prize money would be substantial, and they couldn't help but feel jealous. Two other students then approached Park Geun. A girl invited him to karaoke with them after a long time, but Park Geun said he needed to help his mother at the shop, telling them to go on without him. The black-haired boy complained that, even the day before the tournament, when practice ended early, he still had responsibilities. Park Geun apologized, saying they'd go next time. Later, he arrived at the restaurant and called out, "I'm home." Inside, he saw an officer eating. It was Suho, casually digging into some seriously fancy dishes. The boy instantly recognized him. It was the sword god, but his mom quickly shushed him, quietly reminding him not to bother the customers. The boy nodded in agreement. His mother then asked why he was home so early, especially since it was still training time. He explained that practice had ended early, all because the tournament was happening tomorrow. She then asked why he wasn't hanging out with his friends, but he just tied on an apron, saying he couldn't leave her to work all by herself. He then popped a question. Could he handle the sword god's bill instead? You know, if it hadn't been paid already? She agreed. Moments later, Suho asked for the bill. The boy stated the total was 10,000 won and asked if he'd like a receipt. Suho declined, then addressed him by his name. The boy froze, absolutely stunned that Suho knew him. Suho then revealed he was from the Korean Hunter Association's non-awakening department. The mere mention of the non-awakening department made the boy's face drain of all color. He immediately began stepping back, apologizing profusely, claiming he was super busy and had no time. Suho tried to tell him it would only take a moment, but the boy bolted right out of the restaurant, apologizing as he ran. His mother watched him leave, utterly bewildered by his strange behavior. In an alley, the boy slumped to the ground. A system window hovered right before him, asking if he wanted to pursue his power. The boy stared at it miserably. Why did this have to happen now of all times? Still shaken, Gung remained crouched on the ground. He had told no one about the status window that had appeared just days ago. Yet somehow, the association already seemed to know. If people discovered he was an awakener, even if he was only level 1, it would be game over for his archery career. An awakener was still an awakener, after all, and revealing it now was absolutely not an option. He forced himself to stay hidden, convinced he just needed to endure a little longer. His phone suddenly rang. As he answered, he slowly stood up, steadying himself, and told her he was nearby. She then mentioned that Hunter and Suho had already left, and Goon immediately pressed for more, wanting to know if he truly left. Without a single word, his mother explained that she'd only spoken briefly with the sword god, and that nothing else had transpired. Upon hearing this, Goon felt his tension finally dissipate. He told her he was fine, that he'd return to the dorm to rest up for tomorrow's tournament, and that she should grab dinner, without worrying about him at all. She agreed, though. She cautiously double-checked if everything was truly all right. That question snapped something inside him, and he sharply raised his voice, insisting that nothing was going on at all. The call ended shortly after. Goon exhaled slowly. His mother hadn't sounded anxious or suspicious, and that alone brought him immense relief. It seemed the sword god had chosen not to tell her anything. The reason behind that decision, however, bothered him. Clutching his phone tighter, he wondered if that man intended to expose him later, though clearly not yet. No matter what was coming, he couldn't abandon tomorrow. This tournament mattered more than anything else. It was the biggest high school archery competition in the entire country, and the first place prize was 50 million won. That money was his grandmother's only chance at surgery. He had lived his entire life for this single moment. Once the tournament was over, he would report everything properly. All he needed was just one more day. The next day, the scene shifted to the training center, where Park Geun sat alone in the waiting area. He looked unsettled, his thoughts heavy, as he wondered if the sword god hadn't properly shown up at school before. The tension was clearly etched onto his face. From behind, his dark-haired friend suddenly greeted him, startling him slightly. Goon reacted instinctively, brushing it off by saying he was feeling a bit under the weather. His friend noticed the reaction and pointed out that Goon seemed nervous, even though the blonde boy immediately denied it. Park Geun was reminded that, even if he wasn't in peak condition, first place would still naturally be his. His friend chimed in, saying no one could deny it, smiling. As he pointed out, Goon had never lost first place. Since joining the school, he'd bested all the upperclassmen and consistently claimed the top spot every time, which was exactly what real talent looked like. Hearing this only made Goon more uneasy, as he pointed out that his friend also beat upperclassmen daily. His friend merely shrugged in response, admitting that despite that, he was still stuck as the eternal second place. Ultimately, the world only remembered whoever stood first. With a smirk, his friend added that, considering how much money his family poured into him, failing to even clinch second place would spell serious trouble back home, especially with a father like his. His friend lightly clenched his fist and brushed it off, telling Goon that regardless, he had a reason to win and had to make it happen. He promised to watch until the very end. Goon thanked him, confessing the encouragement, helped him relax a bit. Just then, the coach called out, pulling Goon's attention, calling for him. Meanwhile, Won-suk watched him from the background with a dark smile. The moment Goon entered an office, he noticed the coach, speaking with a man clad in black. One glance was all it took to recognize him. The man standing there was none other than Suho himself. Goon instantly wondered, why is he here? Fear quickly crept in, sweat beating up, as he suddenly realized this officer might be here to take him away. The coach excused himself, saying he'd leave, so the two could talk in private. Once alone, Suho turned to Park Goon and brought up his whereabouts the previous day. The question made Goon visibly stumble, unable to form a proper response. Suho then asked the boy if he was awakened, and the words hit Goon like a sudden, brutal hammer blow. His fear intensified, his thoughts spiraling wildly, as he agonized over whether to tell the truth or lie. The tournament was just around the corner, and for him, merely participating would mean victory. He desperately needed the prize money for his grandmother's surgery. There was simply no other way. He could earn such a massive amount of money. Outside of archery, just this once, he wanted to cling to this hope. Suho placed a firm hand on Goon's shoulder, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and asking for honesty. Still trembling, Goon finally admitted the truth and confessed that he was an awakened. Suho's stern expression softened into a gentle smile as he thanked Goon for his honesty. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he flatly stated that they would report his awakening immediately and that Goon would have to withdraw from the tournament. He assured Goon he could ensure the coach, and others wouldn't hear about it. These words left Goon utterly stunned. Desperation seized him as he pleaded, explaining he hadn't even chosen a class yet and was still only level 1. However, Suho's response was cold and firm. He acknowledged Goon's difficult situation and understood what he wanted to say, but the law was absolute. Even if Goon entered the tournament and reported afterward, any results within a 2-month window would be completely nullified. The realization shocked Goon even more profoundly. Suho explained that reporting it now was the only better option and told him to come with him to the association. With no real choice left, Goon reluctantly agreed. Suho led him toward his car, watching as the boy followed quietly without resistance. Seeing this, Suho felt a sense of profound relief. In his previous life, Park Goon had won this tournament, but later lost the title in disgrace. After his so-called best friend, Hong Won-suk, reported him, that incident twisted him deeply, eventually pushing him into villainy and turning him into the notorious criminal. This agonizing decision, known as Gongue, but with Suho's swift intervention, the boy is snatched from his hellish fate. Meanwhile, as they continue their drive, Suho casually brought up the topic. Why was the boy acting like a common criminal? Even though nothing about him fit that label, the boy shifted uncomfortably and admitted it was because he had hidden the fact that he had awakened. Suho immediately shut that idea down, stating that he hadn't actually done anything wrong. In that instant, the boy's neck snapped to look at Suho so fast. It was almost reflexive, clearly caught off guard and utterly confused. Suho calmly told him to stop worrying because he wasn't a criminal to begin with. Still unsettled, Gung struggled to understand and try to grasp what Suho meant. Suho explained it simply. He asked whether anyone had suffered damage because he delayed reporting his awakening. The boy admitted that no one had. Hearing that, Suho concluded there was no problem. Without a victim, there was no crime, and there was no reason for him to carry guilt. He then instructed Gung that once they arrived, he should report his awakening at the first floor registration desk. Suho continued, warning him that he likely would not be able to do archery for some time and perhaps not ever again. Still, he acknowledged Gun's talent, reminding him that he was an excellent archer and that another great future would eventually open up for him. Not long after, the car reached their destination at the association registration center. Suho dropped the boy off and prepared to leave. Just as he turned away, someone called out to him. It was Investigator Joe, standing nearby with a cigar in his hands. With a casual tone, Joe remarked that handling everything alone must be tough. Suho answered calmly that it was not that difficult. A faint smile crossed his face as he added that he had only just begun. Joe echoed his sentiments, remarking that if Suho was just starting out, then he wouldn't need his assistance. Suho offered a polite bow, assuring Joe he was perfectly fine. He then took his leave. As Suho walked away, he made a quick call to Jin Woo, asking if he had some time to chat. Behind him, Investigator Joe let out a soft sigh. Watching Suho's back, he muttered that the man was clearly struggling, though his pride kept it expertly hidden. Not long after, he reached the reception desk. The woman there informed him that his player registration card was ready, and he thanked her, accepting it, staring down at the card in his hand. A heavy thought weighed on him. He realized he could never go back to being an ordinary person. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the past few days and felt an unexpected sense of relief. Despite having lied throughout that period, he decided the first thing he needed to do was tell his mother the truth. He tried calling her repeatedly, but even after 8 attempts, there was no answer. Volley crept in fast, and with it, the fear something might have happened to her. He rushed toward their small restaurant, his heart pounding, only to find a large crowd gathered outside. As he stepped inside, he saw people packed in nearly every corner. In awe, he wondered what on earth was going on. A dark-haired girl noticed him and complained her group had been first in line. Another man looked at him closely and asked if he was Park Gung. The moment the crowd realized who he was, excitement erupted. People began cheering, recognizing him as Ansung, high school's archery prospect. Several even asked him to take pictures with them. Overwhelmed, he tried to understand how they even knew who he was. He wondered if the sudden increase in customers was because they had come to see him. The girl quickly cleared up the misunderstanding, explaining that they weren't there for him. But given that the restaurant came with a recommendation from the sword god, the explanation just deepened his confusion. She excitedly revealed that the sword god had posted about their food on Instagram. The post had already garnered over 87,000 likes and 47,000 comments. Some customers chuckled amongst themselves, finding it oddly endearing that the sword god's very first post was simply a food recommendation. Still utterly baffled, the boy struggled to understand how they recognized him. One of the nerdy-looking customers casually clarified that researching before a pilgrimage was basic behavior. Others pressed him with curiosity, asking if he had truly met the sword god. With a hint of pride, he admitted that he had, even mentioning he had personally handled the sword god's payment himself. The girl reacted with open jealousy, but noted his mother looked utterly overwhelmed and suggested he go help her out. He immediately rushed into the kitchen and declared he'd help his mother out. She questioned him about the competition, asking why he was here instead of training. Tying on an apron, he brushed it aside, saying they could talk later and that he needed to start cleaning first. Outside, customers excitedly gawked at the special sword god menu, commenting on how humble and adorable it felt to see the sword god eating simple snack food. The entire day passed, with him serving customers nonstop. By evening, exhaustion finally caught up to him. He leaned against the counter, utterly drained, and remarked that since the restaurant opened, this had been the busiest day they'd ever experienced. His mother, still bewildered, commented on the sudden chaos, and then asked again why he was there, instead of at the competition. Before he could answer, someone outside called out, asking if the restaurant was still open. His mother turned and apologized, explaining they were closed for the day because they had run out of ingredients. The man clarified he wasn't a customer at all. He then introduced himself as Joe Jinwee, a reporter from PBS, explaining he'd like to interview Park Gun if he had a moment. The boy stood there, utterly confused, wondering if this man truly wanted to meet him. The reporter confirmed it with a nod, explaining they'd received a critical tip. According to their intel, Park Goon had withdrawn from a major competition after honestly reporting to the authorities that he had become an awakened person. The words hit hard. His mother froze in shock, struggling to grasp the meaning of it all. What even was an awakened person's honesty report? She questioned what was truly going on. The scene shifted to the tense archery training ground, where Coach Won-suk was patting, offering a few words of encouragement. The boy responded confidently, stating he'd give his absolute best for the competition. But once the coach walked away, his thoughts immediately turned sharp and bitter. He hadn't expected Park Goon to make the first move. Originally, Won-suk had planned to expose Goon's awakening right after he won the competition, intending to utterly crush his future. The higher someone climbed, he mused, the harder they were meant to fall. But now that Goon had withdrawn from the match entirely, everything had changed. This unexpected move made Won-suk's grand debut much earlier than he'd planned. Just a few days earlier, he'd overheard Goon muttering to himself about this awakening, and that memory burned deeply within him. Jealousy had always lingered inside him, and now it finally made sense why that beggar kid had been shooting so unnaturally well. The thought that Goon had deceived him and tried to block his future filled him with seething resentment. But now his eyesore was gone. This was his time. He would win the competition and prove himself to everyone. As he began training, whispers spread around the field. People quietly remarked on how perfectly he was releasing the bow, some even claiming it looked better than Goon's technique. The constant praise went straight to his head, twisting it into pure, unadulterated greed. He even began believing himself to be the true bow god. But his focus suddenly shattered when he overheard people discussing a high-ranking official who had just arrived in town. And that official was none other than Suho. Confusion quickly rippled through the crowd as they wondered why the legendary sword god was here. Suho then approached Won-zayak directly, calling him out by name. He demanded Won-zayak come along to the association. Won-zayak was completely caught off guard and immediately demanded an explanation. Suho simply replied that it wasn't something to be discussed publicly. He then explained that Won-zayak was scheduled for an investigation that would take approximately a day. Anger surged through Won-zayak as he snapped, flat out refusing. He questioned why an investigation was suddenly happening now. Suho, however, remained perfectly calm and stated that everything would be explained. Once they were on their way, Won-zayak's frustration exploded as he flatly refused, again insisting he absolutely could not go. He even asked if Suho himself would agree, if he were in the same position. That was when Suho finally revealed the real reason. He then mentioned Won-zayak's older brother, Hong Dong-suk. Just hearing that name drained the color right from Won-zayak's face. Suho explained that Dong-suk was currently under investigation for draft dodging, involving a fake awakening report. Because of this, all family members were required to undergo awakening verification as well. The case involved many people and was being treated as an extremely serious matter. Suho looked directly into Won-zayak's eyes and asked for his cooperation. A chilling fear crept in fast as Won-zayak struggled to process the words draft dodging and corruption. Behind him, other students whispered among themselves, remarking that the sword god was personally escorting him. A girl murmured that it looked like his family had committed a crime. Back at the association, a dark-haired boy shouted loudly, demanding to know who had reported him. As he sat across from an officer at a desk, he then accused the officer of blatant hypocrisy, pointing out that this very same officer had personally issued his player license. The officer sternly warned him that his continued refusal to cooperate would only make things much worse. Just at that critical moment, Suho arrived, bringing Won-suk along. Watching the tense situation unfold, Suho reflected, realizing he had caught everyone he could remember being tied to the infamous draft fraud, and now everything was exploding all at once. The moment Won-suk locked eyes with his brother, his restraint shattered. He instantly struck him, knocking him violently to the ground, unleashing a torrent of pure rage. He blamed him for absolutely ruining his competition and spat hateful insults at him. Observing the chaotic scene, Suho mused on how utterly distorted they all seemed. Investigator Joe then rushed over to Suho, desperately asking for help. Suho calmly replied that interns were strictly not allowed to perform official duties, and he was currently quite busy, undergoing a crucial field evaluation. Joe protested, bewildered, but was suddenly called away by his superior, and had no choice but to leave. Watching him go, Suho thought to himself, he had already spoon-fed them more than enough, and wondered just how much more they expected from him. Not long after, he arrived at a dingy PC cafe. Looking around, he noted how incredibly ancient it felt. The place still allowed indoor smoking, had barely any customers, and carried an atmosphere truly frozen in time. After the cataclysm and the meteoric rise of virtual reality, the online gaming industry had collapsed rapidly. PC games, which relied only on monitors, stood absolutely no chance against VR games. It genuinely surprised Suho that this place was still operating at all. His attention then shifted to a gray-haired man, seated just nearby. Instantly, Suho realized he had finally found his target. He took the seat beside him and opened the game OPS. The gray-haired man noticed and commented on seeing someone play OPS. After such a very long time, Suho confessed that getting back into the game after all this time wasn't easy. The man found it amusing, remarking that Ops was practically a dead game, so having even one more player felt nice. He suggested they play together and asked Suho to add him as a friend under the name Railgun. Suho instantly recognized the name, and then it clicked. He was sitting next to the #1 ranked Ops player. The man casually confirmed it. Suho expressed his respect and appreciation. Feeling generous, the man stood up and offered to buy Suho something to eat, explaining that he worked there and could give him plenty. As he browsed the shelves, he asked what Suho wanted, but before he could pick anything, Suho asked him if his name was Kim Q. The reaction was instant. The gray-haired man froze in shock, fear flashing across his face. As he turned to Suho and confirmed his name, Suho calmly removed his identification card and revealed his affiliation with the Korean Hunter Association's Non-Awakening Inspection Division. Fixing his gaze on the man, Suho demanded to see his ID. The gray-haired boy trembled as he stepped backward, finally confirming that he was Kim Gwon. His fear was palpable the moment his identity was exposed. Suho locked eyes with him with unshaken firmness, already aware of the truth, and unflinchingly demanded identification. The boy tried to stay composed, claiming his ID was locked inside the staff room, and insisting he'd return shortly. As he moved toward the stairway, Suho trailed close behind, already knowing what was coming next. The moment they reached the stairs, the boy bolted without warning, sprinting off exactly as Suho had predicted. Outside the building, the exhausted boy leaned against a wall, gasping for breath, his thoughts spiraling, as he wondered how the association. Suho had managed to track him down, but he didn't realize that Suho was already standing behind him, like a silent shadow. Before the boy could react, Suho casually remarked on his escape attempt, and in the same instant, struck him with a powerful flick to the forehead. The impact alone sent pain shooting through the boy's body, instantly dazing him. He dropped to his knees, trembling as the pain overwhelmed his senses. Suho coldly reminded him that any refusal to cooperate or another attempt to flee would result in immediate arrest. Kneeling beside him, Suho listened as the frightened boy protested, insisting he had done nothing wrong. Suho then called him by his real name, Kim John, shattering the boy's composure. He asked whether the person inside the building was his older brother, Kim John. The boy denied it instantly, but Suho remained unmoved, already seeing through the lie. He told him they would go back inside first, as he needed to confirm Kim John's real body. Anger suddenly overtook the boy, and he rushed forward with a clenched fist. The attack was effortlessly stopped with one hand, shocking the boy as Suho twisted his arm without strain. Suho made it clear that he had come to help them, but their actions were only creating unnecessary trouble for him. Moments later, the boy gave in, tapping out under the pressure. Suho smiled calmly, warning him that one more attack would end with him being tied up, and he ordered the boy to show the way to his place. Inside the room, the twin of the gray-haired boy lay motionless on the bed. Suho stood over him, quietly observing, and it didn't take long for him to realize that the boy was in a possessed state. On the bed lay identical IDs belonging to the twin brothers, both bearing the same name, Kim Gwon. Suho turned his attention him back to the gray-haired boy and questioned when his brother had awakened. He then revealed that Kim John's possession trait, it could only be activated by the same player. Hearing this, the boy visibly tensed up. Suho warned him not to lie, stating that their work dates at the PC cafe could be easily verified. Realizing there was no escaping the truth, the boy broke down, desperately asking what Suho planned to do next. With his eyes shut tight, he rushed to explain everything, revealing he was paralyzed from the waist down due to an accident, while his brother was left in a vegetative state. They had no parents, no money, no support, and this was their only way to survive. Suho calmly responded that he wouldn't do anything, a statement that utterly baffled the boy. For clarity, the hooded boy was Kim Gwon, the younger brother, while the disabled one was Kim John, now possessing his own younger brother, due to his vegetative condition. With that understood, the situation continued. Suho looked at the boy calmly and explained he was there to help them, instructing him to sit down and listen properly. The boy, irritated and unwilling to trust him, resisted until Suho finally introduced himself as On. Suho, the name struck a nerve, sounding familiar enough to spark panic. The boy quickly pulled out his phone to search the name, only to realize that the sword god himself was standing right in front of him. At that moment, the original John returned to his own body, confusion washing over his face. As he tried to process what was happening, pulling himself toward his wheelchair, John focused on Suho and asked him to explain in detail how he intended to help them. There was a saying that truly helping the helpless meant giving them work instead of handing out money, and Suho applied that principle without hesitation. He stated that he intended to find a job for Kim John, then directly brought up whether John wished to become a hunter. Again, the boy reacted with visible confusion, unable to understand how Suho could say such a thing, while clearly seeing the condition of John's legs. He went on to make it clear that if Suho's plan involved entering gates by possessing his younger brother's body, then that path was completely off the table. Suho responded calmly, clarifying it wouldn't involve possession at all, and the job would be for Kim John himself. The boy frowned deeply, irritation rising as he told Suho to stop joking around. If something like that were truly possible, it would have happened ages ago. He pointed out his level was already above 50, and he couldn't even enter the lowest level gates anymore to make a living. Suho then shifted the topic and asked if John was familiar with partner items. These items were special equipment that synchronized perfectly with a player's innate traits, amplifying their abilities in unique ways. John was aware of them, but he also knew how unrealistic they were to obtain. Partner items were comparable to winning a lottery, with only a handful of players across the entire world ever finding one that truly matched them. Suho acknowledged that difficulty, knowing better than anyone that finding an item perfectly suited to a person was nearly impossible. Still, he knew that in his previous life, Kim John had become infamous because of a specific partner item. Suho assured the boy he knew exactly which item resonated with John's possession trait, and through that item, he intended to give both brothers a completely new life. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fist tightly, his emotions boiling over. He demanded to know why Suho was doing all of this after they'd been ignored by everyone for so long. He questioned whether there was something Suho wanted from them. In return, all this time, Kim John had knocked on the doors of welfare centers, district offices, and countless organizations, yet not a single hand ever reached back to him. He had fallen from being a successful hunter to someone society quietly labeled as weak and disposable, and that slow abandonment carved deep scars into him. Because of that neglect, Kim John eventually ended up walking the path of a villain. In the present, Suho stated that John had never been abandoned, but the boy clearly did not believe those words. What followed left him completely shaken. Suho stepped forward and knelt in front of him, lowering himself without hesitation, and apologized for arriving late. He admitted that he should have come to help much earlier from deep inside. Suho genuinely wanted to help Kim John, even though he had not created the system and was not the state itself. Still, he understood his responsibility as a public servant and intended to fulfill that duty sincerely, without excuses. With a calm smile, Suho explained that his delay was not due to neglect or indifference, but because he had not found a viable solution before. This time was different, and this time he promised to help. Kim Gyeon stared at him in silence for a long moment, before finally apologizing. In return, he admitted that he had never experienced anyone truly trying to help them, which had made them overly sensitive and defensive. Suho stood back up and told him that he would have reacted the same way. In that position, he then assured him that his brother's awakening report would not interfere with their disability pension, making it clear that he had already considered those consequences. Suho even went as far as stating that he would personally deal with the PC cafe owner if Jaehyun was not paid properly, though the man was spared when Jaehyun explained that the owner had treated him kindly. Shifting the focus forward, Suho stated that he would soon introduce John to a guild for hunter-related activities. The boy wondered how any guild would accept someone like him, but Suho dismissed that concern entirely. All John needed to do was wait patiently until Suho returned with the partner item. That would change everything for them. Not long after, Suho made his way back to the Hunter Association. As he stepped out of his car, his mind was still buzzing about why Chief Pai and the vice president had summoned him so abruptly. Before he could ponder it any longer, his focus was snatched by Park Gun, who was sprinting directly at him. Suho questioned why the boy was even there, and Park Gun eagerly explained that his mom had packed some food for him. This heartwarming gesture was all thanks to Suho's Instagram post and the recent news coverage, both of which were getting incredible buzz. The boy openly gushed with gratitude, clearly thrilled with how things were unfolding. Suho, ever so calm, simply brushed it off, stating he hadn't really done anything special. He just mentioned that he'd only posted the food because it genuinely tasted amazing. As for the news coverage, he casually denied having reported it himself. Gun awkwardly agreed. Suho then inquired if the boy had changed his class. Gun immediately brightened, excitingly explaining he'd chosen the archer class. He was still super serious about becoming a hunter and proceeded to ask if Suho had any guild recommendations in mind. And, just as we all probably guessed, Suho brought his new sidekick to the Nexus Guild. The guild leader, seeing an applicant personally vouched for by Suho, instantly approved him with a massive grin. Sometime later, Suho was seen knocking on the vice president's office door. A calm voice from inside then acknowledged his arrival. He was then told to enter. As he stepped through the doorway, Suho offered a respectful bow and asked if he had been summoned. The vice president confirmed it, explaining he wanted to check in on Suho's recent progress. After Suho took his seat, the vice president smiled and remarked that he had heard Suho's recent achievements were quite impressive. Suho casually brushed it off, attributing everything to a stroke of good luck. Vice President Cumin responded with a wide grin, pointing out just how modest Suho truly was, especially considering he'd been buried under a mountain of brutal assignments within the Awakening Department. He even pointed out Suho had tackled a military service corruption case that fell completely outside his official evaluation. Staring directly at Suho, the vice president then demanded to know where he'd managed to dig up that kind of sensitive intel. In that instant, Suho's mind snapped everything into place. The vice president was absolutely fishing for his sources. Given how quickly the vice president reacted to anything involving the Awakening Department, Suho's suspicions intensified. There was a very strong chance that Director Lee Wanek and the vice president were somehow linked to the corruption. Realizing this, Suho decided to cast out some bait. Briefly closing his eyes, Suho explained he'd conducted field inquiries based on various tips. The vice president immediately shot back, claiming those tips had nothing to do with draft dodgers at all, and pressed Suho on how he'd really investigated the case. That's when Suho grasped the vice president had already meticulously reviewed every single tip-off document. Suho then calmly added that he also gathered information through his acquaintances, relying on informants he'd cultivated connections with during his previous work as a hunter. That response visibly stunned the vice president, who quickly grilled him on what sort of people would go to such lengths to help him. Suho calmly replied that the information came from his network of connections. When the vice president then adamantly demanded to know exactly what kind of connections, Suho merely shrugged it off, saying they were just from here and there. That infuriatingly vague answer made the vice president completely lose his cool. He raised his voice, demanding to know what here and there even meant. Suho apologized politely, but explained that since those connections involved specific government agencies, He couldn't possibly disclose them. The vice president then asked if those agencies were also tied to their organization. Suho honestly replied that he wasn't sure. The vice president pressed him again, his voice a mix of accusation and desperate pleading, asking if Suho was truly going to treat him like this, and saying he felt genuinely hurt by it. Suho listened silently, giving absolutely no reaction. The vice president then argued that intel like this should be shared with someone running organizations like him, claiming it was how influence spread and associations grew. He even questioned how such information could possibly be misused. With a faint smirk, Suho added that he'd heard there were internal connections within the Day One association itself, and since the source was reliable, it was likely an insider. The vice president immediately latched onto this. Eager to meet these informants, Suho cautiously replied that they were extremely wary of exposure, making such a meeting difficult. The vice president suggested meeting them under the guise of client, but Suho insisted that even then, it wouldn't be possible. Stepping closer, the vice president desperately asked if Suho was truly going to do this to him. After a brief pause, Suho finally said he would ask them once. That answer instantly pleased the vice president, who told Suho to give him a response by today. Suho agreed, saying he understood. With the conversation finished, Suho stated he would take his leave. He thought to himself that he had hooked the vice president perfectly, exactly as he'd planned. The scene then shifted to the non-awakened department, where Suho ran into Young-sung. Standing right in front of him, Suho calmly checked whether his evaluation had already been completed. However, was visibly sweating while juggling a stack of files. He awkwardly explained that the awakening department was completely swamped at the moment and asked Suho to wait a little longer. The staff handling evaluations were absolutely buried in work, and it would likely take several more days to wrap everything up. Suho was genuinely taken aback by this news, wondering what this sudden delay was even supposed to mean. Around them, chaos filled the department. Other officers were shouting behind his back, clutching their heads and complaining about an absurd number of draft dodgers who'd suddenly appeared all at once. Just compiling the list alone was taking forever. Another officer muttered miserably, thinking of his mother, apologizing in his heart for being unable to go home from work. Suho then calmly asked where he was supposed to wait. In the meantime, AM hesitated before realizing that Suho hadn't even been assigned a seat yet. Suho simply stood there blankly, waiting for an answer. Not long after, the scene cut to him outside the building, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. Standing beside him was Chulman, laughing openly and pointing out that Suho had basically been kicked out. Suho admitted it with a frustrated tone. Chulman took a sip of his drink and casually mentioned that he'd heard Suho caught a massive number of draft dodgers. Suho asked how that news had already spread. Chulman explained that even when people asked the awakening department, no one responded. So everyone just ended up watching the situation unfold from the sidelines. Suho thought to himself that this wasn't exactly good news. The department was clearly busy, dealing with something ugly, and there was no reason to air its dirty laundry in front of others. He then asked Chulman if he knew much about internal politics. Chulman was surprised by the sudden question and wondered why Suho was asking something like that. Out of nowhere, Suho explained that he thought it would be better to understand these things. He wasn't planning to pick sides, only trying to avoid danger by knowing what was coming in advance. Chulman immediately understood why Suho was asking. Watching him, Suho reflected. Chulman, despite his quiet demeanor, conveyed so much through his expressions. Though he seemed unremarkable on the surface, he was actually incredibly sharp and cautious. This was clearly someone who had suffered through intense internal power struggles before. In stark contrast, Suho realized that all he'd ever done was blindly swing his sword, so singularly focused on mere survival. He never had a moment to look around him. Chulman then began detailing the power structure, involving Vice President Simon and Chief Pai Song-yeol. On the surface, there were two major factions within the association, the Vice President's line and the Special Unit Chief's line. Suho recalled that before his regression, those two hadn't appeared as clear faction leaders. They even seemed to be on the same side. Looking at it now, that clearly wasn't the case. They were never true allies to begin with. Suho suspected that cases like the Sunbae Game incident were likely orchestrated by slowly gathering information and tightening the leash from behind the scenes. Chulman continued, explaining that the factions themselves were quite easy to distinguish. The Awakening Department and the Management Department belonged to the Vice President's line, while the Gate Department and the Resource Department fell under Chief Pai's line. He then asked Suho why the President didn't seem to have a faction of his own. Suho answered simply, the President was the highest-ranking person in the association. Schulman agreed, adding that the President only needed to simply survive his term, so his focus leaned more toward external relations. Schulman then asked if there was anything else Suho was curious about. Suho said no, stating that he would keep everything he had heard firmly in mind. Schulman then offered to arrange a temporary seat for him within the Gate Department. Suho thanked him, but expressed concern that doing so might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Instead, he suggested studying for other department theory exams. At a cafe, Schulman agreed. He even offered to provide all the necessary study materials. Suho thanked him once more, mulling over the thought that taking the rest of the day off might not be such a bad idea after all. Later, Suho arrived at the Nexus Guild's Villa Impayu. The moment he stepped inside, the Banshee team and Jaiwan visibly lit up, genuinely thrilled to see him after such a long absence. Suho calmly guided everyone to their seats, setting the mood before anything else. Jaiwan found it odd that Suho was there during work hours, but Suho simply brushed it off, explaining it was a legal skip. What mattered more, he added, was that the timing was finally perfect. The group didn't immediately grasp what he meant, so Suho reminded them of the promise he had made long ago. He acknowledged that the Banshee team all carried a deep grudge against the special unit. The revenge they wanted was something he intended to help them achieve in a concrete and irreversible way. And for that, preparation was key. That was the real reason he had gathered them here, because he needed people who could move in secret, acting as his hands and feet without drawing attention. Yanhua pointed out that they were still officially in a training period and reminded him he had once said the revenge would come after he entered the Special Forces unit. Suho admitted that had been the original plan. However, he had recently stumbled upon something interesting. If things went smoothly, they could stir up chaos inside the organization. Even before he officially joined the Special Forces unit, he explained that the plan revolved around exploiting internal faction conflicts. With a faint, confident smile, Suho revealed the target they would take down first, Vice President Park Hyuman. As promised earlier, Suho brought the Vice President to a certain location. Later that evening, stepping out of his car, the Vice President scanned his surroundings, clearly unimpressed by the meeting place. It looked downright shabby. Suho calmly explained that the individuals involved were extremely sensitive about security and requested his understanding. As the Vice President opened the door, he assumed private rooms were waiting inside, reasoning that choosing such a discreet location meant the informants were being cautious and definitely up to something inside. Inside the building, the Banshee members stood waiting, white masks obscuring their faces. The Vice President instantly began to sweat, and his mind racing as he noticed no other signs of life. He wondered if something had gone wrong, or if someone had overheard them. Still, he reassured himself that Sword God Suho was right there by his side, meaning nothing truly serious could possibly happen. Suho then turned slightly away from him and stated this was indeed the right place. The Vice President instantly grew uneasy, sensing something unsettling about Suho's tone. Suho continued, stating the timing was perfect for getting things done. In that instant, the Banshee members surged forward with overwhelming speed, subduing the Vice President before he could react. They pinned him to the ground in one smooth motion, completely cutting off any chance of resistance. Standing tall over him now, Suho coldly stated the reality of the situation. The Vice President had been kidnapped, and Suho had no intention of explaining every detail. At his signal, Guak Duho stepped in and delivered a precise blow to the back of the Vice President's neck. The man's body went limp instantly as he fell unconscious, marking the true beginning of Suho's plan in motion. Somewhere else, the Vice President slowly woke up from his unconscious state. The moment awareness returned, he shot to his feet and began slamming his fists against the door, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where he was and if anyone was there. But before he could reply, a strange, wet, gurgling sound echoed behind him. That bizarre noise completely blindsided him. Pure fear instantly locked him in place as his mind began to spiral. wondering what that sound could be. Was it some sort of terrifying monster? The gurgling only grew more intense, and as soon as he finally realized that the sound came from a specific spot, pure panic took over. He started screaming in terror, begging for anyone to save him, and to get rid of whatever monstrous thing was there. But then, his eyes finally locked onto the sound source. To his utter shock, it wasn't a monster at all, but a person chained up and tightly restrained. Staring at this horrifying sight, the vice president's mind reeled in confusion. He realized the figure was completely bound, utterly unable to move freely. At that very moment, Suho calmly walked into view and remarked that the vice president looked surprisingly lively for his predicament. The instant the vice president saw him, pure rage exploded from him as he hurled threats, convinced that Suho wouldn't get away with this. Suho didn't hesitate for even a second. He instantly summoned his blood weapon and brought it down hard on the vice president's hand. With a single, ruthless strike, bones cracked as fingers snapped, and the vice president collapsed to the ground. Screaming in agony, Suho coldly scolded him, questioning if he was brave or just plain stupid to act like that in this situation. Immediately after, Suho activated his healing ability and restored the very injury he'd just inflicted, telling him to stop whining because he didn't want to hear it. Trembling, the vice president demanded to know what he'd done to deserve such treatment. Watching him, Suho thought the man still hadn't come to his senses. He then raised his weapon again, commenting on how casually the vice president was still talking. That was enough to completely shatter him. Terror flooded the vice president's face as he begged for forgiveness, apologizing repeatedly and pleading not to be hit again. Suho straightened up and told him that was better. Cooperation would make things easier, and if they cooperated properly, their conversation wouldn't need to involve violence. He even added that he didn't enjoy hitting people. Then Suho moved toward the chainman, nudging him lightly with his foot, before explaining who he was. The restrained man was Changsik, the boss of the Changsik gang, an organization involved in loan sharking and drug trafficking. His crimes were so severe that he was being kept here, under constant supervision and education. Suho made it clear that from now on, everything depended on the vice president's choices. He could continue living as Park Kumin, or he could end up living as Chong-sik instead. With that final warning hanging in the air, Suho calmly told him to behave properly. Sometime later, the vice president was kneeling in front of Suho. Just as instructed, he had written down everything he had ever done in detail inside the notebook. Suho glanced through it briefly and told him he had done well. Then almost casually, Suho remarked that the vice president had really done a lot over the years, so much that it was no surprise. He ended up getting swallowed by Pai Sung Jaeol. That single line hit Park Q-Man like a shock. Before he could react properly, Suho told him not to pretend he didn't know what was going on. Suho calmly revealed that he had caught Kim Gung-won, and that alone was enough to make Park Human's position dangerously unstable. The vice president stared at him in disbelief and asked if it was really true. Suho sounded almost annoyed, asking if he seriously hadn't known. With a sigh, Suho mocked how slow he was, explaining that Kim Gung-won had been added to his investigation list early on, an incredibly elusive figure, yet undeniably malicious. While tracking him down, Suho had encountered Baek Ji-hyun, even learning that Baek Ji-hyun had been bribing the vice president. Suho admitted he deliberately let Baek Ji-hyun go, just to see Park Q-man's reaction. Suho then showed him his phone and pointed out who had contacted him first. After all that, it was Pei Sun-jo. Suho explained that Pei Sun-jo was already busy, moving behind the scenes to take Park Q-man down, while Park Q-man himself remained completely clueless about everything happening around him. Suho added that he had assumed all the Awakening Department executives were on Park Q-man's side, but it turned out none of them had reported anything to him. Grinding his teeth, the vice president cursed them in anger, furious after how well he believed he had treated them. Suho coldly pointed out that, given his situation, Park Q-man's life was already hanging by a thread. If Pei Sun-jo decided to act, it could all be over at any moment. Completely shaken, the vice president begged him, asking if there was truly no way for him to survive. Suho crouched down in front of him and said, "There's a way, but only if Park Q-man did exactly as he was told." If he complied, Suho would make sure he survived inside the association, and could even fight Pei Sun-jo and Joel on equal footing. Relief washed over the vice president's face as he desperately agreed, promising to do everything Suho said. Suho then took out a small black pill and handed it to him, ordering him to swallow it. Trembling, Park Hyo-man asked what it was. Suho calmly explained that it was an item bomb, absorbed into the body once eaten and triggered only by his commands. But it couldn't be detected by any search skills and was extremely expensive. So he told him to eat it quickly. Fear completely overtook the vice president. At first, he adamantly refused. He questioned if he really had to consume something so vile. Suho coolly replied that he required some insurance, just in case of any betrayal. If Park Hyo-man genuinely didn't want to ingest it, he didn't have to. Suho then leaned in closer and chillingly told him if he didn't want to live here, alive and unharmed, he could always continue on as Changsik, under a different name instead. He warned him to choose wisely. Shaking violently, Park Hyo-man stared at the pill, then closed his eyes and swallowed it in one swift motion. Suho nodded, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, and told him that from this moment on, they would systematically clean up every mess he had created. When Park Hyo-man asked what messes he meant, Suho explained that if he truly wished to survive, he needed to prevent Pai Si-hoon Joel from attacking him. And that started with rectifying every single wrong he had committed. Suho didn't care how Park Hyo-man chose to handle it, or who he pinned things on, as long as no innocent person was sacrificed. If he dared to cross that line, Park Hyo-man already knew exactly what would happen. The vice president quickly vowed that would never happen. Suho told him to relax, saying he would simply sit back and observe. Then he issued his first direct order. As soon as Park Hyo-man returned to the association, he was to immediately deal with the draft evasion case. Suho then asked who had been involved, and Park Hyo-man confessed that it was him, the awakening department head, and the non-awakened division chief. He admitted he had pocketed 70% of the money, while the rest was split among his subordinates. Suho mused that whoever subcontracted the job had clearly gorged themselves on money. He then ordered Park Hyo-man to return all the money and silence everyone involved. When Park Hyo-man hesitated, saying he still had his share, but didn't know about the others, Suho coldly pointed out that if the money wasn't returned, things would undoubtedly explode. Either recover it or fill the gap himself, but ensure absolute silence came out of it. Park Hyo-man hastily agreed. Suho then issued another command. The moment Park Hyo-man returned, he was to promptly proceed with Suho's awakening department assessment. Both the practical assessment and the written exam were already complete, leaving no reason for the process to endlessly drag on. Park Hyo-man quickly apologized, vowing to handle it. Finally, Suho issued one last command and told him to close his eyes. The vice president froze, utterly bewildered by the sudden order. Suho calmly lifted his bat and warned him he didn't like repeating himself. The very next second, the bat connected with the side of Park Hyun's head, and the vice president crumpled, losing consciousness once again. Meanwhile, outside the building, Hyunmin's patience was wearing thin. Wondering why Suho was taking so long inside, Dooho nodded in agreement, pointing out that Suho had been in there for quite a while. Yet everything had gone completely silent. At that exact moment, the door suddenly swung open, and Suho stepped out, with the vice president slung over his back, as if he weighed absolutely nothing. Younghwa stared at the scene, utterly bewildered, and asked if Suho had hit him. Younghwa remarked that there hadn't been any noise at all. Suho responded calmly, stating that technically speaking, that was exactly what happened when you hit someone properly. He then gestured for Doho to take Park Hyo-man and put him inside the car. Suho told everyone he would explain their future plans later and asked them to gather together first. He handed Younghwa a notebook and explained they would now use Park Hyo-man to execute some internal maneuvering. They were making their move before the situation completely overwhelmed the association. But before that, they needed to clean up the messes Park Hyo-man had created. The notebook he had just handed over was the vice president's secret corruption ledger. As the group began to skim through its contents, Younghwa pointed out that this notebook held more than just a couple of corrupt acts. It was packed with them. She then asked if their plan was to erase everything. Suho quickly clarified, stating they'd only erase the corruption that Pai Song-jail already knew about. He explained that even if Pai Song-jail eventually learned about everything in the notebook, it wouldn't matter. They'd use Park Cumin as needed, and then discard him afterward. Suho then asked if anyone within their group held any personal grudges or wanted revenge against Park Cumin. If so, they could adjust their plan for dealing with him. After reviewing the notebook and discussing amongst themselves, the group ultimately confirmed that none of them had any personal vendetta against Park Cumin. Suho nodded, satisfied, and declared it was time to head back. Just as they were about to depart, Jaiwon spoke up, observing that the vice president didn't seem to have suffered any major injuries. Curious, he asked how Suho had managed to make him spill everything. Suho answered calmly, almost casually, that he'd made Park Cumin swallow a bomb, designed to explode if he ever disobeyed orders. Naturally, he'd be obedient for quite a while. Jaiwon was utterly stunned, asking if such an item genuinely existed. Suho immediately shut him down, saying it was a complete lie and no such thing existed. After successfully taking down Park Cumin, the group finally split up and began heading their separate ways. Suho instructed the Banshee team that he and Jaiwon would head home, while the rest were to drop off Park Cumin and then return to Nexus. Yanawa nodded without hesitation, confirming that she understood. Suho then turned to Jaiwon and asked whether he had finished digging through the numbers Suho had given him earlier. Jaiwon replied that he had indeed checked them, but nothing concrete came up for Pai Song-jo, Park Cumin, Lee Wanik, or Lee Moonho. To dig any deeper, they would likely need to trace things further, heading straight back to the Messenger app headquarters. As they settled into their seats in the car, Suho stated, "Those numbers aren't saved as contacts." He then instructed Jaiwon to shift his focus to the numbers they contacted regularly. Instead, he then asked how long the task would take. Jaiwon estimated it would be completed by tomorrow, but Suho pressed him, asking if it could be finished today instead. Starting next week, Suho planned to begin pruning Park Cumin, and timing was absolutely critical. The very next morning, Jaiwon came running in, his voice loud, snapping Suho out of his sleep. He excitedly announced he'd found number used by Pai Song-jail. Sitting down, Jaiwon explained that in Lee Wanik's records, there was one unfamiliar number that appeared repeatedly. There were only call logs, no messages or chat history whatsoever. After tracing it further, Jaiwon confirmed it was Pai Sang-gil's second phone. Even more suspicious, that phone had no other contacts, and absolutely no call recordings. Suho praised him for the excellent work, and casually suggested that if Jaiwon hadn't eaten yet, they should grab dinner together. Jaiwon replied that Jaiwon would be arriving soon as well, so they could all eat together. Suho paused, then asked if today was the day Hee-won was coming back. Not long ago, Hee-won had finished treatment for drug addiction and had been developing antidotes. After that, he'd gone alone on a nationwide trip, finally living out a dream he'd carried for a long time. After some time, Hee-won finally arrived and casually greeted them, as if he'd just stepped out for a walk. Suho immediately noticed something was off and pointed out that Hee-won had gone traveling. Without even carrying a bag, Hee-won simply pulled out a card and said that one card was more than enough. He even kissed it dramatically, explaining that he made plenty of money from his antidotes. He had lived such a long, miserable, and painful life. So now, it was finally time to truly live it up. Jaiwon looked at him, utterly brimming with admiration, and remarked that such a mindset was totally insane. In the best way, something truly worth learning. Suho instantly shot that notion down, warning him not to pick up any strange habits. Shortly after they started eating together, Suho observed that Hee-won looked genuinely refreshed after his travels, and asked which place left the biggest impression on him. Hee-won said it was Busan, mainly because the tteokbokki and kimbap tasted absolutely amazing. He even claimed the Busan accent somehow made the food taste even better. Suho just brushed that off, pointing out Hee-won had just finished his treatment, and questioned what kind of high he was even talking about. Hee-won got visibly annoyed, and insisted he was being completely serious, not joking around at all. Jaiwon jumped in, exclaiming that now Hee-won was back, they could finally rope him into online games again. Staring directly at him, Jaiwon promised to prepare a death, then quickly corrected himself, saying, "An amazing dungeon instead." Hee-won immediately refused, not even thinking twice. While Jaiwon kept pressuring Hee-won, Suho intervened, saying Hee-won was needed for something crucial. Suho informed him he had work to do. When Hee-won asked what it was, Suho simply replied, "You'll be making clothes," then told him to follow to the second floor lab. Upstairs, Suho led him into a room, absolutely crammed with boxes and packages. Hee-won stared at the towering piles and asked what all of it was meant to be. Suho explained that these were the materials for the outfit he planned to create. Hee-won was absolutely stunned, wondering just how many outfits could possibly be made from that mountain of material. Suho calmly replied that it was all for one single outfit. As Hee-won opened one of the boxes, he found it jam-packed with green slime stones, a low-grade material most people wouldn't even bother with for free. These stones formed from fragments of slime monsters, hardened by powerful magical reactions. Suho then instructed Hwan to fuse them all into a single mass and fashion it into fabric. Hwan could barely believe his ears. Suho, already turning to leave, told him to think positively, since even fusing materials would grant him experience. He added that he'd go search for the remaining materials himself. In the meantime, slime stones were the last thing they could buy with cash, so Hwan needed to gather and work diligently if they wanted to finish on time. Hwan asked what the final item was supposed to be. Suho explained that once Hwan reached a point where no further fusion was possible, the item would be complete. If materials ran short, Suho would simply order more to fill the gap. Left alone in the room, Hwan stood there in total confusion, muttering that Suho really did just say whatever he wanted and then just walk away. The scene then cut to a quiet village on the outskirts of Gyeonggi province. Deep into the night, the place was dead silent, the kind of silence that felt unnatural rather than peaceful. Suho stepped out of his car and entered the abandoned building ahead. The moment he crossed the threshold, he activated colorless solitude, letting the world around him fade into isolation. If his memory was right, what he was looking for was definitely here. He expanded his magic detection, and almost immediately, his senses locked onto something strange. A Buddha-like statue stood inside, its surface faintly pulsing with dark, twisted magical energy. Without hesitation, Suho lifted the statue and carried it outside. For a brief moment, he stood facing it in silence, studying it as if it were alive. Then in one smooth motion, Suho summoned his blood weapon. A bloody sword materialized in his hand, crimson energy crackling violently through the air. He slashed down. The blade ripped through the statue's core diagonally. A red light flashed as the upper half cleanly slid off, crashing to the ground with a loud, heavy thud. For a split second, everything was still. Then, a chilling gurgle began. The fallen statue twitched violently. Red eyes snapped open from within the stone, glowing with malice as thick black energy poured out, wrapping around both halves. In the next instant, the broken piece lifted itself and fused back together, perfectly restoring the statue as if it had never been cut at all. Suho stared at it calmly, muttering that it had definitely come to the right place. This wasn't just a cursed item. It was a soul shield, a parasitic being embedded inside the artifact, designed to trap souls within a soul prison. Suho realized something was seriously off, though. Normally, a soul shield would be immobilized inside its prison, unable to act, but this one had hijacked a statue as a vessel, moving around like a hermit crab, hiding in a borrowed shell. Tightening his grip on the sword, Suho decided it was time to drag it out. He activated Steel Slash and brought his blade straight down, splitting the statue vertically from top to bottom. The stone shattered instantly, but instead of dying, the black energy exploded outward, surging towards Suho and swallowing him whole. The system warned him that the parasitic spirit was invading his mind, attempting to corrupt and destroy it from within. Suho didn't even flinch. The very next moment, he activated his dragon blood. A faint smirk appeared on his face as the parasitic spirit suddenly sensed something terribly wrong. The system reported that due to the dragon armor's draconic effect, mental corruption could not progress. What had tried to invade him now screamed in panic and fled instead. But before it could escape, the draconic energy completely purified it. The black energy vanished. As the purification finished, the item's form completely transformed. A small, skeletal figure materialized in Suho's hands. The system then informed him that he had obtained the freed soul prison. This rank A item was originally crafted by a necromancer to seal away evil spirits. The item had become cursed after being damaged and overloaded with countless trapped souls. But the parasitic spirit lurking inside had now been completely purified. He only needed one more crucial material now. With this final piece, he could craft a perfect partner item, perfectly suited for Kim Gwon. Clenching his fist, Suho felt his intricate plan tightening into place. Now, it was only a matter of time. Just a few days later, he won. Looked like his soul was halfway out of his body. His face was ghastly pale, his eyes hollow, and his entire posture just screamed utter exhaustion. He staggered over, practically begging Suho to save him, calling him team leader and claiming the fusion still wasn't finished. He had worked nonstop all weekend and genuinely felt like he was dying. Suho only smiled calmly and replied, "People don't die that easily." He-won immediately started ranting about his insane workload, but Suho smoothly cut in, telling him to just think more positively. He reminded He-won that this was still far better than the days he had spent, barely surviving in the Yongdongpo slums. The moment those words landed, He-won froze. He stared at Suho in utter disbelief and muttered that this was straight-up cheating. Suho didn't deny it. He simply smiled, turned around, and told He-won to keep going. Left behind, He-won grabbed his hair in pure frustration. As Suho stepped outside, he thought to himself that, no matter how much He-won complained, he would finish the job properly in the end. Right then, his phone rang, and it was the vice president. He reported that all the money had been returned to the people listed in the notebook, and that everyone involved had been silenced. Suho instructed him to keep speaking normally, unless they were completely alone. Otherwise, it had just looked too suspicious. The vice president readily agreed. He confirmed everything had been handled cleanly, and the draft evasion case was framed as being exposed through an anonymous tip-off. So, the draft dodgers wouldn't dare utter a word. Settling into his car, Suho then asked about director Lee Wanik and manager Lee Se-hyun. The vice president replied he would summon them separately later that day and deal with both immediately. Suho acknowledged this and reminded him to also handle his evaluation case. Then, he issued another instruction. He wanted a transfer to the resources department. As the call ended, Suho's thoughts sharpened. Other departments only held people worth targeting, but the resources department was different. That place contained items and skills that truly became flesh and blood, including even things not officially registered in the database. Suho knew there were hidden, extremely important items buried within those resources. His next move was simple. He was going to take them. A black-haired officer stepped forward and introduced himself as Kim Suk, an evaluator from the Resource Management Department. He shook Suho's hand, explaining he'd brief him on the on-site evaluation. While they headed over, Suho returned the greeting, introducing himself as On Suho and saying it was nice to meet him. As they walked, Kim Suk-won began explaining the department structure. In resource management, equipment items were handled by the equipment team, skill books by the literature team, consumables by the consumables team, and general materials by Special Team 1. Then there was Special Team 2, which was responsible for cursed items, making a total of 5 teams in all. Kim Suk continued by explaining that the on-site evaluation was split into 2 parts. One test united all the teams, while the other was exclusively for Special Team 2. Listening intently, Suho mused that it made perfect sense. Unlike the 4 teams handling standard items, Special Team 2 was dangerous in many ways. Still, he wasn't particularly worried. Even cursed items, used for evaluations, were only for practice. If anything, the first test seemed more troublesome. That one focused purely on logistics, meaning nothing but grueling manual labor. Before long, they arrived at the warehouse. Kim Seok explained that this was the external resources warehouse, managed by the department. Inside, workers were busy organizing items, moving around efficiently, and calling out instructions to one another. Kim Suk told Suho that from here on, he would need to learn where each team's items were stored, how to locate them quickly, and how to properly sort and store them. This knowledge was part of the written exam, but the field itself was full of unpredictable variables. Suho asked whether he should begin the evaluation immediately, without any prior training. Kim-suk looked at him carefully and remarked that he seemed extremely confident. Just as Suho confirmed that he was, an item suddenly slipped from a high shelf and dropped straight onto a staff member's head. Nearby workers rushed over, checking on him and shouting for a stretcher. Kim-suk handed Suho a safety helmet and explained that this was exactly the kind of variable he had mentioned earlier. Due to magical reactions, items could shift, move, or fall at any time. He asked whether Suho still thought demonstration training was unnecessary. Suho calmly put on the helmet and said yes. They should start the evaluation immediately. Clearly taken aback, Kim-suk warned him that falling objects weren't the only possible accidents and strongly suggested training first. Suho brushed it off, thanked him for the concern, and said he was fine with that. He said he would be on his way. Left standing there, Kim-suk could only respond with a stunned okay, thinking to himself that Suho was truly fearless. As Suho strolled through the warehouse, he muttered that it had been a long time. Back when he had rotated through the resource management department, he had done this kind of work to the point where it built physical endurance. Those days had been genuinely rough compared to jumping straight to the top floors and dealing with real threats. Simple sorting work like this felt laughably easy. Thinking that the item he was looking for should be nearby, he stopped in front of one of the racks. Reaching inside, he found an apple. The system identified it as a stone apple, an apple made entirely of stone. Noting that it looked crude and worthless, Suho glanced around, and casually checking whether anyone was watching. Once he confirmed no one was paying attention, he touched the apple instantly. Its surface shifted into a vivid red color. Suho smirked to anyone else. It looked like useless junk that had been forgotten in storage. But when infused with red grade mana, this item revealed its true value. The resource department simply didn't have anyone skilled enough to notice that. Thanks to that lack of talent, the hidden option of this item now belonged to him. At that moment, a black snake suddenly emerged above the stone apple. Suho recognized it instantly as the poison-eating snake. The snake opened its jaws and lunged straight at him. Instead of dodging, Suho deliberately let it bite into his neck. The system immediately responded, informing him that the poison-eating snake had seeped into his body and that the trial of the snake quest had been triggered watching the system window. Suho thought that he had obtained the cornerstone of the poison dragon path. In his previous life, of all monsters specialized in poison, the strongest were the poison dragon, the poison demon, and the poison king. They wielded overwhelming toxicity and nearly unmatched poison resistance. Back then, Suho had eventually achieved complete poison immunity by consuming the Venom Lord's heart. But that was something only obtainable in later stages. This time, he needed to start preparing early and steadily raise his poison resistance. Only then could he properly deal with the damned poison witch who had betrayed him, Suzuki Endo. Among her countless spells, poison magic was her specialty. He didn't care about anyone else, but against her, he would answer poison with poison. In Suho's mind, there was no greater humiliation than being crushed in your own field of expertise. Inside his office, Kim-sok leaned back casually in his chair, lazily thinking about Suho. In his mind, it was only a matter of time before Suho started complaining, saying he couldn't take it anymore. No matter how strong someone was in theory, practice was a completely different beast. That was exactly why the warehouse had earned the nickname, the Labyrinth. Right at that moment, Suho walked in and calmly announced that he had brought all the items listed in the evaluation. Kim-suk, still half lost in his own assumptions, reminded him that he had clearly told him to undergo training first. Then his eyes shifted to the boxes Suho was carrying. He froze, blinking in disbelief, and asked what Suho had just said. Suho repeated himself, stating plainly that he had brought everything written on the list and asked him to check. Kim-sok immediately broke into a sweat as he scanned the list he had personally handed over earlier. This was insane. He had intentionally mixed in items with confusing names, obscure codes, and misleading color classifications, and yet every single one of them remained. He told himself this wasn't the end. Suho still had to finish the sorting task. Just a short while later, Suho had sorted everything, from the first section to the third, absolutely flawlessly. Not a single mistake. Watching this unfold, Kim Suk felt his entire worldview unravel. He'd always believed that combat talent and administrative work belonged to entirely separate domains. Yet here stood someone who excelled at both. A truly well-rounded genius actually existed, unable to conceal his shock. He admitted it was truly amazing. Suho casually brushed it off, saying it was nothing special. Kim Suk shook his head firmly, explaining this wasn't just departmental pride. Objectively speaking, the resource department was easily the hardest. Among all departments, and trainees consistently received the lowest on-site evaluation scores here. Suho's thoughts drifted back to his past life. The only reason it seemed so easy now was because this was his second life. During his first run, this place had been pure hell as well. More importantly, since no one had mentioned the stone apple, it meant no one had even noticed it. Even if someone had, they likely dismissed it as junk. Reacting to the mana, Suho then asked if they would proceed straight to the special Team 2 test. Kim Seok explained it that they had originally expected the first test to last until today, or even tomorrow. So the schedule for the next phase had already been decided. When Suho asked what he should do next, Kim Seok replied that they wouldn't know the exact schedule until at least tomorrow afternoon, and told him to head home for the day. Suho smiled, genuinely relieved. He remarked that it worked out perfectly, since he had something else to take care of anyway. Back at home, Suho stood before several glass containers, filled with a strange green liquid that looked unmistakably like poison. Turning his attention to the system window, he decided it was time to begin. The window displayed the trial of the snake, a quest exclusively for the one chosen by the poison-eating snake. Inside Suho's body rested the egg of the poison-eating snake. To hatch it, he needed to continuously supply it with poison by drinking it himself. If the poison supply was delayed for more than 10 minutes, the trial would reset. If that delay happened 3 or more times, the quest would fail entirely, and the egg would disappear. Even worse, if detoxification occurred at any point, the egg would vanish instantly. Looking at those conditions, Suho thought the quest itself sounded simple, but actually fulfilling it was anything but. Supplying poison by drinking it was far easier said than done. He closed his eyes, took a long breath, then opened the lid of one of the bottles. Holding it above his face, he stared into the liquid, reacting inside. Even the lowest grade poison made his teeth chatter. Memories surfaced of the times he had been poisoned before, that deeply unpleasant sensation still vivid in his mind. Even so, he steeled himself, gritting through it. He began drinking. A few seconds later, he finished the entire bottle in one go. His face turned pale, sweat breaking out across his skin. Clearly, he was hating every second of it. The system message appeared immediately, informing Suho that he had entered a low-grade poisoning state. Hours passed, and Suho was still emptying bottle after bottle of poison. His movements had slowed, his breathing uneven. His entire body looked completely drained. He thought to himself that the inside of his body was starting to sting, little by little, but for now, it was still bearable. Then, something changed. From deep inside his body, the egg suddenly began absorbing the poison he had just consumed. Suho placed a hand over his chest, right around his solar plexus. He furrowed his brow slightly as something squirmed within him. So you are here after all, he thought. Just then, a system notification popped up, informing him the low-grade poisoning state was gone just like that. His body felt completely normal once more, and the pain from the poison he'd drunk earlier had vanished without a trace. Suho immediately understood what was happening. It was the egg inside his body directly absorbing the poison. Gazing at the remaining boxes of poison bottles, he finally grasped why the quest had used the word supply. A slow grin spread across his face. Good, then I'll supply it properly. With that, he started chugging another batch. He chugged the bottles desperately, emptying one after another without pause. Dozens of bottles went down. Eventually, he stopped and exhaled sharply. As expected, there was a limit to how much effect poisons of the same level could have. Now that he'd built up some resistance, he needed something stronger. His gaze dropped to the bottle in his hand. This was a stronger poison than anything he'd taken so far. The moment he drank it, Suho felt like he was going to die before the egg ever hatched. It's agonizing, but he had no choice if he wanted to hatch it. Hours blurred into night as time slipped by. Suho was now kneeling in the dark room, surrounded by scattered, empty poison bottles. His body trembled uncontrollably, and suddenly, Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The system notification appeared, informing him that he had entered a top-grade poisoning state. His breathing turned ragged as his hands shook and clenched into fists. He had to endure. It wasn't over yet. The egg, it was shaking a little more. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed his own shoulder hard enough to leave marks and activated his healing skill, thinking he needed at least some healing. But the pain was far beyond what his body could handle. Poison kept tearing him apart from the inside. Meanwhile, his healing skills barely managed to patch him back together piece by piece. Damaged, healed, then damaged again and again. A torment he had to endure no matter the cost. Then all at once, the egg began to crack. An agonizing surge of pain, even worse than before, ripped through him. And then, with a final crack, the egg shattered. The system chimed, announcing that the top-grade poisoning status had been removed. Suho collapsed forward, gasping for air, utterly spent. He slowly lifted his trembling hands, and there, nestled within, was a tiny snake hatchling, gently coiled in his very palms. More system messages immediately flooded in, announcing that the poison-eating snake egg had hatched successfully. The quest was now complete, and to his surprise, the poison-eating snake recognized him as its master, coiling itself protectively around his wrist. It congratulated him on successfully acquiring the S+ ranked poison-eating snake, and even granted him 5 bonus points for achieving such a monumental accomplishment. Suho just stared at the little snake, half laughing, half exhausted. With a weak smirk, he muttered, almost to himself, jokingly, that he'd almost died because of this little bastard. Suho looked down at the tiny snake, resting gently in his palms, thinking, even the poison dragon must have started out this tiny. It felt more like the manifestation of a skill than a true summon, but then again, since its evolution path changed dynamically, based on the type of poison it consumed, calling it a summon wasn't entirely wrong either. He gently nudged the snake's head with his thumb, silently putting all his hopes into it, and the little creature happily bowed back, as if it perfectly understood. His gaze shifted to the few remaining poison bottles, scattered on the ground nearby. He had already consumed almost all of them. If the egg needed that much just to hatch, he couldn't even begin to imagine how much this creature would devour later on. For now, though, he decided to feed it the remaining poison. The snake instantly perked up the moment it spotted its meal. Opening its maw, it eagerly chugged down the entire poison bottle on its own. The system then notified him that the poison dragon was incredibly satisfied with its meal. Suho couldn't help but smirk slightly, thinking this snake clearly knew a good and expensive meal. Raising this creature would demand a ridiculous amount of materials and resources. Still, since he now had money to spare, it didn't really matter all that much. The whole process felt eerily similar to his blood jade. He could only use what it digested and converted, and while it could digest all types of poison, the time required varied greatly depending on their strength. Once it finished, Suho ordered his new pet to return, and the snake instantly vanished back into his body. He thought to himself that he would have to raise it diligently before meeting Suzuki again. His attention then shifted to his surroundings. The room was a complete disaster, with bloodstains and empty bottles scattered across the floor. He glanced at the clock and froze. He had started the quest before 6 p.m. the previous day. Just how many hours had he been locked in this room? At least, Kim Suk had said it was fine if he came in late. When Suho stepped out, he nearly dropped his cup. Spitting out the coffee he had just taken a sip of, he stared in shock at Suho's bloodied clothes and ragged condition. Suho casually greeted him with a simple good morning. He trembling slightly, asked why he looked like that. Suho glanced at his own hand and simply brushed it off, saying he had just been doing something. Heewon's face went pale as another chilling thought hit him. He nervously asked if there had been someone else in the room with him, something not human anymore, maybe even a monster. Suho explained that he ended up like this because he was simply clearing a quest. Then just as casually, he changed the topic and asked why Heewon still hadn't reported on the task he had been given, saying it was taking longer than he expected. Heewon immediately snapped back, vehemently insisting he wasn't slacking one bit. Aside from eating, sleeping, and his potty breaks, He'd been doing nothing but nonstop synthesis. He even wondered if this endless work ever truly ended. Suho, completely unfazed, he told him he was still incredibly far from done. He waved him off, telling him to work a bit harder. Left behind, one could only scream internally in utter despair, crushed once again under his never-ending workload. Sometime later, the scene shifted back to the Hunter Association, where Kim Suk guided Suho toward his second test. Just as they planned earlier, he explained that this second test would take place in the special warehouse. Suho asked if it was called special because it only stored cursed items. Kim Suk confirmed that was correct and added that the theme of the second test was purification and destruction. He continued, explaining that Suho had already learned this in theory. Items classified as cursed items were usually handled in 3 ways: purification, destruction, and sealing. Sealing simply meant locking away cursed items with no known solution into storage, while purification and destruction were the main practical methods. Suho thought to himself that, in reality, destruction was chosen most of the time. Purification conditions were hard to discover, and sealing everything wasted too much space. In a way, the place where the most item destruction happens nationwide is right here, in Special Team 2 of the Korean Hunter Association's Resource Management Department. Soon, they reached the test area. Suho already had a feeling he'd find a certain weird individual here. He was greeted by the team leader of Special Team 2, who cheerfully introduced himself as Jo John-hyuk. While exchanging greetings, something behind the glass caught Suho's attention. He spotted that familiar odd figure, the man-crushing scholar known as Grinder Kong Soo-gi, a nickname earned because he ground every item, without exception. Suho thought about how, thanks to that man's efforts and all his relentless grinding in his previous life, he had secured powerful items, even the legendary First Moo. Believe it or not, the infamous trolling from his past life was actually coming in handy right here, right now. Team leader Joe informed Suho they'd be diving straight into the second test. Without a moment's delay, he explained they were kicking things off with the purification evaluation and told Suho to don his protective gear before entering. Following his instructions, Suho quickly swapped into the protective equipment. Inside the room, the team leader set down a box in front of him, and Suho secretly hoped the test subject would be something he recognized. Once in the test room, Suho stared down at his assigned test subject. From outside, over the microphone, team leader Joe announced that from this point on, Suho would perform purification using the tools laid out before him. The time limit was 2 hours, and a staggering 21 types of purification tools were provided. Suho knew the standard purification methods were child's play, but if he used an undisclosed purification formula, instead, he could leverage that as an excuse to approach Kong Soo-gi. Later, his test subject turned out to be a small, red-hued fruit called the hamu fruit, harvested from a hamu tree. Suho considered carefully. Revealing its true purification method right now might cause a huge stir, but in the end, it truly didn't matter. What mattered was sticking to his schedule. Outside, Kim Suk checked the documents and explained that the hamu fruit came from a demonic tree. When it sustained a strong impact, the poisonous spores inside it would spread, creating something akin to a poisonous mist. Team leader Joe added that the purification method was simple. It just needed to be burned with a mono torch, and it was safe as long as it wasn't thrown. But while they were busy taking it all in, Suho had already picked up the fruit in his hand, and then he decided to just toss it the instant they grasped his intent. Both supervisors' jaws hit the floor. They screamed in panic, "Don't throw it!" But it was already far too late. Suho had already committed. Suho hurled the fruit with all his might. The instant it made contact with the ground, a deafening crash echoed through the test room. The fruit slammed into the floor with a heavy impact, fragments scattering everywhere. Yet, oddly enough, not a single speck of dust billowed into the air. Outside, everyone froze, stunned rigid. And with no dust cloud, Suho's movements were clearly visible through the glass, along with the fruit still firmly embedded in the floor. For a tense, brief moment, the entire area plunged into stunned silence. Then team leader Joe snapped out of it, grabbing the microphone and roaring in anger, demanding to know what Suho thought he was doing. His reaction was absolutely justified. The special warehouse was among their most secure facilities in the association, rivaling research labs. and construction sites for strictness. Suho, however, remained utterly unfazed. He calmly picked up the fruit from the floor and stated it had already been purified. The words made no sense to those listening, and confusion instantly spread. When questioned further, Suho simply offered to show proof. He held the fruit out with a bright, almost innocent smile, his expression so clean and devoid of malice that it left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Joji on Hyuk was the first to react properly. The moment he checked the updated item description, his eyes widened in pure disbelief. The fruit's curse had vanished. Every cursed option had been completely removed. It was now safe to handle, safe even under physical impact, and could be consumed without any danger. Suho calmly added that it also possessed a minor recovery effect, a recovery. That single word sent a shock through team leader Joe. Suho then clarified, stating that among the 21 available purification tools, one of them was a shock hammer, designed to purify cursed items through controlled impact. All he had done was apply a force far greater than what the shock hammer could generate. He went on to explain that the Hamu fruit's hidden recovery option could not be unlocked unless the user's strength stat exceeded red grade. Anything below that threshold would fail entirely. The realization hit them like a bomb. Joe immediately began shouting orders, telling his staff to write everything down and meticulously record the results. He demanded that the entire team be gathered at once. If this discovery held up under verification, it would send shockwaves through the academic and research communities. Nationwide, the warehouse buzzed with frantic movement. Even Kim Suk-hoon stood there in utter disbelief. He had already known Suho was extraordinary after the very first test, but this went far beyond his wildest expectations, especially in a purification assessment. Approaching Suho cheerfully, he asked if Suho truly understood what he had just accomplished. This wasn't just a good score. This was the discovery of an entirely new purification method, the 20-second method, recognized globally, one that the entire world would soon adopt. Suho, however, only responded casually, asking whether this meant his score was safe or if he was at risk of failing for not using the standard methods. Kim immediately dismissed the concern, assuring him that as long as he was in charge, Suho would receive full marks without question. As they left the testing room, Kim Suk casually asked how Suho had learned a purification method like that. Suho answered without hesitation, calmly lying that he had discovered it by chance inside a sealed gate at the time. He hadn't even known purification formulas existed, and if it weren't for the level 5, this special recruitment course, he wouldn't have even realized that there were already 21 recognized methods. Kim Suk burst out laughing, declaring that those destined to succeed always find a way, no matter what. Suho brushed it off modestly, insisting it wasn't anything special at all. Kim Suk then gave Suho a firm thumbs up, flashing a satisfied grin. He told him he passed the second test outright. He said he would personally take responsibility and award him full marks, making it clear Suho had nothing to worry about. Suho thanked him, and as Kim Suk walked off, he muttered that at this rate, the schedule would need adjusting again. Left momentarily alone, Suho's gaze swept across the bustling special warehouse before settling on a familiar figure. He approached naturally and greeted him. The person he addressed was Kong Suk-ji, the future mad-crushing scholar, also known as Grinder Kong. Officially, he wasn't just a team member, but the deputy team leader of Special Team 2. Kong Suk-ji responded with an awkward smile, clearly uncomfortable with small talk. Suho casually asked if he was working on purification. Kong Suk-ji answered briefly, offering nothing more than short, clip replies. Only now did Suho realize how peculiar he truly was. In his previous life, Suho hadn't noticed it, but Kong Suk-ji showed no curiosity at all, not even toward the groundbreaking purification method Suho had revealed earlier. Instead, he simply turned back to his work, acting as though Suho didn't exist. At that moment, Ju Ji-hun passed by and called Suho over. Seeing Suho standing near Kong Suk-ji, Ju gently guided him a short distance away and spoke cautiously. He told Suho he'd worked hard today and could head home if he had nothing else scheduled. Suho thanked him, but he asked if it would be all right to stay a little longer, to look around the special warehouse. Ju considered it briefly. He then agreed, warning him to be careful around the deputy team leader, the one he'd been talking to. Joe explained that Kong Sol-ji was quite the eccentric and preferred to work alone. a polite way of saying he wasn't exactly a people person. Normally, that warning would have discouraged most people, but Suho needed an opening. He said it was a shame mentioning that. One of the items Kong Sol-gi was working on looked familiar, something he thought he'd seen inside a sealed gate before. The mere mention of a sealed gate immediately caught Jo Ji-hun Hyuk's interest. When Suho added that, he couldn't quite recall the details. Jo insisted they talk to the deputy team leader right away, claiming purification work made it a matter of duty. Despite Suho's polite hesitation, Yu confidently approached Kong Soo-lee, telling him he was counting on him. Kong Soo-lee responded curtly, agreeing without enthusiasm. Once the arrangement was made, Kong Sol-gi returned to his work in silence. Suho stood nearby, observing quietly. The atmosphere between them remained heavy and wordless. Kong Sol-gi methodically processed cursed items, one after another, purifying what he could, and discarding the rest into the destruction bin. His movements were precise, efficient, and almost mechanical. Then Suho spoke, calmly pointing out that Kong Sol-gi had missed a step in the purification process. Kong Sol-gi paused, stared at the item, then nodded in acknowledgement and thanked him. Suho simply smiled and continued watching. From that point on, Suho's presence clearly began to bother Kong Sol-gi, though he said nothing and just kept working. Before long, Suho pointed out another skipped step, then another, and then another. Each time, Kong Sol-gi corrected himself in silence. After a while, Suho spoke again, suggesting they take a break and grab some coffee. Kong Sol-gi immediately declined, saying he didn't like coffee. Suho replied that was fine, and urged him to just listen for a moment. Suho then casually inquired if Kong Sol-gi had been pilfering items like this the entire time. For the very first time, Kong Sol-gi's composure completely shattered. His eyes widened, his heart violently pounding in his chest. He stammered, asking what Suho was talking about. Suho stepped closer, his tone calm, yet sharp, stating he knew Kong Sol-gi had been deliberately tossing usable items into the disposal bin to smuggle them out later. He warned that if this continued, he would expose everything Kong Sol-gi had been hiding, including what was hidden inside his stomach. Kong Sol-gi froze. The accusation of item theft was one thing, but the mention of his stomach hit him far deeper. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he swallowed hard. Unable to respond, Suho leaned in slightly, his smile never fading, and addressed him again as deputy team leader. Then, in the same calm tone, Suho suggested they grab that coffee after all. In the backyard, Suho led Kong Sol-gi to a quiet corner he often shared with young Chumin. After taking a few sips of coffee, Suho finally broke the silence, addressing him as the deputy team leader. Kong Sol-gi answered stiffly, clearly on edge. Suho then asked when it had started, and when Kong Sol-gi tried to deflect, Suho clarified he was talking about the thing embedded in his stomach. Kong Sol-gi froze instantly, his eyes wide, his lips pressed together so tightly they nearly trembled. This was supposed to be a secret only he knew. After a long, suffocating silence, his voice finally came out shaky, asking how Suho had found out. Suho didn't bother answering directly. He said what mattered wasn't how he knew, but the thing lodged inside Kong Sol-gi's body. He asked to see it. Kong Sol-gi hesitated, then slowly untucked his shirt and began unbuttoning. Halfway down, a faint mechanical sound leaked out, a grinding noise that clearly didn't belong in a human body. When the armor covering his abdomen was fully removed, two interlocking shredders materialized, spinning quietly in the space where flesh should be. Suho calmly observed it, noting it still appeared surprisingly tame compared to the monstrous form it would later take. The device held no secrets for him. It was the Mega Crusher, a cursed item from the high technology series, an advanced artifact originating from a different civilization. Among cursed items, it had a notorious reputation as a parasitic device. In simple terms, Kong Sol-gi was its host. Suho named it outright, asking if the thing in his stomach truly was the Mega Crusher. Kong Sol-gi reacted sharply, demanding to know how Suho could possibly know that. Suho brushed it off as a mere trade secret, then got straight to the point. He stated Kong Sol-gi had been stealing items to satisfy its relentless demands because he couldn't keep up with what the Mega Crusher truly required. Kong Sol-gi bit his lip then slowly nodded, admitting it was all true. Suho acknowledged how incredibly hard that must have been, and told him to cover it back up. As Kong Seol Gi did, Suho watched silently, understanding the immense weight of the burden he had been carrying all this time. Kong Seol Gi hadn't always been this way. His withdrawal and isolation began the moment the Mega Crusher entered his life. Years ago, during a solo night shift, at Special Team 2's warehouse, the sealed cursed item had ambushed him. From that night on, he became its unwilling host. At first, he considered reporting the incident. Surely, someone could help. But the grotesque device embedded deep inside him made him hesitate. There were no known cases like his, not even internationally. What if reporting it meant being sealed away? Just like the item itself? The Mega Crusher was classified as a cursed item that could neither be purified nor destroyed. That was exactly why it had been sealed in the first place. Kong Seol Gi feared that revealing the truth would only lead to the same grim fate for him. Unable to trust anyone, he kept the secret and deliberately distanced himself from others. He wouldn't quit his job because only here could he access the items required to satiate the Mega Crusher. It was a choice made purely for survival. Despite everything, the Mega Crusher's existence would eventually be exposed. Years later, after Kong Seol Gi rose to team leader, this cursed device would drive him to shred every artifact stored in the special warehouse. It wasn't just dangerous, though dormant now. It would grow increasingly demanding, consuming more items, and steadily eroding its host's sanity until madness took over. That was why, in the future, Kong Seol Gi would be known as the Mad Crushing Scholar. Breaking the heavy silence, Suho spoke again, addressing him once more as deputy team leader. Suho then asked the question that truly mattered. He asked if Kong Seol Gi wanted to get rid of the Mega Crusher. Kong Seol Gi's eyes widened so violently, it looked as if they might burst from their sockets. Not only did Suho know about the Mega Crusher, but he was also claiming he knew how to remove it. Shattered what little composure Kong Seol Gi had left, and desperation rushed out of him all at once. He pleaded frantically, saying yes, begging Suho to help, promising he would do anything if it meant being freed from the cursed device. Suho responded with a calm smile, telling him not to worry, because he would take care of it. Then, he raised a single finger and added that there was one item he would need to make it happen. At the mention of an item, Kong Seol Gi's expression shifted, caution mixing with hope. Suho clarified that it wasn't anything complicated, just something simple and easy to acquire. He asked if Kong Seol Gi knew of an item called the third-person controller's viewer. The name meant nothing to him, and he repeated it in confusion. Suho explained that it was stored in the resource warehouse and was currently classified as junk. With that item, he claimed, removing the Mega Crusher from Kong Seol Gi's body would be possible, but Kong Seol Gi hesitated, conflict flashing across his face. If the item was already deep inside the resource warehouse, taking it out would be no easy feat. It could easily spiral into a serious problem. Suho agreed that under normal circumstances, it would be incredibly difficult, but now they had a clever way around that obstacle. When Kong Seol Gi asked what he meant, Suho reminded him that he had just introduced the 20-second purification method. That alone meant the resource division would be forced to re-examine every single item in their inventory. There was no telling what hidden opportunities might surface once the new method was applied. The logic was airtight. With a breakthrough like that, a full reinspection was inevitable. A sharp mind like Kong Seol Gi's immediately grasped the incredible opportunity hidden within those words. Suho asked if he thought he could manage it. Kong Seol Gi didn't hesitate this time. He said he would find a way to make it happen, then corrected himself, insisting he would absolutely make it happen. And with that, the matter of the third-person controller's viewer was essentially settled. Suho handed over his personal contact information and told him to reach out the moment he secured the item. The very next day, team leader Young Chul-man came to meet Suho, greeting him with barely contained excitement, as he mentioned hearing that the resource department had already approved another case for him. Suho brushed it off with a light laugh, saying that was simply how things had turned out. Chul-man shook his head in admiration, remarking that, as expected, Suho truly was the best. He then explained that upper management had wasted no time arranging Suho's next step for his evaluation. Suho would immediately begin training. At the gate department, orders moving this quickly were incredibly rare, and Chulman couldn't hide his utter amazement. Inwardly, Suho reflected on Park Human and how he'd pressured him to speed up the whole process. It seemed that repeatedly nagging the vice president over the phone had finally paid off as they headed for the gate department. Coleman explained that he'd be in charge of the training there, as well, just like before. The written test would be immediately followed by 2 on-site evaluations, protection, and management. Everything had already been meticulously prepared, so Suho could jump straight into the field assessment. Without delay, once inside the department, Coleman greeted the director. The man standing before them was Go-Sung Rock, director of the gate department. He welcomed Suho warmly and introduced himself. The moment Suho saw him, recognition flashed through his mind. Go-Sung Rock belonged to P. Sung-ju's faction and was known as one of the key figures behind the infamous gate shock incident, even being among those who had proposed the redevelopment gate. Director Go let out a hearty laugh and said he'd heard plenty about Suho, mentioning the impressive contributions he had made across multiple departments. Studying him carefully, Go admitted he had high expectations and wondered aloud what kind of incident Suho might cause. In the gate department, Suho simply smiled, thinking the incident sound good. They shook hands, and Suho replied lightly that he would be sure to live up to those expectations. But behind that polite smile, a thought settled firmly in his mind. When it happened, the incident would be far bigger than anyone imagined. Sometime later, Coleman confirmed Suho's written test results, unable to hide his admiration, as he announced that Suho had scored a perfect mark on the gate department's written exam. He called it truly impressive. As they rose from their chairs, Coleman added with visible excitement that if Suho managed yet another perfect score on the special division exam, he'd become the very first perfect scorer in the history of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho replied calmly that such a record would indeed be an honor. He then asked if they could move straight to the field evaluation. Chillman confirmed it immediately. For reference, he explained he was the management team leader, meaning he'd personally evaluate Suho this time. He then asked if Suho knew which teams operated under the management department. Suho answered without hesitation. There was a management team responsible for handling normal gates, the trade team, which negotiated and sold gate rights to the private sector, and the sealing team, tasked exclusively with managing sealed gates. Hearing that, Chillman gave him an approving nod, remarking that, as expected, Suho knew his stuff well. He then clarified that today's evaluation would focus specifically on managing a normal gate. As they walked down the corridor, Chillman casually asked if there was a particular gate Suho wanted to visit. Suho responded by asking if anywhere was possible. The moment those words left his mouth, Chillman sensed something unusual. It sounded less like a question and more like a confirmation. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he remarked that it seemed Suho already had a specific gate in mind. Then Chillman asked the question that suddenly mattered a lot more than it should have. It wasn't a sealed gate, right? Suho only let out an awkward laugh in response. That was enough. The realization hit Chillman instantly, and sweat began to form on his brow. Sometime later, the scene shifts to Gangwon Province. Suho and Chillman arrived at the gate. Suho had personally requested. The enormous, sealed gate stood quietly against the vast landscape. As they stepped out of the car, Suho thanked Chillman for allowing the visit, but Chillman just brushed it off. He said if Suho was the one asking, there was absolutely no reason to refuse. Chillman then approached the station officer, introducing himself and instantly recognizing the man. This was the same person who'd called him earlier. The officer, in turn, welcomed them with polite deference. Soon enough, the two stood directly before the colossal structure. Chillman explained that all the internal checks were already completed, but since it was still a sealed gate, they still needed to remain vigilant. He instructed Suho to conduct his evaluation swiftly and return without taking any unnecessary risks before authorizing their entry on his tablet. The very moment Suho stepped through the gate, that familiar sensation instantly washed over him. The system silently processed the environment, identifying it as the Valley of Iron. It came with an entry restriction for anyone below level 99 and a maximum capacity of 40 people. As Suho scanned his surroundings, a wave of recognition hit him. Everything was exactly as it had been in his previous life. Standing beside him, Chulman asked if he was satisfied. Suho let out a small laugh and confessed that, thanks to Chulman, he had finally been able to return to this very place. So without wasting any time, they decided to begin the field evaluation. A short while later, Chulman finalized Suho's field evaluation, his eyes steadily scanning the tablet. As he reviewed each individual result, he announced that the external management method had been passed, followed by the square check method, and finally confirmed that Suho had cleared the internal inspection. Also lowering the tablet, Chulman let out a quiet sigh, a breath filled more with utter amazement than exhaustion. He remarked that it was exactly what he'd expected from Suho, yet still made no sense. This was supposed to be Suho's very first time on site, so how was he performing? At a level that even seasoned personnel struggled to reach? Suho answered calmly, without a single hint of pride. He claimed he'd simply followed the theory book, exactly as it was written. Amused, Chulman pulled a thermos from his inventory, then poured cold coffee into his cup, joking that Suho reminded him of that top student who relied solely on textbooks. Curious, Suho asked about the thermos, and Chulman, offering him a cold coffee, explained he'd brought it along for fun. Suho accepted the cup, and soon the two sat together on the grass, quietly taking in the scenery. The view stretched endlessly before them, untouched by the crowded chaos of the outside world. Chulman remarked that Gates often revealed sights no city could offer, which was why he preferred the management division among all departments. When Suho asked if that was still true, despite the demanding work, Chulman smiled awkwardly and admitted, every department believed theirs was the hardest. Still, as he gazed up at the sky with bright eyes, he said this place simply suited him. Suho immediately recognized the tone. It was the classic line Chulman used to lure rookies into the management division. A romantic pitch. That just happened to be Chulman's specialty. As Suho quietly sipped his coffee, he suddenly spoke up, addressing Chulman in a calm voice. He said he wanted to join the Gate division. For a moment, Chulman thought he had misheard. His eyes widened as confusion washed over him. The statement had come completely out of nowhere. Yet Suho continued, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He explained that he was fully aware of the rumors surrounding him, that he was some kind of prodigy, being groomed by the special division, practically treated like royalty. Even Deputy Director Peace, Young Yil, had been spreading that narrative. But the truth, Suho admitted, was that he wanted to work in the Gate division, far more than in the special division. He added that Chulman had been the first person he met after joining the association, and maybe that was exactly why. The Gate division just felt so much more appealing. As he finished speaking, Suho gave a nervous, almost shy smile. Seeing that expression made Chulman's heart sink immediately. Suho was openly expressing a heartfelt desire, yet there was nothing Chulman could realistically do to grant it. A bitter taste crept into his mouth. For a fleeting second, an absurdly dramatic thought crossed his mind. Was this what Romeo and Juliet must have felt like? After a long pause, Chulman resolved that if nothing else, he could at least offer a few comforting words, so the disappointment wouldn't cut as deeply. But before he could even speak, Suho called out to him again and asked whether, if there were a way, for him to enter the Gate department instead of the special division, Chulman would help. Chulman's eyes widened even further. What was Suho planning now? The seriousness in Suho's gaze made it clear. This wasn't a joke. In the long run, he knew joining the special division might be the correct move, but right now, the Gate department offered far more opportunities. If he went straight into the special division, he would likely spend his days chasing people rather than gaining the kind of growth he sought. After a heavy silence, Chulman asked if he truly meant it. Suho answered immediately, saying he wasn't in a position to joke about something like this. Chulman exhaled slowly and admitted that no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't yet see how he could help. But he asked Suho to explain his plan first. Suho agreed and said the idea was actually quite simple. Director Pei Song-yeol was already making his intentions public, ensuring everyone knew. He planned to bring Suho into the special division the moment training ended. Chulman had noticed it too. After all, they had witnessed it together. Chulman couldn't deny that. With years of public service behind him, he was more than capable of reading between those lines. Suho continued, explaining that if Director Pai truly had free rein to appoint personnel, however he wished, then the answer was glaringly obvious. They need to counter him with someone who wielded even greater authority. Chulman frowned, deep in thought. Officially, only 2 people in the entire association outranked a director. Slowly, a possibility began to form in his mind, and he cautiously asked if Suho was suggesting the vice president. Suho crushed his empty coffee cup in his hand, a sharp, knowing smile spreading across his face. As he shook his head, not the vice president. He was thinking of the true big dog of the association, the president. Suho calmly explained that the association president was preparing to move into an even higher, more prestigious position, which meant he likely had little interest in these petty internal faction conflicts. But if those internal issues threatened his promotion, things would change drastically. Chulman rested his chin on his hands, mulling it over before finally answering that the president would probably step in to resolve the matter himself swiftly. Suho nodded. Exactly. That's precisely why I intend to move the president. Through media play, he suggested a headline, something dramatic enough to ignite public curiosity. The Korean Hunter Associations, Royal Talent, and the Special Division. The mere idea made Chulman visibly uneasy. Watching the scenery ahead, Suho continued, saying that if a so-called royal truly existed, and a standard path for such a figure was direct assignment to the special division, the outside world would erupt with an absolute frenzy. Chulman let out a long sigh, agreeing that it wouldn't just be noise. Sensational articles would flood the media. Every single day, without fail. Suho went on to explain that if, at that exact moment, he were assigned to the gate department instead of the special division, the controversy would vanish almost instantly, buried under a completely different narrative. Chulman admitted that actually sounds ideal, but there was absolutely no guarantee that his reassignment would actually land Suho straight into the gate department. That's precisely why Suho was asking for his help. Chulman paused, clearly caught off guard, and asked what he meant by all this. Suho explained that once the controversy broke out, literally any department, except the special division, would have to take him. However, both the management and awakening divisions were firmly aligned with the vice chairman's faction, making them highly unlikely choices. That left only the resource department and the gate department. Plus, he had no intention whatsoever of joining the resource department. Chulman jokingly asked why not, but the answer was glaringly obvious. After his string of recent achievements, Suho would be pushed relentlessly for groundbreaking research results there and likely work himself to death. The gate department, on the other hand, belonged to Director Pai's faction. Since Suho and Chulman already knew each other, they would probably station him there temporarily, with plans to reclaim him later. Still, Suho stated plainly, no matter what happened, he wanted to work with Chulman. Chulman laughed, remarking that Suho had been making his case for a while now, and asked if he was truly serious about it. Suho answered without a moment's hesitation that he didn't have anyone else in the whole association. He felt truly close to, deep down. He knew his bond with Chulman wasn't what it used to be before his regression. If he wanted that trust back, he needed to join the gate department and rebuild it quickly, trying to lighten the mood. Chulman pointed out that everyone liked Suho, and even reminded him he had a fan club. Suho simply brushed it off, saying, being liked and being close were 2 completely different things. The attention only made him uncomfortable. Besides, his ultimate goal was to end the gates themselves. If he worked in the gate department, he could access them faster than anyone else, making it the most efficient path toward that objective. Chulman studied him for a long moment before letting out a soft chuckle. He agreed to help in any way he could, but warned he couldn't guarantee success. The title of team leader sounded impressive, but it carried far less authority than people imagined. Suho just laughed, saying he trusted him anyway. Scratching his head, Chulman mumbled he wasn't anyone special, telling Suho not to place too much faith in him. But Suho only laughed again, repeating that he would trust him no matter what. Just then, Chulman pulled a cigar from his pocket, saying he was going to smoke one. As he raised it to his lips, Suho casually added that, aside from the gate department's usual romance strategy, choosing this place had been entirely his own decision. The comment startled Chulman, who quickly asked where Suho had heard about that. Suho replied that people had warned him not to fall for the scenery and sweet talk during the gate department exam, clicking his tongue in regret. Chulman muttered that if he had known, he would have just taken Suho to a gate near Seoul. Instead, Suho rose to his feet, stretching slightly before admitting that He had genuinely wanted to come to the Valley of Iron. He explained there was a rumor that, if one killed the monster lion there, something incredible would drop. Schulman narrowed his eyes and asked where he'd picked up such a rumor. Suho simply laughed brightly, answering he had read it on the internet. The Valley of Iron had once been a public gate, freely accessible to hunters, much like the famed Tower Challenge. But everything changed with the sudden appearance of the monster lion. Recognizing the threat almost immediately, the association sealed the gate without hesitation. For a gate to remain public, several conditions had to be met. Entry needed to stay possible. Monsters had to spawn continuously, and even if every creature inside was killed, the gate itself could not be cleared. The monster lion shattered all of those expectations. It didn't just appear inside a gate, meant for level 99 and below, but the beast itself had already blasted past level 100, even though it was only a 1-star monster. Its immense power obliterated the entire ecosystem inside that very gate. Any hunters who challenged it stood no chance. Many died without even managing a scratch on its diamond-hard hide. Schulman sighed, explaining slowly that this very creature was why the Valley of Iron had been sealed in the first place. But that wasn't even the worst part. Its defenses and magic resistance were already a nightmare. Yet the beast continued to grow stronger. Now it had rocketed past level 110, dropping his cigar to the ground and crushing it beneath his boot. Schulman fumed, muttering that the entry requirements capped participants at level 99. How is anyone supposed to defeat a monster that far above the limit? Suho's response came instantly. He asked what would happen if they just killed it. Schulman blinked, stunned, and asked if Suho was seriously suggesting he intended to kill that thing. Suho calmly said he would. For a moment, Schulman could only stare at him, his mind struggling to process it all. Then, it finally clicked. The monster lion had been Suho's target. From the very beginning, Suho confirmed it with a slight chuckle, with pressing a hand to his forehead. Schulman muttered that this was beyond belief, but Suho stepped closer and asked if he couldn't somehow make it work. Training had kept him from running gates for too long, and his body felt stiff from all the inactivity. Schulman nearly lost his composure, asking if Suho truly wanted to clear a sealed gate, just because he felt stiff. Lowering his voice, Suho said that was exactly why he was asking so quietly. The formal procedures would be a huge pain, and more importantly, wasn't Chunman curious? Curious about what? Chunman asked about how he fought inside a gate. Sweat slowly gathered along Chuamon's brow. As he studied Suho, Suho knew that look well. His true combat style had never been revealed publicly, and despite the path circumstances had forced him onto, Showman had once been a proper player. The desire for battle still burned inside him, far stronger than in most hunters. Suho suggested they think about it simply, as long as the result was good. The Korean Hunter Association rarely pressed questions about responsibility. If things became even slightly dangerous, he promised he would leave the gate immediately. Chalman questioned if that was a promise. Suho smiled and assured him it was. Chalman finally gave and he admitted he wasn't the type to approve something like this. But because it was Suho asking, he would agree. Suho replied lightly that there was no way he could refuse once. Schulman put it that way then, almost casually. He asked what class Schulman belonged to now. Schulman explained that he had changed classes and was currently an archer, asking why it mattered instead of answering directly. Suho summoned his blood weapon, the crimson energy forming sharply in his grasp. He said he was just asking because, if things turned dangerous, which probably wouldn't happen, Schulman would need to run. Without looking back then, Suho added one final warning. What Schulman was about to witness inside that gate would remain strictly between the two of them. Soon after entering deeper into the Valley of Iron, Suho began his killing spree. The lower-level Valley Lion beast stood no chance. He ran across the field like a streak of red lightning, his blood weapon carving clean arcs through the air, as monsters fell one after another. Each slash was precise, efficient, and merciless in a single fluid motion. Suho drove his blade into another charging lion, the sheer force of the strike, knocking the creature down instantly as its body slammed to the ground. He activated yet another skill. A blood jade crimson energy spear materialized in his hands. Behind him, Chillman landed moments later, dropping into a crouch as he caught his breath. His eyes frantically scanned the battlefield, and disbelief spread across his face. The lions weren't just losing, they were being erased. Watching Suho move brought back memories of the healer exam, when he had effortlessly slaughtered several lizard beasts. But this was different now. Suho was faster, sharper, far more intense. He looked less like a hunter and more like a force of nature. As Suho stood over the corpse of yet another valley lion, a massive shadow suddenly swallowed his figure. Another beast lunged from behind, claws poised to tear him apart. "Chill, man," shouted a warning, but Suho had already seen it. His eyes locked onto the incoming predator. At the very last second, he leaped upward, evading the lethal strike with terrifying precision. The beast twisted mid-charge and attempted to follow him into the air, but Suho moved again, stepping onto nothingness itself. Chillman's breath caught the moment he recognized the technique Suho had used. Air step. He wasn't merely dodging anymore. He was moving through the sky itself, as if gravity had lost its authority over him. The charging lion skidded to a halt and twisted around in confusion, unable to comprehend how its prey had suddenly vanished. But by the time the beast managed to locate him, Suho was already descending from above. His blood blade pulled back. With lethal intent, the strike flashed once through the air. Steel met flesh, and the lion's neck split cleanly, before the creature even understood what had happened. Watching the scene unfold, Chillman could only stare, his jaw slack with shock. A single thought repeated itself in his mind. This wasn't a hunter stepping into the Valley of Iron. It was a disaster that had descended upon it. There were no words. He could barely believe what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, back with Suho. Suho calmly surveyed the sheer destruction around him. Corpses of fallen beasts littered the blood-soaked field, and the metallic scent of blood hung heavy in the air. After gauging the chaos he'd unleashed, he remarked that causing this much disturbance should be enough to draw out the boss monster, almost as if the valley itself had heard him. The atmosphere abruptly shifted. From the far distance, something enormous began to stir. Each thunderous step sent tremors through the ground, the vibrations growing stronger and stronger as the monstrous presence approached. Then, it finally revealed itself. A lion far larger than any they'd ever faced. Its overwhelming aura pressed down on the surroundings like an invisible weight. When it roared, the sound ripped across the gate like a deafening thunderclap, shaking the very space around them. At that exact instant, a crimson alert flashed before Suho's eyes. The system quietly informed him, in stark clarity, that the boss monster had appeared. The monster lion stood high upon the rocky ridge, its massive frame silhouetted against the sky, while Suho waited below. His bloodied sword was gripped firmly in his hand. The beast roared, its eyes blazing with pure fury. And at that very moment, the system quietly revealed its true, terrifying strength. Level 113. Seeing that number, Chillman froze. He was shocked by how high the monster's level had risen. Again, his mind raced as he stared at Suho, wondering how someone still stuck in double-digit levels could possibly defeat something like that. It didn't make sense. The gap was monstrous, yet a faint smile appeared on Suho's face. He calmly judged the difference, thinking a 40-level gap was still manageable. Then he shouted toward Chillman, telling him to keep his distance, so he wouldn't get caught in the boss monster's attack range. From that point on, Suho warned he wouldn't be able to watch over him. To Suho's surprise, Chillman had already moved several kilometers back. He shouted that he understood and told Suho not to worry about him. For a moment, Suho blinked in confusion, wondering how Chillman had gotten so far so fast. Then it clicked. As expected of someone nicknamed Spinwheel, his judgment was lightning quick and precise. From behind Suho, the monstrous lion continued to watch him, its throat emitting a low, guttural gurgle. Suddenly it snapped, unleashing a deafening roar that activated its boss. Level Fear. The resulting shockwave sent violent gusts of wind toward Chillman, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Meanwhile, Suho remained perfectly still in front of the beast. His system indicated that, due to the dragon blood effect, the fear failed to apply to him. Suho simply smiled. He remarked that he was just getting hot from moving around and that the roar had actually cooled him off. Pointing a finger at the lion, he signaled the beast to come at him, taking this as a direct challenge. The lion instantly stepped forward. Suho canceled his blood weapon summon noting that those blades would be useless against such a monster. Instead, he summoned his ghost shadow spear. He gripped the weapon and prepared to throw it, musing with a smile that he wanted to see for himself just how tough the creature's famous diamond-hard hide truly was. With a surge of full force, he launched the ghost shadow spear. The blade tore through the air, aiming straight for the beast's head. Realizing the attack was imminent, the lion braced itself for defense. The moment the shadow spear struck its forehead, the weapon split apart, proving the monster's hide was far stronger than the attack. Suho watched, amazed by the sheer toughness of the hide. Having successfully defended against the strike, the lion stood its ground, its eyes bloodshot, as it bared its razor-sharp fangs and teeth. It was then that Suho realized the truth. This was indeed the Nemean lion. The Nemean lion, the first of the 12 labors, completed by the legendary demigod Hercules. Just as in the myth, defeating this beast grants one of Hercules' powers. In other words, this was the qualification test to become a Hercules candidate. Suho reflected on his previous life, remembering a hunter named Bless, who had completed the 12 labors faster than anyone else. Bless was a man of justice and action, a good friend who had taught Suho much about the nature of Hercules' power. Sorry, Bless, Suho thought, but this time I'm not leaving it to someone else. I'm taking Hercules' power for myself. He activated his blood skill, clenching his fists as blood swirled and solidified around his arms. The system announced the summoned blood weapon, blood gauntlets. The crimson armor encased him from shoulder to fist, just as the lion charged, with blinding speed and murderous intent. From the background, Chillman shouted a desperate warning, reminding Suho that close combat was suicide against a beast that possessed the ultimate spear and shield. In its claws and hide, Chillman's desperate pleas for Suho to avoid a frontal assault went unheeded as the lion closed the distance and reared up to deliver a crushing blow. With its massive claws, Suho stood his ground. Instead of retreating, he reached out and caught both of the beast's paws in midair. The lion's eyes widened in sheer shock. It began to tremble as it realized it could not overpower Suho's grip. Suho observed that, while the claws were undeniably powerful, they were ultimately useless if they couldn't even graze his skin. As the beast continued to strain against him, Suho let out a smirk and decided to test if his own strikes would prove more effective. With a surge of immense power, he shoved the lion back using his blood gauntlets. Forcing an opening, he stepped forward, anchoring his weight for a decisive assault. The monster launched a frantic counterattack, swinging wildly, but Suho vanished from its field of vision. With a sudden leap, channeling his focus into his fist, Suho delivered a cataclysmic punch into the monster's flank. The impact sent the lion hurtling through the air until it smashed into the rocks, shattering the mountainside. The force was so absolute that it left a trail of destruction in its wake, ending with the beast collapsed and buried in the rising rubble. Despite the brutality of the assault, the lion rose once more, its body remarkably free of even a single scratch. Suho watched the beast with a light smile, though a bead of sweat traced down his face. He marveled at the fact that a strike, delivered with his full strength, had barely seemed to register. Realizing that blunt force would not suffice, he decided to shift his approach. Suho dashed forward with blinding speed, his blood gauntlets still active. Before the beast could react, he pivoted sharply, moving to its right side and slipping behind its thick mane. He lunged for the monster's neck, determined to grapple it if he could not break it. He climbed onto the lion's back, locking in a powerful hold, while the creature began to thrash violently in resistance. Suho recalled the myth of Hercules, who, unable to pierce the hide, had eventually subdued the beast through strangulation. Adopting that same strategy, Suho maintained a relentless grip, while the lion used every ounce of its strength to shake him off. A mixture of thrill and excitement surged through him as he steeled himself mentally, declaring that there would be no tapping out until the very end. In a desperate attempt to break the hold, the boss monster unleashed its terrifying fear skill. But Suho's dragon blood intervened, once again, just in time, completely nullifying its potent effect. The enraged lion then began a frantic rampage through the mountains, slamming its massive back against the unforgiving stone walls, all in a desperate attempt to crush its persistent rider. Suho, however, tightened his already iron grip even further, knowing that if he lost his hold for even a fleeting second, there would be absolutely no second chances. He clung desperately to the beast's neck as it brutally smashed into jagged cliffs and sharp outcroppings, absolutely refusing to be dislodged from the chaotic background. Meanwhile, Chulman watched the harrowing struggle, his mouth agape in awe. He shouted desperate words of encouragement, urging Suho to hold on for just a little while longer, though his precious stamina was rapidly draining away. Suho stubbornly kept his grip firm until the monstrous beast finally began to lose consciousness. After enduring such a grueling, relentless chokehold, the mighty lion finally collapsed, defeated. The very moment the massive beast was finally defeated, Chulman immediately rushed forward. His eyes widened in shock as a luminous system window appeared in the air, announcing in bold letters that the ruler of the Iron Valley had been utterly defeated. Chulman let out a boisterous cheer of pure, unbridled happiness and called out to Suho with a triumphant smile to check if his friend was all right. Exhausted, dazed, and hazy, Suho finally laid down on the cold ground beside the massive, fallen monster, as the system formally declared him the undeniable MVP of the entire gate clearance.